Hello everyone, this is Demi Next Polai and I'm back. I don't know if anyone ever
On the outskirts near the kingdom's capital, we can see our protagonist, Wazoo, helping his fellow villager do the chores as he chops wood per her request. Suddenly, the woman sympathizes with the young man as it turns out he's constantly on the outskirts near the kingdom's capital, we can see our protagonist, Wazoo, helping his fellow villager do the chores as he chops wood per her request. Suddenly, the woman sympathizes with the young man as it turns out he's constantly compared to his sister, but then does the same and mentions the incredible talent of Wazoo's younger sibling and the godly stature of his childhood friend, who is a holy woman. Nonetheless, Wazoo appreciates the woman's gratitude as he watches her leave, finishing the task he just did for her. Afterward, his little sis, Kagane, arrives and happily informs him about the return of his beloved childhood friend Arya. Wazoo's eyes light up upon hearing the news, and they immediately rush to the capital, where the villagers are gathered to welcome the hero and the holy woman. As his eyes wide open, Wazoo catches sight of Arya marching in the middle of the crowd along with humanity's savior, relieving the heaven out of him after confirming that his friend is safe. In front of a large audience, the king announces that their country is now safe thanks to the hero and his party who successfully subjugated the demon lord. Rather than that, Kagane is more fascinated by the beauty of Arya, giving the girl the impression that she's getting really far away from their kind. Ignorant of the commoner's thoughts, the king urges the hero to state the reward he desires, which leads to a bit of reminiscing by Wazoo, who simply watches the awarding. Years ago, the guy and his childhood friend made a promise when they were 12 to stay together in the future, an early marriage proposal for the two children who then practiced being a hubby and wife after that to make their future wedding come true someday. It turns out that Kagane got pretty angered when she first heard it though, but that's for another story. Unfortunately, the situation goes downhill a year after their engagement when the knights arrive to spread the news of the Demon King's appearance, forcibly recruiting Arya as the saintess for the hero party. Without second thoughts, Wazoo volunteers to go with his fiancée only to receive the disgusted faces of the priests and the mockery of the man who will then become the hero, asking him what an ordinary guy like himself can do to help subjugate the demon lord. Regrettably, the memory recollection ends with Wazoo showing a frustrated face after remembering those bitter memories. Thankfully, Kagane Lagan is there to light some hope in him as she expresses her genuine wish to go back to their usual days with Arya when they were still younger. Thus, Wazoo gains the confidence that it will surely happen now that the Saintess has returned home. But as if to crush their dreams, the hero states his wish by grabbing Arya's shoulder and declaring that he wants to turn the Holy Woman into his wife. Watching humanity's savior kissing his beloved childhood friend erases all the hope and joy inside Wazoo, and he slips through the large crowd to run away from the scene, unable to bear any more of the heartache. On this day, which is also the young man's 15th birthday, Wazoo runs toward his home, ignoring the citizens' confusion as he eventually arrives at his house and showers their cute drawing with Arya with tears. Ready to depart, Wazoo wishes for the happiness of the girl he loves with all his heart, leaving a note telling everyone not to look for him, along with an aching congratulatory message to Arya and her new man. With a determined look on his face, Wazoo pours all his bitterness, frustration, and sadness to venture into the woods, heading toward a monster-filled mountain. Unfortunately, the next event isn't what this guy expects, as he finds himself passing through the large bushes to run away from somebody. As he turns around, however, Wazoo catches sight of his pursuers close to turning him into their food as a humanoid cat and fish with bulk muscles are teaming up to make the guy their lunch. This weird combination of monsters continues chasing their prey, with the fish throwing a medium-sized twig toward the pitiful human. Fortunately, Wazoo dodges it by a hair's breadth and successfully maintains a safe distance between him and the pursuers. But this guy might be out of luck as he then trips on an enormous tree's root and stumbles on the ground. You better beg for some luck from that Kazuma guy. Sadly, there's no time for that because the cat and fish monsters are raring to grab some taste at the human, and Wazoo can't convince them that he tastes terrible, given that their taste buds are on a whole lot different level, and this boy might actually look like some kind of full-course seafood for them. In addition, there's little to no chance that Wazoo can talk his way out of this, seeing that the human-sized furball is growling at him. Run! Then Wazoo sprints for his life toward the bridge that will lead him closer to the notorious dangerous mountain, choosing the unpredictable yet surely life-threatening fate there rather than becoming cat food or fish feed here. However, his decision to cross the bridge is something delightful for the monsters and a great surprise for Wazoo, who sees the two destroying the bridge to make him fall. His complaints are ignored by everyone, but Wazoo fortunately makes it to the other side of the path without falling, although the predators are still running after him. To his surprise, a loud bang echoes in the woods, brought by an extraordinary slash from the cat who hits the tree near Wazoo and makes it fall. Even though his partner misses their prey, the fish still jumps in celebration, and that's because Wazoo is back in the corner and has absolutely no way of escaping from the grasp of the weird combi who wants to devour him. When all he can do is clench his fist in frustration, the fish and the cat strangely look above and mysteriously stop approaching their lunch, trembling as they point at Wazoo's back like they're afraid of something. Therefore, the human turns around to see what it is that they're getting terrified of, only to see a pair of enormous wings owned by a fearsome dragon standing before them along with its companion, who has a skull for a face and demonic horns, Neil. The figures of the two are too intimidating even for the cat and fish, who shriek in horror after staring at their faces. Unfortunately for those beastmen, Neil notices their presence, which might be because they look delicious and all, so they hurriedly run for their lives and abort their mission of making a human their lunch. That same man is still in the area, however, and the two conclude just by seeing his appearance that Wazoo is not a rare elf, but a mere human lost in the forest. On the other hand, Wazoo is speechless and can't even say a word to react to the presence of these terrifying entities, leading Neil to assure Wazoo that there's no need to be afraid because they're not the slightest bit interested in him. Sorry, impossible task. Confused, Wazoo asks what they mean by that, so the black dragon answers it by yawning and telling Neil that this tiny human won't fill his stomach, even with how many of him gather for his lunch. Thus, Neil rides the black dragon's back and flies away, leaving Wazoo behind with his life intact and the thought, so that is a real dragon. Even how unexpectedly all the events turn out, Wazoo learns that he can't cross the destroyed bridge anymore or else he'll drown, not to mention that the beastmen are still eyeing him as prey and have no intention of giving up anytime soon. On the bright side, Wazoo sees a fruit getting harvested by ants and immediately discovers where the source is, so he climbs up the tree and secures his food. The skin tastes horrible though, so Wazoo uses his Adventurer Guild card to peel it out of desperation because he didn't carry anything more useful for this exploration. Unfortunately, this prompts Wazoo to reminisce about the reason for his registering as an F-ranked adventurer, which boils down to his wish to stand next to Arya and not lose to everyone's favorite hero. But even with his efforts, Wazoo's stats don't increase drastically, mainly due to him becoming a slightly above average person who will pale in comparison even to his genius sister. Still, the wish to get along with the two lingers in his mind, although it tightens his chest just by thinking about Arya and the fact that he can no longer leave the forest, not to mention that this guy can't even fight the two beastmen earlier. He's pretty dejected, but Wazoo sees some hope in the infamous mountain, given that the S-ranked monsters here have no interest in him whatsoever, like the Black Dragon. Thus, Wazoo continues his own expedition only to suffer from the scorching sun, dense fog, raging storms, and the endless changes of extreme weather. Fortunately, Wazoo survives to see another day, but the look on his face says he's questioning if he's in some kind of a Shunin protagonist training. That's definitely not the case, of course, and Wazoo's hardships go on as he then decides to hole himself in a cave between the forest and the mountain because both places are undeniably dangerous. On top of that, hunger befalls Wazoo, so he needs to go out from time to time and gather some fruits to eat to survive, only to find himself falling from the tree, albeit finding success in getting his first meal in 3 days. Want some dango? After his pitiful attempt, Wazoo looks at his body and learns that he has become so thin that he has lost a concerning amount of weight. After all, willpower isn't enough to put some food in his stomach, and imagining mouth-watering meals will just make it worse. Maybe the writer will drool with you, but sorry, no, nothing to offer. In the middle of his imagination, Wazoo suddenly senses something rising within him, although it's not that shield hero, but the loud growl of his stomach instead. Thankfully, after a few days, Wazoo stumbles into a blessing as he sees the leftovers of a certain beast and does the unthinkable, grabbing one bite after another until only bones are left. It tastes pretty good, apparently, but I think we will pass, alright? To eliminate the bad taste of the meat, Wazoo gobbles the random plant beside him, which successfully does the job. Just ignore that it also inflicts a paralyzing effect on his mouth. Task failed successfully. Suffering from the ailment, Wazoo crawls on the ground and fails to notice that he's already near a cliff, causing him to fall with his face kissing the soil. As he turns around, Wazoo sees a mysterious ball in the night sky and assumes that it is the sun appearing in the middle of the evening. He continues lying down and doesn't think of the ball that much until it suddenly moves in panic, like it's lost in the forest, eventually stopping and staring at Wazoo before rushing to the adventurer as if hitting him. As a result, the young man closes his eyes to prepare for the impact, but nothing happens, and the eye-like ball simply disappears, so Wazoo assumes that it must just be his imagination and decides to sleep in spite of his paralyzed body. In the middle of his slumber, a dream surfaces in Wazoo's mind, depicting what seems to be his memory of Arya showing the flower crown on his head, to which the boy replies, "It looks great on you." Therefore, the girl proposes marriage when they turn 15, but following that sweet moment is the shocking scene of the hero declaring his wish to make Arya his wife, kissing the girl in front of the childhood fiancé, whose hopes are crushed. Wazoo immediately wakes up from his nightmare and finds out that it is already morning, regaining his will to live despite the harsh conditions he is in. Mysteriously, having that terrible dream improves his physical condition, but that unfortunately doesn't change the situation, which leads Wazoo to go through the process of eating anything and vomiting afterward just to determine whether a certain plant is edible or not. After a long while, this lifestyle becomes the norm for the cheated adventurer, and Wazoo starts to wonder if he can even return to human society, given how many months this guy has been living this way. Moreover, Wazoo has no one to talk to since his departure from the village, and his face isn't what it used to be, especially because hygiene might be the first thing to neglect when struggling in a mountain full of monsters. With that said, he puts his red body liquid into the guild card to open it and see if there are some changes in his stats. This function is, of course, usable even if one is the lowest F ranked or the highest S, so Wazoo takes the chance to find out if his numbers have gone up. Unfortunately, his disappointment is immeasurable upon seeing words instead of numbers, saying that he's basically weaker and useless and the future might not be bright at this rate. Just pause if you want to read all the insults. I don't want to be harsh this time around. Regardless, this strange sight makes Wazoo wonder if his card is broken, so he checks the back to confirm it, only to learn about his unique title of having taste in bad food, followed by resistance against abnormal conditions and the staggering goddess's sympathy. 1, 2, 3, 5. 5 question marks surface on the guy's mind, and he can't calm down after discovering the shocking title, which causes Wazoo to yell the question, "What in the world is going on?" Thanks to that, the adventurer manages to calm himself and proceeds to read the info of his abilities in detail. Sword skill is, literally as the name suggests, but the other two on the other hand are unique titles he received thanks to eating a lot of weird things. However, Goddess's sympathy takes the crown of the strangest because it is as if the goddess herself is telling Wazoo she'll support him using her powers. the adventurer can't stop wondering what's wrong with his guild card and assumes that he must still be dreaming because it's the most reasonable thing to think in this case. Suddenly, he remembers the glowing ball last night and concludes it might be the goddess and she's somehow residing in his guild card now. Wazoo convinces himself that the omnipotent being did exactly that, but all of his pondering causes the adventurer to ignore a concerning thing in his card, the percentage of him as a pure human, which is still, fortunately, 100%. Wazoo is certain that he's weak though, but the goddess replies to those thoughts with reassuring words that the adventurer will become happy because he has her protection. Shocked that the text has changed, Wazoo slams the card, terrified by the goddess who can read his mind. Not to mention he should be careful from thinking inappropriate thoughts now. You know what I mean. Nonetheless, Wazoo knows that the goddess's protection is a good thing as he then returns to the cave and remembers that his stats might be in negative numbers if the word descriptions are so harsh. Still, the skill having taste in bad food is one heaven of a blessing in disguise as it can increase his stats, and Wazoo already knows how. His face screams insanity though. Let's ignore that. Brimming with motivation, Wazoo gobbles all the unthinkable foods he can see and repeats the eat-vomit process endlessly, surviving the abnormal status effect like poisoning, thanks to the goddess's protection. Of course, Wazoo doesn't neglect training his body day after day until approximately half a year goes by, and he undeniably gains a better look and strength. In spite of those changes, the description on the guild card is still in words, which makes it hard to understand, but it clearly shows the young man's improvement. Okay, except for the mana. On top of that, his skill evolves to Glutton, and the resistance has tremendously increased, but it seems like the goddess's support, which turns into the goddess's encouragement, somewhat makes this adventurer uneasy. Putting that aside, the young man exits the cave for his most awaited Big Day Wazoo's first monster hunt. That said, it's still hard for him to fight due to a lack of weapons, so he has laid a trap and patiently waits for the meat, he means monster, to pass by. After seconds of hiding, the prey shows up, and Wazoo can finally enjoy some meat again. But it seems like his luck stats are 0 because what appears in front of him is a slime. Yeah, his day is ruined. Obviously, this isn't a juicy forest livestock like he expects because this is clearly more of a jelly rather than meat. But Wazoo's complaints don't last that long, and the guy just accepts that he's having a dessert for dinner. However, it turns out that he's getting full of himself, and Wazoo only realizes that upon seeing that it's not just the bamboo that is melting, but also the lizard who's just having a trip in the soil. Poor guy just wants a vacation. Unbeknownst to Wazoo, adventurers' usual strategy when facing a slime is using a fire arrow or a long spear, basically long-range weapons to destroy the monster's core. He will know that soon enough when the pitfall trap suddenly emits a smoke, followed by the slime shooting acid balls toward the adventurer. Taken by surprise, Wazoo desperately finds something to use as a weapon and eventually chooses a piece of pebble, wasting no time to counterattack as he throws the rock at the monster below the pitfall. The slime splatters immediately with one hit, so Wazoo is left puzzled as he questions if this situation is really true. Unfortunately, the adventurer still doubts that he has gotten so strong, so he collects the scattered slime instead to secure his dinner and spends the next few days learning how to deal with the monsters in the forest. Inside the cave, Wazoo ultimately creates a bunch of wall paintings about the creatures in the woods and even discovers various types of those monsters. In addition, Wazoo also maps the entire forest after successfully circling around it in these past few days. Now what's left is to explore the notorious mountain filled with S-class beasts because, unlike his pitiful self in the past, the current Wazoo is confident he can be stronger by going there. But more importantly, he can finally eat a slightly proper meal and live like a normal human being, although it's still concerning for him as to what his sister's reaction will be when seeing him in this state. Wazoo is pretty sure she will scold him for having tattered clothes, but will still offer to fix it like a caring sibling, making this Siscon sad because he greatly misses his little sister. Thus, Wazoo crafts his new outfit using the materials he gains from defeating monsters. Style. Is that edible? It's not even tasty. Thanks to that, Wazoo makes the resolve to head to the mountain first thing tomorrow morning, and that fateful day arrives in the blink of an eye as we see Wazoo's evolution ever since taking down that slime 1 year ago. Also, it turns out that it's been a year and a half since this guy departed from his town, and he's clearly more invincible now, given that a monster's fang can no longer scratch him. With that said, Wazoo opens the adventurer card and finds out that almost all of them are exaggeratingly absurd except mana points and magic, which which are obviously 0. What's concerning, however, is the fact that Wazoo is only 88% human now, and it's unclear where the other 12 go. Surely it might be because he's fighting monsters easier due to the effects of Glutton, who now has the word super in it to emphasize evolution. However, Wazoo's newfound strength, which, according to the goddess, is close to surpassing hers, will actually make it harder for Wazoo to return to his hometown for a whole different reason. Please don't think of eating anything weird because of this, or it is your bowel movement that'll get unbeatable. Going back, Wazoo climbs atop the mountain and defeats the monsters he stumbles into due to his wish to determine how strong he really is, revealing that the beasts aren't challenging to him anymore. Eventually, the adventurer reaches the area above the clouds and stares at the beautiful sunrise, greeting him in his adventures. The sudden strong gust interrupts him, however, but what Wazoo sees in that split-second moment is something shocking even for the improved adventurer. After all, what lies ahead is a prideful dragon with the name of Ragnir, crushing a demon in his mouth with its extreme power. Ragnir commences his grand landing near the dumbfounded human, who can only stare in shock while watching the evidently strong dragon. Although it's a bit of a late reaction, Wazoo shouts, "A dragon has appeared!" So Ragnir spits the demon in his mouth to ask the young man what a human is doing here. He then wonders who brought the guy to this place that should be unreachable for their race, but Wazoo casually answers it with an, "I walked here alone." Well, true, but it seems like Ragnir is not buying his short explanation. But while the dragon is busy getting angry, the demon earlier uses this as a chance to escape from his grasp, leaping away while shouting insults at Ragnir, calling him a dumb lizard. Even Wazoo is surprised at the turn of events, seeing the devil preparing for a counterattack and all, only to get silenced by Ragnir's enormous claws in the end. Unfortunately, Wazoo has utterly no time to worry about his stained clothes, because the dragon is asking him what he's doing here in his backyard, unaware that a harmless, small white creature is watching them. Intimidatingly, Ragnir orders him to play somewhere else, but that irritates Wazoo instead, and he finally complains to the dragon, who has the gall to say that despite dirtying the adventurer's handmade clothes, ignoring the fact that the dragon thinks this human is too much of a dum-dum, Ragnir asks once again what he is doing here, only to learn that this young man is simply wandering for the reason that seems to pique the interest of the mighty being. After all, Wazoo declares his desire to find someone stronger than him, leading Ragnir to challenge the human as he introduces himself as the Dragon King. There's no fear in Wazoo's eyes, and he provokes the enemy by asking if his title is just self-proclaimed, but Ragnir is simply excited and not enraged as he counters with another threat. In this notorious mountain filled with S-ranked beasts, Wazoo faces the fearsome Dragon King with pure confidence and exhilaration, looking at the opponent without an inch of fear whatsoever as he charges toward Ragnir, starting the fierce battle. Meanwhile, in the kingdom capital's center market, the viewers are once again blessed with the appearance of Wazoo's little sister talking with a vendor about her journey in the neighboring town and plans to go to the next village. Turns out, the man knows that Kagane is searching for her brother and encourages the girl by assuring her she'll find Wazoo soon. Kagane shows a smile that some of you there will surely wish to protect, confident that she will reunite with her brother soon because he's apparently useless without her. Brokan spotted. The vendor agrees that Wazoo really is hopeless in that regard and gives Kagane a 50% discount that makes the other consumers jealous. However, behind his cheerful demeanor hides a concern as the vendor then asks the girl if she has found some clues, leading Kagane to reveal her findings, saying Wazoo might be in a faraway city because aside from the towns nearby, it's impossible that he heads to the mountain. There's no way, right? Along the conversation, the vendor assumes that Wazoo has found a girlfriend somewhere, but beware of the Brokan's smile as she might be harboring some bitter thoughts about that. To everyone's surprise, the cup Kagane is holding breaks all of a sudden, worrying not just the vendor but the other customers too. In the middle of the commotion, however, a peddler, Shiro, introduces himself to Kagane and offers his help in finding Wazoo after hearing the discussion earlier. Despite feeling grateful to everyone, Kagane can't help but be concerned about her older brother's whereabouts, unaware that Wazoo is in the middle of a battle against the Dragon King. Divine punishment for making the cinnamon roll worried. Putting that aside, Wazoo defends against the claw strike of the Dragon King, who ultimately decides to use all of his powers in charging a fierce breath, which leaves too many openings for Wazoo to strike back. Yet he chooses to face it head-on to discover how strong he actually is. The charge doesn't take too long, and Ragnir immediately shoots the fire breath at the human adventurer, roasting the heaven out of him. Amidst the scorching flames, Wazoo manages to get up, shocking the Dragon King because what lies in front of him is the unscathed human who has bid goodbye to his clothes. I leave the notorious blur to you, editor, no fan service. On the other hand, seeing Wazoo getting concerned at his clothes rather than the attack earlier causes Ragnir to wonder how this human can act so calmly. Of course, that is not the case because Wazoo is far from being composed, although it is really the burned outfit that he has complaints about. So the Dragon King urges him to look around, enabling the human to see the ground surrounding him, turning red and melting. His reaction is not what Ragnir expected though, enraging the prideful Dragon King who decides to end this battle once and for all and deal the finishing blow. However, Wazoo is getting fed up with his babbles and strikes Ragnir with his fist, grabbing his claws to prevent him from getting struck away, and smashes the Dragon King's stomach, all because he's irritated by Ragnir interrupting his thoughts. Thus, the Dragon King has been sent to the nearby wall with his consciousness fading away, and Wazoo is clearly troubled by this result, thinking it's the effect of him turning into an 88% human. Sometime later, Ragnir wakes up shaking his head in confusion and sees his opponent beside him saying, "Good morning," even though it's already nighttime. It is, of course, because this human is holding a grudge against the dragon who burned his clothes, but Ragnir wants to avoid talking about that at all costs, leading him to ask why he's still alive instead, considering that Wazoo is the winner of their duel. Eventually, he finds out that Wazoo doesn't have the intention to end his life because the poor guy just wants to acquire new clothes, causing Ragnir to burst into laughter thanks to the human's silly reason. With that said, Ragnir invites Wazoo to come to his castle to get the outfit that he's eager to have all this time, and Wazoo seems to be interested as he then rides on the Dragon King's back. Near the mountain's cliff, Ragnir reveals his name to the young man, who then introduces himself as a genuine human. Therefore, the two depart and Wazoo enjoy the wonderful view of the flight while telling the Dragon King that he doesn't have any money to pay for the clothes he'll offer. Ragnir simply smiles in reply and assures Wazoo that the single hit earlier is already the payment for the clothes. Not too long after, they arrive at the Dragon King's castle, and Ragnir lands on his home while asking the human's opinion about the magnificence of his house. Wazoo agrees that this palace is more awesome and bigger than the castle in his home kingdom, Iskoa, so the Dragon King smugly snorts through his nose to boast more about it. Moving on, Wazoo desperately needs to wear some clothes, but he's required to wait here on the balcony first because Ragnir doesn't want him walking around like this, and the editor's work will increase, not to mention you may get tired of seeing censors. Or will you? Anyway, Wazoo can do nothing but wait for now, so he passes time sightseeing from the balcony until a certain something lands from the sky and hits his face. Upon removing it from his sight, however, Wazoo learns that the culprit is a little white female dragon named Mir, who captivates the sight of some of you, but I don't know about the adventurer here. Puzzled, the two tilt their heads as if imitating each other, but Mir suddenly squeaks while circling around Wazoo's head, eventually landing on it and bursting into tears. Afterward, her actions become clear to Wazoo as he senses the arrival of not just one, but a staggering 4 husbandos in this series. Regrettably, they don't come all the way here for you because these men are raring to punish the human for being shirtless in front of Mir, whom they refer to as Lady. Having no idea what they are talking about, Wazoo gets irritated, but that's until he realizes that, yeah, Blurry Man is in for Halloween. Nonetheless, the two parties face each other head on, prepared to engage in some skirmish, even though Mir is just relaxing on Wazoo's hair. That's of no concern for the high elf, Ruto, who attempts a slash at the human only to get his weapon utterly destroyed by him. However, the necromancer Neil, who makes his appearance again, and his werewolf companion Zeal join the fray as they group up while the bulky beastman is grappling with Wazoo. Zeal uses the opportunity to hinder the human's movement and immediately backs away when Neil strikes their foe with lightning. To their disappointment, Wazoo is absolutely unscathed in spite of the power of their attacks, leading them to get a little bit more serious, starting from Ruto, who shows the magic of a high elf, followed by Neil, who recites a dark and fearsome chant. The werewolf and the beastman, Gain on the other hand, are prepared to show their extraordinary physical prowess, which motivates the human here to bring them down and gain triumph at their life-threatening challenge. That's exactly what happens, and Wazoo isn't the slightest bit happy about the results. He's more troubled than satisfied. Afterward, he hears a woman's voice and turns to see an irritated female dragon, who we will call Mel, asking everyone to explain what this fuss is all about. Even Ragnir feels nervous about the situation because this female dragon is none other than his wife, and Wazoo catches up to that, although both of these males can't do anything but follow the last boss's orders. When all has gained consciousness, Mel introduces herself as the Dragon King's husband and Mir's mother. She then glances at Wazoo, who is finally wearing clothes after all this time, and points out that it's rare for her daughter to take a liking to someone other than them, which makes the 4 who are hostile just recently smirk in amusement. In contrast, the overprotective father asks the human if he doesn't have any inappropriate intentions for his daughter, specifically if he doesn't wish for her to turn into a human like some of you out there hope. Thus, Mel scolds her husband for feeling dissatisfied, along with Mir, who squeaks her complaints because the mother dragon is the only one who believes the person she puts her full trust in. Fortunately, it seems like the four have their full support too. So Ragnir, who refers to the human as a dear friend, also entrusts his daughter to him. Thanks to that, Wazoo gets the urge to protect the small dragon at all costs, leading him to declare he'll do exactly that, even with his life at stake, like the fellow otakus here to their waifus. The next day, Zeal watches the two having fun through the window along with Neil, who can't help but point out that Wazoo just doesn't look strong or terrifying enough to take the four of them down. The person being discussed notices them watching though, and amicably waves at the two, forcing them into realizing that he's not a bad person. For Zeal, nice people are irritating, but I bet this werewolf is just being a tsundere for the sake of it. Still, Wazoo continues playing with his small dragon friend, laughing in happiness as they have fun until Ragnir suddenly shows up behind the large wall and activates his fatherly intimidation mode. After a while, everyone has dinner while talking about themselves, and it seems like Wazoo is asking for some advice about Mir always sticking to him. So Neil gives him the unexpected, then how about making a harem? He'll think about it. The peaceful days have gone by in a flash, and Wazoo decides to accept Mel's offer to bring Mir to the outside world as he then bids goodbye to the dragon parents. Unfortunately, Wazoo receives a threat from Ragnir instead, so he really needs to double down on protecting Mir. On the other hand, Neil reminds the young man of their discussion last night and tells him to be earnest and bold to achieve his harem dreams, to which Wazoo replies with a cheerful, "Of course." Therefore, the adventurer embarks on his journey with Mir and decides to go down the mountain, eventually losing track of where he is. As a strange stroke of miracle, the cat and fish beastmen appear in front of him once again to take the human down like their unending goal. Wazoo punches them though, and sends the two flying in the sky like that famous rocket gang, team, or whatever. Thus, Mir celebrates their victory with an overly cutesy pose, so they return to their original problem of where they should go now. Fortunately, an idea pops into the adventurer's head, leading him to grab the guild card and talk to the goddess, begging her to please show them the way. The goddess hears his prayers and immediately determines Wazoo's next path by drawing a cross and making the twig decide which direction the two should go. As a result, Wazoo is instructed to head east, where he will apparently gain some fortune anxiety, but the young man is evidently dissatisfied upon knowing the goddess's bizarre method. Even so, Wazoo chooses to follow her words, leading him to stumble into some edible fruits and get a random thought about him turning 17 years old. What's the legal age? They vary in every isekai story. Afterward, this teenager and the dragon princess meet a peddler, Shiro, who immediately wishes that Wazoo is not a bandit or anything of the sort. Well, the definitely not bandit adventurer is just happy he's talking to a human again, as they then talk about this unique route they are taking. Unaware that Mir is getting jealous, Wazoo considers this meeting as some kind of fate, but he unfortunately doesn't buy anything from Shiro's products because this guy is broke, as you know the word. Of course, he's planning to grab some the next time they meet, and the peddler is perfectly fine with that, but it seems like Wazoo is too excited that he calls Shiro a friend of the same age. Mysteriously, Shiro takes time thinking about the word friend, but he eventually accepts it and is quite happy about this situation too. Thus, Wazoo invites him to a meal together when they meet again, and the two part ways after that and continue with their own journeys. Unfortunately, Wazoo's happy mood ends when a single arrow goes in the sleeping Mir's way, enraging the human adventurer who destroys the weapon and angrily shouts the question as to who in the world has some nerve to shoot his precious little dragon. Driven with rage, Wazoo sprints in the direction to find out who the culprit is, aiming to give him some bonks with his fist. Little did he know that a group of bandits was taking captive an elf named Shiana while threatening her companions not to make a move or else something worse would happen to their friend. The three can only watch in their frustration while the leader of the bandits is having fun, provoking them, confident that these elves, Salona and Luluna, can't lay their hands on them. To their surprise, a young human is running at full speed in the direction of the elves and the bandits and irritatingly asks the whole bunch if they are the ones who fired the arrow. Starting from the only male elf in the group, who will be called Yuna, everyone wonders who in the world this adventurer who suddenly shows up is. The bandits, on the other hand, are interested in Mir because the dragon princess can prosper their business to a tremendous degree. Confident, he plans to handle the boy himself, but Wazoo's fist is already right in front of his eyes, close to hitting him, until the young man stops after realizing that he needs to hold back or another disaster might occur. Unfortunately for both Wazoo and the bandit, it is too late for the damage to be stopped, as the impact alone is more than enough to smash the face of the haughty bandit, striking him away while Wazoo can only say sorry. His apology is insufficient to be forgiven, however, as both parties are simply dumbfounded after witnessing the boy's superhuman strength. Shocked, the bandit leader tells him to wait and desperately reminds Wazoo that they are of a similar race and the elf he's taking captive is one of those who use their magic to do terrible things to humans. Fortunately, Wazoo understands what he's trying to say, but he replies with his own reminder, "So who's to be sold at a high price? You have stepped on a landmine there, bandits." Afterward, Wazoo takes all of the villains down along with Mir, who is throwing fire at them with her mouth, which also leads to the safety of the elf. After saving Shiena, Wazoo orders the group to take the girl somewhere safe, unaware that this distraction is what the bad guy has been waiting for this whole time. In the nick of time, Salona saves Wazoo from the bandits' sneak attack by activating a magical blade and defeating their foe using it. Seeing the gorgeous figure of the long-eared elf captivates Wazoo as he is interested not just in the girl, but mainly because of her magic. Rejoice, viewers, we have an elf waifu in this series. Eventually, Salona thanks the human for saving her companion, causing Shiena to express her gratitude too, along with Luluna and Yuyuna smiling behind the girl. The human replies humbly and finally learns the name of the girl he just saved, ultimately receiving an invitation from Salona to come to their village so they can properly thank him. It doesn't take long for them to arrive at the elf's town, which is too cool for Wazoo, but where are the stairs? Putting that aside, the two reveal their name to one another, but it seems like the surprise is endless for Wazoo as he sees the elves flying toward their house. As a result, the human informs them that it is impossible for him to fly, but that's not a problem for Salona because Yuyuna is there to princess carry the embarrassed adventurer. Soon after, Shiena and his family welcome Wazoo and Mir to their home, where he then reveals the whole reason for his adventuring journey. Luluna and Yuyuna laugh at it though, maybe because the harem thing is too ridiculous for their race, but the latter thinks that Wazoo's strength will make it possible. Like him, Salona is also impressed at the human's movements, which even her eyes cannot follow, leading Yuyuna and Shiena to ask why he became so strong in the first place. Without an ounce of hesitation, Wazoo reveals that he has trained in the mountain, but the elves' reactions are to be expected because there's no way they can believe it so easily. On a side note, Shiena wants to be Wazoo's bride, but let's put that aside for now. Too dangerous. Amidst all these, the adventurer notices someone's presence but decides not to think about it for too long and just heads to the river to cleanse himself. Delighted, Wazoo comes up with an idea to give Mir a bath tomorrow, all while summarizing today's events of making new friends and talking to a lot of people. Eventually, he submerges in the water while wishing he could also use Salona's magic, although we all know that's just a pipe dream. However, because of that, Wazoo fails to notice the cloaked elf lurking in the trees, hoping to take a peep at someone. After a while of going with the water's flow, Wazoo gets up with a refreshed look on his face, but it turns out that the peeping Tom here is him, because what he sees afterward is Salona in the middle of taking a bath. Sorry guys, you won't be spared from the foggy spectacle this time. While Wazoo is taking his time processing the information in his head, the red-faced Salona panics and recites a chant, sending the spell straight at the peeping Tom before running away from the human. Fortunately, her attack misses, so Wazoo lives to see another day, and possibly another anime accident. But this adventurer is aware that he has messed up greatly this time. Unbeknownst to him, the real peeping Tom, Gazuna, has a sinister smile as he thinks of his evil plans that surpass the crime of watching someone in the bath, and the target of it is none other than Salona. As soon as the next day arrives, Wazoo begs for forgiveness to Salona for seeing her naked last night. Luluna and Yuyuna are also present, while Salona blushes in embarrassment and immediately forgives the human for his sin, even apologizing for shooting magic at him out of the blue when it is Wazoo who first enters the bath. Watching this scene, Luluna gets amused as she realizes that it's the first time Salona is acting this way, but that same elf she's referring to gives the human a tall order to forget all of what he saw. Wazoo feels reluctant to obey her though, and his face says it all, so Salona warns him that she'll report the whole incident to the village chief and let him decide on the punishment. Thus, Wazoo is forced to accept, and the twins tease him about it, but the charade ends there as Salona reveals that the village chief is grateful for what Wazoo did for them. Moreover, she urges Wazoo and Miar to stay in their place if they don't have any urgent business somewhere, to which the human replies with a much appreciative thank you. Of course, Salona is grateful to the Dragon Princess too, and wants to tell them more about the village, but she needs to leave for now to talk with the chief first. Time passes, and we can see Yuyuna luring a beast in the forest to give Luluna an opportunity to attack, allowing her to shoot an arrow straight at the monster and ultimately injure it. Thus, Luluna gives a chance to deal the finishing blow to the enemy at Wazoo, who feels quite excited to help these two elf guardians. He tries his best to hold back while sending the beast to its demise with a single smash, but the power is still enough to make the foe tremble in pain. Regardless, Yuyuna praises the adventurer for bringing down their enemy and effectively cooperating with them, to the point that he calls Wazoo a fellow guardian. Turns out, this is the elf's method to protect their village, and combatants like the twins belong to the group known as Guardians who take good care of the monsters in the vicinity, and probably turn them into dinner, given that Luluna thinks Salona will be surprised at the numbers of the enemies they have defeated. Yuyuna doubts it, however, because Salona is their mighty leader, and that girl has already saved them countless times in the past. Still, the credit for today's success goes to Wazoo. But in the middle of their conversation, the trio suddenly hears someone's worried yell while saying Salona's name. Upon closer investigation, the three learn that an enormous scorpion appears on the hunting ground, and the Guardian leader is the only one handling the situation. The other elves are getting worried, so Gazuna assures them that it'll all be okay, but the two still can't brush away their fears because Salona is revealed to be fighting while protecting the wounded people to allow them to escape. As a result, Gazuna says he'll send a few reinforcements, but Wazoo is getting worried too, and the same goes for the twins who inform the human that the cloaked elf is actually a bad guy, and they can't absolutely trust his words, which leads the three to hurry toward the direction they overheard from the conversation earlier. In the gigantic tree near the village, an enormous scorpion faces the Guardian's leader and seems to have the upper hand in the battle, thanks to Salona prioritizing the safety of a wounded human. However, she won't let the monster go to their village either, so Salona desperately defends herself from the scorpion's attack using the small dagger, deflecting the strike while finding some window to enable the person behind to escape. Finally, Wazoo arrives with the twins, and he yells at Salona to catch her attention, asking the girl if she's okay, unaware that the question itself endangers the female elf, as the scorpion strikes Salona away with its tail, taking advantage of her distraction. Once again, Wazoo calls the Guardian's leader, this time in a whole different situation and evidently worse than earlier, as Salona slowly falls unconscious due to the grave injury the monster inflicts on her. Enraged, Wazoo screams his frustration and punches the notorious tail of the scorpion, unable to accept all of what it does to his potential harem member. Immediately after, he leaps towards Salona, who is falling from the sky, and catches her to prevent a severe fall or possibly more serious damage to the lady elf. Thankfully, Salona wakes up even though she panics upon finding out that Wazoo is carrying her in his arms. She also learns that the scorpion has been taken down, so as flustered as this elf is, she asks Wazoo to put her down. Of course, the young man refuses because he wants to carry this wounded girl to the village, but Salona insists on walking by herself, ashamed that she is covered in dirt. Little do they know the monster is still lurking in the shadows, so they continue progressing their feelings toward each other, except that Salona actually gets up to check if the wounded person earlier is okay. Unfortunately, it's too late for all of them to notice that the gigantic scorpion is alive and is ready to devour the human adventurer. Even how hopeless it is, everyone hurriedly warns Wazoo of the approaching threat, but the monster is one step ahead and has already taken a bite of almost half of Wazoo's body. The elves waste no time in attempting to take the gigantic scorpion down, as they immediately disperse to distract it and save Wazoo. This time, Salona is the one yelling the human's name and ordering the monster to let him go until its mouth suddenly cracks open and Wazoo's face resurfaces, wearing a casual smile like nothing serious has happened. Surprised, the elves let out a confused noise in unison as they have a hard time believing the gruesome event they just witnessed. But it turns out that their enemy is still alive and is raring to punish the puny human. Okay, he's not puny at all. Irritated, Wazoo glares at the persistent monster before hastening its trip to the netherworld with a single finger flick on the forehead. At this point, the elves can only conclude that the human is way too strong, and they need to come to terms with this reality. But now that everything has been settled, Wazoo urges his companions to head back so they return to the elven village, where everyone happily welcomes them. Evidently, the elves are relieved that all of them are safe, but while they are all wearing happy faces, Wazoo catches sight of one who is obviously frustrated by the turn of events, Gazuna. He instantly notices that it's the same one whom the worried elves are talking to earlier, but unfortunately, a woman blocks his sight to give Wazoo and Mir food. No regrets, those are surely appetizing. In the end, Gazuna disappears in the dark, but who cares about him now when steamed buns should be the top priority? As the night deepens, Wazoo calls Salona when she's alone and offers to walk her home. Whoops, love is blooming here. Everyone better put down that bonking stick and give a moment to this guy. Apparently, Wazoo is still concerned about Salona's wounds, so thankfully the elf permits him to go with her, but along the way, Wazoo realizes that the last time they were all alone was the bath incident. Therefore, he wonders if Salona is actually grossed out by his presence. But this human's questions will be answered sooner than he expects when Salona suddenly urges him to stop where they are for a moment. The lady elf then thanks Wazoo for saving her life, but the young man thinks he's not worthy of her gratitude because of the failure of not letting a single wound befall the girl. In response, Salona tells Wazoo that he really is a kind person, not to mention strong, because her strength, which is #1 in the entire village, will pale in comparison to Wazoo's. This unexpected turn of events flusters the young man, but it seems like his heart will suffer from overjoy afterward as Salona then gets up and expresses her relief about Wazoo being stronger than her. A tad bit of disappointment shows on the human's face as he completely assumes that the development leads to a love confession. Well, too bad, but it seems like we just need to wait for a little longer. After all, Salona wants to tell Wazoo that he can stay permanently in their village, but of course the nervousness will hinder us from seeing romantic progress. Man, the disappointment. Meanwhile, in the hunting ground, Kazuna approaches the scorpion and glares at it with disgust, irritated that the monster has been defeated. Thus, he absorbs it using only his hands, getting more annoyed by the unexpected appearance of the human adventurer as the evil elf then grabs 2 tiny ominous balls. Suddenly, Kazuna throws them upward while declaring his plan to handle this case personally, along with the ferocious beasts he summons, and his new transformation into a wannabe one-eyed ghoul from Tokyo. 1 week has passed since then, and Wazoo just wakes up from his slumber with 100% motivation to help protect the village. It seems like Luluna gives him the opportunity to do that, as she barges in from the window and panically tells Wazoo to come down. As a result, he sees the elves gathering around in the area, with Salona standing in the middle, facing a cloaked elf. It turns out that she's engaged in a high-stakes duel, and the village chief is acting as a witness. Immediately, Wazoo goes down from his room and lands safely, thanks to Mir, allowing him to ask the twins about the situation, where he ultimately finds out that Kazuna challenges Salona to a duel. Moreover, among these two, the winner will become the head guardian, whereas the loser, on the other hand, will be forced to leave the village. Thus, learning about Kazuna's jealousy of Salona makes the cloaked elf's frustration very clear to Wazoo. However, the duel's participants have no objections whatsoever to the punishment, which leads the village chief to put in inviolable territory as he then casts an elven barrier to signal the start of the match. Without wasting any second, Kazuna charges towards Salona and attempts a hit, only for it to get blocked by the composed lady elf, who then kicks the guy away, striking him to a far distance. Wazoo and the twins, along with other elves, are acting as Salona's cheerleaders because the strength and support are absolutely in her favor. However, Kazuna isn't the slightest bit overwhelmed by all of those, and he instead grabs a piece of rock while starting his dialogue that reeks of hate and envy, blaming Salona for all the misfortunes in his life. The next words, holding the guardian leader responsible for the following events, confuses Salona and the spectators of the duel because of how ominous it is, but they have absolutely no idea what the guy is talking about this time, and it might already be the end when they do. After all, Kazuna proceeds with his vengeance plan as he throws the rock at Salona, treating it as a mere distraction for him to grab the cursed balls, activating them at the right time to show everyone the gospel of darkness lying dormant inside him. All of a sudden, Salona's surroundings turn black, and this spell, which is definitely not an elven magic, sends shivers down the elves' spines. Seconds after, the ground shakes as the monsters commence their stampede, so the village chief asks Kazuna what he has specifically done that is bringing so much anxiety to the villagers. Something is coming closer, this is all Wazoo can say, followed by someone's scream as Kazuna finally reveals that monsters carrying his grudge are already on their way to their village. As soon as he says that, a group of gigantic and ferocious beasts arrive on the scene, causing almost everyone to panic just by seeing the undefeatable sizes of the harbingers of their demise. Kazuna owns the first laugh as he orders his minions to rampage all they want, given that their numbers are too much even for the Guardian's leader to handle, and she can only complain despite knowing that it is useless. Unfortunately, the villagers' screams serve as a great distraction for Salona, which also makes it a perfect opportunity for Kazuna to strike. On the other hand, Luluna and Yuyuna urge Wazoo to head somewhere higher for their safety, and the townsmen follow suit to save themselves from the threat of the monsters. Regrettably, not everyone makes it in time to evacuate, and this is what Kazuna anticipates as he gives Salona 2 choices: take his life or let everyone else perish. The evil elf's motive surfaces, but he's just taking advantage of Salona's weakness because Kazuna knows that his enemy can't defeat a fellow elf with the aim of turning his health points into 0. But right when the situation turns dire, Wazoo calls Salona, smiling as he asks her if she's okay because this adventurer has already taken care of quite an absurd number of monsters. Salona is dumbfounded after seeing the unprecedented situation, but the same can be said for Kazuna, who feels enraged upon learning that a mere human has brought down a majority of his minions. Wazoo is displeased being talked to by the cloaked elf though, so he brutally reminds him, "Hey, I don't have any intention of talking to you," or somewhere along those lines. Kazuna's face screams disgust as he can't bear to listen to Wazoo cheering Salona and reassuring her that he will handle all the monsters outside the barrier. Thanks to that, Salona can focus on the duel, but she instead tells her opponent to stop all these atrocities. However, Kazuna can't stop clenching his fist in frustration, eventually grabbing one more of those red spheres and declaring his plan B brings Salona's demise. The rainfall gets heavier, and the clouds darken along with Kazuna, who puts the ball into his mouth, transforms into his demonic form, and punches the Elven Guardian leader. Due to the impact, Salona bumps into the edge of the barrier, making everyone, including the twins and Wazoo, worried, given that the current Kazuna possesses an unfathomable strength that far surpasses all of their abilities. Or not. Wazoo casually destroys the indestructible elven territory with one punch and decides to join the battle against the evil elf, enraging the demonic Kazuna, who orders the human not to interfere, as he then fires a beam that Wazoo easily blocks. Of course, the adventurer refuses to hear his request and continues to render all of Kazuna's attacks useless while reminding him of his motive to remove Salona from this world. Therefore, Kazuna tells the human that it has nothing to do with him, but it seems like those words anger Wazoo even more as he disagrees with that statement and kicks the evil elf's face while declaring that he likes Salona. The red sphere comes out of Kazuna's mouth and ceases into existence, but Wazoo's concern is this: what face should I make when I turn back? As expected, Salona blushes because of his confession and tells the embarrassed adventurer that she's happy he sees her that way. Whoa, the ship sails. Or maybe not this time, because Salona follows it with an apology, reminding the heartbroken Wazoo that she needs to stay and protect the village as its guardian. Unfortunately, she's also against Wazoo permanently living here for her sake, because the adventurer isn't someone who should be confined in their little place. To stop Salona from having such a painful face, Wazoo forces his smile on the woman he loves and tells her of his immediate departure with the pretense of letting Mir see the outside world. Not even saying goodbye to everyone, Wazoo leaves the village, crying as he runs away from the town to go as far as he possibly can. One man down, everyone. I repeat, one man down. Unbeknownst to Wazoo, his guild card is still in the village, specifically in Salona's hands, and the goddess has told her the young man's story, starting from getting betrayed by his childhood fiancé. As a result, Salona regrets rejecting Wazoo's honest feelings and even compares that deed to conducting a public humiliation, ultimately revealing that she really wanted to go with Wazoo since the beginning. Turns out, the girl's promise to her deceased parents to protect the village hinders her wish, but that is until Yuyuna and Luluna arrive, telling Salona not to worry. The twins reassure the Guardian leader that they are not so weak to be always protected and remind Salona she should join Wazoo's harem as someone who got saved by that human. Grabbing Salona's shoulders, Luluna says that it's her choice whether she'll become part of Wazoo's harem, but she should at least deliver the card as it is an important thing for Wazoo, not to mention the goddess is inside it. Thanks to that, Salona gains the motivation, and she declares her will to run after Wazoo and grant the shipper's wish to reignite the broken romance. Salona hurriedly heads home to pack her things and, of course, thanks the twins for their support as she runs at full speed, wondering what in the world the swelling feeling in her heart is. Amidst the starry night, Salona contemplates her wish to know more about the guy she probably loves while saying sorry to her parents for breaking the promise. Still, she knows that they will definitely give her a push, so Salona, with her adventuring gear, departs on a journey to find Wazoo. Atta girl, Elf-san. On Wazoo's side, Wazoo finally arrives in a faraway town, but it seems like there's a little bit of trouble as the guards aren't permitting this young man's entrance even though he's desperately begging by telling the guards about his broken heart, not to mention the urge to eat something different to monster's meat. Unfortunately, they kick Wazoo away from the large gate of the wide territory of the fortress's town, Linnock, and this adventurer has little to no hopes of getting into this city soon. Outside the gates, the heartbroken guy contemplates Salona's rejection of his love confession and concludes it's because they haven't spent enough time together, making his efforts too hasty. Thankfully, Mir is there to heal the sad boy's heart, so Wazoo regains the strength to go at it once again with a revised strategy, of course. But he still needs to reclaim his guild card first without returning to the village, because that's so embarrassing for him. Suddenly, he hears a girl's scream and sees a person running away from a large beast while protecting the baguettes that are apparently for her guests. She must be working in an inn or the like then. Putting her job aside, the girl asks for help from basically anybody, and the one who answers her call is Wazoo, who smashes the face of the large boar and puts an end to its consciousness with one hit. Therefore, the thankful girl praises Wazoo's strength and invites him to stay at their inn as a token of gratitude. See? I knew it, but because of his lost guild card, which he also says to her, it is impossible for Wazoo to enter the fortress town, which leads the girl to reveal that the guild card can be reissued as long as he doesn't have records of any crime. Wazoo needs to pay 5 gold coins though, and it's obvious that this guy is as broke as a flamingo. Dodge that. But for this inn worker, that is too bad, because she really wants to hire this strong adventurer as a bodyguard against a certain bad-mannered group that has been troubling them recently. Turns out they might be worse than what Wazoo thinks, so he accepts to do the job, and the girl decides to persuade her dad for something. How will that exactly help? Oh, got it, he is strong. Finally, this young lady introduces herself as Lula, the Breeze of Light Inn's poster girl and the one who will become its master in the future. Just a tad bit more cool poses, and she will surely become a Crimson Demon. Thus, after Wazoo's plain introduction, the deal has been made, and they head toward the gates of Linnock Town. Soon after, the guard named Orlando permits the adventurer's temporary pass and encourages him to do his best to work for the man whom he respectfully calls Reagan. Wazoo has no idea who that is, so Lula proudly reveals that he's her father, who is a great innkeeper and cook. With that said, Wazoo will get his new guild card when the job is done, but he's clueless on what to specifically do, causing Lula to inform him that the tasks may probably be similar to adventuring quests like defeating monsters or running an errand. Still, Wazoo is an F ranked, so he needs to level up to receive deserving missions, get higher rewards, and stay longer at the inn, which is Lula's original motive to get more sales. Cunning. Afterward, her mom, Kayla, welcomes Lula and the guests she brings and discovers that the young man here is actually her daughter's savior. Therefore, Kayla offers him dinner and a room to stay, assuring Wazoo that they are all free because it is her thanks for saving Lula's life. At the dinner table, Wazoo and Mir enjoy their food, while the former is having fun with some other things, explicitly staring at the women in the tavern and imagining his dream of building a harem, getting pampered by a bunch of different girls who are fawning over him, including Salona, who apparently wants to be this young man's partner. The heavenly taste of the soup wakes him up from his dreams, but what shocks him after is the adventuring party on the other table, which calls the food disgusting, low class, and tastes like a horse's you-know-what. Why are they even here? Nonetheless, their actions make Wazoo realize that they are the adventuring party Lula is talking about, so he stands up to teach them a lesson, but the poster girl beats him to it first because she can't accept that those guys are insulting her dad's cooking. However, the man, who seems to be a mere member, continues the mockery, disagreeing with Lula's comment that her father's meals are the best in the world by throwing the soup on the floor right in front of Lula's lifeless eyes. Brimming with arrogance, the member provokes every adventurer in the tavern, knowing they will not try to challenge them, as they are the infamous A-ranked party known as the Black Blaze. Trembling in rage, Lula feels no care whatsoever and orders them to apologize to her dad instead, but the leader replies with violence as he attempts to touch the face of the young lady. Wazoo immediately grabs Lula away from his reach, and the arrogant man obviously doesn't like it, but he bursts into laughter after learning that the guy in front of him is an F-ranked newbie. The oh-so-strong Black Blaze member offers to teach the delusional Wazoo a lesson, but his little kitchen knife shatters right after making contact with Wazoo. Inevitably, the three are so absolutely dumbfounded by the turn of events that they ask the dubbed newbie what cheat skill he uses. But like some kind of a horror movie, Wazoo is already behind the man's back and throws him outside through the window to continue their little conversation there. He also gives the other two their turn, so the trio crashes into one another, and Wazoo follows them outside the inn, where the other customers are gathering to watch the street fight. Regardless, the look-alike members of Black Maze swear to humiliate Wazoo with their almighty magic spell, which incinerates the F-ranked adventurer. Worried, Lula yells Wazoo's name while Mir is just munching her food because, to everyone's surprise, excluding the dragons, Wazoo is completely unscathed despite the undeniably immense firepower from the A-ranked adventurer. As a result, the three strikes at the same time, successfully hitting Wazoo with each of their own physical attacks, turning the tide in their favor in their dreams. In reality, Wazoo responds with one punch, and that is more than enough to make them only partially conscious, which causes one of them to bump into Lula and Mir, leading the dragon princess's bread to fly toward the water fountain. Mir gets teary-eyed due to the grave incident regarding her food, and she angrily growls at the culprits, especially at the Black Blaze members determined to bring their punishment. Eventually, the water in the fountain utterly destroys Mir's meal, and grudges over food are something you should take seriously, which leads the Dragon Princess to shoot a fire breath to reduce their enemies into ashes. Hurriedly, Wazoo stops Mir before the whole area gets burned, and it is already satisfying that the Black Blaze has turned into dark charcoal. Laugh, I beg you. Anyway, the crowd yells their cheers and praises at the Dragon Tamer, but it seems like Mir is getting all the credit for this victory, given that the spotlight has been stolen by the Dragon Princess. But now that the situation is settled, Lula thanks Wazoo for teaching the Black Blaze their hard-earned lesson. And it is, of course, because the young man agrees that the meals cooked by the girl's father are undeniably delicious. On the other hand, Kayla wishes that this would serve as the Black Blaze's sign to stop their arrogance, but there's no way these burned-up crisps can hear it. Unbeknownst to them, someone is hiding nearby while watching Wazoo, and it turns out to be a young lady, whom we will call Tata, wondering if the strong adventurer will lend her his power. The next morning, Lula wakes Wazoo in his room with an evidently refreshed face because she apparently had a good sleep last night due to what happened to the arrogant adventurers who are troubling their inn. Turns out, this poster girl feels excited just by imagining the gallant figure and the hero-like existence, and is looking forward to seeing the upcoming achievements of the hero again, whose name is Mir, and definitely not her tamer, Wazoo. The poor guy can't stop his tears from falling as he harbors bitterness for not getting the glory he deserves. But it, fortunately, turns out that Lula appreciates it. After all, she talks about the heroic dragon tamer who stays at the Breeze of Light Inn. Basically, she's brutally using Wazoo as their endorser. Putting that aside, the adventurer needs to meet the guildmaster today, even though it is Lula's dad who's supposed to give him the quest. She deliberately omits some details, and it seems like Lula can't accompany Wazoo this time because of some bread errands, which allows her replacement to show up. Therefore, the Adventurer Guild's receptionist, Emma, introduces herself to Wazoo, who is instantly captivated by the woman's beauty. It turns out that this is a direct summons from the guildmaster himself, so the receptionist is here and is even assisting Wazoo to change clothes. Desperately, Wazoo stops the urge to look at the dangerous stuff and refuses Emma's assistance at the same time because this professional receptionist is going a tad bit overboard. When they go outside, however, Wazoo learns that Emma can't become a member of his harem because this woman is excitedly telling him about her husband, who was apparently fired up while watching Mir's fire breath yesterday that he's spouting such cool words to his wife. Well, you can't expect this heartbroken guy to enjoy a love talk from the receptionist, but thankfully, that finally ends as they arrive in Linux City's Adventurers Guild. The building's first floor is swarming with people of different races, including demi-humans among others, yet you still can't find a human-faced Nekomimi girl. Well, better luck next time. On the other hand, Wazoo is giving it his all not to look at the hips of the receptionist, who is letting out quick breaths. Fortunately, they reach the third floor where the guildmaster's office is located, so Wazoo enters and sees the shadow of the man who's been waiting for him all this time. As the suspenseful greeting ensues, the guildmaster, who is also the owner of Breeze of Light Inn, Reagan, introduces himself to the F-ranked adventurer. Obviously, Wazoo is shocked upon hearing his name because it also means that this man right here is Lula's father, and it is light years away before Wazoo can accept it. When Emma leaves the room, Reagan thanks the young man for saving his family from the rampage of Black Blaze yesterday, but Wazoo replies with the million-dollar question, is he really Lula's dad? Of course. Reagan says yes while revealing that Kayla is his wife, causing Wazoo to go out of control as he calls the guild master names like Baldy and Old Goat, yelling his suspicions that Lula is not Reagan's biological daughter, but instead a child from Kayla's previous marriage. To his disappointment, Lula is Reagan's true child, and Kayla is genuinely in love with him, so Wazoo can only cry, and all of the poster girl's actions finally make sense, given that her father is the guildmaster. As the final blow, Wazoo realizes that Reagan is the inn's owner, so he forgives him because of his delicious cooking and begs to hurry and give the quest. Before that, Reagan informs Wazoo that no one is taking the high-level missions now due to the Black Blaze's hospitalization, and even though he's not blaming the boy for it, this F-ranked adventurer is the only one who can be relied on for this mission, especially because he is a dragon tamer. Thus, Reagan informs Wazoo about the dragon sighting on a nearby hill 2 weeks ago and asks him to find every possible information about the entity, as well as subjugate it if possible. Wazoo accepts the job almost immediately despite the dangers, and it seems like it's the right choice because because the reward for it is a staggering 30 gold coins, leaving Wazoo with vast money remaining as a change after the guild card payment. Well, the guy is confident he can one-punch a dragon, so Reagan offers advice for the quest preparation, but Wazoo asks for just a map and nothing else, saying anything other than that is a burden. After learning he can get one from Emma, Wazoo calls Reagan Mr. Balding and hurriedly runs for his life, leaving the guildmaster worried until he remembers his daughter trusting the F-ranked adventurer's strength. Afterward, Wazoo secures his food and water rations until some townsfolk see him and focus their attention and praises to Mir, who becomes quite famous in this city. Eventually, Wazoo returns to the inn, where he tells Kayla about discovering Lula's father's identity too late, only to receive laughter with some water and sandwiches. He then leaves while carrying the thoughts of Kayla being already taken when a girl suddenly bumps into him. Following that are the voices of goons on the hunt for the woman whom they call Tata, leading Wazoo to offer help to this stranger, who he assumes is getting chased by evil pursuers. Thus, they hide in an alleyway while keeping track of the men's movements, who eventually give up because they're sure that Tata will return to a particular mansion. Wazoo senses the bad vibe the pursuers emit, but everything is safe now, so he introduces himself to the woman who recognizes him as the adventurer who defeated the Black Blaze yesterday. Yeah, Mir is getting popular, but unlike other citizens, the woman in the cloak focuses on Wazoo himself, specifically on his name, which sounds lovely to Tata as she then reveals her face and name to the adventurer, captivating the heavens out of Wazoo, who stares at the woman with admiration. Tata offers to repay the guy for saving her, but unfortunately, Wazoo has to go on his quest, so that will be delayed until he gets back. However, the young man who wants a harem simply wishes for Tata to tell him more about herself instead. Moreover, Wazoo reminds Tata to be careful of the evil pursuers, showing kindness to the woman he just met, all because the F-ranked adventurer can't leave this girl who wears a sad expression on her face alone. After the protagonist-worthy phrase, Wazoo heads to the nearby hill for the quest and waves goodbye to Tata, hoping they can meet one more time. Afterward, Wazoo arrives at the gates where the good old Orlando is guarding, but it seems like Wazoo needs a few seconds to remember who on earth he is. Either way, Orlando learns that Wazoo is on a dragon-slaying quest with such light equipment, so he advises him to form a strong party first and bring a reliable weapon, but the adventurer runs away, so Orlando can only hope everything will be fine. Not too long after, Wazoo reaches the area but finds out that the specific place on the map is still a bit far from where they currently are. Therefore, he needs to sprint his way toward the particular hill. But it seems like Mir wants to show him something first as she makes their lunch disappear and reanimates it once again, like a magic trick. Amazed by the Dragon Princess's ability that he discovers too late, Wazoo hugs Mayar while sobbing and telling her she might be his future bride in the end. The Dragon Princess feels delighted by those words, so she flies in the open fields beside the running human while greeting the fantastic sight of the sun setting. In this vast world, Wazoo wonders where he can meet that one friend who will stay with him forever. Well, he has someone like Ragnir and Mir. Don't they count, Wazoo? Soon after, the two reach their destination but see no dragon anywhere except Mir, of course. Suddenly, Wazoo catches sight of a cave and calls the dragon to check if he or she is there, only to receive a familiar stare lurking in the shadows, recognizing Wazoo and asking him if he is here per her husband's request. After all, the beast meeting these two is Ragnir's angry wife, who mysteriously refuses to return to her spouse even though no one here asks her to. Regardless, Wazoo is quite shocked to see Mel, who is in a bad mood here. What sin is it this time, Dragon King? Even Wazoo is getting confused as to why the Dragon Queen is acting like this, so he tries to calm her down by mentioning Mir, but that doesn't seem to be effective, leading Wazoo to clear the suspicions that it's Ragnir who sends him here. He assumes that the two are having a fight, but Mel doesn't treat the situation as a mere couple quarrel, and she reveals her plan to leave Ragnir for good and live here in her birthplace. Thanks to that, Wazoo learns that the hill is the Dragon Queen's hometown, and he finally tells her about his purpose in coming here, which is to investigate a dragon sighting. Therefore, Wazoo plans to report to Reagan that the creature is not a violent winged beast but the ever-kind Mel. Hearing those words calms the Dragon Queen, so Wazoo bravely asks why she's here when the castle in the mountain should be her home. Mel feels happy that Wazoo is willing to listen to her worries, but she cries while recalling the events, and ultimately reveals that Ragnir has cheated on her with a younger red dragon. Enraged, Wazoo wonders why the Dragon King did such a thing when he already has a beautiful wife and daughter, and this guy even bet his non-existent money that Mel is a real beauty when she turns into a human. Putting everyone's wish aside, Wazoo asks Mel if it's possible for her to reconcile with Ragnir for Mir's sake, and it seems like it's not impossible when the Dragon King apologizes. Then, Wazoo finds out that Mel has no definite proof that her husband has cheated because she doesn't ask him about it, and just witnesses a scene of the Dragon King getting closer to another female dragon. With a thumbs up, Wazoo swears to bring Ragnir here so they can talk about the issue properly and offers to be a witness of their discussion. In response, Mel acts like she's forced to accept the suggestion even though it's clear as day that this Dragon Queen is excited. Before heading to the castle, Wazoo leaves Meyer to her mother because the mountain is pretty far, after all, so the adventurer sprints toward the destination alone. His kindness never fails to show, and Mel notices that, of course, and she wishes for Ragnir to learn a bit from the young man. After a not-so-long journey, Wazoo arrives in the castle and yells the Dragon King's name to find where he is, only to discover that Ragnir is lying in a position that shows his shame and dejection. He's pretty surprised after seeing Mir is not with Wazoo though, so Wazoo informs him that she's with Mel, who is in her home because the Dragon King has cheated on her. However, Ragnir doesn't think he has committed such a thing and demands Wazoo to tell him where his wife is, not even having any plan to apologize to Mel because this prideful dragon wants to order her to come back and that's it. Now you know where to go where you want to be a good husband, and it's not Ragnir. Thus, Wazoo scolds his hopeless plan and asks the whole story of Ragnir's sinful endeavors. Turns out, a female dragon named Karel, who the king admits is attractive, is inviting him to several meals and is clearly making advances on the married dragon, who is not refusing her too. So Mel catches them in action, and you know what happens next. But while Wazoo is angered by the foolishness of the Dragon King, Ragnir on the other hand still has no idea why he should apologize to Mel. Wazoo puts his title aside and imagines a fake scenario where the Dragon Queen is getting intimate with a young male dragon, but Ragnir lets out a fire breath before he can even finish. Still, Wazoo continues the hypothetical situation where Ragnir leaves after witnessing the incident, and Mel just orders him to come back without an apology. He then tells Ragnir to be honest about what he'll feel when that happens, so the Dragon King realizes that he will not like it and become more stubborn, which is exactly what this father/husband is planning on doing. Finally, Ragnir understands the situation, so Wazoo assures him that his sin will be forgiven as long as he apologizes wholeheartedly to Mel, promises not to accept Karel's advances anymore, and takes good care of his wife. For now, Wazoo needs to rest, especially because he ran all day, so the two engage in a manly discussion about the human's harem progress and why Wazoo doesn't have a lover even though he understands a woman's mind. Unfortunately, the topic is too bitter for Wazoo to handle, which leads Ragnir to assume that this young man will become popular when turned into a dragon. That's not the case for sure. As soon as morning arrives, Wazoo carries the Dragon King with his 2 hands and plans to do the world's fastest delivery in history despite the obvious confusion and lack of consent from the Dragon King. And Wazoo ignores his words to throw Ragnir from the mountain straight to the hill where Mel is waiting. This way, the Dragon King will reach the destination before Wazoo, but the adventurer remembers he needs to witness their talk as his promise to Mel, so he hurriedly runs toward the faraway cave on the hill. Upon entering, he immediately asks the two if they have reconciled, only to see Ragnir lowering his head to not just 1, but 2 white dragons. Right when Wazoo thinks that the stranger beside Mel is Karel, he hears her calling the Dragon Queen daughter, and remembers Mel mentioning she contacts her mother. Eventually, Wazoo joins the conversation as if saying he's here now, so Meyer rushes to him with an instant embrace, stealing the attention of Ragnir's mother-in-law, who stares at Wazoo as if measuring his strength. In the end, she fails to measure the limits of the adventurer's power, but that itself is enough to convince her that trusting Mir to him is the correct choice. Not to mention Mel is planning to have the two married when her daughter reaches the right age. Of course, the father will not consent to the idea, but it seems like her mother-in-law possesses the better authority here. After all, this old dragon presents herself as the former Dragon Queen, Magel, which explains why Ragnir is doubling down on being respectful here. In reply, Wazoo helps the Dragon King to explain the cheating incident, but it seems like the guy has stepped on a landmine and reignited the two's rage. It turns out, however, that Mel already knows about the misunderstanding, and she feels dissatisfied because instead of apologizing on his own, Ragnir's words are full of "Wazoo threw me here. Wazoo told me to say that, yada yada." Finally, Wazoo can't take it anymore as he begs for them to make up already, so he asks permission to talk with Ragnir alone. On their one-on-one talk, Wazoo learns that Ragnir's pride is in tatters after saying sorry, but the second phase comes next as Wazoo advises the Dragon King to go along with all of his wife's whims. Of course, the young man has no experience doing that because he doesn't really have a lover, and this advice is apparently his dad's favorite saying. Nonetheless, Wazoo asks if high-class restaurants for dragons exist, given that the next plan is to have Ragnir treat his wife to delicious food. Unfortunately, those establishments don't exist for dragons, but it's mysteriously not a problem to Ragnir. Thus, he goes back to Mel and Maegel, kneeling down as he seriously apologizes to the two for all the troubles and promises to refuse any contact with Corel by introducing her to other male dragons. Moreover, he swears to deepen his relationship with Mel and take better care of it, ultimately inviting the two to the human town of Linux as a token of apology. Fortunately, his wish to give them time to rest their body by enjoying the scenery and food in that particular city convinces Mel that her husband has become thoughtful. Starting with the current Dragon Queen, the former also accepts the invitation, but she will not spare Ragnir from a reminder not to forget about the remorse he feels for this incident. Needless to say, the MVP title goes to Wazoo, although the guy is still concerned about one more thing. How will they enter the city with their enormous sizes? As a result, Maegel makes it clear that they're not your run-of-the-mill dragons, and shifting their forms is basically a walk in the park. With that said, the three dragons recite a chant in unison, causing some kind of censorship lights to envelop their bodies, as they eventually turn into their gallant, gorgeous human forms, which look like they appear straight out of a novel. Basically, bask in their beauty for a few seconds. Wazoo is already doing that, but it seems like shock and not admiration is the one overwhelming him. Putting that aside, Maegel urges Wazoo to lead the way toward the fortress town of Linux, but he checks one more thing first. Why isn't Mir transforming? I bet some of you here hope to see her human form, but not this time around. Meanwhile, Salona is still on the hunt to find Wazoo and return his guild card, even though 10 days have already passed since she left the village. Unfortunately, Salona still has no clues about where Wazoo currently is, so she realizes the possibility of him riding on a ship to go somewhere far. Of course, that is immediately discarded because Salona has his guild card, which leaves her with one more possible place to go: the Linux town. Lady Elf can't help but think of the upcoming happy days of going along with the human's journey and the intimate time they will surely share when night arrives. But Salona immediately erases those thoughts from her mind due to excessive embarrassment. However, the elf realizes that Wazoo might have already formed his harem, which worries Salona, making her wonder if she really has the right to join Wazoo when the one who rejected him in the first place is her. Right when the regret crushes Salona, she hears somebody's conversation, talking about the bread and why the girl, who turns out to be Lula, orders them every morning despite the far distance from their inn. Their dad approved. Reagan seems to like them, apparently, so Lula leaves the shop with a smile, passing by Salona and hearing the rumble of her stomach. Lady Elf is undeniably embarrassed, but thankfully, Lula handles it by offering a piece of bread to Salona, who's having doubts because she knows these foods need to be delivered. With pure, uncorrupted eyes, Lula confesses her sin of secretly nibbling one or two of these breads every day. She also refuses the elf's payment and, as usual, invites her to stay in their inn instead, bragging that it has the best lodging and food in Linux Town. Afterward, they introduce themselves to one another, allowing Lula to confirm that Salona is a real elf, which makes her excited because it's rare to see one of their races. With that said, Salona reveals her reason for leaving their village and her plan to go to Linux to find the man she's looking for. Per Lula's request, Salona tells the girl about the person's characteristics, saying he's aloof, kind, and strong, among other things, but then blushes upon revealing he's also a cute guy. She already spouts those words before knowing that Lula wants to know the physical appearance to help her find him, leading Lady Elf to panic while revealing all the outward clues she can think of, especially the thing about the small dragon resting on the guy's head. Thanks to that, Lula assumes that the cute little monster is Mir and that the person being discussed is none other than Wazoo. Undoubtedly, the poster girl hits right on the right mark, so she informs the elf about Wazoo's situation and what he is currently doing, which leads Salona's knees to weaken in relief and excitement that she can finally meet Wazoo again. Therefore, Lula urges Salona to hurry and asks her out of curiosity if she uses a fast travel skill to go all the way here, but then learns that Salona simply walks. You sure love Wazoo, huh? Salona's embarrassment goes out of control after hearing very similar words from Lula, so she tells the poster girl that her heart is not yet ready to join that guy's harem. Furthermore, Salona is under the assumption that Wazoo has already found a new partner, so Lula informs her that he's traveling alone with Mir and no one else. Salona's reaction? 10 out of 10 tsundere worthy. Still, Lady Elf can't help but feel anxious if Wazoo will really accept her again, and in the fortunate chance that he does, will they hold hands while going on adventures with just the two of them? Her heart beats rapidly simply by thinking about it, showing absolutely no signs of stopping anytime soon because this maiden in love is overwhelmed with happiness after all. As they get closer and closer to the fortress town, Lula sees somebody's shadows not far from them and catches sight of Wazoo among the four walking toward the gates of Linux. Needless to say, Salona's cheeks turn redder as she fidgets from nervousness, but what she learns afterward will serve as a great shock. Walking side by side with Wazoo are three royals who are all gorgeous and strong-looking, perfectly fit to be Wazoo's companions. That is exactly what Salona assumes as her vision partially darkens, even though she views this as a matter of fact, because Wazoo's strength and personality deserve to have new friends. There's nothing strange about it, and Salona knows that, but she refuses Lula's encouragement to rush at the guy she's been looking for this whole time, reminding herself that her only motive is to return the guild card. Salona passes the task to Lula and immediately leaves, ignoring the calls of the confused poster girl as she dashes away from the area. After running for quite a long time, Salona stops upon reaching a large tree, panting as she regrets her actions and wonders why it is impossible for her current self to nonchalantly call Wazoo out, apologize to him, and then ask to join his adventures. Unfortunately, it's all in hindsight now, as Salona burrows herself in regrets, frustration, and loneliness while thinking about Wazoo. Under the giant tree, the elf lady bursts into tears, unable to endure the aching pain in her chest as she tries her hardest to stop the overflowing tears, finally realizing that she has fallen in love with Wazoo. As I thought, Tia-san is the best elf. In the Adventurers Guild, however, Reagan is having the dilemma of his life as he can't believe Wazoo saying that these three right here with him are the Dragon King's family. Having no other choice, Megal instructs her son-in-law to undo his transformation, which results in a sudden tremor in the building. Moreover, Reagan finally believes Wazoo's story, although in a hard way, as he begs Ragnir to turn into a human again because this sight is practically terrifying for him. With this, Wazoo successfully completes the quest, so the rewards will surely come his way, but before that, he asks the innmaster for some nice restaurants within the town first. In the end, it is decided that Reagan will guide them personally tomorrow, so Wazoo whispers a wee bit of motivation to Ragnir before inviting them to stay at the Breeze of Light Inn. What comes after, however, is Lula's unexpected news about her encounter with Salona. Wazoo immediately receives the guild card from the inn's poster girl, erasing all the cheerfulness he had earlier as Wazoo learns that Salona came here but is not near the city anymore. The following day, the female dragons are having fun touring around the city with Kayla and Emma as their guide, sightseeing, and window shopping for shoes that they unfortunately can't wear in their original size. With Kayla's recommendation, they then head to a shooting range where Megal showcases her mastery as she hits every toy target. Next up, Mel attempts to shoot with her eyes closed, only to fail and be saddened in the end, causing the kind shopkeeper to give her a consolation prize to diminish the dejection she harbors. As the tour continues, they pass by a grand building when Emma suddenly whispers to Kayla that revealing its identity, especially to Mel, is a bad idea. Therefore, Kayla urges them to proceed by introducing the building as a mere house when, in reality, it is the most prestigious cat house in the whole town. On the men's side, Ragnir is in the restaurant ordering all the fancy food he thinks Mel and Megal will like, to the point that Reagan thinks the Dragon King is going a bit overboard here. Still, Wazoo leaves the outfit assignment to the guildmaster because he needs to go somewhere, but seeing Ragnir cry due to his absence forces the adventurer to stay a little bit longer to assure the Dragon King that everything will be fine. On another note, Reagan tells Wazoo that he'll help re-register his guild card tomorrow, enabling the adventurer to leave, albeit remembering his bitter thoughts as to why Salona doesn't meet him despite coming here. Little did Wazoo know he had forgotten someone all this time, and that was the goddess who was already labeling him as cruel. In response, he asks why Salona left earlier, but that is the last thing the attention-seeking goddess wants to hear right now. Regardless, she asks if Wazoo has made new comrades, and eventually finds out that he's just the dragon family's guide. So Salona just misunderstands the situation. Also, it seems like the goddess is sensing someone or somebody ominous here in Linux Town. Meanwhile, Ragnir watches his efforts prosper in the restaurant as Mel and Megal enjoy the meals he handpicks for them. Furthermore, they are asking for seconds or how many servings it is now that Emma doesn't want to imagine the bill anymore. Fortunately, this whole thing leads Mel to forgive her husband and decides to forget this accident as she then pouts while giving Ragnir a cute warning not to repeat his sins. With a hug and a bit of sweet "I love you," the case closes and it is Megal approved. The following day, another not-so-bright time arrives for the crying Wazoo, who is complaining why his reward is only 5 golds when it should be 30. Well, according to Emma, the guildmaster deducts a total of 25 gold coins to pay for the dragon family's payment for feast, lodgings, and other expenses. Let's just look at the bright side. Thankfully, Emma informs Wazoo that he's promoted to C rank, which enables him to take more quests and obviously higher rewards. It's not a surprise for Emma though, knowing that Wazoo is absurdly strong, that he can talk to dragon royals like it's natural and not take the severe tests for promotion. Now that the guild card issue has been fixed, Emma informs the adventurer that Reagan is planning to take him to a quote-unquote nice place, as thanks for yesterday. Unfortunately, Wazoo has no idea what she means, even when the receptionist refers to it as a go-to place for boys like him at night. As a result, he returns to the inn with a catchphrase like it's his home, and fortunately, it is not a problem for Kayla, leading Wazoo to ask if he can leave Mir to her because Reagan is calling him. Therefore, Kayla advises his live-in bodyguard to entrust the Dragon Princess to the tenant next door, as it turns out that they are Ragnir, his wife and mother-in-law, living there. Well, seeing them here causes Wazoo to realize that the lodging fee he covers with the quest reward is exactly this, so Mel thanks him for paying for all their expenses, and that calms Wazoo down. Aren't royals wealthy? Oh well. Afterward, Wazoo leaves Mir to her family, but it seems like the Dragon Princess knows what place he is heading to because she's not letting go of him. In the end, Wazoo tells her some reassuring words and leaves the Dragon Princess on the verge of crying as he eventually enters the carriage where Reagan is waiting for him. On the way, they talk about the entertainment district and where in the world will the guild master bring Wazoo until they finally arrive in that exact place as Reagan reveals his plan of rewarding the young man with introductions to some women. Wazoo panics, and he begs the guildmaster to invite Ragnir instead if he wants to cheat on Kayla. But of course, Reagan's intention here is to purely visit the facility's owner. However, his wish for Wazoo is to be an adult and admit to enjoying their services before, only to find out that his cherry hasn't popped in his entire life yet. Well, sorry for being a cherry boy, Wazoo gloomily says. Ignoring his mental and emotional agony, Reagan knocks on the door and sees Garrett, his and Kayla's former adventuring comrade and the owner of this nice place at night, like what Emma calls it. Reagan then presents the young adventurer with absurd achievements, so Garrett shakes his hand with pleasure and urges the two to come in. Thus, Reagan reveals that it is Wazoo's first time in a place like this, which means the young man will turn into an adult anytime soon because the choices are already lined up for him to decide who among them will become the cherry popper. However, his inner dilemma leads Wazoo to remember Salona, awakening his bitter mood until the most beautiful flower arrives, walking down the stairs and volunteering to be the cherry boy's partner for tonight. Immediately, her face rings a bell to Wazoo as he instantly recognizes Tata, who, on the other hand, is quite pleased that the boy remembers him. They tell Garrett about their meeting in the middle of the girl's escape from her pursuers, but it seems like Tata wants them to level up from being mere acquaintances to an intimate relationship. With that said, she pulls off the legendary move of, "Am I not good enough?" So Wazoo tells her it's not true and gulps the glass of booze out of embarrassment. Little does he know that they're having a conversation out there about Tata wanting to build some connection with the strong adventurer. Well, he'll have no way of hearing that now, as he passes out after drinking a few more glasses. The next thing Wazoo sees when he wakes up is not an unfamiliar ceiling, but a soft-looking jiggle of a woman's bosom as he finds himself sitting on Tata's lap in her bed. With a teaseful smirk, Tata greets the cherry boy for waking up, but that leads Wazoo to panic, assuming he already did the deed with the woman. That's not yet the case, of course, as Tata gives Wazoo a glass of water and tells him that Reagan has already left. Thus, after confirming that Wazoo is perfectly okay, Tata starts her night endeavors as the boy's cherry popper, but it seems like the guy himself is too embarrassed to do it. Of course, Tata continues tempting Wazoo as she leans closer to the adventurer with the aim of getting to know him better, both emotionally and physically. Wazoo refuses her advances though, so Tata assumes that he isn't interested in women and swings in a different direction, but that's not the case either because Wazoo simply wants them to chat, especially because their aim is to get to know one another. Along those words, Wazoo covers Tata's chest with a blanket and reminds the woman to value her body more instead of offering it to him so easily. Tata giggles in reply to such manly words coming from a customer, thinking it's too ironic coming from a man who goes to their place late at night, but she shows a bright smile worthy to protect thanks to Wazoo's kindness. Consequently, Tata reveals tricking the cherry boy, saying she's been bugging Reagan to meet Wazoo ever since she sees his fight against the Black Blaze. After all, she wishes to borrow the adventurer's strength for the reason that involves the pursuers who chased her the other day. Wazoo instantly accepts but refuses the reward from Tata, assuming she's referring to money when the truth is something as dense as he wouldn't understand. Grabbing her shoulders, Wazoo assures Tata that he won't leave someone with such a lonely expression, just like her, alone. The red-faced woman pouts as she teasingly comments about her having a lonely face, trying so hard to contain her embarrassment due to Wazoo seeing right through her feelings. As the giggles go on, Tata tells Wazoo about her story, revealing she's working in this place to pay for her father's debt. And the pursuers are actually the collectors who'll do anything to forcibly take her away, which leads Tata to call for Wazoo's help out of desperation. In response, the adventurer volunteers to talk and possibly threaten the creditor so Tata can return to her parents again. But it seems like the consequences for Wazoo will be more severe as Tata stops him because she doesn't want Wazoo to be banned from staying in this city. With that said, all Tata wishes is for the adventurer to protect her from the debt collectors while she pays the debt of her father, taking back the freedom she lost with her own two hands. Hearing the girl's determined wish, Wazoo promises not to interfere, but still reminds Tata to call him right away when danger ensues because he will come flying to save her right away. Furthermore, Wazoo gives his full support to the girl's determination, making Tata so delighted that she thanks the young man from the bottom of her heart. Hands down, Lady Elf might lose this time. Thereafter, Wazoo reveals his aim to form a harem, albeit reluctantly, leading Tata to volunteer to be the first member, although she, unfortunately, takes it back, assuming Wazoo thinks she's dirty. "Wait, that's not true at all," says the adventurer, who refuses her advances and continues spending the night with an enjoyable talk about the restaurants, scenic spots, and the fortress town of Linnick, just passing the time until the night ends. Morning arrives, and Tata is the first to wake up, immediately surveying her body to see if there are signs that Wazoo has done something to her last night. Upon checking, however, she finds out that the cherry boy didn't do anything during their time together, causing her to blush and fluster. She then glances at the principled adventurer's sleeping face and remembers his reminder to value her body more because he deems it as important, which leads Tata's happiness to reach sky high, delighted as it is her first time to meet someone so caring to her. Eventually, Wazoo wakes up from his slumber only to see that Tata isn't there anymore, and she instead leaves her business card to tell Wazoo to come back again so she can once again listen to his stories. All seems well until a moody Nekomimi girl, who will be called Nenya, blocks his way to warn Wazoo not to get into his big head because Tata surely doesn't take a quote-unquote plain-faced nobody like Wazoo seriously. Not the Nekomimi girl you expect? I might agree. Nonetheless, her insults pierce into Wazoo's heart, not to mention Nenya orders him not to come to this place again, but then learns about the business card that Tata rarely gives to others. Still, she's not in favor of a random guy possibly staining her and Tata's plans, so Nenya kicks Wazoo away from their establishment. Turns out the Beast Girl can't trust the adventurer no matter how strong he is and declares she's the only one who can protect Tata. Finally, Wazoo returns to Mayor, who is unsurprisingly sulking, leading the adventurer to assume she's jealous, so he receives some dragon scratches on his face. As an apology, Wazoo promises to treat her in a place Tata has talked about, but he instead receives more claw outbursts because saying another girl's name is, of course, taboo. Speaking of the woman, Tata, along with Nenya, coincidentally meets them on the streets, given they will go shopping while Wazoo is in the middle of a date with Mir. Therefore, Tata uses this opportunity to introduce Nenya as her bodyguard, but the cat-eared girl refuses any handshake from Wazoo and suddenly goes to Mir to play with the dragon princess for a while. Before she leaves, Nenya urges the cherry boy to be a man and get closer to Tata, unexpectedly becoming a wing woman for the two to have some alone time. Thus, Wazoo accompanies Tata to different shopping places for clothes, cosmetics, and accessories, not just for her, but as gifts for the girls in the mansion too. Eventually, they enter a small jewelry store, but this is preferable for Tata, as she thinks this store is more careful with their products compared to others. Along the shopping, however, Wazoo senses somebody's gaze coming from the dark alley, so he stares at it for who knows how many seconds and sees someone's shadow that seems like escaping. Wazoo immediately heads out and tells Tata not to go outside for the time being. Then, he approaches the men hiding in the alleyway, asking if they are the debt collectors. However, one of them replies with his fist, confident he can take the guy down and capture Tata because Nenya is not here. Wazoo lightly kicks him though, and that's the end for the villain and his teammates because they're the next targets for the young adventurer who strikes them away without difficulties whatsoever. But now that the nuisances are lying unconscious on the ground, Nenya makes her appearance, glaring at Wazoo as she confirms he's stronger than her initial expectations. Wazoo is taken aback seeing the beast folk here, but it turns out she has no evil plans, given that Mir returns safely, and Nenya is just testing if Wazoo can really be entrusted with Tata. Thanks to the results of the test, Nenya finally admits that this human adventurer is stronger than her. Thus, Wazoo is worthy enough to hear the truth from Nenya. Afterward, the girl reveals that Tata's debt is utter nonsense created by the city's landlord, who made the woman's family suffer from fake loans and charges to make Tata's body collateral and enjoy it for himself. Hearing the shocking revelation, Wazoo gasps in surprise and rage, especially after learning that all of these are the hideous plans of the wicked city lord. Without further ado, he returns to the jewelry shop where Tata is waiting, then walks closer to her with a serious look on his face while the girl is complaining to him for suddenly running away when he should always be by her side as a bodyguard. Fair point. As her face reddens, Tata clings to Wazoo's arms to stop him from running away again, but the adventurer is still not opening his mouth at this point until he suddenly grabs Tata's shoulders and yells at her to say there's nothing to worry anymore, hysterically assuring the woman that he's by her side now, and once again shouts the reassuring phrase. Surprised, Tata pats Wazoo's head and guarantees him that his passionate words manage to reach her heart. Due to Wazoo's embarrassment, the goddess takes over the explanation even though we can't see her and reveals Tata's secret. As you already know, the city lord makes a fake debt to force Tata into becoming his woman, which causes the girl's parents to sacrifice the necessities to pay for it and Tata to perform her current job. Along the way, she meets Garrett, Nenya, and Reagan, turning them into companions to help collect evidence that the debt is just made up. Now, they are close to unveiling the truth, but the mercenaries enter the fray to forcibly take Tata, so that's when Wazoo performs his role as a new bodyguard, and of course, the goddess will provide her full support. Admit it, Wazoo, she's noisy, but somewhat reliable. Anyway, the shopping continues with the receptionist assuming the two are looking for matching jewelry for couples. Moreover, she leads them toward the section where it is located, making Tata and Wazoo blush in embarrassment thanks to the nosy shop staff. Seriously, you have our gratitude. Out of the blue, Tata asks if she will look like a normal girl when hugging Wazoo's hand, so the young man replies with a pretty obvious answer. Wearing a sweet smile, Wazoo tells Tata that she's far more beautiful than an ordinary girl, and even though it is not by any means what the lady is referring to, she simply closes her eyes, flustered by the adventurer's words. However, Tata remembers the bitter memories she has in her line of work, along with the thought that loving again will be utterly impossible. But as the captivating couple's rings show up in front of their eyes, a flower of romance once again blooms inside Tata. The products are mesmerizing, so Wazoo decides to get one for Mir, while Tata, on the other hand, asks the receptionist what the ancient letters engraved on the rings mean. "I hold you dear." These words show up on the man's ornament, while the message conveying "I only look at you" is the heart-skipping ancient note carved on the woman's ring. Amazed, Tata's eyes brighten as she hopes that a tainted lady like her will also be allowed to make such a small romantic wish. Merely thinking about it makes her heart beat so fast, so Tata doesn't hold back anymore and asks Wazoo to put the ring on her finger. Side by side, they enjoy the view of the sunlight hitting the window, bringing illumination to the romance tokens on their hands and making Tata feel that she's an ordinary girl falling in love. Thus, Tata gives this as a gift to Wazoo, with the pretense that it's her gratitude, even allowing the adventurer to wear it only when they meet to not hinder him in his battles when taking quests. With that condition, the two promise to one another, and Tata is now one happy maiden in love as Wazoo then escort her back to the mansion where Nenya and Mayar are waiting. Waving goodbye, Wazoo thanks Tata for giving him a ring, which leads Nenya to conclude that her beloved older sister figure is falling hopelessly in love with Wazoo. Unfortunately, Mir can't accept the sin of her partner and violently lashes out at him because of the ring, ultimately tackling Wazoo until Mel asks her to stop so as not to destroy the inn. On the one hand, Ragnir angrily reprimands his friend for exchanging rings with another girl because their relationship might get intimate as time goes on, unaware that his over-assumptions irritate Mir even more. Thankfully, Magle believes Wazoo that nothing really happens, but that is terrifyingly followed by a threat, so the human eases the situation by apologizing to Mir. He then shows the mesmerizing necklace as a token of gratitude for always helping him out, and the Dragon Princess happily accepts it by bursting into tears of happiness and hugging Wazoo. Ragnir is also crying, but it's because his gifts haven't moved Mir into tears even once, so he can't just forgive Wazoo, isn't he? The following morning, Wazoo wakes up on the floor because Mir sleeps in the guy's room and monopolizes the bed, forcing him to get up until Emma suddenly barges into the room, panicking. Unfortunately, she's late to realize that the adventurer is lying on the floor, which enables him to see the receptionist's pink, uncharted territory. Emma instantly offers him two choices for his sin, and Wazoo chooses to be given an unreasonable quest rather than public humiliation. Well, good choice. As a result, Emma informs him about the sudden appearance of a poison swamp in Linux southern forest and asks how much poison resistance he has. Proudly, Wazoo shows his guild card and presents the note saying any abnormal statuses do not affect him whatsoever. Emma's reaction is a bit aching in his heart though. Imagine someone calling you monstrous. That said, it is partially true, so Wazoo prepares for the investigation quest by leaving Mir to her family to prevent the dragon princess from the dangers of the poison. Mel, on the other hand, reminds Wazoo to be careful because she has bad feelings about this, like Ragnir, who eventually tells his friend to bring him along. However, seeing Wazoo refusing forces the Dragon King to spot some reassuring words, specifically, "Isn't it also okay to depend on me sometimes?" Regrettably, he looks like a useless father in his human form, according to Wazoo, so Ragnir undoes his transformation and urges the adventurer to ride on his back as it will be undeniably easier and not physically taxing for him this way. Without further ado, the two take off and soar in the skies to reach the swamp as soon as possible. After all, the overly cloudy air surrounding the atmosphere feels so ominous even for Mel and Megal that they conclude something really evil is approaching this city, worrying Mare, who now feels more concerned about her partner's safety. Moving on to the dark alley, the black blaze you miss so much makes their appearance once again, still feeling bitter about their humiliating defeat as they discuss how an aloof guy like Wazoo can be a tamer that is rumored to tame even the Dragon King. In conclusion, the red orb is the reason they can think of, and a passing peddler, Shiro, validates their suspicion as he tells them that strong adventurers also possess one or two of the red spheres that are improved not to take the sanity of the user. With all of that said, he shows them the notorious orb, persuading the three with tempting words that this can give them the strength to defeat the Dragon King, along with a staggering discount, of course. In fact, that is the main reason these A-ranked adventurers purchase the product, so Shiro leaves with a sinister grin after asking where the City Lord's mansion is, hinting that something worse will befall Tata with his arrival in Linux. But in case you're wondering, this is the new version of Shiro, who is not your typical mysterious husbando, but still Shiro. Bear with it. Meanwhile, Wazoo and Ragnir finally arrive in the southern forest, but find out that the miasma is getting stronger as they approach it, and it is trying to corrupt the whole forest. Therefore, they land at the entrance, and Ragnir plans to end the problem with a single fire breath, but Wazoo stops him before he can start, refusing to turn the woods into a barren wasteland. Seeing him act this way makes Ragnir wonder what the source of his confidence is, so he turns into a human to observe the adventurer and find out. Nonetheless, the investigation comes first, so the two wander around the forest devoid of any animals due to the poison, which is starting to smell like lemon to the glutton. In any case, Ragnir finally asks about the boy's inhuman power, so Wazoo tells him a bit of his experiences, especially his desperate wish not to perish and have his life come to an end pathetically. Furthermore, Wazoo mentions eating weird things to quell his starvation in the past, which also becomes the reason why his stats have increased. But for the Dragon King, Wazoo's divine protection, Mir's affection, and the trust coming from the people he has met means that this young man has the power to draw people into him from the beginning. However, Wazoo doesn't believe that, given he has no friends, and this boy doesn't consider Ragnir as one simply because he's not a human, says the guy who treats an elf as a potential lover. Putting that aside, Wazoo reveals not wanting to eat anything weird anymore because he's afraid his humanity will decrease to 0%, but it seems like that's the end of their conversation as the miasma suddenly gets stronger and more dangerous for Ragnir at least. After all, the cause of the poison swamp finally appears to welcome them as a bat-looking creature shows itself with a monstrous screech. Turns out its bodily fluids are the ones corroding the land, which results in the creation of the swamp, making it difficult for Ragnir to attack, given that simply touching it may cost them their lives. Corrosion? What's that? Is that edible? Wazoo thinks so as he then smashes his fist at the monster despite Ragnir's cautious reminders, ultimately grabbing the enemy's core and easily breaking it with a single grip, which leads to a successful subjugation and the jaw-dropping reaction of the Dragon King. Ragnir is baffled upon witnessing this absurd scene of a potentially formidable enemy falling into the hands of the human, like some kind of small fry. All of a sudden, Wazoo catches sight of a red marble where the remains of the monster are located and remembers that it is quite similar to what Gazuna had eaten, but immediately deems it as a mere imagination. Eventually, the red sphere ceases into nothing, so the two move on as they still need to do something to this poison swamp. Of course, burning it is still a no-go, so Wazoo touches the poison and does the unthinkable of taking a fingerful of the substance and tasting it. Yep, it tastes like citrus fruit. Learning that the poison is surprisingly delicious, Wazoo drinks directly from the swamp while ignoring the Dragon King's comments filled with common sense. Basically, he doesn't mind any of Ragnir's words and glugs the so-called citrus until its last drop and Wazoo's tummy bloats. He's pretty satisfied though, mainly because the forest is now safe and the fortress town of Linux won't be in danger anymore, not to mention Ragnir's worries have diminished. To their surprise, the ground suddenly shines and illuminates a bright light that envelops the adventurer's body. In the depths of his mind, Wazoo enters a relaxed state and hears an unfamiliar voice thanking him for his kindness, which soothes the young man as she wonders who is talking to him. When the strange phenomenon ends, however, Ragnir sees Wazoo passing out and immediately rushes to his aid to wake him up, but to no avail as the bulge in the guy's stomach has also magically disappeared. And Ragnir can only conclude that Wazoo has drew in a rather outrageous existence this time. Not wasting any moment, Ragnir flies home with Wazoo sleeping on his back, contemplating how strong the adventurer is that he's ignorant of how ordinary people act. Nonetheless, the Dragon King knows that Wazoo is a kind person who wants to save other people, and that may be the reason why Mir is fond of him. With that said, Ragnir promises to lend this sleeping guy his strength when needed, and declares to the night sky that, yeah, they're going to be best buds. The following day, Reagan feels happy after knowing that Wazoo has solved their problem in the poison swamp, but he seems a tad bit worried that the savior of the day is sluggish to the point that Reagan assumes Wazoo drinks the swamp's poison. 100% correct. Still, the guildmaster is genuinely concerned, so he urges Wazoo to rest, but it turns out the adventurer has an appointment with Nenya and Tata. Speaking of them, Reagan informs Wazoo about the good news. They finally have evidence of the city lord's crimes and are planning to sue him first thing tomorrow. Wazoo is excited to witness Tata's freedom and of course officially have her as a friend, but an underlying problem still occurs as Reagan suspects their opponent to do something in this city tonight. Thus, Wazoo accepts the bodyguard duty, but it seems like the terrible feeling in his stomach will become a slight problem. On his way to Tata, Wazoo wonders why he's feeling like this when abnormal effects should all be nullified. So the goddess replies to him, albeit with another question, asking why he brings another woman to their quote-unquote love nest, which is by the way referring to the guild card. To Wazoo's tremendous shock, the divine woman mentions the goddess of Mother Earth as it turns out that another entity has entered the card and is defending her position to be there and be part of Wazoo's harem. She then thanks the adventurer for saving the forest from the poison swamp and the potential wildfire, thus granting him divine protection from Mother Earth herself. With a puff, the guild card changes and the stats inside go up by miles that Wazoo is basically becoming a demigod, given he can now destroy the planet with one punch and probably not be hurt from almost every attack. Disappointingly for him, his human purity decreases to 78%, so Wazoo learns that his sickness is thanks to this level up and not the poison. With that in mind, he rushes to the mansion and learns that Nenya is waiting for him, with her tail wagging while scolding Wazoo for making them worried. She cuts straight to the point though, and reminds Wazoo to be in tip-top shape because the city lord might do something nasty tonight, only to see that the young man passes out and collapses on the ground. Hurriedly, Nenya rushes to his aid and tries to wake Wazoo up, screaming his name until it echoes around the house, only to fail in the end. As the clouds darken in the fortress city of Linnock, a horde of goblins gathers along with the Black Blaze, who have turned into their demonic forms, and an aristocratic man who lets out a loud roar in his castle. Behind all of these is a cloaked merchant who smiles in spite of the disappointment that none of these four have turned into his desired form, even with the red orbs. After all, this is already enough to bring chaos to the city right under the nose of the unconscious adventurer. In the guildmaster's office, Orlando hurriedly barges in, panicking as he immediately informs Reagan about the report of a certain adventurer about the 1,000 goblins approaching the southern gates of their city. As the horde of monsters marches to conquer the fortress town, Wazoo is still sleeping in Tata's lap, unaware of all the events, even when he finally wakes up and finds himself living the otaku's dreams. The cherry boy quickly gets up, however, and seems to have lost control of his composure while recalling the incident regarding the goddess. Hysterically, Wazoo asks Tata if he still looks like a human and lets her touch and pinches his cheeks to confirm it as he closes his eyes while begging her to reveal if there's anything weird in his body. Instead of answering, Tata uses this opportunity to get closer to Wazoo by attempting to land a kiss without him knowing, but this one-in-a-million moment is unfortunately interrupted by Nenya, who suddenly barges in to bring water for Wazoo. Contrary to her words, the Beast Girl wags her tail from happiness and, along with Tata, thanks the adventurer for getting rid of the poison swamp and saving the city. As a result, they wonder what is the source of his superhuman strength and teasingly persuade Wazoo to reveal it. That doesn't last long, fortunately, because Tata respects the adventurer's secret and finally answers Wazoo's question earlier, erasing the anxiety the young man feels as she assures him that he truly is a human. With a sweet smile, Tata guarantees Wazoo that she sees, believes it, and will continue to do so from then on, which moves the boy's heart as he stares at the woman's face. In the middle of it, however, a commotion forms outside, and one of the girls in the mansion enters the room to inform them about the approaching horde of goblins. Turns out, Garrett joins Reagan and other veteran adventurers to stop the monster stampede, but the number of their enemies is just too many for the situation to improve. In response to their call, Wazoo shows a reassuring smile as he prepares himself to get moving and turn the tide in their favor. Regardless of his strength, Tata can't help but worry as she cries while reminding Wazoo to put his safety first rather than the capital and not to overdo it to the point he'll get himself in danger. Wazoo accepts her concerns and leaves Tata in Nenya's care before showing them his reliable back, saying he'll return. Unfortunately, Tata fails to stop the guy she likes from going into the battlefield and simply wishes him to be careful. Meanwhile, in the southern gate, the adventurers have gathered to subjugate the goblins, but they urge the guards first to raise the gate because Orlando doesn't want to do it in fear that the monsters will instantly destroy the capital due to their numbers advantage. Of course, this decision is hard for him to make, given that those who are already outside need reinforcements too. But just when everything is getting chaotic, Wazoo passes through the crowd to come to his rescue. Thus, Orlando tells him about their dilemma because opening the gates will enable the 1,000 goblins to annihilate all of them, but not doing so will devoid Reagan and Garrett of backup adventurers. However, choosing who to protect the civilians living inside the fortress town or their combatants battling outside is just too impossible for Orlando, who can only wish he had the strength to shift the balance of the battle. Watching his frustration leads Wazoo to a decision, and he asks Orlando to open the gates when he gives the signal, nonchalantly running away to a not-so-far distance and sprints once again, this time heading outside the city as he leaps above the walls to reach their opponents without endangering the citizens. Now Orlando is yelling in shock instead of crying, but that story is for next time as we then focus on the superhuman adventurer, watching the extraordinary amount of goblins looking like ants from where he is. With one punch, a plethora of goblins say goodbye to their life on Earth as they perish from the single yet powerful blow from Wazoo. The impact of the attack creates a large crater surrounded by unconscious goblins, and this amount is more than enough for them to proceed to the next plan, so Wazoo gives Orlando his much-awaited signal. Cautiously, the guard takes a quick peek outside, but it seems like it will go on for a few more seconds as he sees Wazoo in the middle of fallen monsters waving at them and saying, "Give it your all, guys!" The adventurers' morale soars high as they rush toward the battlefield and fight the remaining goblins, stopping them from trampling their city. Moreover, Orlando is smiling now thanks to the adventurer who gives them this opportunity, leading Wazoo to entrust the situation here to him while he looks for Reagan and Garrett. Fired up, Orlando replies with a genuine thank you, and it seems like Wazoo is getting closer to having a human friend. Well, if you don't count Tata, Reagan, Lula, and the rest. However, the situation is not looking good on Reagan's side, because even after defeating quite a tremendous number of monsters, their numbers aren't really decreasing, and there is just no end to their parade. Garrett also knows about this, so he devises a plan to find and subjugate the stronger Goblin King to force these guys into dispersing. Of course, the difficulty will worsen, but the reinforcement finally arrives as Wazoo shows up to surprise the Guildmaster. Reagan tells him about this unpredictable situation and the Goblin King who is controlling all of his minions, so Wazoo casually suggests subjugating him, but it turns out that the dispersed following will be a greater risk for the nearby villages. Right when Wazoo complains about what to do, a loud explosion occurs near the northern gate, and an injured adventurer rushes to the Guildmaster to report the appearance of the demon. He then informs Wazoo, who doesn't know what devils are, that those creatures are magical beasts that were once human. Afterward, Wazoo confirms that their appearance also changes into something definitely not human, and concludes it's the same case as with Gazuna, causing him to quickly head to the direction where the demon is spotted. Meanwhile, Tata also hears the explosion, and she rushes outside to find out what it is, worried about Wazoo, even though it is so dangerous that Nenya urges her to return while guaranteeing Wazoo's safety, unaware that someone is lurking behind her. When she realizes it, the demon has already struck Nenya away with a smack, knocking the girl down, while he, on the other hand, captures Tata, telling her, "You're mine." Those words force them to realize that the vicious demon right here is the wicked city lord himself, but Nenya is so powerless in her current state that she can only watch the man declare that he now has Tata, making them despair at the demons and the goblins' power. As his sinister laugh goes on, Wazoo rushes to the northern gate. In the desperate time at Linnock, where the misfortune inside isn't known yet, the horde of goblins surrounds all the closed entrances to continue their attempt to enter the fortified city. Unfortunately, the terror reaches not just the citizens, but also the Guildmaster's wife and daughter and the worried Dragon Royals, especially Mir, who can't even help her partner in this crucial time. After all, Wazoo is rushing toward the blast near the northern gate, where he sees an awfully familiar trio whose clothes are ripped to shreds. Not even a second pass, and Wazoo immediately recognizes the A-ranked adventuring party, although he already forgot they are now known by the name Dark Charcoal, and definitely not Black something. Even with this form, their anger issue remains, so Wazoo gives one of them a smack in the face as a well-deserved present to congratulate them on turning into mindless beasts. Remembering Garrett's words, Wazoo swears he will save them from suffering, fully aware these guys can't return to being humans anymore. Thus, he throws a series of serious punches as a farewell to the three demons and strikes them away until they can't fight or get up anymore. Thanks to that, the adventurers see hope, and they credit all of that to the Tamer, who has a famous dragon. Nonetheless, these combatants can handle it from here now, so Wazoo returns to Reagan and reports his success in defeating the demons. Moreover, his appearance is a big help even for the Guildmaster, who counts on the C-ranked adventurer's strength to assist them in wiping out all the goblins, making Wazoo so thrilled that this guy rushes toward the horde of monsters until he sees the wounded Nenya, who's too weak. She collapses on the ground as soon as seeing the adventurer. Bursting in tears, Nenya informs Wazoo about the City Lord's surprise attack using his new demon form, and she blames herself for not being able to protect Tata, which is also unbearable to hear for Wazoo. When Reagan and Garrett hear the news, they immediately fear the worst, confident that the City Lord will surely marry Tata and make her his plaything for the rest of the woman's life, not to mention getting imprisoned and defiled until that trash is satisfied. In the past, the City Lord disguised himself as a customer while Garrett was away, allowing him to do nasty things, which leads to the woman's depression to the point she wishes to hasten her permanent departure and say goodbye to life. At that time, Tata can't help but fear being married to the City Lord, not even experiencing genuine love, because even if she manages to pay all the made-up debt, Tata is consumed by despair that no one will wholeheartedly like someone as tainted as her. Apparently, it's also the reason Nenya decides to do everything to protect her older sister from their vile enemy, although it is already too late now as she finally fails to make Tata happy. For sure, Wazoo knows very well what the Nekomimi girl is feeling, but it seems like they can't wallow in melancholy any longer as the goblins charge ahead despite the adventurers' desperate efforts. Even though it'll be tougher for them, Garrett and Reagan urge Wazoo to hurry to Tata's aid because he's the only one who can save the impure maiden from the City Lord's dirty claws. However, Wazoo can't just abandon the already losing battlefield and let his allies get taken down by the goblins, leading to a mental dilemma that leaves him begging for someone's guidance. To his surprise, the one who answers is none other than the Dragon King, Ragnar, who considers the adventurer as his buddy. After all, the powerful royal finally arrives in the combat zone to assist these feeble humans, although he doesn't really know what exactly occurs here. Still, Ragnar's presence allows Wazoo to make his way toward Tata without worries, and it seems like that is celebratory enough for him to finally call the Dragon King best bud after all this time of Loki considering only humans as possible friends. See, Ragnar has the potential to be a tsundere. Afterward, the Dragon King learns the exact numbers of the enemies from Reagan and concludes that these 800 goblins are perfect for turning into his roasted dinner later. Like father, like daughter, huh? Burning somebody into charcoal seems to be the Dragon Royal's hobby, so the Guildmaster warns everyone to fall back, not get caught up, and let the Dragon King cook. Not wasting time, Ragnar releases a fiery breath to incinerate the horde of monsters gathering around his line of fire, eventually roasting the netherworld out of them and lessening their numbers tremendously. "All hail the Dragon King" can be heard in the background by some random adventurers as they celebrate their approaching victory. On the other hand, Ragnar tells Reagan that the reason he won't waste even a mere second in obliterating the enemies is that there are citizens inside the city trembling in fear, such as their daughters, Lula and Mir. With that said, these loving fathers charge toward the remaining goblins, along with the adventurers, to end this battle once and for all, in the name of their daughters, of course. Meanwhile, Tata arrives in the City Lord's bedroom after getting captured by the vile and delusionary man who wants the girl all for himself. Obviously, he is not satisfied by spending the night with Tata in the mansion once, because this demon desires her to become his wife instead, even though the woman herself doesn't want to be a part of it, as she believes that her heart is still pure despite the sullied body. However, the demonic aristocrat thinks of Tata as a mere lady of pleasure whose chastity is robbed by some random guy with the infamous bangs that cover their eyes. But for Tata, she's the one who took her maidenhood, and the true form of it will be for the one she truly loves, who is definitely not this demon. Oops, a slap right in his face. To add insult to another insult, Tata declares, "I will never be yours," as she already likes someone with all her heart, and that person is undeniably Wazoo. Unfortunately, it's not a reason for the City Lord to stop his evil deeds, and he proceeds with it by forcing Tata to show. We won't let you take a peek though. As I said, there is no fan service. Nonetheless, the degenerate commences his plan to impregnate Tata only to receive a well-deserved kick from the adventurer, who arrives in the nick of time to save the maiden in love from the demon. As soon as she sees Wazoo, Tata immediately embraces her savior, delighted that everything will be fine now that the guy she likes is here. Wazoo reveals that the monster rampage outside the fortress town is close to getting resolved, and he manages to arrive in time thanks to Nenya telling him everything that happened. Before they proceed, however, the gentleman gives his shirt to Tata, who eventually cries as she wonders why in the world a kind adventurer is so kind to someone like her. Finally, Wazoo can say a heart-throbbing one-liner that will ease Tata's worries, but the city lord interrupts them to ask how on earth he enters the room. Jumped over the wall? Obviously, this demonic aristocrat doesn't believe Wazoo can take down the B-ranked adventurers guards, so the C-ranked shows the bunch of unconscious nobodies piling up. Apparently, Wazoo gives them a taste of his special knuckle sandwich because they're hiding in the mansion even though everyone is fighting the monsters outside. Putting that aside, the puny human won't agitate the demon anymore as he flies around the ball of fire, confident his devilish power will render Wazoo's effort useless. After all, the city lord's water is the serpent that pierces through everything, and his flames apparently bore every creation, leading him to combine the two and send the fierce elemental blow toward Wazoo, not even caring that Tata is still there. Well, I guess he can just heal her afterward. Yeah, it's probably the same healing time some of you think. Amidst the chaos happening inside and outside the city of Linux, the perpetrator watches all of them unfold from a safe place, surprised that the dull-looking guy he once met turns out to be a strong individual who even befriends the Dragon King. Regardless, Shiro believes Wazoo will have a difficult time handling the extraordinary power of the demonic aristocrat, which seems to be the unfortunate truth as we go back to the battle scene, where two enormous balls of different elements are ready to devour the adventurer's very existence. Worried, Tata tells Wazoo to run away, but all the guy can hear right now are the ara-ara noises coming from the two goddesses residing in his guild card. Needless to say, these heavenly entities who appear in the form of mere silhouettes are going to protect Wazoo from the degenerate they call the Agent of Evil, giving the once betrayed adventurer the strength to defend himself from the life-ending magical spell that ultimately swirls in front of Wazoo instead of hitting him. Eventually, Tata opens her eyes in spite of being terrified and sees the man she loves enduring the attack for them to be safe. The damsel in distress immediately tells him to escape and abandon her, but Wazoo isn't the slightest bit worried as he assures the woman he's perfectly fine. Once again, Tata bursts into tears, wondering why Wazoo is willing to endanger his life to help someone like her. Soon after, the noble demon's offensive spell disappears along with his composure as he finds out that the human who foils his plans is entirely unscathed. Ignoring the Lord's reaction, Wazoo answers Tata's question with a loud and clear, "I like you," finally revealing his feelings and making the maiden in love red-faced from embarrassment. The same goes for him though, if not worse, because Wazoo doesn't plan for this to happen, and it's more like an impulse action at this rate. Even so, Tata's opinion remains unchanged as she stops Wazoo from loving a woman like her whose body is stained. Of course, the adventurer thinks that Tata is still pretty, even though the person herself disagrees because he is willing to ignore the lady's past, along with her sullied self. After all, the one Wazoo likes is none other than Tata, who is standing right in front of him and not just any person. Those words move the young maiden, who's clearly in love with Wazoo too, although the opposite can be said for the city lord, who feels bitter at the guy's lovey-dovey conversation with his woman. It's exactly the reason he receives the sweet knuckle sandwich from the C-ranked adventurer, who evidently doesn't like his potential harem member to be owned by a degenerate noble boy. As a result, the same ominous ball that you are laughing so hard at in the comments comes out from the demon's mouth, allowing Wazoo to confirm it really is similar to the ones Kazuna had. Thus, he exits the Count's mansion while carrying Tata in his arms, wondering if everyone is all right. Right in time, Ragnar and Reagan arrive along with Nenya and Garrett, who are completely safe in spite of their wounds. The Nekomimi girl hurriedly rushes to her not-biological elder sister while crying and blaming herself again, but she doesn't forget to smile at Wazoo and thanks him wholeheartedly for saving Tata. Therefore, everyone returns to their family with large smiles on their faces and celebrates their well-deserved reunion in front of the Breeze of Light Inn now that the chaos has been quelled, thanks to Wazoo and the others' heroic efforts. So everything except the protagonist is just a side note, huh, Goddess-san? The next day, Wazoo greets the refreshing yet awfully weather morning with excitement because today is the day when he will invite his beloved Tata to join his harem. Okay, a harem of friends. Although he's aware Mir might get upset, Wazoo rushes to Garrett's mansion in hopes that Tata will agree to be his companion who will accompany him on his adventures instead of a girlfriend invitation like we initially expected. Before that, Wazoo visits the city lord in the guildmaster's office only to learn there are no signs of him waking up, and it's highly possible he will perish soon, similar to the members of Black Something who will suffer the same fate. Therefore, Wazoo informs Reagan about the red sphere they spit out after getting defeated, which is identical to the one he encountered in the Elven village. On the other hand, Orlando reveals the report regarding a suspicious peddler wearing a hood, and concludes he may be the source of the red orbs the Count and the three adventurers bought. That triggers Wazoo's memory about Shiro to surface, which leads Reagan to set up an investigation with Orlando as the head investigator. On another note, the guildmaster asks Wazoo if he will chase after Tata, confusing the adventurer as he has completely no idea where the woman she loves goes. It turns out that she leaves Linux with her family, while Garrett and his subordinates serve as their escorts in fear that the Count's underlings may strike back. However, this is the first time Wazoo hears any of these, so he runs away from the guild and desperately sprints outside amidst the downpour raining down on him. Fortunately, Wazoo meets Nenya on the way, so he immediately asks where Tata is, only to discover she has no idea either, and her orders are to track the lady's scent and follow after without bringing anyone. Of course, Nenya trusts Wazoo, but this is something she can't decide by herself, leaving the Beast Girl with no other choice but to apologize to her older sister's savior. In the end, Wazoo can do nothing but accept it with a bitter smile, aware Tata will be happier when she lives peacefully somewhere else. With that said, he asks Nenya to give Tata his regards, allowing the Nekomimi sad girl to head out while leaving a melancholic thank you to Wazoo. For some reason, the rainfall gets heavier each second as it rains down on the betrayed adventurer who once again got dumped by the woman he loves. Meanwhile, one of those girls sighs exaggeratedly while worrying if she should come back to the village, given that this elf has brooded over this matter for 10 days already. Even now, Salona contemplates her failed goal of joining Wazoo's harem due to his new friends, but it seems like her thoughts are finally interrupted by an argument in a nearby carriage. To Salona's surprise, the woman inside the vehicle, Tata, speaks Wazoo's name because she's mad he's not informed of their departure from the city. Her father asks for forgiveness, but there is just no time to search for him, even though Wazoo can easily be seen in Reagan's inn, which leads Tata to beg Garrett to return to Linux. Why would she go so far just to meet him? Obviously, Tata has fallen madly in love with Wazoo, and she proudly declares it with a blushing face, surprising not just her parents, but especially Salona, who shares the same feelings. Nonetheless, Tata's mother and father agree to return to Linux at full speed, but before they can leave, Salona interrupts to ask the woman who likes Wazoo something. Unfortunately, Tata's body and facial features are so overwhelming and intimidating for Salona that she stutters a bit before confirming if the guy Tata is talking about is the same strong and cute adventurer the elf knows. Ultimately, the two find out they have the same interest, which leaves them with an unsurprising question. Are you also looking to join Wazoo's harem? Big yes, it seems. Afterward, they change location into a more pleasant place to talk, allowing these two blushing ladies to finally ask the million-dollar question, wondering what relationship each of them has with the adventurer they romantically like. That said, Salona is 100% sure that Wazoo helps someone and that person falls in love with him, which is definitely the case for both her and Tata. Regardless of their awkwardness toward each other, these two understand the feeling of having their hearts stolen by that guy, and it seems like they both have their own agreeable sentiments regarding the matter. You read them. Nonetheless, Tata and Salona realize they are already part of Wazoo's harem, and the two want to hear the other's love story to know what happened between them and the C-ranked adventurer to ultimately pester Wazoo if there's something one has experienced and the other did not. In reality, Mir is the one making efforts to comfort her partner, desperately waking him up until she forcibly enters the blanket and becomes the stuffed toy for Wazoo to embrace while he's crying from being heartbroken. It turns out it's been 5 days since Wazoo last left his bed, not to mention he's not eating properly recently, which leads Lula to ask Ragnir to cheer the guy up. Instead of doing that, the Dragon King tells the inn's poster girl that Wazoo runs away from his hometown due to an emotional wound that can be healed if he acquires enough friends, which allows him to someday return to his family. However, they are not the companions Wazoo is looking for, and what the adventurer needs right now is to realize for himself what it means to make friends. In the middle of their conversation, Orlando, who is strangely angry, arrives in the inn and straightly barges into Wazoo's room to wake the broken-hearted guy up, eventually dragging him outside to, you have guessed it, have a match with the adventurer who turns the tide in the battle against the goblins in their favor. Regardless, Orlando looks gung-ho to take his opponent down, only to hear the brutal truth from Wazoo, who advises the guard to stop because he can't win. Cruel 100. Nevertheless, Orlando charges toward the adventurer and attempts a few sword swings that get easily evaded, causing him to fall on the grass and still smile despite his crushing defeat. After all, Orlando's objective is to cheer up Wazoo's mood by forcing him to move his body because it apparently works on him, although not for the adventurer who thinks it is only effective when the opponent is stronger. Eventually, the conversation shifts to the main topic, but Orlando makes the unforgivable mistake of saying Tata's name, so he receives a knuckle sandwich. Even so, the guard is determined to give Wazoo an earful due to his behavior, ultimately telling him he is so uncool right now. Orlando uses scolding. It's super effective. As a result, Wazoo assumes that his face is the problem, even though it is not what Orlando means because he's referring to the current situation. To be fair, the city guard pities the heartbroken young man, but he can't endure seeing him in this state and obviously disagrees that it's the right way to handle things. After all, Orlando has been impressed at Wazoo's absurd strength ever since he defeated the goblins, and he admires the adventurer so much that he aspires to be like him someday. Borrowing his words, Orlando doesn't want to remain a guard, but instead, a man who can protect others. For that reason, he pokes his nose into Wazoo's situation after knowing he shuts himself in his room because of Tata, thinking something needs to be done as the adventurer's friend. Wazoo believes it's a bit presumptuous, however, but if he really is his friend, the adventurer expresses his thoughts with an assumption that Orlando will listen. Therefore, Wazoo reveals that his heart's strength doesn't match up to his superhuman abilities, robbing him of the confidence that he desperately fills by searching for friends. In the end, the girls he likes dump him, making Wazoo envious of the adventurers who have companions along their journey, because for him, strength is irrelevant to make up for being lonely and more miserable as time passes. Thus, Orlando smashes him in the face, and there ain't no way to dodge that, along with the guard's reprimands, reminding Wazoo not to care even if no one wants to follow him because he is the real hero who saved Linux. On top of it, Wazoo manages to make Tata smile, which should be enough to celebrate despite the woman's sudden disappearance, given that she is happy and free now. After all, the current Wazoo looks like a man who will hinder someone's happiness to force her to be his friend. The adventurer seems to have already forgotten it, so Orlando reminds him that his power is meant for helping people, solving problems, and the one that'll trigger everyone's smiles to surface. Be that man. These words successfully reach Wazoo's ears, and he finally looks at the brighter side of things thanks to Orlando, who says what the adventurer might want to hear. Then, Wazoo thinks of the bright, cheerful faces of all the women he loved in the past, allowing him to muster the determination needed to get back on his feet and declare he will be that cool man Orlando wants him to become. Thus, what to do next is decided, and the Dragon Royals are absolutely proud while watching the whole scene behind the bushes. There's no wasting time, and they strike while the iron is hot, immediately informing Reagan about their plan to depart from Linux because Orlando apparently wants to become a knight. Wazoo assures the guildmaster that the guard's skill is sufficient, so Reagan eventually supports their decision, mainly due to Wazoo finally regaining all his energy. Nonetheless, Lula can't see them off with a smile, and she's crying because a regular customer is leaving rather than being sad that Wazoo will head out. Thankfully, Kayla gives some words of encouragement, contrary to Emma, who views Wazoo as a mere guild's asset. On the other hand, Reagan hands the adventurer a bag of coins as a reward for the missions he accomplished, and follows it with a badge of his former adventuring party, instructing Wazoo to show it to the guildmaster in the East Royal capital to receive a certain benefit. Apparently the head there is Reagan's older sister, and Wazoo is having some rude imaginations as to what her face looks like. With that said, the two depart on their journey and bid everyone their goodbyes while Ragnir, his wife, and mother-in-law on the other hand, return to the castle together, allowing Mir to accompany Wazoo and Orlando as they start their long journey onto the royal capital. Unbeknownst to the adventurer, his harem members, whom he himself doesn't know exist, are hurrying toward the town of Linux and even urging Garrett to speed up to catch up to Wazoo before he leaves the city. The man just laughs at them though, as he never thinks that the day will arrive when Wazoo's future will be so bright that two beautiful ladies are on the chase to see him again. In contrast, Nenya, who finally reunites with Tata, is complaining that she didn't bring Wazoo along due to the orders, but it seems like these two arrive at a different conclusion based on the Beast Girl's words, and they assume Nenya is a fellow harem applicant like them. Of course, the Nekomimi girl disagrees with their baseless suspicions, but no one can deny even the goddess that Wazoo is, a sinful person. Unfortunately for these girls, the man they're madly in love with is already on his way to the royal capital with Orlando, who is fighting some monsters as some sort of training. Needless to say, the aspiring knight's stamina is at its limits, so he asks for a few minutes of resting time from his trainer, only to receive something to the likes of, "Oh, you're already tired. That was just a mere 30 monsters though." Apparently, Wazoo is just kidding, and he thinks Orlando has grown stronger since they were in Linux. Still, the former city guard can't help but envy Wazoo, who possesses absurd stats thanks to the divine protection of the goddess, given that his status doesn't increase that much even after subjugating 30 monsters. However, spending several days with Wazoo leads Orlando to realize he's not misusing his powers, which allows people to trust and rely on him. Wazoo is still pessimistic about not having friends, however, but Orlando still aspires to be like the adventurer who people would immediately call for help when something happens. Thus, Wazoo assures the former guard that he will be a knight who will get promoted quickly as soon as they reach the capital of Manbond, because he will give him 50 days of one-on-one Sparta training along their journey. There are some doubts about his teaching skills, but we will ignore that and move on to nighttime when Mir prepares the bed from her magical space-time storage. Thanks to the convenient magic, Orlando wonders if Mir can turn into a human too, like her family, because it seems like he has the same thought as most of the viewers here. Yes, I know what you're thinking. Unfortunately, there's no Dragon Girl transformation anytime soon because Mir doesn't possess enough power to do so as of now. Regardless, Orlando realizes that all the women who rejected Wazoo are worth utterly nothing because the small dragon who likes the adventurer very much might be the one who will be his wife. As a result, Wazoo assigns Orlando to defeat 100 monsters tomorrow. The morning arrives in a flash, however, and the adventurer wakes up first after hearing strange noises from somewhere. He immediately sharpens his senses and finds out that somebody is quarreling somewhere near where they are, which leads Wazoo to wake Orlando and inform him everything about what he heard. Unfortunately, the conversation gets more vicious as it continues, so Wazoo hurriedly leaves without even explaining the whole details to Orlando, aware that there are women in grave danger waiting for someone's help. As Wazoo expects, a Goblin Slayer-level degeneracy is occurring between a horde of men and a group of female knights, enraging the captain of the squad, Cassie, who offers herself to be the one getting humiliated instead of her subordinates. Unfortunately, the ruffian has no interest in shifting their focus to her due to some rude reasons, but the little time Cassie has bought allows Wazoo and Orlando to spot their location right in time before the indecent parade of the thugs worsens. Despite being oblivious to the exact situation, the two dive down the cliff and make their surprising, heroic entrance to save the Lady Knights from the humanized goblins in the nick of time. Both parties wonder who in the world these two are, but their thoughts are of no importance to Wazoo, who assigns the 3 red-armored warriors to Orlando while he handles the rest of the ruffians. Among them are 2 large men with bulky muscles and a Viking hat intimidating the adventurer after getting ignored by him, although Wazoo really has no idea who these guys are. In unison, they introduce themselves as the infamous bandit gang known as the Dagondo Brothers, and it obviously rings a bell to Wazoo's ears because he apparently hasn't known a thing about them up till now. As a result, Wazoo knocks the Dagondo brothers down with a single knuckle smash, while Orlando, on the other hand, charges toward the red-armored warriors and gives them a taste of his training, slashing all the way until they turn into unconscious individuals. At the same time, Wazoo continues his series of attacks as he spins mid-air and kicks the bandits one by one until they can't fight anymore, and the squeaks requesting help are the ones resounding in the forest. Needless to say, those yells come from the ruffians whose bodies are now piling up after getting utterly defeated. Therefore, Wazoo gives the female knights bottles of water to drink before hurrying to the captain's rescue because she is still tied up in a large tree. Immediately, he unfastens the rope to free Cassie, but her plump body makes it more challenging for the adventurer to do it, and there's no way Wazoo will rudely tell the Lady Knight the reason. Fortunately, the situation ends well, and the rope has been untied, albeit in a forceful method, allowing Cassie to introduce herself and her subordinates and reveal she is a close aide of the second princess of the Manbond Kingdom. Afterward, Cassie apologizes for showing such a shameful display and thanks Wazoo and Orlando while shyly asking their names. There's no chance for them to answer, however, as the ring on Cassie's finger suddenly flashes a blinding light, eventually emitting a sound that seems to be a message from someone. It turns out that the ring is a communication device, and it allows Cassie to hear someone's relieved voice, given that everyone is safe and they have just reached Mima Village. Everything looks okay, and the 2 travelers from Linux are having an amusing conversation of their own until the girl from the other side meets some unidentified dangerous individuals. Unfortunately, Wazoo and Orlando can only watch in shock as they listen to Cassie's hysterical yells, shouting the name Naminisha. The story then shifts the point of view to the princess, whom we will call Nisha, as she talks to Cassie and informs her of the plan to gather in the Mima village. It is at this moment that she notices the presence of a squad of armored warriors barging into their base, muttering the words, "We found you." Nisha is so surprised she just stares at the unannounced intruders, but her butler, Floyd, throws a smokescreen to commence their escape from the enemies who clearly outnumbered them. Ultimately, Nisha stays in the house on the outskirts and puts up a defensive barrier while waiting for Cassie to come to their rescue before the magic power runs out. Only a little push and the princess will get her hands on a clue regarding their investigation, so getting caught here and turning all of their team's efforts to waste is definitely out of the question. As if answering her prayers, Wazoo arrives when everything slowly turns into despair, eventually taking the armored warriors down along with the little dragon resting on his shoulders. Nisha's eyes brighten as she watches the scene unfold, and without even knowing the adventurer's name, she concludes that her feeling right now is undeniably what you call love at first sight. Before another harem member is officially added to Wazoo's unofficial harem list, we go back a few days to the Oishi village, where the battle against the bandits has just ended. Nonetheless, Wazoo is strangely proud to show everyone his creation, which depicts a flower garden of bandit heads that serves as their prison, as there is no abandoned house or cage here. Ignoring their well-deserved state, Cassie learns that her subordinate will head to Linux for the punishment of the ruffians, although it looks like the female knight wants to go to Wazoo instead, considering how red her face is when glancing at the adventurer. Moreover, the knightess wishes to hear the stories of his journey upon returning, so she asks it from none other than the charismatic traveler who's the most shocked by all of this. Yes, it is me, Orlando. Wazoo's disappointment is immeasurable after learning that his assumptions are wrong all along, not to mention the knight's smile is directed not at him but at his companion. Furthermore, the lady's excitement stems from hearing "be careful" from Orlando, and the same romantic thoughts can also be seen from Cassie's remaining subordinates, who are eager to accompany Linux's former guard but cannot due to their missions. Thus, seeing that all the girls are fawning over Orlando causes Wazoo to plan to cut his hair, to hopefully become more handsome. But Mir, of course, refuses to let her comfy bed disappear. Suddenly, Wazoo catches sight of Cassie staring at him for mysterious reasons and eventually winks at the harem-aspiring adventurer as if hinting there's a chance for them to be together. After a bit of consideration, Wazoo concludes that the squad captain isn't really her type, although he also realizes that his strength is enough to Princess carry Cassie when they get married, and Mir doesn't agree to any of those. Nonetheless, they need to hurry toward Maima village as quickly as they can, so Cassie prepares the horses for their whole day's travel. But Wazoo is Wazoo. He wants to run. With that said, Wazoo sprints at a speed much faster than the horses Cassie and Orlando are riding as they immediately head out toward Nisha without wasting a moment's time. At nighttime, the three camp outside, and Cassie takes this opportunity to thank Wazoo and Orlando again, but the former views this as a perfect chance to make this a win-win opportunity for both parties. As a reward for their assistance, Wazoo requests Cassie to help Orlando become a knight when everything is settled. Of course, the knightess has absolutely zero problems with it, but she thinks it will take some time for their situation to be resolved, and it's better for the two outsiders to hear everything from Nisha instead of her. When the sun sets the next day, Wazoo and his companions arrive in the Maima village, only to see that the place has turned into some sort of a ghost town because no one is outside. Fortunately, a woman answers Cassie's knock and informs her about the group of people in red armor surrounding a house on the outskirts for the past 2 days. Orlando remembers the men in similar outfits among the bandits. As it turns out, they are the ones who hinder the investigation of Cassie and her master. Therefore, they spare no time in arriving at the scene, which is currently getting threatened by the red-armored warriors who advise everyone inside the house to surrender because their reinforcement won't come before the magic power that holds the barrier runs out. Little do they know that the rescue team is hiding in the bushes while desperately pondering a plan to fight against the enemy's numbers advantage. However, the barrier weakens each second pass, so Wazoo volunteers to go ahead despite Cassie stopping him, mainly because she's sure the armored men are trained, skillful knights. The adventurer simply urges her to keep silent though, as he then goes into a unique stealthy battle stance and throws a rock at one of his enemies, although its power is so strong that more red armored men are accidentally caught up in the collision. Thanks to the failed stealth yet successful sneak attack, Wazoo realizes he's bad at anything battle-related except approaching it head-on, so he does exactly that and answers the knight's blade swing by blocking it with his forearm. To the armored man's surprise, his blade shatters as soon as it makes contact with Wazoo's skin, which leads some of the remaining knights to group up and attack simultaneously, only to suffer the same fate as their companion. Afterward, Wazoo commences his counterattack, filled with rage and irritation, as he advises his foes to at least get a god sword if they're planning to defeat him. Remember the absurd stats that were once insults? They are proving their accuracy now. Just like the scene before the flashback, someone watches the entirety of the battle from the windows in the house, wondering if the ordinary-looking guy is a rescuer Cassie brings. Putting that aside, Wazoo shows us another One Punch Man reference, which finally ends the battle, so he happily checks on Mir's condition because she's stuck with him all this time. On the other hand, Cassie and Orlando join the fray too late, not to mention that the barrier is opening, so the knightess immediately kneels in front of the door while stating her name to inform Nisha she is here. Soon after, the door opened, and Wazoo saw a girl coming out from the house, clearly blushing and slightly cautious while looking at him instead of her aide. Furthermore, Nisha completely ignores Cassie, not even replying a single word as she walks straight toward Wazoo and forms panels of adorable facial expressions while closing her distance to the adventurer. Eventually, Nisha's face gets so close to Wazoo's that she asks the guy's name, although it takes the princess every effort possible just to stand on her tiptoes. Despite feeling troubled by Nisha's behavior, Wazoo introduces himself to the curious girl, who smiles brightly and says his name repeatedly as if she's overwhelmed with happiness. That said, Nisha also reveals her name as Namanisha Manbond, a surname that is similar to the royal capital because, as we all know except Wazoo, this girl is none other than the country's second princess. From a saintess to an elf, a tata, and now a royal? Harem, let's go. Meanwhile, we catch a glimpse of two more royals in Manbond, Navilio, and Naralina. Each have their own unfriendly expressions on their faces, hinting that these two are not on good terms and something ominous might be at play here, given that we acquire a closer look on the necklace and bracelet each of them wear. Nonetheless, the night in Mima Village is one filled with hearts and blushes as Nisha sits next to Wazoo and at an awkwardly close distance that troubles the broken-hearted boy. She then reminds everyone not to be polite because this meeting is not a formal occasion, allowing Orlando to express his surprise that their encounter with the second princess of the Manbond Kingdom will be in this manner. I wonder what you mean by that. Regardless, too much formality is a big no-no to Nisha, although it's her overly closeness that is difficult for Wazoo to accept. Putting that aside, Floyd finally introduces himself to Wazoo and Orlando as Nisha's personal butler and suddenly mentions the flower garden of buried red-armored knights on the ground, saying he's absolutely moved by the adventurer's good taste. It seems like her butler's preferences are a bit troubling for Nisha though, so she urges the servant to start her greetings, leading Kumiya to shyly present herself as the princess's personal maid. Unfortunately, the girl literally bites her tongue when saying, "Nice to meet you," albeit in a cutesy way that the viewers won't mind. I can even see simps forming. Similarly, Wazoo notices the maid's massive bosom and stares at it for quite a few seconds, even comparing it to Cassie and the princess, ultimately concluding that Kumiya's you-know-what is a bit unbalanced to her lowly body. Of course, Nisha doesn't let it end in her defeat, and she proudly presents the plump in her chest for the adventurer to take a good long look at it, only to receive Wazoo's confused question marks. Now, he doesn't let his shield rise, huh? Anyway, Orlando introduces himself too and reveals he's an ordinary soldier who aims to be a knight, contrary to Wazoo, who is originally a traveling adventurer. Therefore, Cassie informs the princess that Wazoo defeats the red-armored knights all by himself, calling him a reliable man while giving Wazoo the wink of love, which increases the question marks on the traveler's head. Suddenly, Wazoo notices the strange actions of the goddess in his guild card, so he immediately excuses himself from the princess, who wants to hear their stories, and hurriedly exits the room. In front of the door, Wazoo checks if there's anything weird because the goddess is obviously not in the mood, enabling him to learn that his human purity is thankfully the same. There's a loud cry echoing in the background, however, along with an offensive insult as the goddess apparently tastes defeat, while Mother Earth has the smile of the winner. It turns out that the former is complaining about the existence of women with huge chests, specifically Cassie, Nisha, and Kumiya, who are the ones getting roasted by her complaints. Well, thanks to her argument with Mother Earth, Wazoo finds out that the goddess has a small bosom, although it's the last thing she wants to hear right now. While the ruckus outside goes on, Nisha shyly asks Orlando if Wazoo already has a lover. After all, she's worried that her impudent actions of being overly friendly might have angered Wazoo instead of being effective in a good way. Orlando assures her that his friend is just nervous, before revealing that Wazoo has no lover, and he lacks confidence on top of being pessimistic regarding women. Obviously, these ladies want to protect the surprisingly adorable adventurer, except Kumiya, who clearly has a different, how cute expression on her face. Thus, while Wazoo is busy mediating the fight between the two goddesses, Nisha sees another reason to progress her romantic feelings and deepen her relationship with him. Eventually, Wazoo comes back from the bosom duel alive and immediately asks Nisha why she left the capital. Although she's initially reluctant, the princess reveals the story from the very beginning. In the country of Manbond, the king and queen, Givilio and Miralina, have 3 children, the elder brother and the successor to the throne, Navilio, the twin elder sister Naralina, and the younger of the twins, Nisha. Apparently, Navilio is known as the genius of their country for being an expert in domestic affairs, diplomacy, and strategy, while Naralina, on the other hand, is the pride of the knights due to her exceptional battle prowess. Lastly, Nisha is dubbed the Holy Princess because of her kindness and compassion, which is also the reason she mainly uses barrier magic. Unfortunately, the royal's peaceful life ends one day when the king and queen suddenly lose consciousness to an unknown disease, causing Navilio and Naralina to treat each other as enemies and try to finish one another's life. Nisha suspects there's a reason the continuous misfortunes befall her family, so she investigates the matter and learns that the red armored knights aren't the main suspects, albeit they're being a nuisance for hindering their progress. As a result, Cassie reports that they discovered the reason Navilio and Naralina are fighting, so she asks Nisha if her siblings are wearing something out of the ordinary before they turn into enemies. Therefore, the princess remembers seeing a bracelet in Navilio and a necklace in Naralina, leading Cassie to confirm what she learns from the East Royal Capital's guildmaster, Relaya, who is possibly Regan's sister, that those accessories are cursed. After all, there is news of 2 forbidden items stolen from a sealed vault, the immature puppet and the Feast of the Berserker. Unfortunately, the longer they are worn, the stronger the curse grows, so it becomes the priority to get rid of it before looking for the main culprit. But as things are, even Nisha will face difficulty meeting her brother and sister, who also have 6 close aides remaining close by their sides. Then, how about breaking it through force? As expected, Wazoo arrives at the most straightforward answer, to which Orlando agrees because he's fully aware of how superhuman the adventurer's strength is. Amazed, Nisha remembers Wazoo saying it needs to be a god sword to at least inflict damage on him until the guy reveals that heavenly blades won't hurt him either. On another note, Wazoo empathizes with what Nisha feels because he can also understand how sad it is for siblings to hate each other, and he thinks the princess is very lonely right now after not being recognized by her beloved brother and sister. He hits right on the mark, and Wazoo tops it off with an ultimate "You are amazing," assuming that the Man-Bond siblings are really close to each other. Nisha is so grateful for those words that she cries and makes an informal request to Wazoo, asking him to destroy the cursed tools, despite being worried that the adventurer won't accept this sudden quest. On the contrary, Wazoo lets out a big smile to assure the princess he will definitely do it, making Nisha delighted from the bottom of her heart. Therefore, Wazoo reveals his condition on accepting the informal request, which is for Nisha to give Orlando the chance to become a knight. Needless to say, the former guard is elated to hear it, and he kneels in gratitude to the princess, who unquestionably agrees, which leaves them with the matter regarding Wazoo's reward because he apparently doesn't want anything. Thus, the princess takes the problem into her own hands and decides that the adventurer's compensation will be none other than herself. Wazoo instantly says, "Sure," until he realizes what Nisha really means, and it seems like it's too late to back out now, given that the princess looks very determined to force Wazoo into speaking informally with her to deepen their closeness. As expected, the oh-so-strong adventurer can't hold a candle to Nisha's persistence and terrifyingly sweet smile that is hard to refuse. Although it is clearly forced and awkward, Wazoo changes his polite "understood" to a more friendly "all right," and that finally satisfies the second princess of the kingdom. Before their departure tomorrow morning, Nisha and the other girls leave for a different room, but Floyd thinks it's better if they're the ones who change locations, and she should be here alone with Wazoo. The result? The butler receives the princess's 100% smash, which destroys the wall and sends Floyd outside. It's because you're too hasty, Perfson. Unfortunately, Wazoo doesn't get to enjoy his late morning slumber the following day because of Kumiya, who barges into his room and pulls the blanket away to wake him up because they're going to depart soon. For mysterious reasons, Kumiya is not acting like herself today, but thankfully Floyd arrives to inform Wazoo of their departure and to introduce the maid today as Kumua. Apparently this girl is not Kumiya's twin, but her split personality, who comes out once in a while and who has a rough way of speaking, but is still kind. True enough, Kumua is so caring that she offers to wipe Wazoo's body, only to receive the young man's refusal because of reasons you already know. In the bathroom, Wazoo cleanses himself while telling Mir how weird Floyd and the others are, as if they're not human at all, given that the butler has no injuries whatsoever despite the incident last night. It's not like he's in a position to say it, though. Regardless, Wazoo notices Mir's weird stare and lets her do what she wants, thinking it's fine because this partially human has nothing to hide. That said, Wazoo believes he'll be embarrassed and won't be able to show his body to others on the off chance he can humanize himself like Ragnir, and tells Mir she should remain herself as it is preferable that way. Afterward, they come out of the house and meet the princess, who suddenly fixes the adventurer's crooked robe as soon as she notices it. Obviously, Mir doesn't like Nisha's presumptuous actions because she wants to be the one who'll fix it for Wazoo, causing the little dragon to act clingy to establish territory and show the princess who the true last boss is, and it seems like Nisha immediately understands her message. Nonetheless, the journey that lasts for an unknown number of days continues, and we can now see the royal capital, Manbond, where the group is having a little meeting near the large gate. In summary, Wazoo and Nisha will remove the curses from Navilio and Naralina, while Cassie and the others head to the guild to bring Relaya to the castle. Without further ado, the trio of the princess, the adventurer, and the dragon excitedly wander in the busy streets on their way to the palace. Well, a fun fact from Nisha says it'll take them half a day to go around Manbond, but I'll spare you from more details as they then talk about Wazoo's life in the mountains and how prosperous Manbond is compared to his hometown, Iskoa. Thus, they talk about how great Nisha's father is for being the main reason they witnessed the rapid growth of their kingdom, but they are at the gate now, so the princess plans to talk with the soldiers first until a carriage suddenly shows up and almost hit Nisha, if not for Wazoo, who immediately grabs her hand to keep the girl away from danger. When the vehicle stops, the scared princess opens her eyes and sees the heroic adventurer saving her again, making the princess blush as she stares at Wazoo in admiration. Then, Nisha takes advantage of the situation to get closer to the guy she likes, although they are interrupted immediately after by a noble boy, Denroga, who feels happy seeing Nisha again after a long time. It turns out that Denroga is the person inside the carriage, and he's on the way to visit his father, Chancellor Zeiss. But because this noble is curious about who Wazoo is, Nisha introduces the adventurer as her bodyguard to protect herself from the disputes between Navilio and Naralina. She also creates a pretense that they're planning to tour the castle, although it is evident that Denroga isn't convinced that Wazoo is strong enough to do the task. Needless to say, he just makes Nisha hate him even more, which leads the princess to leave with Wazoo while ignoring Denroga's wish to talk about their marriage. At least Wazoo hears him, and he seems to be interested in knowing more about it, contrary to Nisha, who scares the heavens out of Denroga by angrily bidding him farewell thanks to his insolent behavior. Well, goodbye, noble boy. While walking through the castle's hallway, Wazoo asks Nisha about the marriage Denroga is raring to discuss. The princess pouts in response, however, before she reveals that Denroga is the son of the Duke of Freybond and that their country originally had two royal families, Manbond and Gunnerbond. In the past, the country's first king, Gunnerbond, perished without assigning a successor, so his cousin, the Duke of Freybond, cooperated with Manbond as a supporter. That said, Nisha is definitely against her engagement with Denroga, and her feelings evidently go beyond disgust, because this girl will apparently puke when he touches her hair. Furthermore, Nisha is already destined to be Wazoo's reward upon completing the curse subjugation request, meaning he's free to do anything he wants to her. Okay, anyway, the servants finally notice that the princess has arrived, and they worriedly rush to Nisha, relieved she's safe as they haven't received any report these past few days. Therefore, the princess informs them that the cause of the conflict between her siblings is finally solved, but she then learns it's impossible to meet Navilio, no matter if it's a relative, due to the prince's orders. As a result, Nisha asks the servants to open the door because she seems to be satisfied with just seeing her brother, as entering the room is forbidden. Unfortunately, what she sees after is a living human puppet devoid of free will, while endlessly sorting the documents with lifeless eyes as if he's a different person, not even casting a single glance at his sister. Nevertheless, witnessing the prince's state enables Wazoo to conclude that the cursed tool, immature puppet, has been activated. This makes Nisha incredibly sad as she reminisces about her kind, serious, yet humorous brother who cherishes everything she deems important and the one who understands her the most. With tears in her eyes, Nisha begs the adventurer to save her beloved older brother from the curse, and there's really no reason for Wazoo to refuse, so he disappears from their sight and dashes toward Navilio at full speed. Although the prince's personal aides are surprised, Navilio remains unfazed, which allows Wazoo to shatter the cursed bracelet freely with a single grip. When the prince realizes it, he faints all of a sudden, and while it enrages the royal knights, it becomes the perfect opportunity for the pretender to end Navilio's life. Fortunately, Wazoo reacts in time, and he kicks the blade away to prevent a tragic event from happening. It turns out he suspects him to be a red-armored knight since the beginning, but what's more surprising is Navilio's aides thanking Wazoo for saving the prince from the traitor who's taking him captive, meaning they knew it all along. Nonetheless, the enemy has been defeated, so Nisha freely enters the office and hurriedly sprints toward her brother. Desperate, she wakes him up from his unconscious state, enabling Navilio to learn he is being controlled, which leads him to apologize to his sister for the trouble he caused. However, seeing Navilio safe and back to himself again is more than enough for Nisha to forget all her hardships and feel even more delighted. For that reason, Navilio thanks Wazoo for freeing him from the curse and being Nisha's strength, resulting in the prince kneeling to express his gratitude and Wazoo lowering his head deeper, considering it's the prince we're talking about here. With that said, Nisha gives the adventurer a wholehearted thank you, but their interaction is a little bit on the rarely casual side, which causes a light bulb to pop in Navilio's head as he immediately realizes what's going on here. Thus, the prince proposes a closer relationship with Wazoo, devoid of any formal talking, and urges the adventurer to call him brother-in-law instead, which is too friendly even for the guy who's searching for friends. While Navilio is teasing Nisha about her crush, Wazoo wants to proceed and save Naralina from the curse haunting her too. Somewhere in the castle, the concerned maids approach the night princess to give her food, only to receive Naralina's rage and a slash that almost hits them if not for the woman who desperately endures the effects of the curse. But even though she drives them away, the servants refuse to listen, leading Naralina to strike the cups and plates instead, angrily ordering them to bring Navilio so she can bring his demise, although there's a faint gentle voice in the background, telling them not to worry. However, for the three who are watching this from a safe distance, Naralina is getting more and more violent, and approaching her might be too tall of a task. Regardless, she is the same tomboyish girl who has the same favorites as Nisha, so the two royal siblings request Wazoo's assistance in lifting the curse. Without second thoughts, Wazoo accepts to do Navilio and Nisha's favor and assures them he will handle the matter completely and send that ominous curse out of their way. However, Naralina is already at her wit's end, contemplating her violent actions and weak heart while wondering what really is happening like a vulnerable little girl. Right when she ponders what to do, an unfamiliar adventurer enters her clouded field of vision as Wazoo nonchalantly approaches the first princess. In response, Naralina threatens to turn the young man into a headless fellow, albeit her real feelings are for him to run away and prevent the worst from happening. Wazoo is preoccupied with finding the necklace though, and when he learns it's inside the armor, Naralina is already in his blind spot and slashes the adventurer's back with her oh-so-powerful weapon. Moreover, Nisha forgets that even a god sword won't hold a candle to Wazoo's defense, so Navilio calms her down first before urging his sister to take a proper look because Wazoo is absolutely unscathed and unbothered by the first princess's attempt. That said, he takes his turn and charges toward Naralina, who then smashes the ground with the sword when Wazoo dodges the life-ending attack of her. Still, the knight is unfazed, and she lets out another swing, hoping it'll finally hit the adventurer, only to learn shortly after that Wazoo grabs her forearm to prevent Naralina from evading or attacking once more. In the end, Naralina can only yell in frustration while Wazoo grabs her chest plate and ultimately destroys the armor through sheer strength. Thanks to that, the cursed necklace appears in a fan service sort of method, and Wazoo can't help but comment that the crooked accessory doesn't suit the beautiful Naralina. Thus, another juicy reaction emerges as Wazoo forcibly shatters the necklace, although I'm not sure if it'll be shown to you by the editor. Regardless, the curse has finally been lifted, and the princess's terrible feeling slowly fades away as she embraces the unfamiliar young man, wondering who he is. In a kissing position, Naralina realizes her newfound passionate affection, and she shows no signs of letting go of Wazoo soon. The Night Princess then thanks the adventurer for saving her and becoming the reason she regains consciousness, but something doesn't feel right for Wazoo, and he wants to know what it is. Apparently, this is Naralina's first time being hugged by a man, so this pleasure is a big deal as she closes the distance between their faces and asks Wazoo's name. Of course, the young man introduces himself without second thoughts, but if there's someone who's displeased at the turn of events, it is surely the second princess who is being sarcastic about Naralina's return. Still, Navilio is happy that he and her sister are back to normal, so the siblings celebrate their most awaited moment with smiles on their faces. Unfortunately for Wazoo, he can't watch them in peace because Nisha harbors bitterness after seeing him hugging her sister for a long time, not to mention Mir joins the fray as she greatly relates to the complaints of the princess. As a result, Wazoo fears he'll be punished for disrespecting the royalty, but thankfully that's not the case because Nisha is just jealous. Well, Naralina agrees with Navilio that Wazoo merely assisted in preventing her from falling to the ground, but her smirk says it all. She's definitely pleased to be held in Wazoo's arms. Thus, Nisha becomes extremely envious thanks to Naralina teasing the heavens out of her, which leads Navilio to conclude their preferences are overlapping again. A long time ago, the same thing occurred when he gave Nisha a teddy bear that Naralina also wanted, resulting in a fight and the stuffed toy's hand getting torn apart. Since then, Navilio has given the two same things, but now that there's only one, Wazoo's friendly right hand might be bidding its farewell anytime soon. Eventually, Nisha and Naralina cling to the adventurer's arm to begin making Wazoo a one-handed adventurer. but their argument, fortunately, shifts to a more favorable conversation, given that Naralina has no plans on fighting because she apparently learns what the right thing to do in times like these: share the guy for each other. With this, Wazu's hand remains intact, although he needs to answer the coquettish question of the two royals begging him to be the man for both of them. Even Navilio is impressed at how peacefully they resolve the situation, and he's eager to report the news to his father, assuming their parents also wake up now that the curses have been subjugated. On top of it, Naralina wishes to be casual with Wazu, and she wants him to repeat her name without any honorifics whatsoever, which leads the adventurer to yell it loudly as he has already said Naralina for who knows how many times now. Man, princesses must be demanding. She's basically like her twin sister. Nevertheless, Naralina apologizes to her servants, who are clearly happy that the first princess feels fine now, allowing Navilio to lead them toward the room where his parents lie. Unfortunately, they arrive at the place only to face the harsh truth because the king and queen are still sleeping and show no sign that their condition has improved. Even with Nisha's recovery magic and the curse's disappearance, the grave situation remains the same, and there are no forbidden tools to destroy, which means the cause of their slumber is different. Afterward, Floyd, Kumia, Cassie, and Orlando enter the room, the latter excitedly rushing toward Wazu to reunite with his friend. He also catches the attention of the prince and ultimately receives another permission to be a knight, thanks to Wazu casually mentioning it like it's nothing. Returning to the main topic, Cassie reports their failure to ascertain the cause of the king and queen's slumber, which allows Floyd and Kumia to introduce the guildmaster, who might offer helpful advice. The thought of seeing Reagan's sister sends shivers down Wazu's spine, so it's a tremendous shock when he catches sight of a voluptuous woman in glasses, Relaya, instead of a delinquent thug like what the adventurer initially expects. As a result, he is clearly agitated when Relaya recognizes him, although it turns out she's not buying the fact that the adventurer is C-ranked, so Wazu shows his guild card to prove it, along with the badge that Reagan gave. With this, the guildmaster concludes Reagan trusts this boy, which leads Relaya to officially introduce herself as the guildmaster in the East Royal Capital headquarters. But because of the stories she heard from Orlando, Relaya is sure that Wazu's rank doesn't represent his true strength. Surprisingly, she grins from delight that there's an adventurer who gains the trust of so many people. It's unclear to Wazu if that's a compliment or not, but Relaya proceeds to examine the condition of King Gavilio and Queen Miralina, ultimately arriving at a conclusion that the cause of their deep slumber is an ancient magic drug that has been long lost. To make it worse, even a genius like Relaya has zero knowledge about the stimulant, so their only hope right now is to find the culprit and force him to dispel the magic, even though doing that is practically impossible, considering they aren't able to find the culprit regarding the forbidden tools. However, the tides turned when Wazu heard Relaya hoping for someone who lived a long life and possessed vast knowledge. Thus, after learning from Mir that her father fits the criteria, he comes up with a plan to ask Ragnir to help them solve the problem. Without further ado, Wazu and Mir go to the mountain summit with the goal of asking someone about the ancient magic drugs that force the king and queen of the Man-Bond Kingdom to fall into permanent sleep. With that in mind, Mir's father might be the best choice because he's been living for ages, not to mention Wazu believes it's harder to rely on the goddesses. Eventually, the adventurer arrives at the castle and catches sight of 4 familiar creatures calling Ragnir to go outside so they can, play. Okay, I know it's already mentioned in the comments, but the version changed, and so are the appearances of the necromancer and the others, see? Neil has that big smile on his face. With that said, the 4 are introduced to the story again, mainly because Zeal isn't your typical humanized werewolf anymore, and their personalities drastically change. For starters, Rudo becomes a perv-high elf who exaggeratedly loves the female members of his race, which leads him to do unquestionable things and ultimately get exiled from their village as a result. On top of it, this guy is so madly in love with their voluptuous figures that he can proudly declare it to everyone with a highly satisfied face. Well, ignoring Ruto's shameless declaration, Wazu informs Ragnir of the reason he visits, which leads the Dragon King to recommend Neil as his helper. Based on the information from Wazu, the necromancer assumes that the cause may be the ancient stimulant or possibly the effect of a magic spell. Moreover, they need to return to Neil's faraway lab for the prescription and medications, and the necromancer is having difficulty believing they can go there in a flash with the human adventurer's strength. It requires until just tomorrow morning for Wazu to drop by the lab and reach Man-Bond though, and he's willing to carry Neil in his back along the way. However, the main problem for this bone monster is getting stoned by the citizens of the kingdom and becoming food for the dogs, making him cry as he is also worried the soldiers and magicians will group up to subjugate him. Even though Wazoo isn't sure what an apex creature like him is worrying about, he guarantees Neil of his protection. After all, the adventurer wants to help the prince and princesses of the Man-Bond Kingdom to release their parents from the effects of eternal slumber and enable them to celebrate the happy moment with genuine smiles on their faces. Therefore, Wazoo begs Neil to assist him in making that wish a reality, but it seems like there's one condition the necromancer wants to put on the table. True enough, this perv in a skeleton skin wants Wazoo to introduce him to a skeleton girl with a beautiful collarbone because he's eager to have a life partner. Albeit how awkward the silence is, Wazoo will, of course, accept the proposal of the necromancer. After a few hours of Wazoo carrying a robed necromancer on his back, they finally arrive at the royal capital. Although it doesn't look like Neil enjoys the trip due to life-threatening vibrations brought by Wazoo's speed. Anyway, he needs to cover his face first, especially because Orlando spots them from afar and informs his colleagues about the adventurer's return, revealing he has successfully turned into an apprentice knight. On another note, Orlando's co-workers are alarmed about the necromancer entering their kingdom, so Wazoo assures them he'll crush Neil if worse comes to worst. Wait, didn't you promise to guarantee his safety? Oh, get it, that's a joke. Thanks to that, they freely enter the castle, where smilingly. As soon as the adventurer introduces Neil, Navilio shakes the necromancer's hand without showing an inch of fear, which is eventually revealed to be because Neil suppresses his intimidating aura. The man's dread against dogs remains true though, but Relaya has no interest in listening to their humorous talk, because the thing she's raring to know as of now is if the necromancer here is the famous Mage King. Based on the Guildmaster's knowledge, Neil is a man who can use any type of magic and destroy a country with a snap of his staff. In simpler words, a powerful mage who is considered to be a legend. With a sinister laugh, the necromancer confirms he really is the Mage King Relaya talks about, and expresses his nostalgia and surprise that someone calls him by that nickname after such a long time. Unfortunately, that isn't enough to acquire some respect for Wazoo, who wants him to hurry and treat the king and queen. After examining Givilio and Miralina, Neil instantly concludes that they are suffering from the effect of the eternal sleeping drug, and that the way to cure them will be a bit too forceful. If they resort to desperation, a terrible side effect may occur, but if nothing is done, demise still awaits the royal couple. That said, Neil can easily make the canceling medicine if only he acquires the missing essential ingredient to craft the cure, a vampire's fang. Still, the Mage King assures the princesses that the item will be a mere catalyst rather than a tool to turn their parents into vampires. Although outdated, Neil reveals a place where one can find those creatures on the off chance that they're alive and still living there, which excites Nisha and Naralina, and they urge the Mage King to tell them more details, albeit for a different reason because these girls look like they just want to hit it off with Wazoo. Therefore, Nisha and Naralina convince the adventurer that they're strong and reliable enough to accompany him, not to mention doing nothing for their parents is totally out of the question. For that reason, Navilio begs Wazoo to bring her sisters along with his journey, and because it's not far in the first place, just a day's worth of trip, the princesses eventually receive the adventurer's okay. Relaya can't help but comment about Wazoo getting friendly with royals and the Mage King, which leads the Guildmaster to offer a promotion to rank B if he resolves this case. Of course, rank A is within her abilities too, but it is apparently troublesome, so Relaya just leaves. Nonetheless, Wazoo's wait is over now that the princesses have finally returned in their light armored travel outfits, fully prepared to accompany Wazoo on his short trip toward the vampire's residence. Obviously, the guy's heart skips a beat after seeing Nisha and Naralina's attire, which is designed to hide their royal vibes and is suitable for camping outside. Yes, Wazoo, you're camping outside with two princesses. It seems like it's too late when he realizes the dangers of that though. Nonetheless, the princesses leave the country even though Nisha reveals she doesn't really like doing this because it's too scary. The lady did it last time for her beloved family however, so Naralina feels proud she's her sister, and the trip goes on thanks to Wazoo, who's defeating the monsters to ensure a safe journey along the way. Little do the royal siblings know, Wazoo is thinking of ways to hasten their travel, like heading to the vampire all by himself and securing the fangs, worried about what will possibly happen tonight, because he might finally lose control when sleeping together with two princesses on a single tent Floyd prepared. Ultimately, Wazoo decides to sleep on a tree, so it's finally a problem solved, and the next quest comes in when Naralina asks if he can ride a horse. However, this is according to the knight's calculations, as she then urges Wazoo to sit in front of her to let the personal lesson begin. Nisha clearly refuses to let things go in her sister's way, although it is first come, first served to Naralina, and she even prepares a plan to allow Nisha to enjoy the moment as well. That said, the two leave Wazoo to discuss what will happen from then on, and Mir decides to follow them, which is different from what Wazoo expects. Sadly, the overwhelming pressure of traveling with royals and the feeling of being left out causes Wazoo to cry and do the sports class sit he learns from his sister. Fortunately, it doesn't take the girls too long to resolve the matter peacefully, and it is ultimately decided that Naralina will teach Wazoo horse riding on their way to the destination, while Nisha's turn will be when they head home. The second princess looks so excited to lead the adventurer tomorrow too, so Wazoo agrees with it, unaware he will regret his words of affirmation seconds later. The young man's face says it all. This is too bad of a situation to be in, mainly due to the unannounced bosom attack from the teenager's blind spot. Unable to focus, Wazoo fails to absorb the instructions from the first princess's mouth, and all he can think of right now is Naralina's chest pinning on his back. As a result, he receives stares of contempt from Nisha and Mir, forcing Wazoo to calm down by reminding himself that a commoner like him shouldn't have inappropriate thoughts about a princess. Unfortunately, regaining one's composure basically becomes an impossible task when Naralina suddenly leans her head on the adventurer's back and happily comments about how wide it is, perfect to rub her face without the dense protagonist not knowing what she's really doing. When night arrives and they are preparing to camp, Nisha casts a defensive barrier to protect them from the monster's attacks and have a good night's sleep. The time arrives, so Wazoo interrupts the princess to tell her his plan to get the vampire's fang alone until he starts to have second thoughts and eventually realizes what those actions entail just by seeing Nisha's worried face. After all, saying his suggestion is akin to showing he doesn't believe them, so Wazoo decides not to rush it and instead gives the girls motivational words to do their best tomorrow. Thankfully, the cheerfulness of the atmosphere returns, so the princesses prepare for their dinner, although it looks like Naralina hides a secret about her terrible cooking. Yeah, let's not talk about it. Nevertheless, Wazoo finally realizes that building a harem requires him to get used to traveling with girls, not to mention looking a wee bit cooler than his usual self. Luckily, their conversation about shampoo and conditioner, which the two princesses use, becomes the adventurer's chance to obtain Nisha's permission to smell her hair. The second princess blushes as soon as Wazoo takes a sniff and praises it for having the same scent as fragrant roses, making Nisha's face turn beet red as she obtains extreme happiness upon hearing those words. On another note, Naralina wonders about Wazoo's plan after this matter is resolved, so the adventurer informs them he will travel with Mir and won't be staying in Manbond. After all, he wants to help people in trouble now instead of achieving his ultimate goal of creating a harem, eventually treating that as a mere side quest. However, hearing that thrills the princesses as they suddenly wear the faces of somebody having ulterior motives. Wazoo is confused, but these cunning girls think this thoroughly, and they urge the young man to take a rest while they handle the rest of the task. As expected, Nisha and Naralina are up to something as they prepare light outfits for the task remaining tonight. Obviously, they want to handle it as women and not royals, hoping Wazoo will bring them along on his journey the moment he finally falls in love with them. Despite being shy and embarrassed, the twins officially confess their feelings for Wazoo to each other and get the hidden yet evident love out of the way before asking the blessings of their imaginative parents and brother to commence their full-on passionate sneak attack. Promising not to steal a march on one another, Naralina and Nisha silently barge into the tent and lie beside Wazoo to share him for themselves. Soon after, the adventurer wakes up and sees Nisha and Naralina surrounding him on all sides, causing the young man to wonder what in the world is happening and why these princesses are so lightly dressed. Thanks to the scent of shampoo, Wazoo graduates from being dense and realizes that the girls are obviously tempting him. He also remembers the charm of both Tata and Salona, and maybe the incident with Emma too, which leads Wazoo to acknowledge he is a lucky man, given that even Novilio entrusts him with his precious sisters. With that said, Wazoo reaches enlightenment, and he swears to bring Nisha and Naralina safely to their families, ultimately letting them sleep in his arms peacefully. Thus, a refreshing morning arrives, at least for Wazoo, because the princesses turn out to be worried that their charms aren't enough to grant you fan service. Of course, they don't plan to give up and instead devise different methods to attract Wazoo next time, but that's for another story as they head out again onto the cave where the vampire is living. Not too long after they reach the cavern, the four spot a house illuminated by sunlight and surrounded by a field of crops. Furthermore, a man is hoeing the land with a satisfied smile on his face as he enjoys the sunlight, which is not everyone would expect with a night creature like this one. Well, if you're disappointed it's not a vampire girl, just look at the faces of the people involved. Nonetheless, this peculiar character who's calling the vegetables Tomato-chan and Cabbage-chan real, sees Wazoo and the others who are looking at him with cautious yet disappointed eyes. Embarrassed, he covers his body and blushes while complaining why there are girls in this cave before running toward his house and yelling shy curses at the visitors, whum he calls dum-dums. As a result, the three can't help but doubt if Riol is really a vampire, considering he looks slightly different from the rumors about their appearance. Would vampires get a suntan? Just when they wonder if Riol is just a butler or messenger, the man shows up from his door with a pitch-black cape and fearsome appearance, declaring himself as the harbinger of demise and challenging the unannounced guests to a fierce battle. Silence befalls the cave, not due to fear, but because Wazoo and the princesses feel no tension at all, given that their first meeting is not that terrifying. Dispirited, Riol apologizes, and the royal twins follow suit before suggesting they recreate the scene from the very beginning. With that said, Wazoo and the princesses return to the entrance and come with exaggerated vigor, as if they're raring to fight the vampire and plunder what they need from him. From the mansion, the vicious vampire commences his grand entrance with a sinister laugh that will make everyone cough, although it only applies to himself. Thanks to the water getting into his windpipe, everything is brought to waste, and they have to start over despite Wazoo bluntly expressing his disappointment. Nevertheless, their continuous attempts go on, and all of them end in failure due to various reasons, like the dazzling light blinding the vampire and him getting scared by bats. In the next and might be the last attempt, Riol trips on the stairs and clumsily stands up only to receive the terrifying glares of scorn from the adventurer and the royal princesses. Unsurprisingly, Wazoo gets fed up with the endless begging and shameless mistakes, so he gifts Riol a frustrated knuckle sandwich while Nisha and Naralina merely watch them. In the end, there's nothing this pitiful vampire can do but desperately say sorry and beg the adventurer not to exterminate him, which leads Wazoo to reveal they're here for the fangs and not to rob him of his life. Riol thinks it's a trap though, because his claws, meat, and eyes, basically capturing the vampire's whole body, are way more valuable than ultra-rare materials. Thus, Nisha and Naralina assure Riol they only need his fangs and nothing else, even offering him a reward for helping them, to which the vampire refuses because letting him live is more than enough for this man to give what they desire and tie it with a cute ribbon. For obvious reasons, Riol maintains a safe distance while throwing the gift at Wazoo, but the adventurer seems not to be so concerned about it and instead asks the vampire the million-dollar question: how is he fine with sunlight? Apparently, Riol overcomes it with hard work, perseverance, and patience, but as if that's possible. In reality, it is a very long story that causes Wazoo to hurriedly run away. Well, he already knows the drill. Unfortunately, Riol is so pitiful that Wazoo is forced to stop, especially after learning it's been so long since he met somebody other than a woman whom he calls Enen. Seeing the sorry state the vampire is in causes Wazoo and the princesses to return, wherein they learn that the Enen person Riol talks about only visits sometimes, and the vampire suddenly cries these days every time he sleeps in his casket due to loneliness. But because Riol is completely fine with sunlight, Nisha and Naralina suggest he go out and drop by Enen's place instead. Something seems to be the problem, however, and the reason Riol can't leave this place is not so profound as a curse or barrier, because this pitiful vampire proudly declares he is scared of bats. It takes these three a few seconds to process the shocking information, given that vampires can easily be associated with bats, although they eventually learn that those animals are pets for Riol, and his fear stems from being bitten by them in the past, like some humans with their cats or dogs. Is that really okay for a vampire? Unsurprisingly, this harsh question from Naralina inflicts more mental damage than expected. Not to mention they can't just force Riol to fly through the hole above because the bats are hiding in the dark parts around it. On the flip side, it turns out that Riol resides in this place because Enen is his fiancée, and their mansion is full of those animals. With that said, their happy marriage will be a pipe dream if he doesn't confront his fears head-on and win, although it's evident that the results of Riol living here look absolutely bad. Thus, the princesses ask Wazoo to help the vampire, but the adventurer notices Riol not flinching when a bat passes by. Riol realizes it too late and is surprised by it too, but the adventurer is already under the assumption that the vampire is lying, making the man terrified as he begs Wazoo not to come near him because he is apparently terrifying. After seeing his reaction, Nisha and Naralina conclude that Riol's fears have been overwritten and are now directed to Wazoo rather than the pets. Moreover, the vampire prefers the bats instead of the terror-filled adventurer, which accidentally solves the problem, and it looks like Riol can finally leave and visit Enen after all this time. Of course, he invites Wazoo to the wedding, albeit asking him to sit at the very back as he then flies away and says goodbye to these three, whom he calls the Fang Mania Trio. Thanks to Wazoo's fearsome appearance, the vampire's worries are resolved, and the Fang Mania Trio heads to the castle while having horse riding lessons along the way. For some reason, Evil Thoughts Be Gone has been playing in Wazoo's head since they left the cave until another heart-skipping night with the princesses fell into his not-so-peaceful sleep. Knowing Wazoo, nothing spicier happened, and they safely returned to Navilio the following day. He looks incredibly exhausted though, mainly because the battle against the evil thoughts is more challenging than the one-sided stomp with the black blaze. Nonetheless, the medicine needs to be done immediately, yet Neil is revealed to be having fun being a weirdo cornering a castle's maid due to her beautiful collarbones. Needless to say, the necromancer invites the servant to turn into a skeleton like him and blushingly offers to polish the girl's collarbones every day. This is way past acceptable, so Wazoo kicks Neil and calls him out for shamelessly tempting the maids, only to get invited to attract the servants together because they are apparently pretty. Moving on, Wazoo gives the vampire's fang, and Neil approves of its quality, saying he can start making the medicine with the condition they will let him go shortly after it's finished. The Mage King gives up on hitting it off with the maids, apparently. Putting that aside, Neil begins crafting the cure while Wazoo is watching, eventually finishing it and heading out toward his home, of course not before showing the adventurer a detailed drawing of what collarbones are to his liking. Without further ado, Wazoo delivers the medicine to the king and queen's room, where the royal siblings, Floyd, Kumia, and Relaya, are waiting. Although it may be too late, Wazoo asks Navilio to please trust Neil, but it seems like there's nothing to worry about in the first place, and the prince, along with his sisters, begins to pour the curing potion for their parents' eternal sleep, starting from no other than the king, Givilio. Soon after, the monarch gets up from his deep slumber and greets his most awaited awakening with an enthusiastic and action-filled introduction straight from a manga. Unfortunately, Gavilio's over-cheerfulness is a double-edged blade as he eventually realizes how embarrassing it is that he does that scene from his dream in front of everyone. Furthermore, the awkwardness in the room causes the powerful king to turn into some sort of a small animal hiding himself inside the sheets. Nonetheless, it's rude to point it out, so Wazoo feigns ignorance and asks Navilio about the medicine's effectiveness instead. However, Givilio is slowly coming out from his small den, so Nisha, the prince, and Wazoo give him the little push he needs, which allows the king to get back on his feet and ask everyone about the situation. Delighted, the princesses hug their father, thankful that he has regained consciousness after all their hardships. Wazoo and Navilio join the celebration with smiles on their faces, leading the latter to pour the medicine on his mother, ultimately waking Miralina up, looking so refreshed as if nothing major happened. Now that the king and queen are cured from their eternal sleep, Navilio spares no time in telling his parents everything that happened. As a result, Givilio and Miralina learn the possibility of someone betraying them, not to mention the culprit of the curse and the eternal sleep incident may be the same person, and that someone wants to seize control of their country. On top of it, Navilio and Naralina are pretending to be under the effect of the forbidden tools, meaning the king and queen need to do the same too. In the end, Givilio leaves the matter in Navilio's hands, so what's left is for Wazoo to introduce himself to the royals, although it looks like the king doesn't want him to kneel. Suddenly, Givilio grasps Wazoo's hand and smilingly calls the adventurer a kind person in spite of not being very strong-looking or muscular. The king and queen then bow in gratitude to Wazoo for saving them, but the adventurer replies humbly because he knows that their real savior is Neil. Still, Givilio and Miralina want the young man to be proud of his deed and not to speak too formally with them, considering he contributes a lot to their recovery, and getting along as friends is what they should do instead. Regardless, it's quite a great shock that the king behaves this way, although it's clear that the princesses treat this situation as heaven sent for their romantic plans. Finally, the discussion about Wazoo's reward begins, so Nisha reveals she has prepared it beforehand and coaxes Wazoo to play along and let her handle the conversion. After all, it's highly possible that the king will give him a luxurious mansion, which will make it harder for him to continue his adventures. Wazoo assumes that Nisha's reward proposal back in Mima Village is an utter lie, but little does he know that this princess is hiding something within her smile. Putting the reward aside, Givilio assures the adventurer they will lend their assistance anytime he needs it. Thus, Navilio prepares for the meeting regarding their plan for the future, and urges Wazoo to rest first while Orlando guides him to his room. On the way, the adventurer congratulates the now former knight apprentice for his promotion, as he is finally close to becoming Navilio's direct personnel. With this, Orlando can bring good news to Reagan and present himself as a brilliant knight who is able to protect Navilio and the entire kingdom. Hopefully he doesn't forget Wazoo's effective man-to-man lessons along their journey toward Manbond. Anyway, Wazoo sleeps like a log the following days while Cassie watches over him to ensure his safety and to steal some glances as a side reward. Eventually, the adventurer wakes up only to learn from the female knight that he has slept for 2 days and now is actually the third, perhaps due to exhaustion from the short trip that was full of evil thoughts. Fortunately, Cassie orders the maids to bring some food to fill Wazoo's empty stomach, ultimately leading Wazoo to realize that the woman is doing the things he wants to do for himself. Wazoo stares at the knight, and that triggers Cassie's sweet smile to appear and make the atmosphere brighter. Out of the blue, Wazoo tells Cassie that her to-be husband will be pleased to be in her care, causing the knight to inform Wazoo that he can be the man who will marry her. Hearing those surprising words makes the adventurer blush, and he comes to treat Cassie as waifu material, so the guy promises to consider it. Regardless, the squad captain explained the current situation, revealing that Navilio and Naralina would lead 1,000 of their knights to depart to Bond Plains, where they would pretend to be controlled by the curse and fight each other. Basically, the battle is a mere farce to lure the mastermind into appearing, hoping he'll show up to confirm the royal's demise, which is fake in the first place. On the other hand, trusted knights are guarding the king and queen, while Nisha and Relaya protect the royal capital, and will join the battle in Bond Plains, only if they confirm Manbon's safety from the culprit. With that said, Wazoo is assigned to defend both places as their most powerful asset, and the key to this plan's success. But even though the adventurer can quickly transfer from one place to another, it's impossible for him to detect the danger easily, which leads Cassie to give him a ring that'll enable Wazoo to communicate no matter how far he is. Determined, the female knight declares she will protect Nisha even if it costs her life, albeit promising to leave the princess in Wazoo's hands if the enemy proves to be absurdly strong. Using his strength to protect people, Wazoo accepts the quest, leading us to the Bond Plains, where Naralina and her knights march with their horses toward the battlefield. Luckily for the first princess, the cursed items are easily replicated, so it all boils down to their acting skills, given that the plan greatly relies on the perpetrator not knowing that the forbidden tools have already been destroyed. Meanwhile, Navilio is preparing for his departure when Wazoo finally shows up, raring to fight and defeat the culprit and settle the matter once and for all. Before that, he entrusts Mir to Nisha to ensure her safety, as a fierce battle may occur soon. Therefore, the second princess, Cassie and Relaya, can't help but feel worried, as they count on the C-rank adventurer's strength, watching him leave along with Navilio and the others while listening to Wazoo's reassuring words. Near the Bond Plains, Shiro inconspicuously watches over the upcoming battle, thrilled to see how it will turn out despite being fully aware that the situation is a mere farce. Nevertheless, he acknowledges the wits of the royal siblings to go full throttle with this idea and includes the person whom he calls the strongest man, Wazoo, in their ranks. However, the notorious peddler is also looking forward to the approaching duel between Wazoo and the man who is the same, if not more powerful than him, the S-rank adventurer who's known by the name Fruger, excited to see what kind of interesting combat can he witness from those two. In the royal capital's castle, Nisha scolds her father for being a little bit noisy as he experiences difficulty pretending to sleep. On the contrary, Miralina is sleep-talking about bananas, and it seems like that is the standard for Gavilio to follow, given they can't let their guard down because the mastermind is still unknown. Speaking of the culprit, Gavilio wonders why Nisha is the only one unharmed when he and his wife are put to sleep to keep their mouths shut, while Navilio and Naralina are given cursed accessories to force them into fighting each other until one of them delivers another's demise. But before Nisha can finish revealing her conclusion, Cassie and Relaya interrupt and declare in her stead that the one who plans to use Nisha is, without a doubt, the perpetrator of these events. Regardless of these two are unsure if the mastermind will appear on the battlefield to check the make-believe downfall of Navilio and Naralina. Cassie and Relaya are so determined to protect the second princess to the point that these thigh sandwich duo are willing to discipline the mastermind with their sword and the notorious S-whip. Thanks to them, Nisha and Gavilio feel relieved of their safety, causing the princess to assure Miar that Wazoo will be fine too, as he is together with her siblings. Standing near the windows is dangerous, however, so Cassie warns Nisha to stay away from them, unaware that Mir is having a fearsome encounter with Shiro, who is staring right into her eyes despite their slightly far distance. Scared, Mir simply panics and hugs Nisha, unable to explain her worries in words. Meanwhile, the story brings us to the Bond Plains, where the knights of opposing parties gather like little ants led by Naralina and Navilio, who face one another intimidatingly, creating tension on the battlefield where the act begins. Unsurprisingly, the princess known as the Valkyrie starts the war by declaring she'll be the one to rule the country, which leads to a fierce confrontation as the enraged prince swears to bring her brutal end, ultimately leading the knights to charge toward their enemies. As the clash continues, Wazoo observes the surroundings to spot anything strange, allowing him to learn there's no problem occurring yet, mainly because there are no emergency signals from the ring and the knights are just having fun, knowing that the skirmishes are fakes. That said, Wazoo needs to watch over Navilio and Naralina's duel and ensure they are safe, albeit confident that the perpetrator can't easily intervene thanks to the 1,000 knights surrounding them. Still, it's possible that the culprit is watching from afar, so the goddess gives a well-appreciated suggestion for Wazoo to use his unique skill, presence sensing. Thus, the C-ranked adventurer activates the ability and searches for the whereabouts of the enemies, allowing him to discover the presence of at least 4 people hiding in the woods. All of a sudden, a terrifying existence deliberately shows itself to Wazoo's skill, surprising the C-ranked adventurer, who instantly assumes that the fearsome presence is the same, if not stronger than him, and is possibly an S-rank adventurer. On the other hand, the royal blades fly in the sky and land dramatically along with Naralina, who falls down to the ground unconscious while Navilio is heavily panting and can still kneel on his knees trying to get up. That doesn't last long, however, as the prince eventually faints, leaving everyone with a hard-to-answer question. Will the mastermind bite the bait? Patiently, and with their eyes showing absolutely no signs of being weakened, Navilio and Naralina wait for the culprit's arrival, as does Wazoo, who carefully surveys the surroundings. As they expected, the march of the enemy forces resounds, and they are not 3 or 4 like Wazoo assumes, but instead a whole army of red armored knights with numbers and strength that can go toe-to-toe with the royal troops. Leading all these vicious men is a very familiar noble boy, totally astonished by the prince and princess's act, Denroga, who wears an evil smile one wouldn't expect from his timid appearance. Despite feeling utterly flabbergasted, Wazoo instantly remembers who this guy is, so he immediately calls Nisha via the communication tool and reports that the culprit is Denroga. Even though she's clearly annoyed, the revelation doesn't surprise Nisha tremendously, as she then urges Cassie and Relia to join the battle in the Bond Plains and swears to destroy the man who plans for their downfall along with her siblings. While the tension builds up, the king is acting like they're in some kind of party planning. I mean, don't you sense the danger? Regardless, Denroga finally learns that Navilio and Naralina have been released from the effects of the cursed accessories he gave them. Nonetheless, seeing Denroga's behavior change leads the prince and the princess to conclude that this is the noble's true color rather than his timidness, which is obviously a fake persona. However, Denroga doesn't care about their opinions right now, as he is focused on his plan to exterminate the whole royal family. Moreover, the Duke's son is unfazed that the cursed items are destroyed outside of his expectations because he can just eliminate them himself right here and there with the help of the red-armored warriors who are merely waiting for orders. Apparently, these knights, who are the same kind as the ones Wazoo encountered in the Maima village, are under Denroga's direct control, which makes Navilio wonder why his sister's fiancé of all people will commit such atrocities just to steal the throne for the Freebond family. However, seizing the throne isn't what Denroga calls it, as he then drops a revelation depicting him as the rightful king. The Duke's son no longer intends to hide it and informs everyone that he's not part of the Freebond family, like what is publicly known, because this noble boy is actually the son of the previous king, Deoo Gunnerbond. In other words, Denroga is the deceased monarch's secret child, making him the true successor to the throne instead of the Manbond family. In the middle of their conversation, Nisha arrives along with her entourage on horseback and hurriedly heads to where Navilio and Naralina are, allowing her to hear Denroga that being the second princess's fiancé is far from enough to turn him into their kingdom's leader. After all, the so-called royal family of Manbond is a hindrance to the true successor acquiring what's truly his possession, the throne. Nevertheless, Nisha's arrival signals the complete attendance of all the actors involved, and what's left to do is to plunder their lives, followed by the king and queen's demise, and return the right to rule the kingdom to the Gunnerbond and Freebond family. Conversely, defeating him here resolves the matter peacefully, for the Manbond royals at least, so Naralina grabs her blade to fight Denroga. Meanwhile, learning about Denroga being the previous king's son leads Relia to find out Fruger's reason for joining the enemy side, which the adventurer also confirms as right. Wazoo recognizes the man's overwhelming presence, so he asks the guildmaster who Fruger really is, only to discover that he is an S-rank adventurer whose body is specialized at close-range combats and can instantly eliminate his enemies. Moreover, Fruger is greatly indebted to the previous king whom he worked for in the past, which answers why that man is allied with their opponents. Nonetheless, Wazoo realizes that the S-rank adventurer undoubtedly has the same power as him and is also considered the strongest man alive. Well, if the author's son already forgot that Wazoo can smash a star with one hit according to the absurd stats in his guild card, putting that aside, Wazoo's most powerful adversary stands right in front of his eyes, and it exhilarates the heavens out of the C-rank adventurer who's raring to bring down the S-rank Fruger. In the middle of their exchange of fierce glares, Orlando and his fellow knights hurriedly head toward the battlefield to provide support and reinforcements. They are near the main forces when Orlando spots the red armored warriors and wonders why the enemies he and Wazoo encountered in the past are here in the Bond Plains. Eventually, Orlando reports his arrival to Navilio, allowing the prince to warn Denroga that his forces will not suffice for their 2,000 knights, not to mention the reinforcement of adventurers who just arrived. Put simply, Navilio suggests Denroga surrender even though he has the famous S-rank adventurer on his side. Nevertheless, Fruger shows absolute threat and zero worries that Denroga will back down, although Orlando, on the other hand, is clearly agitated that there's an S-rank adventurer who can possibly fight on equal terms with Wazoo. However, the person in question doesn't fear his fearsome opponent in the first place and merely focuses on observing him as if he's confident this won't become a one-punch finish fight. On top of it, Denroga disagrees with Navilio's assumption that calling reinforcements is impossible, although Naralina thinks he's bluffing as there's no way Denroga can hide somebody in this vast plain. Unbeknownst to them, the throne's rightful successor isn't talking about human backup as he reveals the ominous black ball that can bring chaos to this place. Only Wazoo recognizes what that thing is, so he hurriedly tries to stop Denroga from releasing the mindless beasts, only to fail and get interrupted by Fruger's powerful smash right into his face. With Wazoo unable to stand up for even a split second earlier, Denroga activates the Gospel of Darkness and lets out the dark magic power until the orb shatters. Without wasting time, Wazoo tells Naralina to run away and reveals he has already seen the black sphere from a wannabe one-eyed ghoul in the elven village being used to control hundreds of monsters. Denroga is surprised that someone knows the secret of the black orb, as it is apparently a rare item according to a particular merchant, confusing Wazoo as he wonders who that is. Unfortunately, there's no time to linger in such thoughts because the next item Denroga shows is the red ball that can turn him into a demon. Of course, Wazoo also recognizes it from his memory, so he asks the previous king's son if he's really planning to become a monster, although his question is a mere babble, considering how things are going. After all, Denroga's reaction is a mix of satisfaction to overwhelm the royals he hates to the very core, and disappointment that Wazoo is spoiling the fun for them. Soon after, ferocious monsters appear out of thin air, which leads the desperate knights of Manbond Kingdom to protect Navilio and his siblings by forming a circle that surrounds them. Fortunately, Cassie and the others are confident about handling the monsters and the red-armored knights, so Navilio, Naralina, and Nisha group up to take down the rightful owner of the throne. Denroga is fully aware he won't win even against Nisha with his usual strength, so he swallows the red orb, forcing Wazoo to make an effortless attempt to stop him, only for the C-rank adventurer to receive Fruger's smash once again, leaving him injured and frustrated that this man's attacks are working even though it is said he won't receive any damage from a godsword. Unfortunately, Denroga had already gulped the red orb, and the royal siblings could do nothing now but watch their enemy's transformation into a fearsome demonic beast. Denroga's sinister laugh echoes as he presents his new form, sacrificing his human appearance for an overflowing energy and strength that far surpasses the abilities of the prince and the princesses combined. Despite being oblivious to the exact improvement and changes his body has undergone, Denroga is 100 sure of one thing. His dreadful claws are more than enough to tear these insects of the royals apart. Enraged, Naralina swears to bring the enemy down regardless of whether he's a demon with excessive chickenpox or whatever, and swings her sword toward Denroga's large hand, ultimately shattering the blade instead of inflicting a fatal wound. While the first princess gets close to being devastated, Denroga maintains his devilish smile and mocks Naralina for showing the opposite effect of what she has confidently declared. Immediately after seeing Denroga's claws, Nisha puts up a defensive barrier to protect herself and her sister from the demon's attack, all while telling Naralina to get a new weapon. Unfortunately, Denroga is already on his way to destroy the barrier, but Relaya luckily makes it in time to hinder his movements with her whip and prevent the demon from landing a fierce blow to their only reliable defense. Meanwhile, Navilio helps Wazoo to get up, ignoring his apologies for not being able to dodge the S-rank adventurer's punches, and instead asks if he can rely on his strength to keep Fruger occupied while they defeat Denroga and settle the royal family's problem. But rather than buying time, Wazoo assures the prince he will bring Fruger down, so the two wish for one another's success before continuing the fight. To Wazoo's surprise, Mir flies toward him and is strangely panicking as she informs the adventurer of her terrifying encounter with Shiro near the castle. Regrettably, Mir's voice is mere squeaks and cries in Wazoo's ears as he unsurprisingly doesn't understand the little dragon's message and tells her to hide in a safe place instead. Now that Wazoo is alone, Fruger confirms if he's finished leaving his words, which is obviously the case, as Wazoo finally warms up to get back at his excitingly strong opponent. Thanks to the smashes earlier, Fruger is sure that Wazoo hasn't released his full strength yet, so he wishes that this young man could erase his boredom in battles and make them thrilling. Obviously, these two strongest men share the same desire, so they waste no time talking and charging toward each other, with Wazoo commencing the first strike that is easily blocked by the S-rank adventurer. Fruger quickly follows it by grabbing his opponent's hand and kicking Wazoo's foot to unbalance him before giving the young man a heavy stomp directed at his face. Fortunately, Wazoo dodges it in a hair's breadth and ultimately counters with a simple kick, which is once again not a big deal for Fruger, who lets out a spiral hollow of magical waves that instantly knocks Wazoo down. Clearly, Fruger is not impressed as he wonders who in the world this young boy is who possesses immense physical ability yet amateur battle prowess. For the S-ranker, Wazoo has a body comparable to an ancient tree, yet his movements are devoid of technique and resemble a barbarous wild beast. In the end, a monster will remain a mindless creature no matter how much they hone themselves, which is disappointing for Fruger, as he concludes that Wazoo is not a worthwhile opponent and joining Denroga's battle is more meaningful. Needless to say, Wazoo refuses to let him go, so he attempts to strike his usual one punch at his opponent, but Fruger swiftly dodges it again, devastating the C-rank adventurer as he simply listens to the enemy, acknowledging his strength yet emphasizing how weak his skills are. Demonstrating the power of a real S-ranker, Fruger charges a ball of immense magic power and sends the life-ending wave directly to the S-rank adventurer, ultimately inflicting a critical hit that leaves Wazoo screaming in excruciating pain. The flow of magical energy that dramatically resembles a droplet falling in an abyss-like body of water becomes clear to Wazoo, but that's the least of his concerns right now as the damage of the punch is undeniably unfathomable. Perhaps for the first time since he struggles in the mountain, Wazoo coughs the infamous red human juice, allowing Fruger to freely reveal that S-rank adventurers acquire their nicknames from the way they fight, which in this case is his power to release magic into the opponent's body and deal internal damage. Destroyer, the name Wazoo needs to remember in his approaching eternal agony that the S-rank adventurer will deliver as Fruger has already damaged the boy's internal organ, so what's left for him is to suffer. On the other side of the battlefield, Denroga destroys the defensive barrier and takes hold of Nisha, lifting the second princess mid-air with his dreadful large claws. Once again, Relaya uses her whip to limit the demon's movements and drags him away from Nisha to save the princess's life. Denroga seems to hate it, however, so he focuses his attacks on the guildmaster and slams her to the ground until Relaya tastes the punishment she herself wants to deliver to the culprit who's doing that to her right now. Witnessing Relaya's state, Naralina tells her sister to step back so she can be Denroga's opponent, although it doesn't look like the demon still feels amused by the events as he irritatingly flies toward the first princess and strikes the troublesome girl out of the way. Fortunately, the first hit isn't enough to bring Naralina down, but the same can't be said for the following kick that successfully sends the first princess to a not-so-far distance. When Naralina's demise draws near, Nisha steps up to protect her elder twin sister from the demon that was once her fiancé. Amidst the grave situation, the princess uses this chance to reveal she's satisfied with suspecting Denroga from the very beginning, disagreeing with the engagement and refusing to marry him. As Wazoo's smile pops in her head, Nisha declares her contentment that the man she'll tie the knot with is not Denroga, but instead, someone whom this girl wholeheartedly loves. Thus, the demon delivers the finishing blow to the second princess, only for his claws to hit Navilio's sword instead as he finally returns in the nick of time to save his sisters. With the two of them injured, Navilio handles the rest of the task and swears to subjugate their opponent. Due to the prince's arrival, Denroga becomes more annoyed with the so-called royal family, so the rightful successor reminds them he will take back their grand status soon and crush the trust Navilio has built among his people and soldiers, excited how they will scream and sob as soon as they become his subordinates. With that said, Denroga mockingly asks Navilio if he's going to order his knights to sacrifice themselves for his survival. Although some think joining their conversation is disrespectful, a majority of the royal troops yell their disagreement with Denroga and proudly declare they are Navilio's soldiers. Thus, the only one who deserves to remain the prince is Navilio and Navilio himself. In exchange, Denroga assigns a vicious beast for the female knight, and the prince is too little too late to save the woman from being bitten by an exaggeratedly enormous dog with rabies. In the end, the demon maintains the privilege of laughing amidst the fierce battle, and he even advises the knights to run away and leave their precious prince behind before they turn into cat food for monsters. However, his prattle and brutality are getting too far, and Navilio arrives to the point that it's impossible to forgive this demon any longer, which leads to a raging power-up as he approaches the throne's rightful successor. While that's happening, Wazoo recovers from his fatal internal injury with auto-healing, forcing Fruger to put a stop on his limiter and show no more mercy to the C-rank amateur. Unfortunately for Wazoo, the S-Ranker's attack slowly becomes terrifying in his eyes, and the young man comes to wonder how long he can last being hit with an unknown magic power. Wazoo's mind is in shambles, but Fruger gives him no time to think further and proceeds to slap the guy's face with his enigmatic ability. As he endures the one-sided trample, Wazoo desperately ponders a plan to withstand and counterattack, but his auto-healing can't keep up, and the destroyer crushes his internal organs one by one until Wazoo arrives at a single tragic conclusion: this will be his end. Suddenly, Mir interrupts the fight to cryingly protect her partner, which leads Wazoo to remember his grueling days in the mountain and realize that what kept him alive at that time was his ability to eat everything. Despite the wounds and internal injuries, Wazoo gets up to thank Mir and assures the Dragon Princess he'll be fine because of a good idea that enters his mind. Thus, Wazoo tells Mir to go to a safe place now that his counterattack commences. He then finishes it off with a thumbs up, reminding Mir of his superhuman strength, which the Dragon Princess also approves with the same gesture as her partner. Now, Wazoo is brimming with motivation to take on everything that comes his way, confusing Fruger a little bit because this cheerful boy was just a useless sandbag a minute ago. Still, the destroyer has no intentions of holding back, and he releases a more massive wave of magical energy that instantly becomes a direct critical hit. Moreover, the impact slams Wazoo to the rock cliff, but unlike earlier where he's scared of his approaching demise, the C-Ranker responds to the punch with a provocation and lively vigor that he's still alive. Therefore, Fruger follows his aggression with consecutive strikes that result in a small explosion, depicting how vast the difference between their strengths is. Struggling to endure the pain, Wazoo can only grunt while lying face down on the ground, powerless to maintain a safe distance from the S-Ranker slowly approaching him. Without mercy, Fruger reminds Wazoo that winning against him is impossible regardless of what idea he comes up with. Even so, Wazoo refuses to surrender, and he desperately crawls to get up and withstand the blows for a little bit longer until his plan bears fruit. However, Fruger doesn't care a little bit about what he's thinking and straight up crushes what little hope Wazoo possesses by sending the boy flying mid-air at a dangerous height, which results in a possibly life-ending landing that the C-Ranker fails to defend from. In his close to half-asleep state, Wazoo witnesses the fight between Navilio and Denroga, although he can only watch how desperate the prince is to defeat the demon despite the deep wounds he acquires. Filled with rage and frustration, Navilio strikes back with flame magic embedded in the prince's sword, and his determination undoubtedly reaches Wazoo, who realizes that everyone is fighting with their lives on the line. The memories of Navilio entrusting him to handle Fruger surface in his mind, and Wazoo also remembers Cassie calling him the hope of this war, as their plan relies on his strength. Evidently, frustration paints Wazoo's face because he's fully aware that his allies are counting on his power, resulting in a deep reminiscing about his past since he lost to the hero, robbed of Arya's love, and almost perishing in the mountains. In those times when Wazoo can only depend on the power within him and his guild card, the C-rank adventurer gains growth, and this unquestionable realization triggers Wazoo to have an encounter with waves similar to those Fruger uses to subdue him. Using his palms, Wazoo gathers the representation of magic power and slowly gulps the whole thing, devouring every drop possible. Eat before he feels the pain. This becomes the C-Ranker's new plan, as he once again meets the infamous internal organ-ending smash from the Destroyer, and eats the magical energy in a split-second chance before the excruciating pain befalls him. To Fruger's surprise, Wazoo is completely fine, and he looks better despite the absolutely overwhelming power of his punch. Then top it off with a "thanks for the meal," and the S-Ranker is 100% dumbfounded as to what in the world is happening. After all, Wazoo is standing like nothing happened, and this guy is clearly sparkling more than ever as he credits his fortunate survival to his days eating weird things in the mountain. Nonetheless, Fruger's reaction is gold when he hears Wazoo revealing his gluttony skill and presenting himself as a gluttonous adventurer who can eat magic power. Oh, and you're right, commenter. Wazoo can give Rimuru a run for his money, at least in that anime's first season. On the other hand, Shiro's excitement skyrockets each second he watches the battle from afar, especially after seeing Wazoo becoming more and more interesting, leading the peddler to wonder who'll come on top between the C-rank adventurer and a certain girl he knows residing in the north. Putting that aside, Fruger is having difficulty processing what his opponent says, so Wazoo repeats it for him, although the Destroyer now has more questions for the young man, who treats his power as food. It turns out that Fruger is a somewhat rude person because he's entirely sure that Wazoo is not a human, and the S-Ranker attacks with that in mind, punching the young man's palm with the same ability and possibly adding more power. However, Wazoo knows precisely how to handle it, so he concentrates on the wave of magical energy coming out from Destroyer's smash and confidently devours them right before Fruger's baffled eyes. Due to Wazoo's provocative smile, the S-rank adventurer attempts one more hit, this time utilizing his leg power to defeat Wazoo, only to miss and receive the countermaneuver of the boy whom he insulted as amateur earlier. After successfully knocking the destroyer down, Wazoo unapologetically apologizes for hitting him too hard as revenge for the merciless blows minutes ago. Fruger madly laughs in response, and it seems like exhilaration is getting into him too as he rips his clothes to shreds and acknowledges Wazoo for making this battle more interesting by putting his life at stake. Thrilled, the so-called amateur charges toward the destroyer with his fist, and the two exchange fierce blows. Now Wazoo can finally stand his ground by eating magic power and utilizing the protection he receives from the goddesses. As the brawl continues, Wazoo slowly grabs the upper hand and literally strikes Fruger upward with his clenched hand while proudly declaring himself as the strongest of all. With the destroyer getting utterly destroyed, Wazoo reigns as the victor, although he looks more serious now compared to when he rains punches on his opponent. In his weakened state, Fruger takes back his words, calling Wazoo amateur, and changes it with a terrifying nickname, Monster. Of course, the young man isn't pleased to be called that because this adventurer, blessed by goddesses, has no intention of stopping being a human, regardless of how strong he becomes. Finally, Fruger admits his defeat and respectfully asks Wazoo to fight again next time until he suddenly stops saying a word. No, he's still alive. Maybe due to exhaustion, Fruger falls asleep, and his loud snores are a bit laughable for Wazoo, who eventually stands up because the war hasn't ended yet, and he's excited to get stronger and fight more challenging enemies like Fruger. Thus, Wazoo explores the Bond Plains and spots a vicious wolf on its way to devour a wounded knight and his companion. In the nick of time, Wazoo defeats the beast with one punch, saving the soldiers in the process before telling them to cure the injured while he deals with the monsters. Afterward, Wazoo heads to the horde led by a minotaur and spends quite a short time dealing with this group by simply playing around with the bull's horn, grabbing it, and spinning along with the monster to eradicate the remaining beasts. With complete trust that Navilio will win the battle against Denroga, Wazoo decides not to join them and instead enjoys a not-so-peaceful game of tossing, smashing, and wrestling. The list goes on with the ferocious monsters from the ball. To top it off, Wazoo warns the enemies to return to the mountains with those guys' tails between their legs, or else they will pass through the violent road filled with monster juices of various colors, mainly red. Speaking of red, the enemy forces wearing the same color in their uniform are engaging in a "We Are Stronger" presentation to show the Kingdom Knights how weak they are. Orlando and Cassie beg to differ, however, and they are prepared to prove to those arrogant carrots they are wrong, so the clash begins. Or at least it's close to commencing if not for Wazoo, who interrupts their conversation by knocking the red-armored man unconscious while asking Orlando and Cassie if they need help. Thanks to Wazoo, his friend loses the opportunity to show off, but he eventually understands that Cassie and Orlando can handle those nobodies, which leads the adventurer to ensure they can't escape instead. But if their situation is celebratory, the opposite is evident to Navilio, who falls on his knees panting, while Denroga is amazed by how wise yet powerless he is as a general. It's finally time to settle the score between them, so the demon charges toward Navilio with his infamous large claws prepared, but Nisha's barrier saves the day again and prevents at least one of them from falling. Immediately, Nisha signals her sister to attack, and it is so surprising that Denroga fails to dodge the blade that ultimately robs him of his hand. The demonic scream resounds, but that is music to the ears of Naralina, who presents herself as the brave general, who makes up for what her wise brother misses. But now that Denroga has acquired a fatal injury, Naralina happily declares the beginning of their counterattack, which unfortunately triggers the demon to fly up to a distance where they won't reach him. So as not to give Denroga the time to commence his plan, Relaya ties his foot with her whip, allowing Naralina to eliminate the devil's wings and finally get that hindrance out of their way. Unable to fly, the pitiful true successor of the throne desperately runs away, unaware that the prince's flames will not let him escape as they surround Denroga on all sides, ensuring there's no place to run for the devil. With Navilio as the lead, Nisha and Naralina claim this moment as the victory of the Man-Bond family, enabling the first princess to raise her weapon engulfed in magical flames as she then swears to protect the kingdom from the malevolent creatures threatening their country. There's no such thing as the rightful successor to the throne the next moment, as Naralina successfully eradicates the previous king's son from this world, and ultimately destroys the ominous orb along with the existence that was once known as Denroga. Nevertheless, the war ends with his departure toward the nether regions, the underworld kind of place, and not the human body, meaning not to mention Wazoo grabs almost all of the credits for capturing the red-armored knights who tried to escape. To check if Wazoo gets stronger, Mir hands him his guild card, wherein the C-rank adventurer discovers the improvement of some of his skills and the addition of one goddess to his heavenly harem collection. Apparently, Mother Earth increases her protection to help Wazoo recover from the internal damage in his duel against Fruger. But it seems like that's an uncalled concern because this guy's humanity percentage decreases to 62%. On top of it, there's the new battle deity who has also fallen in love with Wazoo, and the first goddess feels so jealous and annoyed that she assumes her boy is blushing from the new woman, even though the answer is a big no. But while Wazoo is preoccupied arguing with the goddesses, Shiro arrives and calls the familiar adventurer, asking if he still remembers him. The memory isn't vague at all, however, and Wazoo vividly recognizes this mysterious peddler as Shiro. As Navilio and everyone are celebrating their short-lived victory, Nisha and Naralina credit it all to the man they love, thinking they've been helped by him a lot since their first meeting. However, the Night Princess notices that Wazoo isn't relieved, contrary to what they feel, and he's talking with an unknown merchant whom the adventurer awfully remembers. Delighted that Wazoo still knows him, Shiro congratulates the C-ranker for defeating the unawakened Demon King, referring to Denroga, who in the peddler's words is a trash that can't use the ball's full power. Hearing the ominous orb in Shiro's mouth triggers his discussion with Orlando and Reagan about the suspicious merchant in Linux who might be the source of the orb surface, leading Wazoo to conclude that the perpetrator of all the demonic incidents is none other than Shiro. The culprit is you, or so the detective says. Anyway, thanks to Wazoo's declaration, Navilio, the princesses, and the knights learn that the true mastermind is standing proudly right before their eyes. Therefore, Wazoo asks for his reason and the real identity of the orbs, but the merchant refuses to answer and urges Wazoo to follow him everywhere to find out what he wants. Shiro thinks he'll still be the one who'll go where Wazoo is, though, revealing his desire to learn more about the adventurer's abilities and determine if it's stronger than the one he's longing for. Just like with Fruger, Shiro wants to see who will emerge victorious between Wazoo and the girl who possesses the sin of sloth. Apparently, the C-rank adventurer needs to face her next because he has already defeated envy and lust. But Wazoo, of course, refuses to grant the peddler's wish as he has more important things to do at Manbond. Unfortunately, Shiro has no intentions of letting him go, and he's driven by the desire to witness their battle, so he resorts to a forceful method, using a forbidden item to absorb the dragon princess and leaving Wazoo powerless to stop the process with sheer strength that is absolutely useless this time. Seconds after, the ominous spell traps Miar inside a magical prison, and Wazoo can only yell and do nothing else in shock, while Shiro is on his way to the Devil of Sloth to bring the dragon princess and force Wazoo to go to a spa town in the northern parts of the continent where the demon girl lies in wait. Surely, it'll be as enemies when these two meet again as Shiro suddenly disappears out of thin air with a single snap of his fingers, enraging Wazoo, although all he can do is glare at the skies now that Mir is taken from him. Therefore, Orlando and Navilio rush to Wazoo, with the latter asking if he'll go after Mir, which is, of course, an immediate yes as the adventurer apologizes to the royal siblings because there's no time for a proper goodbye. Nonetheless, Navilio and the princesses urge him to return to Manbond with his dragon partner when everything is settled. After all, Nisha and Naralina are planning to give Wazoo his promised reward as soon as they get permission from the king and queen. Reward? Clearly, Wazoo forgets that Nisha and her sister will join his harem, not to mention Cassie's plans to escort the princesses. Putting that aside, Relaya hands the adventurer a badge and advises him to show it to the guildmasters he'll meet around the continent to enable his rank up, as she can't issue it herself right now because Wazoo is in a hurry. It turns out that Relaya initially thought that Reagan was exaggerating when he mentions Wazoo, but now her opinion toward the young man changes for the better, so the guildmaster thanks him for saving the kingdom of Manbond. Without further ado, Wazoo waves goodbye and hurriedly departs toward the north to rescue Mayor, while the royal siblings, the knights, and basically everyone on the battlefield sees him off with a smile. Nisha can't help but cry as she reminisces about her love at first sight, preoccupied with those thoughts even when she and her siblings arrive home and reunite with their parents using a warm embrace. Seeing Floyd and the maid, Nisha remembers being jealous of Kumia and her chest, annoyed at Wazoo hugging Narlina, and more small things that lead the holy princess to realize that she desires to be married to Wazoo. Without further hesitation, Nisha resolves to become the reward to the hero who saves their kingdom, so what's left is for this girl to head out and catch up to Wazoo, eventually accompanying his adventures. Similarly, Naralina contemplates her love at first sight to the traveler, who becomes her ray of light in the dark times when she is enveloped by the curse. Needless to say, he's the hero who pulls Naralina up with an embrace, which becomes the princess's first time and the main reason Naralina senses peace after every fight. Even though it's a surprise that Nisha shares the same feelings regarding Wazoo, Naralina can't deny her wish to get attacked by that guy when they were sleeping in his arms. After all, the first princess loves Wazoo so much that she can't stop herself from wanting to protect the adventurer, no matter if he's absurdly strong or not. For that very reason, Naralina prepares her armor and equipment to depart from the castle and go to where Wazoo is. Thus, the royal princesses assemble to commence their plan to grant Wazoo his well-deserved reward, determined to continue their departure toward the north, whether they acquire their parents' permission or not. What? Wazoo? Yeah, sure. To their shock, Hivilio is perfectly fine in letting them follow their country's savior, even retracting Nisha's marriage to Denroga because that was apparently decided amidst his slumber. Furthermore, Navilio can handle the succession himself and choose his marriage partner, while the king deals with the Freebond prime minister and unseats him from his position. They're all serious matters to control, but it seems like Miralina's wish is so simple and devoid of politics and such. She simply wants to see her grandchildren. Thanks to that, these maidens in love's excitement soars, contrary to their brother, who's clearly troubled about who to choose as a wife. Before Nisha and Naralina leave the castle, Kumia suddenly tells the two that Relaya is looking for them, so they hurriedly head to the guildmaster's office, where Relaya reveals that the princesses receive a message from someone. To everyone's surprise, the person the guildmaster talks about is the saint, Arya, who came to Manbon just a few hours ago. Apparently Arya is traveling to look for someone, but the council assigns her a mission to investigate some incidents in the Southwest Kingdom and leaves this morning. Regrettably, the saint can't at least enjoy some tea with the princesses like the old days this time, but she leaves an important warning: stay away from the Southwest Kingdom. Speechless, Nisha and Naralina wish that Wazoo is fine, although it's highly possible he'll save someone again and increase the number of girls whom he doesn't know like him. Speaking of those women, we then arrive at a dark alley in Linnock where a horde of lawless men surround two girls wearing a robe, inviting the ladies to have some fun with them. The one in white shows absolutely no fear, however, as she suddenly casts a whirling windstorm and punishes these thugs for their unforgivable audacity. Amidst the spell's sharp blades teaching these men their lessons, the spellcaster reveals her face, allowing us to take a good look at Tata and Salona, who are quite enraged that these ruffians are planning to steal Wazoo's privileges. And this is how this segment of the manga ends. Unfortunately, there aren't enough chapters to continue the story, but we declare to do so as soon as more chapters are released. If you're looking for another thrilling adventure, check out our top recommendation here. This manga begins with the banishment of the Grand Magician Abel from the adventurer party led by his now former companion, Roy. The group's member declares the uselessness of the mage now that the Calamity Demon, the Demon Lord of Dusk, has been defeated, and reminds Abel that he, who has amber eyes, is not needed anymore in the new world of peace. However, the Grand Magician already knows the shocking and unfortunate truth that humans like him, who have the same amber eyes as their enemies, the demons, will get persecuted. Roy reveals the mansion he has prepared for Abel to still enjoy life, but the enraged Grand Magician can't bear his presence and declares he won't appear in front of them again, forcing Abel to leave Roy despite knowing that he, himself, and others are not the ones to blame. Frustrated, the Grand Magician heads into a cave and walks toward a coffin, opening it as he proceeds to his plan. When all he can see is darkness, Abel breaks the coffin's lid and wakes up from his deep slumber of 200 years. Finally, the Grand Magician, whose appearance turns younger, gets up from the reincarnation spell he cast on himself right after his banishment. Abel hopes that this future contains an improved civilization where technology surpasses magic and will come to accept the Amber Eyes, which his previous timeline cannot do. Therefore, the Grand Magician looks for a mirror that's nowhere to be seen anymore to view the demonic eyes in his new appearance, which he modified into perfection in the past. However, an emergency occurs as Abel senses the presence of someone infiltrating the room. Immediately, the magician prepares a surprise attack on the intruder until the woman finally appears and recognizes the boy, who she calls with great respect. Abel is taken aback when the stranger lets hold of her basket in shock as she cries tears of joy after her most awaited awakening of the Grand Magician. Despite that, Abel still has no idea who the girl in front of him is, confident that he has no social relationship with women in his past life. However, the figure of the crying girl rings a bell to the Grand Magician, and he finally remembers who she is. Abel goes down memory lane when she defends a little girl from the punishment Roy and the party wants to bestow on her, the Demon King's daughter. Fortunately, the Grand Magician's success leads to the current situation, as he reaches his hand to the demon girl and greets her, the woman named Lilith, for their long-awaited reunion. The two engage in a bit of banter where the demon lady reveals that she found Abel after 100 years of searching, but the Grand Magician is more interested in the woman's eyes, whose amber color mysteriously turned blue. Unsurprisingly, the boy from the past thinks that one cannot change the colors of their eyes until the demon lady, who lives until the present, shows the existence of the contact lens to the Grand Magician. Fascinated by the item, Abel sinisterly laughs and celebrates his right choice of a timeline to be reincarnated to, given that there are discriminations throughout the generations because of one's eye color. Suddenly, Lilith calls her savior and invites him to discuss things in her house as she suddenly puts a scarf on the magician, who's willing to hear what she'll say. Afterward, the demon lady introduces the unfamiliar piece of cloth to the ignorant Abel and offers her hand to start their walk. Albeit reluctant, the now young boy holds Lilith's hand as they exit the cave and reach the snowy lands, leading the demon lady to urge her savior to continue their little journey. In spite of the embarrassment he feels, Abel steps foot on the white snow again ever since his reincarnation. Eventually, Lilith and the magician reach the village where the demon lady resides and bring Abel to a mansion next to an extravagant house nearby. Lilith reminds the Grand Magician that her place can help him avoid unnecessary attention, and Abel also realizes that, as he enters the mansion, to his surprise, the lights turn on without any use of magic, leading the demon lady to inform her ignorant savior about the light bulbs, which can be turned on with a flip of a switch. Abel assumes that magic stones power the fantastic invention, and is not so surprised by it as he thinks that using magic is still more convenient to a mage like him. Amused by his thoughts, Lilith giggles, but that confuses Abel as he believes that such a simple luminescent spell is the most basic to use. As he wonders why people waste effort on unnecessary equipment, the reincarnated boy falls asleep on the couch. Slowly, Abel is becoming accustomed to his new life while studying about the new generation. However, the immense decrease in the human's magical level baffles the Grand Magician to a great degree, as he shows disappointment with the information the book teaches to the young people. Unfortunately, even realizing that transcribers make changes to the tomes for generations can't diminish the boy's disappointment until drowsiness befalls his young body. While eating, Abel informs Lilith of his 3 reasons for reincarnation into a child's body, despite the disadvantages, revealing his aim to reach the academic, physical, and magical peaks he'll undergo from his teen to 30s. Immediately, Abel goes back to studying and finishes it when he stumbles upon a pack of meals with a letter from Lilith, informing him that she'll head to work. As he gobbles the food, the Grand Magician wonders what kind of work the demon lady has. But the drowsiness hinders those thoughts as the little boy goes to study again. Suddenly, an unknown boy knocks on the room's door, startling Abel as he is aware that the mysterious person isn't the demon lady who just headed out to work. The appearance of the intruder creates tension in the mansion as the young boy next door named Ted happily greets Abel, who he thinks is Lilith's little brother. Despite knowing he's wrong, the Grand Magician focuses on Ted's identity and assumes he's a rich boy living in the enormous mansion. Immediately, the arrogant young boy declares that Abel will be his underling. So the reincarnated man is not interested in listening as he ignores Ted's pestering to be his subordinate. Irritated, Abel tells the spoiled kid that he doesn't want to get involved in his nonsense while slamming the book close and intimidating Ted by revealing his demonic amber eyes to the young boy. Ted trembles in shock at the impeccable plan of the Grand Magician to scare him, leading Abel to proceed further to assert his dominance. However, the giggle he hears confuses him as Ted suddenly bursts into laughter and mocks the strange eyes he sees for the first time, throwing Abel into confusion regarding the boy's unexpected actions. Mysteriously, Ted's laughter doesn't seem to end, and the Grand Magician still can't pinpoint the reason why. Fortunately, another intruder arrives and stops the boy's disrespectful actions as he, Ted's brother named Bass, scolds the young boy for entering Lilith's house without permission. As a result, Ted points to what he calls the chicken eyes and continues to insult the reincarnated magician. Despite that, Abel knows that it is Bass who he should be careful of, assuming that his older brother will watch for his amber eyes. Finally, Bass confirms the pretense of Abel as Lilith's talented younger sibling and surprisingly expresses his disappointment to the man who was once known as the Grand Magician. Watching the two treating his eyes as a laughingstock, Abel comes to a realization about the new generation and asks the brothers if his amber eyes are useless according to the current standards. Bass and Ted are dumbfounded hearing that, and the younger boy bursts into laughter again while calling Abel with the wrong name, a BB. Displeasure can be seen in the Grand Magician's eyes, but he still listens to Ted, informing him that his chicken-colored eyes are ordinary compared to those that match the colors of the magical elements. Immediately, Bass stops his younger brother from saying more mockeries, but Abel is aware that the same kind as him needs at least 10 years to master not just one, but every element. Eventually, the older brother asks the name of who he assumes to be Lilith's little brother and apologizes to him for the rudeness his younger brother shows. Out of concern, Bass urges Ted to say sorry, saying that the commoner can still leave peacefully despite being magicless. The Grand Magician is surprised that the respectful young man also treats him as a fool for having amber eyes. Unfortunately, Abel's displeasure can't stop the two from leaving with satisfied smiles while mocking the magicless commoner. Dumbfounded, the Grand Magician wonders about the intruder's rude actions toward the presumed house owner's little brother, but their reasons are unveiled when Abel grabs the book depicting the world's war history. The magician finds out that there has been no conflict between humans and demons for the past 100 years, resulting in humankind not having to fear the demon's eyes anymore. Moreover, people gain the ability to produce magic with little practice based on their eyes' colors, contrary to those with amber eyes, which are now seen with contempt. The reincarnated boy feels dissatisfied with the current state of things. However, he finally understands the reason why Lilith resorts to using eye contact. Time passes, and while Abel is reading a book, the demon lady finally returns in a maid outfit, revealing that she's working as a housemaid while presenting herself to the embarrassed boy who contemplates Lilith's beauty while blushing. Eventually, the maid prepares dinner, but Abel tells her to wait and tells the demon lady that he now knows why she hides her eye color and that it's not a mere wish not to let anyone know she's a demon. Lilith reveals that her kind almost no longer exists because after Abel, the leader of the heroes who defeated the Demon King, left, humans eradicated the remaining demons, bringing peace to humanity, which resulted in the disappearance of the fear amber eyes deliver. Lilith confirms her savior's assumptions so far as she prepares dinner. However, Abel is still concerned if Lilith harbors hatred for the humans who ended her race. While the maid is smiling, the former hero remembers eliminating the Demon King with his party members while the little demon princess hides while watching them obliterate her father. Even so, Lilith has no reason to despise the man who saved and gave her a place to live for a week, and even taught her magic, the human rules, and other things. The woman's topic change troubles the Grand Magician, as he wonders what the cute little girl from the past experienced to change into who she is now. To his surprise, the demon princess expresses her gratitude to her savior with a bright smile, making the Grand Magician speechless, as he hides his embarrassment by covering his face with a book. A few moments after, Lilith is enjoying a night bath with none other than the little boy who she forces to come along earlier. Eventually, the demon lady notices Abel's troubles and apologizes for not holding back the urge her love brings. Therefore, the reincarnated boy warns Lilith about what would happen if a woman and a man like himself join a bath together. Still, the demon princess simply smiles as she gets up and tells the man with a little boy's body that her warnings aren't persuasive. She then sits beside her savior while still in the bath, forcing Abel to realize the immense change in the body of who was once a little girl. Overflowing with happiness, Lilith hugs Abel to celebrate him treating her as a woman, but the hero escapes from the woman's embrace and warns her that he won't hold himself back no matter what area it is. The demon princess smiles after hearing that until the night goes deeper, and she's now in bed. As he gets up, Abel looks at the demon princess and remembers what happened earlier when he made love with the woman who likes him. The demon princess has a satisfied smile in the middle of her slumber when Abel covers her with a blanket, feeling pleased to have a sound sleep after their bonding. A few days have passed since the Grand Magician reincarnated in the current timeline, but his uneventful routine of eating and studying in a continuous cycle continues. Unfortunately, a troublesome existence arrives every afternoon, just like today, as Ted barges in the door once again to greet his buddy. Already, Abel is getting annoyed by the pestering of the young boy who wants a playmate, forcing him to delay his reading time to cast body-strengthening magic, surprising the young noble as he dashes toward the window. Ted immediately stops Abel from jumping from the second floor, but that Grand Magician ignores his warning and leaps from where he is to land straight at the next floor successfully. Surprised, the young noble can only gasp in awe, while Abel declares his unwillingness to be bothered by him. However, the boy who is impressed by his movements is not letting himself be defeated, as he also casts body-strengthening magic on himself and jumps toward where Abel is. The former hero is slightly surprised that Ted can activate the spell, but the flow of magic he sees from the young noble is so imperfect that Ted trips in the air and falls down from the house's second floor. Fortunately, the rich kid lands safely in the bushes, and Abel comes to ask if he's okay, but the little noble yells in frustration after getting the short end of the stick by the magician's skills. Irritated, Ted tries to catch Abel, but all his attempts end in failure, and all he can do is throw a tantrum over his lack of ability. Despite the spoiled kid's annoyance, the Grand Magician gives him motivational advice to train for another 20 years to master the ability. Unfortunately, Ted becomes more enraged as he complains about Abel's superiority when it should have been him. As a result, the former hero permits the young boy to be his superior, but then reveals the condition of taking his muffler first. Ted becomes excited when he hears that and declares it will be a strong victory for him. Hence, Abel starts the countdown and dashes away to begin his practice to discover the current generation's magical capabilities. The chase goes on as Ted persistently runs to grab the commoner's muffler. However, the Grand Magician notices the young noble using little to no magic and is now relying on his stamina to continue. While Ted is struggling, the Great Magician remembers the harsh training he underwent as a kid that enabled him to stand on the top of even the hero of the wind, Roy, in his past life. Eventually, Abel sees Ted's strength on the verge of giving up, so he asks the young noble if he still plans to continue. To his surprise, the persistent kid commences a surprise attack, but Abel dodges it without any difficulties, forcing Ted to admit his defeat as he can no longer move and chase the hero. Abel is amazed after seeing the rich kid exceeding his expectations and continuing the chase for 20 minutes when he suddenly catches sight of somebody inside the noble's house. Using magic, the magician peeks inside the window, where Lilith and Bass are having a conversation. Suddenly, Abel hears the maid rejecting the noble's proposal to have a romantic relationship with him. The reincarnated hero is not surprised by the turn of events, but Bass, on the other hand, feels frustrated as he desperately asks the beautiful maid the reason for her rejection. Without mercy, Lilith informs the young man that she already has someone in her heart, shocking the boy, who immediately asks if Abel is the man she loves. The demon princess confirms the noble's hunch and asks him to give up, but Bass takes it badly and insults the maid for having romantic feelings for her brother. Enraged, the young man walks away, but Abel has no plans to clear up the misunderstanding of him becoming Lilith's brother and decides to pretend he doesn't see anything. He then sees Bass's little brother executing a surprise attack until he screams the move's name, enabling Abel to easily dodge the kick, which causes Ted to slide on the roof and complain to the magician for evading his attack. Unfortunately, the young boy's magic power really reaches its limit this time, but Abel simply leaves him, hoping that Ted will stop coming after that. When a few days later pass, the young noble is still up to the challenge as he continues getting the muffler from Abel, only to get smacked in the head by the Grand Magician, who advises him to stop announcing his surprise attack. Embarrassed, Ted declares that he's close to completing the challenge, but Abel doesn't think of that at all, and instead confirms if he really called him by his name earlier. The young noble, who doesn't call him a BB anymore, declares that he already remembers Abel's name, as he will be his underling someday. Excited, Ted casts the body-strengthening magic that has improved these past few days and uses it to take the magician's muffler until Abel disappears out of thin air and appears behind the young noble to kick his feet. While Ted is sliding down the floor, the Grand Magician mocks his resolve and provokes him into giving up. Frustrated, the young noble gets up to try again, but an accident occurs as his foot slips, resulting in Ted falling from the roof. It is too late when Abel goes down and rushes to his aid as the injury has already been inflicted on the young man and breaks his leg. Despite that, the Grand Magician believes that his recovery magic should be enough to treat the fracture, but Bass's arrival interrupts Abel from healing the injury as the older brother wants to cure Ted himself. The former hero is surprised that Bass, who isn't even a gray-eyed magician specializing in support, can cast a healing spell. However, the potent magician notices something wrong and asks the noble what he's doing. Irritated, Bass informs him of the unsurprising fact that he's applying recovery magic and orders Abel to stop distracting him. Unfortunately, the older brother is just making things worse, and the magician is aware that Bass is doing the healing process all wrong and will eventually tire out Ted's nervous system instead. Suddenly, the little brother screams in pain, and all Bass can do is ask him to endure it. However, Ted can't keep it up anymore, and he loses consciousness. Immediately, Abel suggests bringing the little noble to the medical office, but Bass has other concerns as he glares at the former hero and mentions his sin of kicking Ted's leg before the accident. The Grand Magician is calm and informs the older brother that Ted manages to get up after that, but the young noble's rage increases as he calls out Abel for not calling his younger brother with great respect. Even so, the former hero is still calm and urges Bass to move to a quieter place now that a crowd is forming in the area. Despite that, the noble still can't let Abel's disrespect pass, leading him to threaten the commoner by teaching him a lesson as he unsheathes his weapon, points it to the Grand Magician, and challenges him to a duel. Bass's declaration of war creates a commotion and causes the bystander to gossip, causing Abel to refuse the noble's challenge. Unsurprisingly, that enrages Bass even more, and he's not letting the commoner end it, with his reputation getting tarnished as he spouts his displeasure to the Grand Magician, who just wants to cure Ted's injury. As a result, Abel accepts the arrogant noble's challenge while glancing at the doctor curing the little boy's fracture. Haughtily, Bass places a handicap for their battle until the magician stops him from doing so. Despite the advantages he can gain from Abel's refusal, the noble still views that as a mockery, filling himself with rage as he swings his blade with wind magic to attack Abel. The Grand Magician swiftly dodges the attack and notices that Bass's casting speed is too fast for his average attack power. Fortunately, the green-eyed noble notices his confusion and explains it himself as he introduces his regalia to the ignorant commoner. Bass's haughtiness reigns as he reveals that regalias are support items created with magic, but his explanation is a mere distraction to cast an offensive spell again. While dodging, Abel studies the mechanism of the mysterious item and finds out that it allows a person to use a spell simply by pouring magic into it. Displeased, the Grand Magician snaps Bass's attack into the disappearance and leaves the haughty noble confused while he's immersing himself in a realization that regalias are the cause of magic's decline. Abel concludes that current magicians focus on improving their use of the tool rather than their inner source, thus robbing them of a mage's thinking mind. Dissatisfied, the former hero mocks the opponent's magic by calling it a flying balloon, disabling Bass to control his anger as he attacks with offensive magic again. However, it is also time for Abel to counterattack, as he casts the same wind spell whose overwhelming power slashes the arrogant young man and makes him barely able to dodge the sorcery's impact. Abel approaches his opponent after the flashy spell and asks if he will give up, but Bass unsurprisingly refuses to end it with the commoner's victory. Finally, Lilith arrives and kicks the noble away, sending him into the distance. Surprised, Abel asks the maid what she's doing, so the demon princess smilingly calls her actions as taking care of garbage. The Grand Magician worries that it'll affect her job, but Lilith isn't concerned at all as she continues to threaten the haughty boy for insulting her master. Surprisingly, Abel wishes for Bass to be forgiven, but the demon princess isn't willing to do it despite her master's wishes. Complaints linger on the noble's mind, but he keeps them all to himself, knowing that Lilith will deliver his demise herself when he does say it. Frustrated, Bass screams in displeasure from his defeat. An hour later, Ted is finally delivered to his bed, only to hear from the doctor that he needs 6 months to recover. As he secretly watches, Abel discovers that even medical mages are also weakened, leading the former hero to reveal himself to the young noble and ask about his injury. Ted pretends that he's okay, but his exhaustion forces him to sleep, allowing the Grand Magician to perform his recovery and body-strengthening spells in secret to cure the boy's injury. When the healing ritual ends, Abel immediately leaves the room and lets his sparring partner rest. After the incident, Bass's father and the head of the Langobard family, Evans, kneel in apology to Abel as he begs for forgiveness for the rudeness of his son. However, Bass, who goes semi-bald, is against this humiliation and refuses to say sorry to the presumed Lilith's little brother. Evans suddenly punches his son's head and informs the ignorant young man that it is the demon princess who hired their family and not the other way around. Dumbfounded, Bass can't believe the sudden revelation, but Abel, on the other hand, now solves the mystery of why the demon princess herself serves a mere human noble. Desperate, Evans pleads with the Grand Magician not to severely punish them, but Abel is not angry in the first place and forgives the two. Immediately, the head of the noble family expresses his thanks despite his son being consumed in rage and humiliation. It is late at night in the noble's mansion when Bass requests his father to get rid of Lilith and Abel. Evans instantly refuses his son and informs him that their village won't flourish without the help of their maid, who he reveals is also their benefactor. Irritated, Bass assures his father they can rule their territory even without Lilith, but his loud voice wakes Ted up as he barges into the office with his sleepy face. Surprised, Bass wonders how can his younger brother move like he's completely healed, but those facts mysteriously ring a bell to Evans. Finally, his son asks him why they need to pay respect to their mere maid, but despite knowing the whole truth, the family head decides not to tell Bass about it. The noble's son is displeased by his father's refusal, but he gives up on asking and demands Evans recommend him to the Arsulia Magic Academy instead. Surprised by the boy's demand, Evans ponders about the prestigious school, which requires at least 5 years to graduate, and refuses Bass's again as he wants him to study to become their territory's lord. However, the young noble is firmly determined to learn powerful magic that is fearsome enough to cut down his enemies and become the strongest magician that commoners and even nobles will fear. Worried, Ted stops his brother from more terrifying thoughts, but Bass makes him his target of scorn and blames the little boy for the humiliating incident, calling him out for acting friendly toward Abel. Evans realizes that Bass is not worthy of being their lord at this rate, forcing him to permit the haughty kid to enroll in Arsulia Magic Academy. With a satisfied yet sinister smile, Bass leaves his father pondering about his evilness, but he then notices his mischievous younger son showing more maturity than his arrogant older brother. As a result, Evans reveals the past to Ted when Lilith saves him from a demon attack and eventually becomes his advisor and teacher in managing the village. At that time, he asks the demon princess about her reasons for helping him and finds out that it is all for a peaceful life when her beloved one wakes up. That statement confuses Evans in the past, but the current events finally make him understand the demon's words at that time. Therefore, the nobleman reminds his son to get along with the two, but Ted already has it in mind as he declares that Abel is his precious friend, contrary to Bass's animosity. 1 month has passed, and Ted still barges into the Grand Magician's study room and pesters him into doing their usual routine. Abel scolds him for not being quiet, but the young noble ignores all of that and urges the magician, who he is now calling his teacher, to instruct him more about magic. Suddenly, Abel points out Ted's full recovery from his injury and gets up from his seat to invite the young noble to continue their little game of tag. Ted is surprised by the long-awaited invitation and excitedly announces his will to win, leading the mentor to give advice about body strengthening before starting. In a blink of an eye, 2 years have already passed, and the story continues when the two are riding in a carriage for almost half a day on their way to take the entrance exam for the Arsulia Magic Academy. Along the way, Abel engages in a conversation with Lilith, revealing his plan to be an adventurer in the future, only to discover that the said job is already unavailable as the monsters for subjugation quests are almost gone. Moreover, the former hero learns that working as a magician again requires him to attend an academy. Abel's decision is conflicted, but Lilith's teasing about him mooching off her forces the Grand Magician to apply to the prestigious school, bringing us to the current situation. In a span of 2 years, Abel learns that magic's decline is not the regalia's fault alone, as he also discovers the usefulness of that equipment in everyday life. Along with that change is the growth of the young noble who learns to thank his mentor as he also turns respectful, different from his mischievous and immature self despite his hardships in learning magic these past few years. Finally, the two aspiring students arrive at the prestigious Arsulia Magic Academy, where Ted feels starstruck at the sight of the wonderful school. However, their amazement gets spoiled by 2 academy students who mock the two and treat them as existences not worthy of stepping foot in their institute. Abel is still composed while watching the low-quality students and listening to their mockery, but Ted is already blowing his fuse as he urges his teacher to teach them a lesson. When the discrimination against the amber-eyed magician gets worse, someone arrives to stop the ill-mannered nobles as the red-eyed girl with a crest named Eliza confronts the guys for insulting the commoner. Brimming with confidence, Eliza intimidates the bully by introducing herself and declaring that she will be a great magician someday. Unfortunately, the two don't feel the slightest threat, as they are now the ones who frighten the examinee, leading Ted to urge his teacher to help Eliza. However, the Grand Magician knows that the girl is strong, as he watches her slashing the bully's clothes at a tremendous speed, warning the 2 chickens to get out of her sight. Terrified, the cowards run away from Eliza, so Abel starts to thank their fellow examinee until she brushes his hand out in disgust at the amber-eyed commoner. Eliza explains that he helped him out of irritation to the weak bullies and leaves after telling the Grand Magician to be strong for her to notice a plebeian like him. Confused, Ted ponders about the girl's complicated personality, but Abel, on the other hand, feels that he has met Eliza before. In the classroom, the exam eventually begins with a 100-score written test that the former hero is not having trouble answering. The test starts from general education questions to magic, language, and engineering, which Abel finishes without any difficulties, opposite to Ted, who struggles with every question he encounters. However, the biggest problem finally pops out and leaves even the Grand Magician thinking as he ponders about the question, asking him to prove that magic cannot create a human soul based on Deeperonic's final theorem. The examinees are unexpectedly having a hard time answering, but Abel feels the opposite as he's the one who made the said theorem. 200 years ago, the 10-year-old Abel joined the trend of human body modification and ended a researcher's cruel experiment by publishing Deeperonic's final theorem anonymously and declaring that creating a living soul through magic is impossible. Fortunately, the theorem, which is named based on a neighbor's dog, contributes to his completion of reincarnation magic, but Abel presently realizes that the theorem is incomplete and wonders if he should correct the thesis, which he is too embarrassed to remember. Finally, the written exam ends, but things don't seem well to Ted, who cries at the difficult questions. Fortunately, his most awaited skill test arrives when the teacher comes to guide them on the training grounds when the next phase of the exam begins. Abel and Ted eventually reach the vast field where training targets are set up for them to attack later. For the practical skill test, the instructor urges the examinees to pick regalia according to their eye color. However, the absence of weapons for amber-eyed forces Abel to grab a random fire sword. His fellow aspiring students are displeased by this, but the examiner silences them to explain the goal of the test, urging the examinees to shoot magic at the target. The Grand Magician concludes that the ones with high inborn magic power will reign as he watches Ted volunteering to be the first to start. Unfortunately, his mentor worries that he will just be humiliated in front of other examinees. But the exam finally starts as Ted casts a fireball toward the target. His student's magic takes Abel aback, but it is because of the terrible firepower of the spell, despite it hitting the target right on the mark. In spite of that, the Grand Magician learns that a dark matter ore is used on the dummies, but the examiner's reaction catches Abel off guard as he hears her praising Ted's performance exaggeratedly. Same with the examinees who can't believe the greatness of the noble from the countryside. On top of that, even a veteran examiner acknowledges Ted's talent, which fires up the other aspiring students to give their all in using their regalias. However, the abilities they show are still a disappointment in the eyes of the Grand Magician. Finally, the examiner urges him to start the test, but even she is under the assumption that Abel can't use any magic. The amber-eyed magician ignores her doubt and proceeds to take the exam as he modifies and boosts his weapon first before releasing its limiter and casting numerous fireballs to spread destruction to the target. As a result, a large crater forms in the training field, and both the examiner and students are dumbfounded by the terrifying display the fireballs bring. But while Abel is disappointed by the target's inferior dark matter ores, his fellow examinees, who are nobles, cannot believe that a lowly commoner beat them. In contrast, Ted is ecstatic as he praises his mentor, who melts the target into ashes. The story transitions into Eliza's side as she wanders in the academy and heads toward the training grounds. Suddenly, she hears other examinees gossiping about her act of protecting the amber-eyed commoner and refers to that as disgusting, leading Eliza to assume that only a few of these worthless bunch will pass the entrance exams. However, the girl's turn to start finally comes, so she gracefully introduces herself and takes their breath away with her elegance. Flustered, the examiner urges the lady to begin, allowing Eliza to start her chant at the regalia and releases a wave of flame edge, which damages the target made by a sturdy dark matter ore. The witnesses can only gasp in shock at Eliza's surprising display of strength, but the examinees wonder how she can use the flame edge ability when the supposed spell should be a fireball. As they assume that Eliza cheated, the instructor named Fedia knows what really happened. Finally, the talented lady shocks the ignorant students by revealing that she rewrites the regalia's source, and Fedia, fortunately, allows the examinee's method, knowing that it is the way magic should be. However, seeing the professor makes Eliza more alarmed, as she concludes that the woman before her is the one in charge of the exam. To their surprise, the examiner from the other group rushes toward Fedia, panicking as she reports the amber-eyed examinee who melts the target with a single fire magic. Eliza is surprised to hear this, while Fedia interrogates the examiner for more details about the examinee. As a result, she reveals Abel's name for all of them to hear, including Eliza, who remembers the commoner's name as she giggles from excitement at the interesting turn of events. Meanwhile, in the school hall, Ted yells his excitement upon knowing that he'll be in the same class as his mentor. Finally, the two reach the door leading to A class, but the expression on the students' faces is full of wariness after seeing the two now that the rumors about the skill test incident have already spread. Abel ignores the nasty treatment when a wild Eliza appears to sit next to him, causing the Grand Magician to sigh at the irritated girl and remind her what she said, that commoners shouldn't get friendly with nobles. Troubled, Eliza explains that she just doesn't like weaklings and implies that it is just the strong who she is interested in. Suddenly, she asks the Grand Magician if he really destroyed the target in the practical exam, as the rumor said. Eliza bombards Abel with questions regarding his magic, but the teacher's arrival puts their conversation to a halt as Fedia announces that she'll take charge of the final exam. Therefore, the reincarnated magician urges the noble lady to continue their story next time, and Eliza agrees, despite her mysterious gaze upon revealing she knows the contents of the next test. Finally, Fedia reveals the last challenge as a one-on-one duel where they need to destroy their opponent's magic defense to win. The teacher then posts the selected pairings based on the previous exam results, revealing that Ted is not Abel's opponent, but the one with the number 86. With an excited grin, Eliza introduces her number to the Grand Magician and informs him that she'll be her enemy. While the talented noble is excited, Fedia leads the students to the exam site and casts a defensive barrier in each of the students' bodies. Finally, the duel between Eliza and Abel has been announced, but despite the unwanted attention they get from fellow examinees, the noble lady excitedly urges her opponent to start. The prodigy has a smile as she urges Abel to grab his own weapon, but the Grand Magician reveals that he doesn't use any regalia. Unfortunately, the reincarnated magician doesn't bother to explain his reasons, but he still assures Eliza that it'll be a good fight. The noble lady accepts the magician's method and charges toward him with tremendous speed. However, the fabulous quickness she shows is nothing to the former hero, who views the girl as a mere still image. Immediately, Eliza slashes her opponent, but the Grand Magician evades her physical attack along with the flame edge that comes right after that. As a result, Abel finds out that the walls around them are also made with dark matter ore, but his distractive thoughts irritate the prodigy, causing her to attempt to slash once more. All the evasion bores out the former hero, so he casts a counterattack flame edge spell toward Eliza, creating explosive destruction while the girl is still in the area. While Ted and the Examiner are shocked, the Grand Magician worries that he has gone too far with his attack. Still, those concerns disappear with the appearance of the noble lady, who manages to dodge the spell as she dashes toward Abel with her regalia. The girl's ability fascinates the former hero, so he stops showing mercy and activates numerous burning bullets, sending them straight to Eliza. This time, the prodigy can no longer evade as she struggles to stand after the spell's aftermath. As a result, Fedian puts the duel to a halt, so the school nurse rushes to Eliza's aid, but the girl rejects his help and wants the fight to continue in the form of a personal duel instead. The noble doesn't even wait for Abel's permission and goes to prove that she's the strongest, leading the magician to ask her reasons for gaining strength in a peaceful era. In reply, Eliza declares that peace is only imaginary and informs Abel that the neighboring kingdom, Cordrea, is already preparing for the great war against demons that may occur someday. The noble reveals strife against the opposing race that the higher-ups hide from the public and yells her disagreement to believe the make-believe peace as she continues to raise her weapon, not just to prove that she's strong, but also to rebuild the house of nobility that raised her. Hearing that, Abel assumes that Eliza's family has met their downfall due to their dangerous preparation for war, but that thought gets interrupted by Eliza's activation of forbidden art, the rose matter sky. Immediately, Abel uses his analytical eye to assess the magical formula that surpasses the level of a mere student, but then notices that he has seen it before. To his surprise, the prodigy casts a skill brought by his forbidden arts, which forms a pair of wings that enable Eliza to fly above her opponent. The examinees are surprised by the magic that should have existed only in the legends, but the Grand Magician finally concludes something about her identity as he witnesses Eliza's determination to beat him. With the girl's secret technique revealed, the duel continues with Abel praising the red-eyed prodigy's effort in his mind while watching the smug girl who assumes it's his first time seeing the flight ability. Unfortunately, the former hero has seen it so many times, so he is able to quickly put a dispel magic circle around the noble, eventually canceling the forbidden arts, which causes Eliza to fall. As the maiden screams, the Grand Magician hurries to catch her body despite being reluctant to do it at first. With Abel's help, Eliza safely lands with a blushing face, but the former hero suddenly asks if she's a descendant of the hero of the fire, Maria. The red-eyed maiden is confused about how he knows it, but her personality and magic confirm Abel's hunch that Eliza is the descendant of his former companion. Suddenly, he tells the oblivious girl that she looks exactly like the muscle-brained woman he knows and motivates her to try harder, leaving all of them in surprise and confusion as Fedia declares the winner. A commotion forms from the examinees, who can't believe it, but Eliza, on the other hand, is wondering who Abel really is. Meanwhile, the instructors are having a discussion about the students who they call the G3, the three geniuses named Ted, Eliza, and Abel. The teachers are delighted by the news that may possibly revive their reputation as the kingdom's best magic academy, but a well-known instructor, Emerson, joins their conversation to tell them that the real genius is Abel alone. Unfortunately, those words are insufficient to convince other professors, but Emerson can't still stop thinking about the boy who perfectly solves Deeperonic's final theorem. While he's immersed in his own thoughts, the headmaster, who we will call Michael, arrives and comments about Emerson's unusual interest in the new student. To his surprise, the instructor even assures him that Abel will be their kingdom's great asset, but Michael's reaction upon learning the name of the amber-eyed talent is so mysterious that it confuses the oblivious teacher. With the headmaster's request, Emerson presents the greatness of their new talent, but the look on the principal's face worsens as he denies some thoughts inside his head. In a dark basement, the headmaster can be seen walking downstairs as he mysteriously clicks a night statue's magical sword. Suddenly, an enormous door opens and leads Michael to his secret office, where he grabs an old letter from the desk, revealing the message of his ancestor. The letter from the hero of wind, Roy, confesses that an amber-eyed magician named Abel defeated the Demon King alone, and not them, the Great Four Sages, as history declares. By reading the message once more, the headmaster remembers his grandfather saying that the Great Four Sages have lost a fifth person. Michael starts to wonder if their new talent is the same unsung hero. However, the principal is still troubled about what to do to affirm the new student's abilities. Now that the entrance exam has ended, the former hero is enjoying his tea in a shop where everyone is drinking the coffee that was once called the Devil's Drink in his past timeline. However, his quiet tea time is interrupted by Ted's excited yells as he enters the shop and heads to his mentor, showing him the envelope depicting his test results, which scream Ted's victory for passing it. Excited, he teases his teacher by opening his envelope, but Abel sees no need to do it after noticing the signs of the already opened letter. As a result, the Grand Magician moves on to the main topic and asks his student about the girl stalking him. Eliza immediately hides when she hears that, but Ted is already aware of her presence from the beginning, leading the noble prodigy to show her embarrassed self while pretending that their meeting is a mere coincidence. Shamelessly, Eliza acts like she's looking for cupcakes in the store, but Abel is not interested in small talk and urges Maria's descendant to state her reasons to ascertain that she doesn't have hostile plans. To his surprise, the maiden just wants to know about what class they are in, but the cautious former hero is confused as he wonders what merit she'll get upon learning it. However, Eliza's expression is devoid of any lies, so he and Ted decide to inform the prodigy that they belong in A class. The maiden's face brightens after knowing she'll be together with Abel in the classroom, so she happily bids goodbye to the two to buy a bag of cookies from the shopkeeper. Unfortunately, Eliza leaves the store with Abel, still not having any idea why his former companion's descendant approaches them. In contrast, Ted feels excited by the turn of events, but he begins to worry about moving out to stay in the student dormitory. The student worries that his mentor will get separated from Lilith if he does the same, but those concerns disappear with the demon princess's appearance, surprising Ted while making Abel wonder why she's wearing a different outfit. As a result, Lilith reveals that she's now a teacher in the Arsulia Magic Academy, but the Grand Magician is not even surprised as he is aware of the connections and life experiences of the demon princess. Grinningly, Lilith explains that there is simply a vacant position, but the now teacher treats this convenience as a way to support her master, who smiles at the woman's impressive cleverness. On the other hand, Ted views this as a chance to be trained by his mentor, who finally gives him a low score on the skills test as the three share a good giggle before their school life begins. In Lilith's mansion, on the day of another departure to the academy, the demon princess urges the Grand Magician, who is reminiscing, to head out, wondering if Abel feels reluctant to leave the house he has resided in since his reincarnation. Surprisingly, the former hero is attached to the mansion, but Lilith notices that and assures him that they'll go back, leading Abel to exit the house, where they stumble upon the excited Ted urging his mentor to hurry to enter the carriage. Finally, the Grand Magician takes his seat, and the vehicle finally begins its trip toward the academy. Taking a nap, Abel wakes up and sees Lilith at his side, smiling as she asks her master if he gets enough sleep. Suddenly, the demon princess leans closer to Abel, only to be reminded to keep their relationship in mind, especially in the academy. Unfortunately, their alone time ends as Abel releases the silencing magic he casts earlier on the sleeping Ted to wake him up. Despite his efforts, the young noble is still not getting up from his slumber, so Abel creates a minuscule fireball and puts it on top of the guy's forehead, forcing him to wake up from the burning nightmare. Abel informs Ted, who assumes that the flaming sensation is a mere terrible dream, that they're near their destination. Just when they're talking, Lilith tells the two that they finally arrive in the student dormitory that is reserved only for the first years. The three exit the carriage, but the novice teacher informs them of her leave, as she needs to do her tasks as a newly appointed instructor. The hero reincarnate lets the demon princess go, so he and his student enter the dormitory, where Abel notices an intruder countermeasure right after entering the door. To their surprise, Phedia, the in charge of their building, greets them with a serious face and hands them their academy uniform. The teacher reminds the new students to wear them all the time when they're outside, but the Grand Magician is more curious about the outfit's enchantment and finds out they have magic and stain resistance, whose quality disappoints the hero reincarnate to a tremendous level. Finally, the gray-eyed teacher gives them the key to their room on the second floor, but then strangely advises them to check the training gym, disappointed that almost every student neglects their physical training. Inside room 238, Ted opens up a conversation about Phedia, assuming that her strangeness is a hindrance for her to be popular. But Abel changes the conversation and tells his student that he'll redo his uniform enchantment. The young noble is happy about this, but he asks his mentor about enchantment as he has no idea what it is. While Abel is improving the clothing's properties, a lecture goes on as Ted reviews the specialties of each eye color and learns from his mentor that black-eyed magicians are mainly good in production and granting magic, just like what enchantment does to things and weapons. However, Abel notices that his student is not getting his message, so he gives the improved uniform that Ted immediately puts on, despite having no idea what the changes really are. To his mentor's confusion, the noble shows a snowball-steamed bun, his made-up local delicacy, that he will now give their neighbors and befriend them. Abel thinks it'll be unexpectedly easy for his student, but a loud irritated yell interrupts those thoughts as he looks outside and sees Ted being confronted by higher-ranking nobles. Enraged, an elite student named Mars views Ted's gift as an insult despite the new student's simple wish to befriend them. Mars and his lackeys spout more mockery to the boy, who they call trash, and even compare him to a poisoned perch that disturbs its surroundings simply by existing. In spite of that, Ted still hands him the steamed buns, but the elite student with anger issues slaps the delicacies away until they fall so he can kick the food in front of the boy who brings it for them. Abel silently watches as the cruel act goes on until he finally decides to interrupt. However, Eliza's sudden arrival foils his idea as she suddenly picks up the food on the floor, surprising the elite students as they witness the prodigy's surprising actions. Ignoring that, Eliza scores the delicacy with 70 and suggests adding local flavors, but she can't still turn a blind eye to the elite students, who she calls ill-mannered for their abuse of the newcomers. Irritated, the childish lackey can only spout insults to Eliza, but Abel can't bear to watch anymore, so he tells Maria's descendant to leave it all to him. Eliza blushes from shock, but Mars's surprise is different as he and his friends laugh at the amber-eyed magician and belittle him, leading Abel to realize that they must be from the higher class to insult them this way. Calmly, the Grand Magician tries to reconcile both parties, but Ted is filled with rage as he headbutts the rude noble for insulting his teacher. The impact strikes Mars away, surprising everyone present in the scene, especially the lackey who sees their leader losing consciousness. Unsurprisingly, the elite students are enraged at the culprit, so the two rush to get their revenge. But when the guy's punch quickly approaches Ted's face, a defensive barrier activates and strikes them away, preventing them from getting close. Mysteriously, even Ted is confused, along with the two, who wonder why they are getting repelled. In contrast, the Grand Magician is not dumbfounded like his student, as he knows that it's his enchantment that causes the surprising phenomenon. Despite their frustrations, the two can only run away without even recognizing Abel's enchantment. But the same goes for Ted, who feels ecstatic as he assumes that his hidden power is finally awakening. However, Eliza notices the uniform's enchantment and discovers they are all extraordinary, leading her to ask Ted who the enchanter is. Abel looks into his student's eyes to stop him from revealing it, but Ted misunderstands his message, so he drags him away before his moron of an apprentice tells the whole story. However, Eliza still gets the idea that it is Abel all along, making her wonder who the mysterious, powerful student really is. Outside the dormitory, Ted eventually realizes that it is his teacher's enchantment that saved him earlier from the rude bullies. To express gratitude, the young noble gives his mentor one of the delicious delicacies that haven't fallen on the floor earlier. Abel takes a bite, but tells Ted the taste is only average, but the mentor still advises his apprentice to lower its temperature by using enchantment, thus improving its local flavor based on Eliza's suggestion. Unfortunately, he refuses to teach the method, but it still doesn't hinder Ted from working hard for his plan of making 100 friends. The Grand Magician smiles at his students' liveliness, as they suddenly wonder why Eliza is in the boys' dormitory. Meanwhile, the girl in question remembers she failed to invite Abel to check the dorm together. Finally, the first day of school arrives, but the two are already running late for the summons of the principal due to Ted feeling nervous about the incident in the dormitory. Worried, the young noble wonders if the teacher already knows what they did, so he plans to apologize to the three. However, Abel has other concerns after reaching the door as he notices a magic gimmick when they open it, resulting in him asking Ted to lead the way when they enter. The young noble is confused, but the Grand Magician doesn't give any explanations and simply opens the large door. Suddenly, a strange mechanism activates, along with the activation of marching music that welcomes the two inside the room. The students assume that Ted is the one who triggers it among the two, and the headmaster finally makes his appearance after the Knights March that was last heard 20 years ago. As he stands at the front, Michael congratulates the new students for their successful enrollment when Ted suddenly gives Abel a trivia, informing him that the principal is Roy's descendant. The former hero feels nostalgic after hearing his former companion's name again, but Michael's speech eventually ends as he introduces the new instructor. Without further ado, Lilith presents herself with a dazzling smile that mesmerizes both genders in the room. However, its gorgeousness goes up after seeing her master in the whole crowd of students. Abel is listening to the delusionary people who assume the smile is directed at them when he notices the existence of something spying on him. Surprised, Ted wonders why his mentor is alarmed, but the Grand Magician brushes it off as nothing, as there's no animosity from the unknown stalker. Finally, the two reach the classroom, but their classmates are clearly ostracizing them right off the bat, including Mars's lackeys, who glare at them. To Abel's surprise, their fellow outsider joins the conversation, leading him to ask Eliza why she is sitting next to him. Unfortunately, that's where their banter ends, as their teacher Emerson arrives and mysteriously glances at Abel's direction. The gossip of the amazed students surprises the Grand Magician, so he asks Ted about their instructor and learns that Emerson is the master in modern magic. and the development of regalias, making him their era's strongest magician. Despite that, Abel is still not amazed, and instead feels the opposite as he notices the ominous aura, the same as the one from the entrance ceremony. All of a sudden, a curious student asks why he's unusually going to take charge of their class, despite his busyness doing research. To their surprise, Emerson reveals he wants to be a teacher to get funds for his study easily, but his smile turns sinister while informing them of something he wants to confirm as he looks at Abel. Finally, the strange instructor leaves the room, and only Ted is dissatisfied with the lack of self-introduction, as Eliza also notices Emerson's strangeness. Time passes, and the class ends, so Abel makes his way to the dormitory until he stumbles into Lilith on the way. The former hero informs the demon princess that Ted is in his own venture to make friends, enabling Lilith to check the surroundings before asking permission to kiss Abel. Even though the Grand Magician is troubled, the new teacher continues her romantic plan until Abel reminds her to be careful when they're in the academy. However, the magician notices an ominous presence, forcing him to use magic to destroy a magical item spying on them. Lilith is taken by surprise, so Abel informs her of the intense gaze he has felt from Emerson since the entrance ceremony. Still, he stops the demon princess from conducting an investigation and advises her to be careful instead. Meanwhile, the culprit is looking at his monitor, wanting to put an audio recorder device to the spying regalia, excited that there's finally a magician stronger than him. A few days have passed since the incident, but the lessons in the class of the current teacher in front are still too dull for the Grand Magician. In the middle of writing magic equations, the instructor erased the important lessons, infuriating the students like Ted, who is still not finished writing them. In contrast, the Grand Magician is disappointed at the low-level classes of the teacher and views them only as a waste of time. However, the instructor makes him the target of shame by forcing Abel to answer a complex problem. Without hesitation, the former hero heads in front of the class and answers the simple question, leaving the professor dumbfounded after he sees the correct solution to the magical problem. Immediately, Ted praises his teacher, but surprisingly, two girls in the class improve their opinions of the amber-eyed student. Contrary to those ladies, Mars still harbors animosity toward the Grand Magician. When the class ends, so is Abel's personal research in the Academy's little library, rather than the wider one the school also has. Therefore, the Grand Magician appreciates the environment, but he suddenly catches sight of Eliza, who comes to the unpopular small library to study. Abel is still having a hard time believing that their meeting is a pure coincidence, but he decides to let the noble lady study at the same table as him. Eventually, the former hero notices that Eliza is having a hard time, so he lends a hand to the struggling girl to solve a mathematical problem. The noble lady is amazed after successfully answering the practice question, as she also makes Abel think that Eliza is better than his original apprentice, Ted. Unfortunately, nighttime arrives, so the two start to head home, but that becomes the lady's opportunity to thank her classmate. Eliza expresses gratitude to the Grand Magician and suddenly invites him to spend time in the royal capital. Embarrassed, the noble lady explains that it is all to thank him for his help, so they can enjoy the food famous in the place, feeling excited, and even invites Abel to go to a bookstore. Fortunately, the former hero accepts the invitation, so the delighted maiden talks about food again until a group of young boys blocks their way. Finally, their leader, Mars, shows himself, but Abel initially has no idea who he is until remembering the headbutt incident with Ted. His attitude becomes too annoying for Mars, so they accuse Abel of using a dirty trick to enter the prestigious school, leading the four to threaten the newcomer in a battle of regalias. In a blink of an eye, the weapons they carry mysteriously disappear from their hands as they are dropped onto the ground by the Grand Magician who is holding Mars's regalia after stealing it from him. Abel notices that the magic item is locked for enchantments and tells its owner that his regalia is already in bad shape. Suddenly, the magician shows the weapon's destroyed parts and throws it to the arrogant elite student, who can only stare in confusion at his regalia. Before leaving, Abel grabs Eliza's shoulders and invites her to go, but the young maiden is too embarrassed to react properly to his invitation. Unable to fight back, Mars mumbles his vicious plan for tomorrow's class to bring down Abel, who is now sticking closer to Eliza as they escape the scene. The destined day arrives for Mars's revenge, but it turns out to be a physical education lesson for Class A. But while Ted is boiling with excitement, their attention shifts to their subject instructor, who is named Cantor, finally arriving in class and introducing himself with vigor. Surprisingly, the students are acting too close to Cantor as they tease his experiences with women, but Abel is displeased watching them. Same with Eliza, who hates the instructor for keeping the outsider students from their conversation. Unfortunately, Ted and Abel notice the same thing, but the class is already starting with Cantor announcing the hunt, the game that they'll be going to play. Abel and Ted have no idea what kind of sport it is, so the instructor starts the introduction by showing glove regalia. However, the students stop Cantor from saying any further, as they already know what the game is. The lack of description for outsider students shocks and enrages Eliza, so Ted tries his best to quell her anger. but the game's introduction eventually continues. Hunt is a sport involving the shooters as the attacker, while the defenders are called rabbits. To win the game, the shooters will shoot bullets at the rabbit, and the roles will switch every 5 minutes, where the team with the most defenders wins. Finally, Cantor urges the class to grab their gloves, but everyone except the outsider students has already brought their own. The game's introduction continues with the types of bullets, starting from spears specializing in speed, the balanced sphere, and the disc that can change trajectory. Unsurprisingly, an outsider student, who we will call Yukari, is nervous, so Cantor assures them that the non-magical bullets can't hurt people at all. To prove that, the teacher suddenly shoots a bullet that generates a shockwave toward Ted, making him a laughingstock for his classmates. The same rage as Eliza befalls him, but another explanation arrives, reminding Abel that rewriting the glove's magic source and attacking opponents with spells are forbidden. Without further ado, the C team of Mars and his lackeys are formed against the D team of Abel and the outsider students. Unsurprisingly, unlike their opponents, Yukari and the other members worry about their disadvantage of being a random group. Still, the enemy's leader arrogantly declares his revenge on the amber-eyed magician. To make it worse, Abel notices that Cantor is an accomplice of the enemy team, and his own companions are not confident in their physical activities. The Grand Magician's teammates are talking themselves down as they don't think victory is within their reach, but Abel still prepares himself for the upcoming game. With a dazzling smile, Eliza assures them it'll be okay, but that still doesn't stop Yukari from worrying that Team C has something nasty prepared. Despite that, the red-eyed prodigy is confident that there will be no dirty game, but the former hero thinks the opposite because he knows that Mars and his companions are up to something. But with Eliza's signal, the dubbed Three Geniuses step up to start the match, as Cantor finally flips the coin to decide who will be the first shooters. Eliza and Mars each take their own guests, but the C team takes the offensive side in the end. When all the students finally take their positions, Cantor signals the start of the first match between the Three Geniuses team and Mars's group with the instructor's help. Without wasting time, the leader of the shooters throws a spear at Abel, who successfully evades all of them. However, the Grand Magician notices a bullet in his apprentice's blind spot, but Ted, fortunately, avoids being hit by the continuous shooting, allowing the opponents to direct the shots to Abel instead. Swiftly, the former hero evades the spear and lets it head toward his companion, who also dodges it at the last minute. Mysteriously, the bullet, which is not a disc, changes its trajectory and hits the young boy from behind, sending him out of the match. The incident takes Abel by surprise, along with his teammates, who are too confused as to what has occurred. But with this, the Grand Magician finally confirms that Mars is cheating. Immediately, Cantor urges the students who are already out to exit the field, leaving them powerless to do anything regarding the rigged bullet. On top of that, Abel concludes that a target tracking property has been added to the enchanted gloves of their cheating opponents. Eliza also notices that, so she calls out Mars for his dirty tricks, but the elite student pretends like he doesn't do anything wrong and demands evidence from the red-eyed lady, verbally harassing her voluptuous figure. Embarrassed, Eliza flusters from being called thick, but Abel notices the enemy's diversion plan and saves his teammate from the spear that almost hits her. The noble lady is surprised by the enemy who tries to shoot from the side along with Abel, casually saving her without hesitation. So she surprisingly thanks the former hero with her brazen blush, while Ted is struggling to dodge the bullets thrown at him. As the yells of the audience resound, 1 minute has already passed since the game began, but the former hero is already getting bored from the continuous dodging. Suddenly, he notices Yukari warning Eliza of the approaching bullet, enabling the prodigy to avoid being hit by the opponent. As a result, Abel realizes the talents of his fellow outsider student when it comes to vision, but that's also the cue for the opposing team to make the girl their target. Without wasting time, Team C surrounds the helpless lady and shoots their own bullets toward her at the same time. Eliza worries about her new friend, but those concerns are nothing for Mars, who throws another spear at Yukari just to bring more cruelty to the outsider student. Alarmed, Ted and Abel watch their companion as she gets mercilessly showered by the opposing team's bullets. Unfortunately, Mars has no plans to stop the event, which he calls the Poison Perch extermination, and even ignores Eliza's pleas to stop their unnecessary violence toward her teammate. However, the lady's begging leads to her downfall as she gets hit by an enemy's bullet. Despite all these, Abel is still calm and simply watches the two girls, while Ted protests his objections to their teacher, only to get smashed by a flying bullet from their enemy. The noble from the countryside tries to quell his rage as he apologizes to Abel for his rash actions. However, the former hero is the only one remaining, so Mars gets a boosted confidence to eliminate him from their match. Determined, Abel plans to avoid all the bullets until the timer ends, but his apprentice is still concerned about the numbers disadvantage until Eliza realizes that he hasn't stepped from his position since they left. While Ted is dumbfounded, frustration is the one that Mars feels after learning that they can't defeat the lone member of Team D. As a result, he urges his companions to use their combination attack as they summon scattered bullets and surround the Grand Magician with another cheat enchantment in their regalia. The elite student goes mad as he sends them toward the amber-eyed magician, who refuses to dodge and reveal his superhuman strength, forcing Abel to cover his face as if giving up. Unsurprisingly, his enemy and companion are fooled by his act, as the scattered bullets are already on their way to eliminate Abel from the fight, until they suddenly break mid-air before they can come into contact with the Grand Magician. Mars is taken aback by the unexpected predicament, leading him and his team to assume that their regalia has malfunctioned. Resorting to a blatant lie, Abel makes it look like a dangerous overflowing of magic as he pretends to be oblivious to Team C's weapon's source being rewritten. When Cantor hears that, he stops the match from continuing and announces the end results of the first half with a lone rabbit surviving. In spite of Mars's frustration, Team D celebrates their small win with the exception of Eliza, who notices the anti-magic Abel used. However, the team's ace doesn't bother to explain and instead urges them to start the strategy meeting that will let them grab the victory. Abel's declaration excites the team's assigned shooters to do their best, especially Eliza, who is prepared to get her revenge for earlier. Yukari is on the sidelines cheering them up as she rejects the proposal to be one of the shooters for the group, but that doesn't diminish the motivation of the shooters to win. However, their determination is a mere laughingstock for the enemies. Unfortunately, they successfully provoke the red-eyed lady, so Abel immediately calms her down, as Cantor is now declaring the start of the match. With their formation ready, the second half finally begins, but a well-thought-out plan is also prepared for Team C as they quickly move into a strange formation. Abel immediately realizes what that is, but the two shooters assume they just make themselves an easier target, leading to their disappointment as Mars relays the information of the enemy bullets to enable his teammates to evade them easily. Their impeccable plan continues, but Ted is getting tired from not being able to hit a single rabbit. Moreover, the Grand Magician is aware of the flawlessness of the enemy's method, as well as that they will not win if their pointless shooting goes on. Not wanting to stand out, Abel informs his apprentice about what he has in mind, but their secrecy infuriates their lady teammate, who is not aware of what they will do now. The team's ace ignores that and leaves it all to his student, who makes the opponent dumbfounded as he suddenly starts an incantation that even his teacher doesn't expect. Even so, Abel sees no need to stop Ted and just lets him do it in his own way as the chant finally ends and the spell has been released. A significant number of bullets appear in the sky, and it is too late for Mars to be shocked as the spears are already heading their way and create a massive smoke that blinds even his teammates. When the smoke diminishes, what welcomes their sight is the elimination of the enemy team from the game, making Yukari and the whole group amazed by Ted. In contrast, Cantor grits from frustration, but with Mars and his team on all fours, the instructor declares the victory of Team D. Unbeknownst to them, a spying drone has been watching the events since the beginning. In Emerson's room, the headmaster can be seen talking with the genius instructor, who immediately shows him the footage the regalia captures. Emerson points toward a certain scene that baffles Michael after seeing the disguised magic Abel used to make it look like Ted was the one who released the spell earlier. Excited, the teacher reveals that the student's method does not violate the rules, but another video catches the headmaster's attention. The real-time footage shows on the monitor, but that's until Abel glances at the spying regalia and shoots it down along with the video on the screen. To Michael's surprise, Emerson reveals that over 30% of drones have already been destroyed, but that doesn't stop the instructor, who is also known as the Young Lion, from obsessing over the mysterious student. Seeing that, Michael cannot help but think about the amber-eyed magician. Going back to the students, Abel raises his hands to shoot the drone, but tells Ted that he just saw a flying bug before they go together to the locker room. To their surprise, Mars is already there, but Ted still approaches him as he suddenly hands something to the scared elite student. Surprisingly, the kind noble still gives his bully a steamed bun and still not giving up on making 100 friends. But Ted's genuine smile looks sinister for the inner circle student who desperately apologizes in terror. Eventually, Mars group begs for forgiveness from Yukari in extreme fear of the student, who they now call the Demon King Ted. Another day in the academy arrives with Phedia wandering on the school grounds when she suddenly sees Lilith and invites her to talk for a moment. With a dazzling smile, the demon princess greets her fellow teacher back, but while they are talking, Phedia engages in her own thoughts, revealing the doubts and accusations most teachers have that Lilith used her connections to be employed by the academy. However, the new teacher's performance makes even Phedia acknowledge her in the end. Finally, the two reach the faculty room, where Cantor immediately greets the gorgeous Lilith a good morning. The demon princess returns the greetings, but the shameless instructor suddenly invites her to go out and drink when night comes. Immediately, the new teacher refuses Cantor's invitation, but Phedia can't let his disrespect continue, so she confronts the man to stop him. However, Cantor views her actions as jealousy for not being the one who gets asked out. But that's obviously not Phedia's intention, as she gasps in shock while listening to the insults of the man who reveals his dislikeness to go out with her. Full of arrogance, Cantor assures the 27-year-old woman that someone will eventually become her husband when the time comes. Phedia is shocked by the insulting remarks as she grits her teeth from frustration, but Lilith suddenly joins their conversation, making it seem like she'll accept the invitation only to reveal that the headmaster is looking for Cantor to talk about his favorable treatment of the group of students who cheated in the hunt. Dejected, the instructor leaves the room, and Phedia quells her irritation. However, the opposite of that happens when the class ends and she heads to the training gym. Rage and frustration show on the woman's face, unable to handle the humiliation she got from Cantor. Even so, the teacher is aware that she's straying from the norm of getting married in their teens because of the muscle-headed personality that hinders her from having a lover. Phedia directs her frustration on physical exercises until she finishes a set and becomes satisfied by the muscles, which will never betray her. Suddenly, the figure of Abel exercising piques the interest of the muscle-headed woman as she looks at Abel and gets fascinated by the form of the amber-eyed student. Eventually, Phedia notices her weird thoughts and forces herself to stop the inappropriate imagination about the student by carrying some weights until her hand accidentally slips from the handle, leading to an accident. The teacher reflexively closes her eyes, so the figure of Abel lifting the barbell in one hand to save her both surprises and confuses the instructor. Despite the confusion, Phedia gets up to express her thanks, but the sudden stuttering makes Abel dumbfounded. Embarrassed, Phedia wonders why she can't properly say the words, but the amber-eyed student notices the instructor feeling distracted from the beginning. Phedia blushes upon hearing that and realizes that Abel is not as apathetic as she thinks. With a flustered face, the instructor thanks the student for saving her, allowing the amber-eyed magician to finally leave now that his routine has finished. Now that she's left alone in the gym, Phedia imagines Lilith becoming her sister-in-law, but the embarrassment of her inappropriate thoughts stops the muscle brain from wishing Abel to be her husband. Time passes by, and the Grand Magician is on his usual routine of studying in the dormitory when he remembers that today is the day of his promised date with Eliza. Therefore, Abel grabs a paper to write his permission letter before leaving the dorm, despite the possibility of the rotten teachers not permitting him. Fortunately, he discovers that Lilith is the current in charge for today, so he gives the letter with the assumption of getting allowed quickly. However, the demon princess is confused by her master's sudden request to leave and go to the capital. Moreover, Lilith remembers that Eliza also submitted the same letter, as she gets jealous upon assuming that Abel will go with her. The former hero decides to tease the demon princess, but Lilith releases her brakes and embraces her master with a passionate kiss to quell the jealousy she feels. Unfortunately, their actions are visible to the two students, who immediately walk closer to confirm if the two are really kissing. Lilith is still not letting go, but the girl is now taking a peek and sees that the new teacher is scolding the amber-eyed student instead. The two are surprised and confused that the scene between Lilith and Abel isn't what they're expecting, so they leave after learning that it's not interesting after all. The charade ends after they leave, but the demon princess is not regretting her reckless actions for wanting physical intimacy with Abel. Suddenly, Lilith blushes while explaining that she did not do it out of jealousy. However, the amber-eyed magician giggles after learning that even a demon like her feels agitated and continues teasing the new teacher and enjoys watching her adorable side. Finally, the Grand Magician arrives in the royal capital, where he discovers that there's still more time until their meeting. To his surprise, Eliza is already waiting for him in front of the clock tower, so he immediately walks closer and apologizes to the girl for making her wait. Hearing an apology from the former hero's mouth surprises Eliza, but she eventually ignores it to start her most awaited date as they head inside the clock tower and explore it. Along their short trip, the young maiden looks out the window and sees the beautiful scenery of the city and the sea where a magical steamboat is venturing. Surprisingly, the Grand Magician also feels amazed by the transportation, which he only sees in books, causing him to show a genuine smile that Eliza immediately notices. Abel notices the girl's gaze and interrogates her because of that, but their fun date still goes on with him enjoying the cultural things he is learning. In the middle of it, the red-eyed magician stops in front of the unfamiliar game center after hearing loud noises of people playing inside. Eliza nonchalantly informs Abel that the place is an establishment where people waste their money, making the former hero curious about the change in the people's interest from the war in the past toward entertainment. As a result, he invites Eliza to head inside and makes her excited as it'll also be her first time. Unbeknownst to the lady, Emerson's drone is watching their date from a distance. Eventually, the two head inside and discover the countless types of games that the customers are playing inside. Suddenly, Abel catches sight of the machines, but the two are unsure what they really are, as Abel has only read about them in a book. The bookworm tells Eliza more about the slot machines, but a talking skeleton drives the young ones away from the game that only adults are allowed. Shocked, Eliza clings to Abel's arm until she realizes her embarrassing actions while listening to the skeleton urging them to head to the all-ages section. The two are forced to go to the place full of crane machines, but they are still enjoying it, especially the young maiden who sees a monster plushie and informs Abel that she likes that particular line of toys. Mysteriously, the former hero recognizes the monsters, and Eliza unconsciously confirms Abel's hunch by revealing that the designs are based on legendary beasts which existed in the past. The former hero concludes that they are the enemies he fought in the past, including the one named Jameis, which is Eliza's favorite. Excited, the girl continues to talk about the monsters while wondering what it is like to fight them, leading Abel to reminisce about the past when he and his fellow heroes eliminated the mutated monster who had already petrified 3 villages into stone. Abel's excitement causes him to tell the whole story of his battle without restraints until he realizes he's already going too far with the revelations. Fortunately, Maria's descendant treats that as a mere joke because the young maiden has other concerns as she asks Abel if her preferences are weird compared to a normal girl. To Eliza's surprise, the amber-eyed magician tells her that a person's true nature is what really matters, thinking that a plushie of Jameis is cuter than the real one. When he turns around, Abel notices a horde of lecherous beasts ogling the figure of his companion, making him eager to leave the place, as he asks Eliza if she wants to get the doll. The noble lady thinks it'll be difficult, but the grand magician feels confident as he uses magic to analyze the slot machine and alternates its properties toward a high level. Determined, Abel plays around with the device until he successfully grabs Jameis and instantly gives it to the young maiden as a present. Flustered, Eliza accepts the gift with great appreciation, albeit Abel notices that she can't look him in the eyes at that particular moment. Unfortunately, that doesn't last long now that Eliza returns to herself as they eat the capital's famous dessert. Surprisingly, the glutton even asks for Abel's crepe and gobbles a single bite while shamelessly urging him to eat too. Maria's descendant feels delighted that her companion has taken a liking to the crepe, but her expression eventually turns into embarrassment when Abel mentions that what they did is exactly an indirect kiss. Despite being agitated, Eliza desperately pretends that she doesn't mind, but the former hero shifts his attention to the road's vibe, which is different from others. But while the maiden thinks it has the retro feels, nostalgia is what Abel has in mind, and that confuses his red-eyed classmate, who realizes something strange as she asks Abel who he really is. Finally, the question about the Grand Magician's identity comes out of the girl's mouth, but the former hero already expects this to happen as he worries that his peaceful school life will be inevitably affected. Abel immediately thinks of his answer when he suddenly notices something and asks Eliza to tilt her head. As soon as she does that, a magic bullet pierces Emerson's regalia and destroys it in one hit. His classmate is confused, but Abel reveals it's a mere bug as he ponders about Emerson and now plans to do something about him. However, Eliza knows the amount of power he used earlier and calls that his 100%, but that statement becomes an insult for the magician because despite him not holding back, Abel declares that it's far from his full strength. The terrifying aura he emits terrifies Eliza to the point of dropping the teacup, but to her surprise, Abel catches the mug before it breaks. Therefore, the Grand Magician hands it back, but silence presides over the atmosphere until Abel breaks it by returning the topic to the question of who he really is. To his surprise, Eliza doesn't want him to answer anymore and tells him to forget that she questions his identity. Abel is relieved that he doesn't need to lie, so he accepts the girl's invitation to accompany her in the royal capital again, surprising Eliza, who is blushing from happiness. Finally, the date ends, so the two head toward the dorm, but Abel notices the presence of a human spy, contrary to Emerson's usual drones. As a result, he urges Eliza to go home first and informs her of his unfinished business in the capital. The red-eyed lady sees her classmate off with a smile as they part ways for the day, allowing Abel to finally turn serious as he orders the stalker to come out. In front of a medium-sized tree, a woman with a witch hat, who we will call Mussin, shows herself and smiles at the boy's brilliant plan of letting Eliza go first before confronting her. Immediately, Abel assesses the gray-eyed magician's abilities and concludes that she has the skill of transforming body color based on her surroundings. But the Grand Mage also notices that Mussin is not alone. When he hears that, the stalker's green-eyed magician accomplice, dubbed Bardot of the Gale, finally reveals himself to their target, calling Abel a monster. The witch smirks after remembering that their client acknowledges the young-looking boy's strength, so Abel tries to confirm the identity of the man who hired them by asking. However, Bardot refuses to inform him who their client is. Despite that, the former hero is excited that the battle will definitely not be boring because of that, but the green-eyed opponent already slashes his regalia at Abel, who successfully dodges it. The two are excited to bring their target's demise, but the amber-eyed magician is raring to fight the interesting toys he finds without holding back. The showdown is hindered by a flashback of the young genius whose circumstances are similar to a man fighting a bug or a human discussing stars with a monkey. The impossible cases, which are also the same as a prodigy, getting misunderstood by the majority who thinks that he's doing nonsense. When he gets slightly older, Emerson sees boys the same age fawning over new regalia, leading him to volunteer to improve the weapon's magical structure. To his disappointment, the three refuse the offer and maintain their distance from the prodigy before talking behind his back, assuming that a genius like him is secretly looking down on their lowly kind. Loneliness begins to form inside the young boy, but Emerson still tries his best to be understood by everyone. Unfortunately, his futile efforts force him to realize that there's no need to level himself to the plebeians, but the frustrations are not helping him diminish his boredom. Emerson is aware that, like diamonds, there's no way he can polish himself to perfection without the presence of someone equal. In spite of the genius's desire to make everyone regret their prejudice toward him, his unpolished self cannot grant his own wish. Unable to find his equal, Emerson returns to doing his research until he stumbles upon the test paper of an examinee solving Deeperonic's final theorem. The genius's exhausted face turns into excitement after discovering Abel's existence and plans to use the boy to improve himself. Returning to the present, Emerson grins, thinking that Abel will not be able to defeat the two fighters he sent, and wonders how far the amber-eyed boy can go with the world's best magicians as enemies. With his excitement at its peak, Emerson opens a door leading to his hideout. However, what greets the dumbfounded magician's eyes after that is the alive body of his extermination target casually drinking coffee in his seat. Emerson cannot believe the scene in front of his eyes, so he asks how Abel enters the room that is protected by a barrier. But that flimsy thing doesn't even become a hindrance to the grand magician. The genius teacher is alarmed about Abel easily breaking the barrier, but he forces himself to stay calm and asks the student what he wants from him. Without wasting time, Abel orders Emerson to stop tracking his every movement and puts his charade to a halt after revealing that Musson and Bardot tell the whole story. Chaos infiltrates Emerson's mind as he assumes that mind-controlling magic is used to force the professionals he hired to talk, so he asks the amber-eyed student what will happen upon his refusal, despite the bucket of sweat running down his face. Releasing a terrifying intent, Abel threatens to end the teacher's life, making Emerson speechless as he is unable to handle the immense pressure. Eventually, the teacher admits his defeat and agrees to follow Abel, so the grand magician starts to leave until Emerson stops him to ask his reason for enrolling in the academy. To his surprise, the powerful mage reveals that he just wants to be a normal student, but that answer makes the genius insane as he questions why won't Abel use it to change the world. However, the former hero is no longer interested in those things as he leaves Emerson, who can only get down on his knees while remembering the ominous intent he receives from the student. Still, the aura he senses from Abel makes him amazed and excited by the surprising turn of events as he now plans to surpass the amber-eyed mage someday. Meanwhile, the red-eyed lady is pondering about something while taking her evening bath, but those thoughts are revealed when she finishes and happily reminisces about her date with Abel. As she lies down on the bed, Eliza blushes while regretting her question about the boy's identity, despite knowing there's really something about the amber-eyed mage. Unfortunately, Eliza realizes that she isn't able to get closer to her crush at all, leading the maiden in love to embrace Jameis as she accidentally blurts out Abel's name. Surprised, Eliza blushes upon realizing her desire to see the mysterious magician and wonders why she wants that in the first place. Desperate, the girl forces herself to believe that she just wants to thank him for the plushie, but then learns that ladies are forbidden to visit a boy's room. Fortunately, Eliza finds out that emergencies will render this rule useless, so she treats the situation as such, even though it's not. In the dark hallway, the noble lady sneaks out of her room and discovers that there's no one outside. However, Eliza realizes that using the stairs is too risky, as there's a great possibility the teachers will notice her. As a result, the red-eyed student jumps out of the window to cling over a large tree and sneaks to the lower floor's window to find Abel's room. Fortunately, it happens that the door is open, so Eliza heads toward there until she sees her classmate sitting next to Lilith. The young maiden is confused about what the new teacher is doing in a boy's room and continues listening to the two's intimate conversation. Unfortunately, the demon princess can't handle the urge anymore, so she leans closer to her master's face. Eliza's head is full of question marks, while accidentally witnessing the scene of her cool teacher sharing a passionate kiss with a young student, taking her aback as she wonders what the relationship between Lilith and Abel is. The next day, Eliza tells the whole story to Yukari and reveals her worries about the possibility of the two dating each other. As a result, the maiden in love falls into a slump, but Yukari assures her friend that there's nothing to brood over as she informs the dejected girl that Abel and Lilith are siblings. Surprised, Eliza confirms if it's really true, and finds out that this pretense is a famous story between the first-year students. However, the scene last night is still unclear to the red-eyed lady, so she demands an explanation from her friend, but Yukari is under the impression that it's a mere goodnight kiss on the cheeks. Eliza's mind is still in shambles, but she eventually comes to terms with Abel and Lilith being ordinary siblings. Still, that relief leads to her hunger showing up, forcing Yukari into giving Eliza one of the meals she ordered. Finally, the maiden in love regains her cheerfulness as she talks about the delicious desserts while Yukari wishes for her friend's success. In the gym, two students are talking about a guy who has been using the treadmill for about an hour, but their gossips are nothing for Abel, who continues to run. Suddenly, a loud yell catches the Grand Magician's attention, and it turns out it is Ted interrupting the training of his mentor. Distracted, Abel asks why he is looking for him, and discovers that the dubbed Demon King wants to know if he's decided on what research group to join. The former hero thinks about the Academy's system, which lets students work independently after school, remembering that most of them are only for amusement. The amber-eyed magician is both undecided and not interested in this kind of activity, but Ted shamelessly pushes his masters back to force him to go to the scouting event. On a serious note, Abel decides to witness the research group firsthand to determine their benefits. Outside the school building, Abel and Ted are overwhelmed by tons of people gathering and chattering around the academy. Unsurprisingly, various groups are trying to convince freshmen to join them, but Abel's decision not to join is still not changing. Suddenly, a terrifying upperclassman calls Ted, but the outsider student is too scared. So the man in armor, who introduces himself as Seagull, apologizes and immediately persuades the young boy to join his group, which specializes in armor fights. Seagull introduces the nature of the sport as a fast-paced game known as the fastest martial art in the world, so Ted carefully thinks about the idea and declares he wants to join along with his mentor. The Grand Magician is displeased after hearing that when the captain of the group interrupts their conversation and discriminates against the Great Magician. Disappointed by the captain's remarks, Abel urges Ted to take their leave and reveals that he has zero interest in playing around with a ball. Shocked, the large man gets enraged by the insult and orders Abel to repeat his words. Despite the captain's scary aura, the Grand Magician is unfazed as he repeats the same thing and escalates the anger of the man in armor, who proceeds to attack Abel. In a swift move, the amber-eyed magician dodges the captain's charge and steals the ball from his hand as he listens to the raging captain, asking him to give it back. Without hesitation, Abel flicks the ball straight to his opponent's face, which causes him to fall to the ground while insulting him inside his mind. Witnessing the commotion, the students gather around Abel and Ted and plan to recruit them in their own groups. In a short period, a horde of recruiters chases the two as they run. However, a hand suddenly grips Ted's shoulder and manages to abduct the boy to force him to join them. With his apprentice's sacrifice, Abel escapes while silently cheering for the young noble's fate. Successfully running away from recruiters, the former hero walks around the academy to look for research groups, but all that he encounters so far do not reach his criteria. Despite that, Abel learns that seniors are recruiting external students like him, and there are few discriminations among them. However, those thoughts are hindered by a madman from the Magic Eradication Research Group persuading the students to join their grand plan. The former hero gets irritated by their yells until he suddenly hears a familiar voice and sees Bass among the weird people joining their persuasion. Hearing that shocks the former hero, as he wonders why Bass joins this kind of group. But while he is staring at his former enemy, Seagull interrupts and apologizes on behalf of his captain's behavior by offering a sports drink. Abel assures him that he is fine with it, and instead asks the armored man about the group on the other side of the road. As a response, Seagull explains that those guys are what they call AMO, an anti-magic organization, and is also the largest irritating bunch in the country who advocate for peace by wanting to eradicate magic. Surprisingly, the former hero worries about AMO's threat, but Seagull changes the topic's conversation and persuades him to join his group specializing in armor fights. However, the amber-eyed magician reveals his interest in joining a magic research group, even though he can't find one that is advanced enough for him. Hearing that, Seagull urges Abel to follow his lead, and the Grand Magician agrees as he glances at Bass's immense change before following the man in armor. Eventually, the two arrive at their destination, where Seagull points toward a lone, mysterious girl known as the Ice Queen, Noel. Glancing at the mysterious lady, Seagull introduces the meek student who is simply reading a book to Abel. who curiously asks about the unusual nickname of the Ice Queen. As a result, the man in armor reveals that the strange yet powerful girl has no acquaintances and never smiles at anyone, but he still thinks that Abel will be a great fit as Noel's friend. The amber-eyed student notices that the Ice Queen is stronger than Eliza, and he thanks Siegel's assistance while bidding goodbye. Immediately, Abel walks towards Noel as he observes the girl's blue eyes while asking for her spare time. However, the Ice Queen answers coldly without looking at him, so the Grand Magician continuously stares at the lady, who finally replies, allowing Abel to state his objective to join the Ancient Magic Research Group. Hearing that, Noel challenges Abel to solve a puzzle called Magic Labyrinth, which is used to assess one's magical decryption skills. The Grand Magician tweaks over the item made by Noel and successfully solves it in a short amount of time, surprising the Ice Queen, who wonders if it is broken, as it should generally take longer to solve it. But while she's confused, the amber-eyed magician urges her to keep the promise, so Noel gets up to guide Abel to the clubroom. Eventually, the two reach a dark hallway where a sign warning the student to keep out can be seen, but the Ice Queen is mysteriously not explaining why they're entering the off-limits area. Suddenly, Noel takes out a keystone and puts it in a strange statue, which magically opens the door and allows the Ice Queen to welcome the newcomer to her research group. The meek girl reveals that she's the only member of the club, so the Grand Magician blames it on the difficult entry test. But while he's wandering, Abel notices a unique ancient book that is already 50 years old and asks Noel if she owns one that is 100 years old. Unfortunately, Noel reveals the large incident that happened 100 years ago that caused the burning of ancient magic books. The Ice Queen elaborates on the tragedy after the four great sages defeat the Demon Lord and tell Abel that a war for territory between humans breaks out instead and lasts for over 100 years. Disappointed, the Grand Magician listens as the Ice Queen talks about the people who form a group called AMO, who follow their anti-magic ideology and burn ancient magic books all around the world. Abel wonders why people are keeping that incident in the dark, so the Ice Queen expounds the influence that AMO holds that makes the burning incident a taboo to talk about. The Grand Magician realizes that it is the main reason for the magic's decline rather than the regalias. Eventually, Noel declares their group's purpose of learning about the magic that existed in ancient times, and to her surprise, Abel is not laughing or making fun of her strange idea. The Ice Queen is confused because people find magic tools convenient compared to ancient magic, making it the reason why the majority is giving her the cold shoulder. Therefore, Abel assures the Ice Queen that he finds her incredible, but because of that, Noel blushes as she asks the amber-eyed magician's name. As Abel introduces himself, the Ice Queen repeats his name and gives him a spare key, along with an invitation to come back again tomorrow. Despite initially planning to take a look once, Abel accepts the key. But while that's happening, the red-eyed lady feels the presence of another love rival. The following day, the class eventually ends, but the exhausted young noble is already leaving as he informs his mentor of the research groups he desperately needs to attend. On the other hand, the Grand Magician is now on his way to visit Noel as promised, but his attention shifts to Eliza, who asks for a bit of his time. Confused, the former hero asks what she wants, so the young maiden reveals her question of wondering what study group Abel is going to join. The undecided student informs her that he's still undecided, so the red-eyed lady tells him about a research group she is interested in joining and invites Abel to go together. Curious, the former hero reads the recruitment paper of the Dragon Rider research group and accepts Eliza's invitation, making her delighted as she heads to the dormitory with a satisfied face. As a result, the amber-eyed magician goes to fulfill his promise of visiting Noel's research group, but as he walks into the dark hall, Abel stops after noticing the familiar presence of the genius teacher, who smiles and treats this as mere coincidence. The student worries that he is being observed again, so Emerson reveals he is the advisor of the ancient research group and has just finished visiting Noel. Based on the current situation, the teacher asks the Grand Magician if he is finally interested in the Ice Queen's existence and proceeds to inform him that Noel is an exceptional student who is so strong that the teachers exempt her from their classes. In addition, Emerson reveals that it allows her to focus on studying ancient magic. However, the fellow genius is aware that Noel, deep inside, wants someone of her level to be a friend. Amused, Emerson remembers that Abel is stronger than the Ice Queen, so he offers him a helping hand to be exempted in classes. But the former hero immediately rejects his proposal as he doesn't want his peaceful school life to be hindered. Speechless, the unsurprised instructor lets Abel go, but his sinister smile reveals that getting involved with Noel will make it difficult for his goal. Eventually, the Grand Magician enters the library, where the Ice Queen immediately welcomes the newcomer like a puppy waiting for her master. Excited, Noel doesn't waste time and shows Abel an ancient book she brings from home, who mysteriously recognizes the tome the Ice Queen introduces as her family heirloom, the Akashic Records. The former hero is shocked at the existence of the legendary book that contains all the magic in the world and asks Noel her reason for bringing a disastrous thing inside the academy, but then learns that his request is the trigger. Abel realizes that Noel may be a high nobility for having such a legendary book, so he asks the Ice Queen if he can look at its contents. Surprisingly, Noel doesn't hesitate to magically open the Akashic Records and hands it to the Grand Magician, who feels nervous as he opens the cursed magic book, although finding out that it's already been burned in some places. Suddenly, the Grand Magician realizes that only he can create an advanced book even 200 years ago, and finds out that it is dedicated to a woman named Daytona. Immediately, the former hero asks Noel if she inherited the tome from his ancestors, and the Ice Queen confirms his assumption, despite wondering how Abel knows it. Suddenly, the Grand Magician goes down memory lane, where he and his companion, named Daytona, meet again after a few days after defeating the Demon Lord to give the book his fellow hero requested. Even so, Abel still asks why a blue-eyed like her wants a magic guide for black and gray-eyed magicians. Daytona smiles and explains her desire of wanting a book from the greatest magician, but eventually reveals that she'll sell it for money, forcing Abel to remember that Daytona is a former merchant herself. In spite of that, the Grand Magician still doesn't mind, so the woman asks for an autograph only to get teased by Abel, who writes her name instead. Finally, the reminiscing ends, but the former hero realizes that Daytona must have struggled to recover the book, which becomes a trigger of another war. Unfortunately, the Ice Queen sees his strange reaction, which leads Abel to assume that she notices his real identity, only to find out her amazement at him being able to read the Akashic Records. Therefore, he teaches the young girl about the book's contents, and makes Noel more curious as she asks the amber-eyed mage to tell more about it. Unfortunately, Abel refuses her plea but tells the prodigy that he'll do it some other time, making Daytona's descendant feel happy about another promise. However, the following day is not pleasing for not just Abel, but also Eliza, who can't contain their disappointment at the strangely lively mood of the seniors in the Dragon Rider research group the two visit after class. The flirty appearance of the young men disappoints the former hero, who knows that taking care of a dragon was an exhausting job 200 years ago. Unsurprisingly, even Eliza suffers from a tremendous shock as she apologizes to Abel for bringing him along, but a fellow newcomer suddenly asks about the difference of their research group compared to the actual Dragon Rider team. Without hesitation, the upperclassman declares that their main goal is to have fun, and no challenges will befall anyone, even if they can't ride a dragon. Therefore, the leader urges the first-year students to form a partner with one of the seniors, but while everyone has created their group, Eliza and Abel are left with only the two of them. The Grand Magician can't endure his headache anymore, but the senior adds up to that as he invites Eliza to be his partner. The red-eyed lady informs him about her companion, but the haughty leader tells her that it's impossible to bring the guy along on their flight, and pressures Eliza to accept his invitation to ride a dragon together. Oblivious of her feelings, Abel urges his classmate to have fun on her own with the senior, but that statement enrages the red-eyed girl instead, so she eventually goes with the upperclassman in the end. However, the group leader sinisterly smiles as he orders a member to lend Abel a dragon. Finally, the senior presents Saint Glory, the beast he owns, which excites Eliza while catching the former hero's interest. To Abel's surprise, the group leader permits him to choose his own dragon, while he, on the other hand, informs Eliza that they'll depart. Despite being reluctant, the red-eyed lady decides just to go as she part ways with Abel, who gets called by the caretaker of dragons, Pepe Euler, who we will call Pepe. Immediately, the Grand Magician realizes that Pepe is the one who is really devoted to taking care of the dragons. However, that same guy advises him not to choose a certain beast in the cage. Troubled, the caretaker decides to show the reasons directly as he brings Abel into the presence of Leonhard, whose nickname will be Leo, a strong and powerful dragon in the middle of his slumber. The former hero notices the strength of the beast, but Pepe reveals that Leo is not impressive anymore compared to he was a famous racing dragon in the past. In addition, the caretaker tells Abel about the havoc Leo causes by not listening to anyone anymore. However, the Grand Magician knows that the prideful beast just hates to follow those weaker than him, leading Abel to order Leo to wake up despite Pepe's warning. Unfortunately, the dragon simply returns to his sleep, but the amber-eyed magician is not yet over, as he now uses magic to force Leo to obey his command. The mighty beast immediately wakes up and releases a loud roar that amazes Pepe after seeing the motivated Leo for the first time. Surprised, he asks Abel who in the world he is, but the dragon tamer who is now riding the beast declares that he's just an ordinary student. While that's happening, Saint Glory flies in the sky and lets the red-eyed girl enjoy the beautiful scene from above, if only she's not regretting not having Abel as a riding partner. The senior notices the girl's concerns and invites her to rest on the rocks near their location, where he gives Eliza some food to gobble to pass the time. The young maiden unquestionably grabs the snack, but the blurriness of her vision starts as her body loses its strength while the upperclassman smiles. To Eliza's surprise, the leader reveals the stimulant that he puts on the food, which also weakens the mage's fireball as it easily gets defended by the vicious student. The senior continues his mad laugh as he evades the magic spells Eliza is throwing at him, and once again shows a scary smile and suddenly goes on top of the young maiden, grabbing her hair. Unfortunately, Abel's location will make it difficult to save Eliza. The story continues with the leecher progressing his degeneracy schemes to Eliza while scaring the hell out of the girl by saying the possibility of Abel meeting his demise by the prideful dragon he's riding. Therefore, the upperclassman harasses the helpless genius until an enormous beast kicks him out of the way, regaining Eliza's hope as it is Abel and Leo who arrive in the nick of time to save her. Upon landing, the Grand Magician reveals seeing the genius's fireballs, so he treats them as SOS signals and comes to the place. But this scene is too disappointing for Abel, especially after seeing the pervert in distress and wanting to get revenge. The Grand Magician is still calm though, and tells his anger issues senpai not to resort to violence on this mountain, which is supposed to be a peaceful place. Obviously the guy doesn't understand a wee bit of what he's saying, and instead shows his all-powerful regalia to cast wind blade bullets at his newly sworn enemy. Abel dodges all of them with a swift maneuver and heads straight to his upperclassman, greeting him with a flying kick to send his regalia to the depths of the cliff. Goodbye. But while the perv is still in the middle of processing his thoughts, Abel notices that the target of the wind bullets isn't him all along. Eventually, Eliza realizes that too when she sees Saint Glory on his way to bulldoze the Grand Magician, immediately warning him of the approaching threat that their senpai is just laughing at, as he signaled him earlier to come. As the dragon approaches, Abel enchants his body with numerous strengthening buffs and simply touches Saint Glory's forehead with a single finger, stopping the mythical beast in its tracks to overpower him. Of course, the pitiful senpai can't stop yammering while ordering the dragon to continue obliterating the Grand Magician, but even Saint Glory has question marks on his head until he hears Abel's intimidating command to stop his foolish plans. Afterward, the magician tells the plus-size lizard to take his master away and leave the place so as not to have his life taken. As a result, Saint Glory lets out a cute noise unbefitting his reputation as a prideful dragon and panics while rushing to the upperclassman, dragging him away from the calamity known as Abel, not even caring that he's carrying the perv like a cargo, and a noisy one that, after tending to Eliza's needs, Abel rides Leo once more, this time accompanied by Eliza, who seems to enjoy the sunset and the quickness of the dragon. Suddenly, the Grand Magician catches sight of the other club members and finds out that it is only the thirsty guy earlier who gave his partner a stimulant. In the middle of their flight, however, Eliza blushes as she tells Abel her wish for the time to stop. Unfortunately, the dense Grand Magician treats the girl's words literally, thinking that time-stop magic should be possible in 5 or whatever years. Eventually, Eliza embraces Abel from behind and furthers the things that should cause a misunderstanding. Well, romantically, if only the Grand Magician is not as dense to ignore it, and informs the red-eyed genius about a certain study group instead. A few minutes after the dragon ride, Abel brings Eliza along to the Ancient Magic Research Club room and opens the door using the keystone. The clueless lady is surprised but still enters it with the Grand Magician, who finally introduces the place to Eliza. That is interrupted, however, by the sole official member, who immediately greets the former hero with all cheerfulness until she sees Eliza, leading not just her, but also the red-eyed lady, to let out a noise of disappointment. Despite their displeasure, the two reveal seeing each other often in the past due to their parents being friends. Abel immediately realizes it must be because the ancestors of these two are the fire and water heroes and is actually amazed that the descendants of his former companions are in the same school as him. He doesn't waste more time though, and tells Noel about his request to let Eliza join the club, which she instantly agrees as it is the decision of the Grand Magician. However, the Ice Queen has one condition as she tells Abel to put his attention on her rather than the red-eyed love rival. As usual, Abel proves that he really is dense because he thinks Noel is referring to the lessons despite the obvious skinship she's showing. On the other hand, Eliza feels jealous at their abrupt hand-holding, but Noelle must also be a queen of making others envious as she just shows her superiority and closeness by clinging to Abel's arm. Unfortunately, the Grand Magician still thinks it's all about learning and the Akashic Records. But while he's like that, Eliza finally strikes and links her arms to Abel's. while engaging in a rivalry war against the famous Ice Queen. However, their showdown is interrupted when Abel casts an attack spell after noticing the demonic spider spying on them. The arachnid immediately falls in one hit, and Eliza sees it's a rare species in the area, but the Grand Magician has a different realization as he concludes that the spider is a demon's familiar. In spite of the situation, Noel continues clinging to Abel and seems like she will not let him go anytime soon. Meanwhile, on the school grounds, we can see the exhausted Ted contemplating what club to join after his grand tour of visiting almost all of them. All of a sudden, he notices someone's presence and sees that it is his brother, Bass, who is hiding behind a tree even though he should be absent due to sickness. The older brother pays no mind to Ted's concerns and just invites him to join the Magic Eradication Club, which he is a member of, but the younger sibling is confused as to what that group is about, leading Bass to turn into a madman and explains to her brother that they are a group who seeks to return the world order by eradicating the existence known as magic. Without hesitation, Ted refuses his nonsense and reveals that he's being trained by his master. But that enrages Bass even more as he realizes that the mentor is Abel, who he hates to the very core. As a result, Bass pushes him down and asks the whereabouts of his sworn enemy. But Ted also has no idea where Abel is, as they haven't seen each other after school recently. Therefore, he points out his older brother's bad complexion instead, but as if Bass will feel happy from his concerns, when in reality, the madman becomes more enraged and yells at his younger brother to shut up. Suddenly, spider legs start to form in Bass's body as he lets out a mad laugh, befitting his terrifying appearance. Faced with his brother's horrifying transformation, Ted can't help but fear the new form of Bass's rebirth as an arachnid human. Class continues as usual the next day, but the unchanging boring lessons also go on for the Grand Magician. However, he notices that Ted hasn't attended class since morning, which makes him worried, knowing that his apprentice will not skip school without telling someone. Consequently, Abel interrupts the lesson by telling their instructor that he's not feeling well, but the teacher sees that as an opportunity to get back at him, so he refuses the Grand Magician's request without an ounce of hesitation. Unbeknownst to the teacher, his response triggers Abel to resort to violence in the form of a malicious intent directed at him. The professor spins around in dizziness, unaware of what's really happening as he curls up on the ground, terrified. Afterward, Abel asks what he's feeling, so the professor, who desperately gets up, informs the class about the headache and whatever it is he's suffering from and tells them that today's lesson is suspended. Unfortunately, the instructor still has a long way to go before he can do his business, but as soon as he leaves, Abel starts walking away from the classroom and tells his worried classmates, mainly girls, that he'll feel okay after a short rest. That is a bluff, however, because the perfectly fine Grand Magician heads to Ted's room to check on his state. However, seeing that no one's there leads him to remember their conversation yesterday about Ted's multiple club tours, concluding that the boy hasn't returned since he dropped his stuff after school. Eventually, he's getting worried that Ted gets caught up in another trouble, forcing him to cast a wide-scale searching magic enveloping the entire academy. Thanks to that, Abel finds his apprentice hanging on a tree with spider's thread covering his whole body. Therefore, the Grand Magician immediately cuts them with wind magic and frees Ted with the magically enhanced shackles binding him. The boy then reveals their underlying problem by informing his mentor about the monster possessing his brother, saying that spider legs have grown on its back and affect Bass's mental state. However, this revelation rings a bell to the Grand Magician, who immediately starts rushing somewhere after advising Ted to go to the infirmary and let them check his state. Powerless, the young noble can only beg his mentor to help Bass, so Abel rushes to the location where Ted's brother is likely to be. The story then brings us to Noel, who is patiently waiting for Abel in the club room, smiling excitedly when she finally hears the door opening. Unfortunately, the man who greets her sight is not the Grand Magician, but the member of the Magic Eradication Club, who obviously has something evil in mind as he confirms that the lady in front of him is the Ice Queen. Bass doesn't have much interest in her, however, and simply pushes Noel away and heads straight to the plethora of books, where he once again lets a sinister laugh as the information a certain person tells him about this library is correct. Like the madman he is, Bass shifts his attention to Noel and yells at him for keeping the tomes, which for him are tools of war, and uses his regalia to cast magic to shred all of them into pieces. The sudden turn of events baffles the Ice Queen, but she refuses to let this continue any further, causing her to shower Bass and his magic spell with a storm, which turns them into ice. Except that Noel realizes the enemy disappears before getting hit. Suddenly, she hears a demonic voice coming from the ceiling and sees the former human becoming a complete arachnid to take Noel down along with her beloved library. At a tremendous speed, Bass charges toward the Ice Queen, only to get hit by something that even Noel has no idea what. Even so, the fact remains that the enormous spider is now lying on the ground, due to an ice needle pierced at his body, so Noel is finally relieved that she's safe for the time being. It's still a surprise for her, though, that Abel is the one who arrives for her rescue, but the Grand Magician knows that their predicament hasn't ended yet, specifically because their enemy is still moving. Moreover, this 8-legged beast feels excited to see the peasant from his childhood, but the plebeian he's talking to isn't a bit fazed and even concludes that Bass becomes a demon's follower. Therefore, Abel points out the guy's unhealthy look, but it seems like this spider has an inferiority complex regarding his appearance as his rage escalates once again, like what happened with Ted. However, Bass's speed is no joke as he bounces to the walls, creating afterimages to confuse the amber-eyed magician as to which one of them to hit. Commencing his attack, Bass blames Abel for the unhappy life he currently has, but even though the Grand Magician agrees to those words, in the end, it boils down to this spider's self-responsibility. Finally, Bass charges toward Abel with the hopes of taking him down, but the amber-eyed magician counterattacks with ice needles that incapacitate the enormous spider. He then takes out his sword and walks closer to the beast, while telling Noel his plan to take Bass's life. Not wasting time, Abel threatens to end this, once and for all, with his sharpened blade, but the Ice Queen immediately stops him from doing so with a sudden embrace. The amber-eyed mage obviously urges her to let go, but the Ice Queen refuses, as she doesn't want to let her friend turn into a manslayer because of this incident. However, those words trigger Abel's old memories of a man who seems to be a scientist patting his head and telling him that sacrifices are needed for magic development. The flashback is short-lived, but it is enough to force the former hero to continue his initial plan to eliminate the demon's minion. Ignoring Bass's screams, Abel thrusts his sword and pierces Bass, thus sending the guy's demonic and original soul into nothingness. Even though their enemy has been defeated, Noel has such a crying face, so Abel shows the next phase of his plan by healing the wounds of the lifeless demon's follower. The dazzling light blinds the Ice Queen, but it fails to stop her from seeing the reviving spell Abel casts at Ted's brother, enabling Noel to witness the resurrection magic that the Grand Magician invented 200 years ago. The Ice Queen feels both amazed and in disbelief of what's occurring in front of her eyes, but Abel, on the other hand, stops the girl from asking questions, as he still needs to bring Bass to the infirmary. Furthermore, Abel emphasizes he'll be the one to report this incident before leaving the classroom, carrying the human spider in his back. The night after the incident, we can see the Grand Magician just finished informing Lilith about the situation, but she already concludes that the mastermind is a demon who is also the head of a branch of AMO, Nabil. Abel is impressed by the Demon Princess's information network, but he's still in the dark as to why Nabil is associated with the anti-magic organization. Therefore, Lilith reveals that the weird group is so convenient for the demons, who are now divided into two factions: the moderates, who will coexist with the humans, and the reformers, who seek the opposite. In spite of those conquerors' existence, Abel and Lilith believe that not all demons emit hostility against humans, so they won't discriminate against them. However, the Demon Princess's rage still remains as she moves on to think how they'll deal with Bass's punishment. Abel reveals that he became a test subject for his memory alteration magic, which he casts on Bass to alter his memories 10 days prior to the incident. Moreover, he advises Lilith not to lay her hands on the young noble, saying he still has some use to him, but this Demon Princess is so amused that she's not buying the remarks of this tender-hearted magician. Suddenly, Lilith goes on top of Abel and expresses her love to the boy's tender lips. Thus, a soft, passionate night begins. Morning arrives, along with the return of the cheerful Ted, greeting his mentor a perfect morning before thanking him for saving Bass yesterday. The boy then reveals that his brother will be fine, according to the doctor, but Ted is confused as to why Bass has no memories of the incident. Without mentioning he's the cause, Abel assures his apprentice that Bass will be treated favorably thanks to Lilith, who makes it seem like Ted's brother is just a victim. The Grand Magician advises him not to go near Amo, though, as there's a possibility he'll become their eensy-weensy spider and be crushed. Afterward, in the ancient magic research club, lies, in wait, the Ice Queen, who, as usual, is reading books when the Grand Magician arrives. Unfortunately, Abel notices the decrease of the items in the library due to the incident and the behavior change of Noel, who's not excited to talk with him, unlike usual. That will end, however, when she finally opens up a conversation about the Akashic records and points out the resurrection magic, which is supposed to be impossible to read in one page due to the burn marks occupying it. But before she can say the most awaited question, Abel cuts her words short and asks Noel if she'll believe it if he's the writer of Akashic records. Of course, the Ice Queen is dumbfounded after hearing that, and becomes unable to process her thoughts quickly to give the amber-eyed mage an immediate answer. When he notices that, Abel tells Noel to ignore what he just said and think of the reincarnation magic yesterday as a mere coincidence. Therefore, the Grand Magician teaches the Ice Queen a way to deduce the book's burned contents simply by focusing on the following paragraphs, backing up his flimsy pretense while keeping some thoughts in his mind not to reveal his secret again anytime soon. An unknown number of days after that, Ted's most awaited occasion arrives, so he invites his mentor to the cafeteria as it will be their priority day as first-year students. Without further ado, the two head to their location, where they see the food-obsessed individuals lining up for food. Ted is one of them, however, as he joins their patient hunt while leaving the Grand Magician who just wants to line somewhere that doesn't have a long queue. As a result, Eliza sees him and is quite surprised that this boy, who eats only bread, is lining up for a real meal, quite rarely. Consequently, Eliza brags she'll be going to gobble the hidden menu of thick sliced bacon and spinach cream pasta and shows the premium member card of the school cafeteria, of course, with a smug and prideful face. A few minutes after that, Abel finally gets the kitsune udon, which he's been waiting for out of curiosity, but he seems to be a wee bit disappointed that the meat is not fox, as the name suggests. On another note, Eliza is worried about the crowded place, but that doesn't make much sense to the Grand Magician, who instantly spots empty seats for them. He goes in almost immediately, but stops after hearing the sudden warnings coming from his red-eyed classmate. Abel's confusion is immediately answered by a bunch of lackeys scolding him for attempting to take the reserved seat for their master, Cybane Redstar. But the amber-eyed mage isn't the slightest concerned, thinking there's no such thing as reserved seats in this cafeteria. Fortunately, Cybane Redstar, who we will call Redstar, forgives Abel and lets him go, so Eliza urges him to find another seat as their opponent, this time the son of a duke. The udon, which is getting cold, is Abel's priority though, because he orders Redstar's group to find other seats instead. The Duke's son doesn't like the rumored amber-eyed commoner's response and asks his flunkies to punish the insolent plebeian, but as if these arrogant weaklings can defeat the former hero when they easily get caught by a small tornado, Abel casts. Consequently, the lackeys trip and kiss the floor at the same time with their shoelaces suddenly untied. While Redstar thinks it's just a coincidence, Eliza finally interrupts to tell him it's not, because Abel hasn't spilled a drop of udon since their fight. Redstar's face screams, "Wow," after hearing that, but it quickly changes into one of a spoiled kid throwing tantrums as he runs away with his tails between his legs, declaring his revenge in the final exam. Thanks to that, a sudden sneeze befalls Mars as Abel compares the event to the one they had in the past. But a bigger problem lingers now that the Grand Magician is wondering about Redstar's words, the final exam. Meanwhile, Phidia stays in the faculty room and just finished sorting the questions for the upcoming test, except for one subject. Therefore, she reports it to the headmaster, who then appreciates her efforts as they wait for the test papers for the magical engineering test that Emerson is working so hard for. His out-of-character expression is baffling for Phidia, though, as she's wondering what kind of exam this man is doing with that kind of face. Amused, Michael assumes it must be because of the rival this genius teacher has found, and it's right on the mark, as Emerson is already looking mentally ill with his desire to fight Abel again using this exam. The story then brings us to the Grand Magician walking in the hallway while reminiscing his fight with the Demon Lord of Dusk due to the rainy season in his area. As a result, Abel realizes the changes in these past 200 years and is quite pleased by it as he then reaches the clubroom of their group. Rushing to the door, Noel greets the Grand Magician while presenting her new outfit that is absolutely worthy of praise. As soon as she gets a rather plain compliment, the Ice Queen shows a captivating smile, which, unfortunately, makes her look like a puppy for this amber-eyed, dense magician. However, Abel's attention shifts to the sobbing figure of Eliza, who's complaining about the vast information she needs to memorize for the exam. Although this red-eyed prodigy is still on the safe side, the opposite can definitely be said for Ted, who's wallowing himself in chocolatey dreams, unlike Abel, who mercilessly reveals that there's no need for him to study for the exam. Moreover, Noel has the same opinion as her amber-eyed crush, leading Ted to associate Eliza with a group of ordinary people the same as him. Once again, the Ice Queen agrees, because it turns out that Ted has tailed Eliza successfully to reach their secret library. Eventually, Abel asks his apprentice if he'll do well on exams, but the obvious fact surfaces even more as Ted reveals his fear of failing because of the rumors that 10% of students drop out every year due to these notorious tests. He even made calculations to determine how many out of 200 students would survive in the end, but even his math is wrong, and Abel refuses to help him study this time around. On his way home with Eliza, the Grand Magician eventually becomes worried that his student will fail, so he decides to lend a hand. Going to the dormitory in the middle of the rainfall takes priority though, but someone has accidentally taken Abel's umbrella at a perfectly great time, for Eliza, that is, as she grabs the opportunity to offer her umbrella to the young man she likes. This lady is already blushing when she opens it and gives it to Abel as thanks for his help so far, but Abel is really a great magician as he showcases it by casting a rain cover spell as if slapping Eliza's face with the fact that her actions are unnecessary. How brutal. In the middle of their exchange, Abel hears Red Star's lackey getting his attention just to show him the missing umbrella they stole. Furthermore, he makes a mess out of it and continues the nonsense low-level prank, which irritates Eliza to the point that she's close to punishing those flunkies if only Abel doesn't stop her. The haughty students continue to mock the amber-eyed commoner, whom they call the knight in shining armor due to his heroism, but their taunts are ineffective to the Grand Magician, who senses something strange and uses his analytical eyes to discover the camcorder regalia to record his violence the moment he fights back using force. Unfortunately for them, Abel casts a water spell instead to strengthen the rain and showers them with a large splash of water, spinning the group along with the whirlpool to drive them away. Despite his impressive magic, the Grand Mage still makes a blunder as he accidentally sends the umbrella along with his victims. Fortunately, Eliza offers hers again as gratitude for earlier while doing another needless action of running toward the dormitory amidst the intense rainfall. Therefore, Abel is forced to share the umbrella with the young maiden in love after the realization that using magic all the time is not a good idea. In reality, Abel just wants to be protected by the comforting umbrella, but there's no way he can say it out loud. Thus, the love, delusions, and misunderstanding of the red-eyed lady soar high. A few days have passed, and the exam is drawing near, but Eliza is strangely relaxed, unlike her reactions the other day. As a result, Abel surprises her with a question about that and finds out she's already finished, unlike Ted, who's just sleeping his way to escape the harsh reality. Moreover, they find out that the pitiful guy is stuck in the beginning parts, so Eliza urges the Grand Magician to help the apprentice in distress to avoid the tragedy of his grades becoming bad. Abel realizes he won't be able to use Ted as a scapegoat anymore if that happens, so he decides to give a bit of his helping hand by writing the questions that may possibly be included in the exam. Thanks to the professor's awful hobby of immediately erasing the important lessons, Abel is able to predict what the contents of the test will be, so he hands the notebook with the pointers to the young noble. Unfortunately, there's no telling if Ted is still alive at this point, as there's no yay or any signs of cheerfulness coming from him. As a result, Eliza changes the topic and asks Abel about his plans for the upcoming summer vacation, unaware that Ted is slowly coming back to life as he listens to their conversation. The red-eyed genius then invites Abel to go to the beach, but even though her invitation is too abrupt for the Grand Mage, the Ice Queen thinks of it differently and even admits that it's a brilliant idea coming from her rival. Eventually, the two are straying out of the norm by talking like they're good friends, thanks to the beach, even though they're originally polar opposites. Due to Abel's financial concerns, Noel reveals her grand plan to call their trip a training camp to get some funds from the school. Therefore, they discuss who will be the teacher to accompany them, but the sudden resurrection of the lifeless Ted puts them to a halt, as he is now brimming with motivation not to take the test, but to enjoy the sea after the infamous exams are finished. Eventually, the nerve-wracking day arrives, so the teacher hands the answer sheets to the students, accompanied by a warning that suspicious actions will instantly lead to their disqualification. Finally, their signal to answer rings, so Abel starts skimming through the test papers and decides to manipulate his scores to only 80% to avoid getting more unnecessary attention than he already possesses. Hours have passed since then, and the final phase, which is the magical engineering test, officially begins. But Abel notices that the questions are much easier than the ones back from the entrance exams. It's still too early to celebrate though, because the final boss finally greets the former hero in the form of the most difficult question made by none other than Emerson. Noticing it's a direct challenge coming from the genius instructor, Abel decides not to treat it so seriously and stick to the original plan of 80%. That concludes the Grand Magician and his Apprentice's Academy exam arc, as it is now the day to see their ranking and test results on the board. Fortunately, Ted manages to avoid supplementary lessons by getting the bare minimum score, making him so excited he'll be able to join the training camp. There's one more person who also feels excited though, as Red Star shows himself to humiliate Abel as he promised. Immediately, the two engage in dialogues showing their displeasure. But the Duke's son already wins when it comes to haughtiness, as he teaches Abel the known fact that no external students have made it to the top 5 in the past 10 years. Heck, Red Star even shows a cringe pose while saying that. So the surprise on his face is really immeasurable after seeing the over 500,000 points of his enemy, who ranks first place. Even Eliza and Yukari have made it as the third and fourth, so the Duke's son, who only placed fifth, can't help but complain and calls Abel's 6-digit points cheating. Consequently, Fadia declares there's no foul play and warns Red Star not to associate Abel's amber-colored eyes with his destined failure, which is not happening anyway, so what's more fun to do than running away like a spoiled brat? Ignoring that, Fadia hands the ranked 1 student a letter from Emerson, but their hands accidentally touching turns the professor into a stuttering red-faced as she tells the students to enter their classrooms, hiding her embarrassment. Unfortunately, the letter just worsens Abel's mood now that he finds out that Emerson is the culprit of his absurd score, all because this grand mage easily answers his challenging question. In the same place where the announcement boards are, Bass finds out he placed 52nd and seems to be pretty satisfied by it, as all he cares about is his duties as an AMO member. On his way to leave, Bass gets stopped by Nabel to ask about the progress of his mission, telling him that he's not reporting anything about the library's arson yet. Bass has no idea what this secret mission is, but Nabil thinks he's just feigning ignorance, leading him to touch the follower's forehead as if reading his mind, only to panic after knowing Bass's mental and physical state. Therefore, the demon wonders how this young noble overcame his curse and goes hysterical when asking about it, but Bass has zero memory regarding the demonic powers and thinks it's the first time he has met this AMO branch chief. Nabil realizes that Bass is not lying and the disappearance of the power he has bestowed is real, so he walks away from his follower, harboring the thought that an unknown existence in this academy is becoming a threat to their organization and plans to pluck out whoever it is from the world. When night arrives, we can see Abel in his room in the dormitory, packing things for the 60 days of summer vacation, which for him is too long. Suddenly, Lilith barges in to inform the Grand Magician about Nabil and Bass's meeting earlier and tells Abel that they successfully found the enemy hideout, thanks to that. After giving the documents of her findings, Lilith asks her master if there's anything else she can do to help, but the Grand Mage fancies a me time, so he asks the Demon Princess for another favor instead. Lilith is dumbfounded, however, when she hears Abel's request to accompany their group in their upcoming training camp, as they need a teacher with them to have permission for their pretense and the funds. Because of Lilith's concerns about their club advisor going with them, Abel reveals that Emerson is too busy after neglecting his research for the government, mainly because he wasted his efforts by creating the exam questions. Therefore, the Grand Magician invites her again to their little trip, but the Demon Princess's reaction is so confusing that Abel asks about it but learns that Lilith is just surprised that Abel is going out of character to ask a favor for somebody else's sake. With that, Lilith declares that her master has changed, but that fact is so obvious that Abel thinks there's no need to even mention it. Therefore, he wonders if she's unhappy about this change, but that's impossible for this demon princess who leans closer to her master, letting him sniff the familiar sweet scent that signals the start of a blurry yet passionate night between the two. The next day, in the nightless city of Parakanos, Eliza is in her casual dress waiting for someone when 2 wild nobodies appear to invite her to hang out with them. In response to their invitation, Eliza casts a fireball to drive those chickens away and successfully gets the amazement of her fellow girls in the process. Not too long after that, Yukari finally arrives in an outfit that is too strange for her friend, so she explains that wearing Japanese clothing is actually an order from her mother every time she goes outside. Despite thinking that a what-to-wear rule sounds very strict, Eliza compliments Yukari's appearance. Hence, she receives a sudden hug as they link arms on their way to their destination. Of course, summer vacation means swimsuits for these ladies, so as soon as they reach the store, Eliza immediately tries an outfit, wondering if Abel will like it. She feels so troubled though, and decides to just ask her friend's opinion, but Yukari's reaction is so dazzling that hearts are forming in her eyes and mouth. Excited, the girl takes countless pictures of the red-eyed prodigy while going out of character and admires her friend's voluptuous body. Still, Eliza can't help but feel something is lacking in the swimsuits she has tried, leading her to ask Yukari's opinions on the types that Abel will like. Thinking that Abel is too passive to even think of Eliza as a member of the opposite sex, Yukari recommends getting one from the provocative collection, making the young maiden in love fired up in preparation for a swimsuit battle. Immediately, she tries one and shows it to Yukari, who is already close to drooling while complimenting the destructive combination of the girl's figure and new outfit. As a result, Eliza decides to settle on her last choices and wishes to attract even a wee bit of attention from Abel despite the low chances. When she finishes changing, Eliza urges her companion to buy a swimsuit too, but the girl who's too elated earlier, refuses to wear what she calls indecent clothes. Afterward, the two continue their little date by going into the cafe and eating until the red-eyed glutton becomes full. Yukari warns her to be careful though, because it may hinder her upcoming attempt to catch Abel's attention using the swimsuit plan, so Eliza panics, and it's hard to tell if her upcoming diet will bear fruit after this. Eventually, the two leave the cafe when it's already dark outside, leading them to see the other side of the nightless city. As a result, the ladies head to the capital, but Yukari suddenly bumps into a stranger who seems like they did it deliberately to corner these young ladies. After all, they invite the two to a certain job that pays really well, but of course, Eliza refuses their fishy offer and leaves while slapping the filthy hand of the man who tried to touch her. Turns out, the degenerate is one hell of an actor, as he pretends to have a fractured bone to provoke the young student into an argument. Unfortunately, these strangers show their blades to threaten the two's lives if they refuse to come with them quietly. However, Eliza won't give in that easily, so she gives the shopping bag to Yukari and calms herself down, knowing it is what Abel will do in this kind of situation. The red-eyed lady throws a flame edge toward them, but hits the trash can first as a warning shot, yet still fails to scare the hell out of these two men, who become more eager to abduct them instead. Finally, there's no choice but to punish these pervs with her full power, but a meteor-like spell appears in the night sky and interrupts their exchange as it hits a building, causing an explosion to occur that surprises not just the suspicious men, but also their targeted prey. However, the dumb one with glasses assumes that the incident is Eliza's doing, so he sprints away from the red-eyed lady, along with his companion, while begging for forgiveness. Little do they know, Eliza and Yukari are also not sure who caused the magic explosion in the middle of Parakinos. The story goes back in time, 1 hour ago, when Abel visits the alleyways of the city wearing a mask, which still seems questionable if he really has intentions to hide his identity. Putting aside the mage's appearance, Abel's goal in this night raid is to confront Nabil in his secret hideout, so he enters the tall building with a flimsy magic lock as their security. The Grand Magician doesn't even go for a grandiose entrance and hurriedly splits the enemy's heads from their bodies, remembering Lilith's advice not to show mercy for Nabil's followers, as they are already rotten to their very core. Following those words, Abel continues playing his slitting game to another guard who blocks his way, but it happens so suddenly that the enemy's companion has no choice but to beg for his life while resorting to playing the family card by saying he has a young daughter waiting for him. Abel also seems to believe that there's nothing stronger than family, but the demon obviously has vicious plans as he sneaks an attack using the demonic tail on his back to catch the intruder off guard. Abel notices his evil plan thanks to his smirk and devilish laugh, which is confident of its victory, enabling the former hero to stop the demon's venomous tail from piercing him. Leaving a baffled look at the enemy, Abel blames himself for showing a bit of sympathy and becomes more enraged as he turns the demon to ice, starting from the tail all the way to his body, and he can do nothing but scream until there's no voice left. Finally, Abel realizes that his naivety may be what Lilith is referring to about his change, as he isn't originally someone who listens to the enemy's pleas. This time will be different, however, as Abel turns a little bit serious and chops the enemy's heads with a single swift movement. The Grand Magician forces himself to recall his hellish experiences 200 years ago, where he even takes the life of a man he loved to gain freedom. Presently, numerous remains scatter around him as he proceeds to open the magical lock in hopes that Nabil is still inside. Unfortunately, the AMO branch leader has already escaped by jumping out from the building, but the former hero is not yet finished and casts numerous enchants on his body. It's a mere fraction of a millisecond, but Abel quickly shoots a magical arrow to Nabil, who is swinging around the city to escape using his threads. After the explosion, it would seem like this spider has a long way to go to improve his senses, or else this Grand Magician will make a plaything out of him for a while. Unfortunately, the same goes for Abel, who, on the other hand, needs to work on the naivety that has developed in this peaceful world. A few days after that eventful night, Ted and Abel are in the Eastern District for their most awaited training camp. The two don't even wait for too long to witness the magic train, which makes them so excited, especially the young noble who was close to not being allowed to join their trip. However, his excitement is interrupted by the demon princess, who reminds him that studying is their main purpose, and definitely not entertainment like what this teacher's outfit is screaming. Eventually, Noel and Eliza arrive at the same time in their casual clothes, so their group is finally completed, and all that's left is to ride the convenient, magical train that's already departing. Thus, after admiring the impressive transportation that, unfortunately for Ted, has no nitro engines, the group starts entering so as not to be left out of their trip. As the chattering and munching sounds echo inside the train, Lilith gives her little brother some home-baked cookies, along with herb tea and continues pampering the Grand Mage. Therefore, it is inevitable for Eliza and Noel not to suspect something fishy between these two siblings, so Abel reminds the demon princess to be careful, as there's a high chance they'll find out that the siblings' pretense is total nonsense. Seems like it's all according to Lilith's plan, though, as she hugs Abel with a playful grin and tells the shocked teenagers that the two of them are genuine siblings. However, thanks to Lilith's unnecessary showing of her superiority, Eliza asks Ted if his mentor is saying nothing but the truth. Still, this young apprentice has really done his homework, because even after remembering Bass's frustrations about Lilith choosing her own brother over him, he guarantees Eliza and Noel that Abel and the teacher are, yes, family. Fortunately, this innocent kid has saved his master by a hair's breadth, but while they are talking, the train has finally exited the tunnel, and a fantastic sea view welcomes the group. Unfortunately, the Grand Magician receives the short end of the stick once again as he's being stomped by his overly excited companions. Looks like he's the only one who's unamused, though, because even Lilith is giggling as she watches her master. Eventually, they land on St. Rhea Island, which is mysteriously familiar to the former hero in spite of the first time he hears its name. Suddenly, Noel mentions that it's actually an island visited by the Great Four Heroes, leading Abel to remember that this is also the exact place that Roy has prepared as a gift for him after banishing Abel from their group. Furthermore, the Grand Magician finds out that St. Rhea becomes famous as the Hero Island, unaware that defeating a single squid was what Abel and his group had done there in the past. While Lilith leads the group to their inn, the former hero catches sight of 4 statues and learns from the demon princess that it's the island's main landmark, the heroes' statues, depicting the sculptures of Abel's former companions, starting from Maria to the right up to the hero of Ash, Cain. The unsung savior has a face full of disappointment, despite knowing that having no statues of him is for the better, but his apprentice, on the other hand, is surprised that Eliza and Noel are both descendants of heroes. Therefore, Ted assumes that there's also something special in his lineage, but as if that convenient thinking is true. Fortunately, he's still a student of the forgotten Grand Magician, although there's no way Abel will tell it to him at this rate. Without further ado, the group heads to their inn, unaware that a raven is spying on their every movement. Meanwhile, Nabal is still suffering from the wounds Abel has inflicted on him while watching his footage captured by the building's CCTV cameras. But despite how much he wants to get revenge, Nabal knows it won't be easy, as the enemy this time is someone who can manipulate all elements. Suddenly, the raven earlier shows up and turns into a partial human form, while giving the flash drive with all the information from their collaborators in the academy to her master. When he opens the file, however, Emerson's face can be seen in the form of a video, along with the data about the famous amber-eyed student who matches the features of the intruder in their secret hideout. The Raven Girl also informs Nabil that Abel's research group is staying on St. Rhea Island and reveals that they're the ancient magic research group that is also their target because of the secret library. Finally, all the dots are connecting, starting from Bass's strange memory loss up to this mysterious boy who always visits the library, reliving the excitement of this old demon to crush his newfound enemy. After walking up the stairs, the group arrives at the inn, whose design is too peculiar yet impressive for these young people. Eventually, the innkeeper welcomes them to Amano Hakadate, the name of their eastern-looking hotel, before leading them to their room. Eliza then invites them to the beach, but Abel has no plan to join them until he receives immense pressure from Lilith, who's hell-bent on forcing her master to come. Afterward, the receptionist guides the two boys to their respective rooms, which are surprisingly divided by gender, not what Abel would expect from the demon princess. Therefore, the Grand Magician invites Ted to head to the beach, but it turns out that his apprentice's luggage is full of books because he actually got a failing grade. With tears in his eyes, Ted urges his master to go without him, as he still needs to immerse himself in the supplementary lessons. As a result, the Grand Magician heads to the beach alone, while wearing the swimwear Lilith has prepared for him, and sees the Ice Queen, who deliberately gets his attention to show off her new outfit. Abel praises Noel for her pleasing-to-the-eye swimsuit, but that's unfortunately interrupted by the red-eyed prodigy who arrives to steal not just the spotlight, but also a small victory against the Ice Queen. Unfortunately for them, the last boss, who's also the canon partner, makes way to present her provocative look, which seems illegal in the eyes of these teenagers. Of course, the two underdogs protest, but the instructor sees no problem in showing her figure to Abel, thanks to the pretense that they are mere siblings. For once, the love rivals agree on one thing: to invite their amber-eyed crush for a swim, despite the obvious reluctance coming from the Grand Mage. Surprisingly, Lilith refuses the invitation to go along with them, definitely not because she hates to babysit the two ladies. Consequently, Abel guides the two, especially Noel, to whom he teaches information about the beach, as it seems like it's her first time going into one. The opposite can be seen in Eliza, however, as she's already playing in the water and urges Abel to join her with Noel in their playful duel. Finally, the Grand Magician gives in to the pressure of the summer and decides to enjoy it. All of a sudden, Noel feels something touching her foot, so she immediately dives underwater without even letting the dumbfounded Eliza know it firsthand. After a short underwater exploration, the Ice Queen immediately returns and asks Abel about the unknown existence she captures in the sea, the Red Sea Cucumber. She casts it away almost instantly, though, and throws it to Eliza, who screams bloody murder when the sea cucumber accidentally ventures into her uncharted bosom territory. In spite of the strangeness of the creature, Noel asks the Grand Mage to teach her more about the sea and its wildlife. And Abel knows that this persistent girl will not give up, so why not tell her about the things he learns from Noel's ancestor anyway? Therefore, Abel heads straight deep under the sea to look for a fitting subject for the Ice Queen's lectures, leading him to go into a full hunt and pierce a clueless fish with an ice needle. Returning to the surface, Abel introduces the prey he catches to the two interested bunch who also want to learn how to catch a fish as the Grand Magician did. Therefore, Eliza and Noel dive underwater for a little hunting practice, where the Ice Queen eventually catches one that is unfortunately not suitable for eating. Seeing the pitiful look on Noel's face, Eliza gets her revenge by making fun of her, but Abel, on the other hand, is still focusing on the lessons. Thus, he once again goes into his full hunting mode and freezes a whole group of seafood into his icebox magic before sending it to the surface to set an example for the two. Moreover, the amber-eyed mage compresses the substance into a tiny cube to lighten the load when carrying it, while assuring the girls that it's also possible for them when they try enough. Except it really isn't, because they don't possess the absurd power this dense former hero has. When night arrives, so are the mouth-watering meals that excite the gluttons, specifically Eliza, as they are able to let the store cook their food without paying money, thanks to Abel giving the excess fish he has caught. Fortunately, Ted is smiling from the deliciousness of the free dinner, but his expression darkens upon reminiscing his hellish alone time full of studying the whole day. But while they are chit-chatting about their next plans for the tour, Lilith and Abel notice an ominous presence lurking around, but decide to delay their suspicion as devouring the scrumptious foods comes first. A few minutes later, the boys are already in their room, so Ted invites his mentor to do fun things, as they are in the middle of the training camp after all. Unfortunately, the Grand Magician mercilessly refuses his invitations to play, so the pitiful boy throws a tantrum to beg the former hero. Tired of his whining, Abel finally agrees to do something fun, so Ted starts the pillow fight by playfully throwing the cushions to the Grand Magician, unaware that Abel is treating it seriously as he enchants the pillow with a substance enlargement before using it to crush Ted, who can only surrender to their short duel. As a result, the apprentice has no choice but to sleep, which becomes the opportunity for Abel to silently sneak out of the room. The Grand Magician silently heads outside on a secret mission, or perhaps a hidden rendezvous with the Demon Princess, as Lilith is already in the location where he's headed. However, Abel is also surprised after seeing Lilith in the area, especially because this Demon Princess is pretending she's just in for a moon viewing. Abel knows it isn't the case, and he points out the change that is very much evident when looking at Lilith. Finally, the Grand Magician asks why she's guarding the students against the threat that they have noticed earlier, which is out of her character as someone who is only forced to coexist with humans due to her situation. In response, Lilith tells her master that she's doing this as her duty as a teacher, leading Abel to urge the princess to rest in her room and leave the remaining job to him. The Grand Magician assures Lilith that he will be okay before rushing to the location of their enemy and leaves Lilith. Eventually, Abel notices that he is getting closer to where the threat is, causing him to stop now that the shadow of the enemy, Nabil, shows himself and reveals that they're currently in his spider's nest. His face is the one who catches Abel's attention, though, because this Grand Magician has the gall to insult the burn marks that he himself caused, adding insults to injury, literally. Of course, the arachnid demon gets enraged by the boy's words, so he slowly transforms into his original form and turns into a demonic black spider, which Abel merely watches instead of striking first. As a result, Nabil lets out a sinister laugh and dashes around the former hero at a speed that even the Grand Magician acknowledges. Fortunately, Abel can still evade the attacks despite not being able to see Nabil due to his quickness, but the spider demon still has tricks up his sleeve, as he changes his movement's trajectory to land a hit that is also unsuccessful in the end. However, Nabil is not finished yet, and he continues to increase his swiftness to corner the Grand Magician, forcing Abel to admit that his enemy's speed and strength are rare, even in his past timeline. In answer, the magician stops moving and closes his eyes, which just gives the arachnid an opportunity to execute the finishing blow. Abel's flames stop him in his tracks though, but this lucky demon escapes getting incinerated in a hair's breadth by the Grand Magician, who's originally planning to completely burn the man's face. Consequently, Nabil is thrown into confusion as to how Abel is keeping up with his speed, so the Grand Magician reveals he's following the demon's magic trajectory instead of his physical form. After hearing that, Nabil gains suspicions that the mage in front of him is really someone from their current era, thinking that Abel is on a par with the disciple of the Great Four Heroes. Little did he know that it was the last thing he should have said to this unsung Grand Magician, so Nabil continued his plan to eliminate the boy in fear he might ruin their plans, this time with his tiny underlings scattering around. Moreover, this arachnid demon is getting more confident of his victory, unaware that Abel has realized that this numbers advantage is his plan all along. Therefore, Nabil commences the signal for his troops to execute the attack, so they shoot magic-strengthened webs to shred the Grand Magician's body into pieces. Unfortunately for them, Abel has a countermeasure as he summons a tempest to send those life-ending webs away, eventually bringing it straight at the demon, who can only scream in pain while enduring those wind blades. Despite the tremendous damage, Nabil still manages to stand up and face the magician, whose amber-colored eyes ring a bell for this over 100-year-old demon. Finally, Nabil learns that his opponent is the legendary Grand Magician himself, the man dubbed the Golden Black Cat. The nostalgic nickname brings back memories of Abel, who gained that title in his days of continuous battles, but even though the revelation of his identity takes Nabil aback, this demon still has the gall to escape and exact his revenge some other time. As the ravens aid the flight of their master, Nabil has a strange smile of victory despite his humiliating defeat, confident he can avenge himself someday. However, Abel will not let him have his way, as everything is just as he anticipated, and all according to the plan of the former hero. A large magic circle appears, followed by the Grand Magician's chant and the appearance of an enormous dragon that quickly devours the helpless spider, burning his complete existence amidst the moonlight that is very much this loser's nickname. Watching the loud boom in the sky, Abel is quite surprised that someone can still put up a good fight against him. A few days later, the training camp finally ends now that they have fully enjoyed their short trip, except for the failed student who's moved into tears for not having the time to soak himself in the beach. Unfortunately, this whole thing becomes an endless study session for Ted, so Eliza gives him a helping hand by mentioning the upcoming school trip in September. But while Ted is returning to himself, Noel sees the shocking news in the newspaper showing the incident in Nabil's secret hideout. Eliza and Ted are intrigued by the report, where the latter remembers seeing a flame dragon outside on the first night of their trip. As a result, the secret perpetrator of those events reminds himself to be careful the next time around, but the Ice Queen already has suspicions that Abel is greatly related to those incidents. Unfortunately, the arrival of the magic train allows the Grand Magician not to directly answer Noel's question, and he'd straight to enter the transportation. However, the amber-eyed mage still needs to review his actions, and their fast, long ride seems to be the perfect place for it. After a long time, the two finally return to their hometown to continue the rest of their long summer break. Entering the house, Abel notices that it is strangely clean despite no one staying in the place, and finds out that the influential demon princess asked Evans, Ted's father's residence, to manage it while they are far away. Thanks to that, Abel returns to his good old office and does some studying until Lilith barges in, leading him to reveal that he's doing the report for their research group, which includes their findings about the Great Four Heroes who accidentally stole all his achievements. Lilith looks worried as she asks her master if he harbors resentment to his former companions who drove him out of their party. However, the Grand Magician doesn't even have a wee bit of hatred, because Roy even recommends a place for him to live in peace before the elimination of amber-eyed humans starts. Moreover, he knows they are not evil people, as Roy is their well-known caring party leader, while Maria, on the other hand, is a woman with a strong sense of justice. In addition, Daytona is a popular merchant's daughter who is very helpful to them, and Kane, the hero of Ash, is someone who doesn't care much about worldly things. However, a sudden realization enters Abel's mind, and he wonders why Kane doesn't have a famous legacy in this era compared to other heroes. The demon princess notices the Grand Mage spacing out, but Abel doesn't bother to explain his thoughts, and just mentions a girl from the past named Ayane, who obviously disturbs the peace of mind of the jealous demon. Afterward, Abel reveals the girl's identity as his junior at a certain magic association, Chaos Raid, who was a great black-eyed magician. If only she's not saying silly things that hint at her evident love and masochism for the Grand Mage. Of course, Abel has no idea of Ayane's true motives back then, But the opposite can be seen in Lilith, whose jealousy skyrockets. Eventually, the Grand Magician notices it and teases the demon princess by saying that he only focuses on becoming stronger in the past, hinting it's not the same this time. Lilith blushes when she hears that, while anticipating some romantic words from the former hero's mouth, only to hear that it's the technology and cultural development that he is focusing on right now. There is no wholesome lover's moment for the demon princess, but she still feels glad that Abel has no hard feelings after knowing the stolen achievements in St. Rhea. However, the Grand Magician is equally concerned about her, who was near to being eliminated in the past at the hands of his own companions. Therefore, Abel thanks Lilith for worrying about him, which makes the red-faced demon lady drool in celebration that her master is genuinely expressing his gratitude. Her reaction is downright exaggerated, but that is no reason for Abel not to say his thanks once more. Although that's not what this in-heat demon wants right now, as she hugs the Grand Magician and invites him to an afternoon bath tour. An unknown number of days have passed, but the summer vacation is nearing its end, or it already is, now that Lilith informs Abel about the carriage she has prepared and the excited little Ted, who is waiting in excitement. Unfortunately, the young noble still has to wait for a few more minutes because Lilith notices her master's increase in height, so Abel decides to make a short comparison first. The two lean their backs on each other, and the floating book becomes their judge, which reveals that Abel has certainly grown taller, even though that still won't suffice to beat the competitive Lilith. No more beating around the bush though, as the impatient Ted can't maintain his non-existent patience anymore and urges his mentor to quickly make their way to the carriage. Leaving the house, Abel can't help but point out the over-eagerness of his student to go back to the academy, but Ted is not hiding his smile in the first place, as there is one more reason to return besides meeting his friends. Suddenly, he explodes a single branch to present his current powers due to his summer break training, planning to show this off to everyone eventually. After that, Ted wonders if his teacher has an ounce of enthusiasm to return to the academy, and that causes Abel to remember the boring lessons and troublesome teachers and students he has encountered along the way. However, the current feelings of the Grand Magician are blended with anticipation to reunite with his acquaintances, after all, leading him to tell Ted that he is slightly excited about classes. The boy's elation has no sign of ending though, and now stars are forming in his eyes as he mentions the upcoming school trip, which his mentor has zero idea what. In spite of his surprise that the biggest school event is an unknown existence for Abel, Ted declares his unwavering determination to enjoy that most awaited tour. As their playful chattering continues, the group eventually enters the academy, officially ending their long summer break. Meanwhile, in Emerson's office, we can see the genius teacher troubled about the piled-up newspapers gathered in his room. Suddenly, he spots the report of a flame dragon sighting in St. Rhea, which leads him to regret not being able to come with the research group, as he immediately knows that Abel is the culprit of the incident. However, Emerson focuses his attention on a letter from the Kronos Magic Association instead and reads its shocking contents that lead him to, once again, be a madman, just by thinking about his desire to win against Abel in their next and nearing battle. To replace the busy Emerson, Bedia greets the class on the first day of their new semester and orders them to discard their vacation mode, as she will thoroughly teach them again. Abel notices the physical improvement of their gym-loving teacher and is pretty impressed by it, but the attitude of his unmotivated classmates is definitely one hell of a displeasure for the Grand Mage. However, their lack of excitement is within Phidia's expectations, and she has a plan to deal with it by giving them their career survey papers. She urges the class to write down their goals, but Abel's dream is not suited to jot in because the only thing he wants is to live a peaceful life. After all, it is Lilith who teases Abel in the past, which forces him into attending the academy, so it is a troublesome era for the Grand Magician right now, unlike his classmates. There's nothing much to do about it right now though, so Abel goes to the secret library, where Noel hurriedly welcomes him like an excited pup. Moreover, the Ice Queen shows Abel her large collection of 100-year-old books and reveals that she got it thanks to her father, who has a good relationship with a particular bookstore. That information reminds the former hero of the merchant lineage of this young girl, who is still hell-bent on learning those old books as someone who aims to be an ancient magic researcher. Eventually, Ted arrives just to brag about the limited deluxe strawberry parfait sandwich to the two, but his arrival is excellent timing for Abel to ask what his dream is. To his surprise, this noble boy reveals wanting to be the feudal lord of their territory, and this is the first time the amber-eyed mage heard it, so he's quite worried if his apprentice can perform the role well someday. However, it is Ted's parents' decision, as there's no way his infamous older brother can take over the position. Unfortunately, another glutton with the same food as Ted joins the conversation, but there's nothing to do, so Abel asks the same question he says to his apprentice. As a result, Eliza declares her wish to be employed in the Kronos Magic Association, leading Abel to think it may be a good fit for Eliza, knowing it's filled with strong magicians like Musin, whom he fought in the past. On the contrary, Ted thinks it is too risky, as it is a high-risk, high-reward career where the risk involves having your grave as early as 20. The noble boy's opinion sways toward becoming a royal knight rather than getting crushed like his strawberry parfait sandwich, but Eliza will not give in to safety for this dream of hers. Finally, someone asks what Abel's goal is, but it seems like the Grand Magician won't have any opportunity to answer, thanks to the eavesdropping teacher secretly listening to their conversation. Emerson reveals himself with a smile, but Noel is displeased seeing their own club advisor entering their secret library. Even so, the genius teacher proceeds on his original goal and asks Abel's dream career before revealing his offer for him to take Kronos' final open seat. Eliza is in disbelief about the absurd turn of events, so Emerson informs them that there's nothing strange in it, as most members of their association are scouted the same way, like what he is doing with this amber-eyed prodigy. That same talent he wants to recruit isn't the slightest interested, though, so Emerson decides to give him a business card for the time being, inviting Abel to have a tour with his friends. As soon as he leaves, the ladies fawn over the business card and seem excited to go with the Grand Mage, so Abel decides to just take the tour without Ted, who's scared of Emerson. Good grief. In casual clothes, the three arrive at the famous Kronos headquarters where the entrance is too inconspicuous for not-so-magically talented Eliza. Consequently, it's a great surprise for her to see Abel casually walking through the wall and later find out that it's a visual misperception magic that is simply the building's security. In a hall leading to different rooms, the receptionist, who is a magic doll, greets the group at what she calls the mechanical clock tower. Abel shows the business card, which immediately gets scanned by the receptionist, who eventually leads them to door number 7. Therefore, the trio enters another hall that is too future-oriented, to the point that robots become the working force rather than humans. Fortunately, they finally see a living being that is the most reasonable to stumble into as Emerson shows up and urges them to watch the futuristic labor force consisting of nothing but robots mass-producing regalia themselves. The professor is so amused that he has a sinister smile, but Abel has a strange, dark expression, realizing that is what humans resort to due to him stopping human transmutation experiments in the past. Surprisingly, Eliza is well versed in what kind of regalia Kronos is making, so Emerson asks her if she's interested in joining their association. Although it's not a job offer, the red-eyed lady reveals that it is her childhood dream, so the prodigy teacher creepily checks the girl's body only to tell her that she's an inferior trash compared to Abel, but a superior garbage than the nobodies in the academy. Thus, the Grand Magician concludes that their teacher is awful at communicating because he probably thinks that his words earlier are compliments. Abel also tells him that he hates regalia as it hinders a magician from thinking, and Emerson agrees with him on this one, informing Abel that these weapons are mere business products to provide for the needs of the majority of humans. With that said, Emerson offers his made-to-order products, so Abel bluntly refuses as he has no need of any flimsy regalia, allowing them to proceed on their tour's next destination after the Grand Magician secretly enchants something to an employee. Eventually, they reach a sterile room where Emerson urges the two ladies to cleanse their bodies first, while he and Abel head first and wait for them inside. As soon as entering, however, Abel notices that the germ-free pretense is pure nonsense by this prodigy professor, who leads him to a wide hall where a bunch of wannabe Grim Reapers are waiting to deliver this amber-eyed magician to the graveyard where he belongs. Furthermore, Emerson introduces the dark side of their association as secret assassins, who will eliminate anybody at the government's request. His smug expression is simply amusing, though, because the former hero knows that magic associations are basically groups of mercenaries since 200 years ago. Unaware of the Grand Mage's thoughts, Emerson informs Abel that they are currently in the Judgment Hall, where the wannabe Grim Reapers are actually elites who will give Abel an entrance examination. After that, he catches Abel's interest by showing a short sword believed to be from their organization's founder himself, the Judgment Blade. However, the sword's real alias, Nameless, turns out to be Abel's weapon in the past that got lost when he left his former magic association. Of course, Emerson is clueless about its history, leading him to reveal that only the blade's original owner can hold it, while challenging Abel to defeat anyone among the elites, so he can become one of them and unravel the sword's mystery. Abel's decision not to join Emerson's organization is still not changing, but seeing Nameless again moves the emotion of the former hero. To everyone's surprise, Abel grabs the blade and successfully pulls it out, leaving them all puzzled, including Emerson, as they wonder who the boy before them really is. Little did they know that it was the cringe-worthy nickname of his nameless sword that gave Abel the motivation to fight not one, but but all of them. Abel's taunt successfully provokes Chronos' elites, who immediately group up to punish the Grand Magician, which turns out to be a mere afterimage of the real body. Accelerating at a tremendous speed, Abel evades their attacks and counters them with his own finishing blows that easily defeat the first-class personnel of the association. It reaches the point where Abel immerses himself in his own thoughts while fighting and concludes that Chronos is based on Chaos Raid, the one that Abel is a former member of. In addition, the skills of the current elite mages are downright inferior to the Amber-Eyed mage, who is easily evading their low-standard powerful spells while playing around with his offensive without taking the lives of these small fries. Unfortunately, the one-sided stomp takes Abel down memory lane to the times when he was still a part of the infamous Chaos Raid. A lingering regret surfaces as the story reveals that it is Abel who brings Cain to the path of violence before he leaves the organization and joins Roy's party before reuniting with Cain again, who eventually becomes the hero of Ash. At the same time, when the reminiscing ends, Abel realizes that the enemies have been taken down, and those remaining have no intention of falling into the hands of the Amber-Eyed mage. Suddenly, a man barges in with a loud clapping to praise the strength of the young-looking talent and introduces himself as the vice captain of Chronos Magic Association, Aaron. Abel notices the number 2 in Roman numerals mark on the vice captain's arm, but the man's dialogue continues as he is impressed by Abel wielding the Judgment Blade and his battle prowess. Thus, he invites the Grand Magician to join the Chronos executive known as the Numbers, but Abel sees no need to join, so he blatantly refuses him. Aaron takes it the wrong way, however, and sulks as he warns the Amber-Eyed mage that saying no is not an option. Butting into the conversation, Emerson warns Abel that it's not wise to refuse because their organization is way too big to oppose. Of course, the arrogance of these clueless kids is laughable for the former hero, so he once again rejects their proposal and casts an enchantment to decrease the endurance of the nameless blade. Aaron is too dumb to understand that Abel has no intention to be their ally, so he warns the Amber-Eyed mage once more, only to witness the destruction of the cursed legendary sword that they cherish so much. Though watching the reaction of the arrogant vice captain is unbearable, Abel is preoccupied with saying goodbye to his former partner as his responsibility to dispose of it as the original owner. Although Emerson is just laughing at this unprecedented event, the opposite can be seen in the vice captain, who finally snaps in rage to punish the sword destroyer. He receives a scolding from the former hero, though, who tells them that letting the blade rust is definitely not the way to take care of the cursed weapon. The good old Aaron seems to hate being scolded, however, as he responds by ordering Emerson to push a particular button, gathering most of the factory robots in the Judgment Hall and surrounding the Grand Magician. Once again, overconfidence envelops the prodigy professor as he declares the approaching elimination. But Abel is not a wee bit threatened by their childish threats and just calls his reinforcements. Still, Emerson is not frightened, knowing that the door is magically locked to prevent Noel from coming. Thus, the loud rumblings take the two by surprise, but it will escalate even more when the remaining robots barge in with weapons in their hands to take down their fellow non-human employees. As a result, Emerson and Aaron excuse themselves from the battle to watch on the sidelines, wondering what the hell has happened for their robots to act like that. However, the prodigy professor immediately notices that Abel has cracked the program of their machines to turn the tides in his favor. Turns out, the Grand Magician is one step ahead and rewrote the system of the robot earlier, as he already expects the worst. Abel freely orders the machines to attack the Chronos elites and leaves them with no other option but to destroy those robots. However, the vice captain stops the wannabe Reapers from doing that, as it may result in a financial loss for their organization, giving another disappointing display for the former hero, who decides to just leave while they're still preoccupied. Outside the room, Abel sees Eliza and Noel waiting for the signal to enter, so he carries both of them in his arms to drag them along for their escape. The two young maidens are taken by surprise by Abel's sudden actions, but the Grand Magician can't afford to explain the whole story as of this moment, so he compares the weight of the girls in his arms instead. Unfortunately, Eliza possesses the inborn Esper skills of most teenage girls, so she senses Abel's rude thoughts. But Noel, on the other hand, perceives that something good happened for the Grand Magician, and that he has a brighter look on his expressionless face, unlike usual. Eventually, Abel realizes that their observation is right now that a load has been taken off his shoulder after properly bidding farewell to his nameless sword. Unfortunately for the defeated teacher, his unannounced challenge once again benefits the Grand Magician. Night arrives, and Abel informs Lilith about the whole incident in Chronos and apologizes to her for making the situation bigger simply because of the sword. Fortunately, the demon princess thinks her master's actions are for the better because the infamous Judgment Blade has taken so many lives because of its curse. Therefore, Abel feels the need to prevent conflicts like this from worsening, especially because the cause of it is his relics, like what happened with Akashic Records. Moreover, the underlying problem surfaces due to an inevitable confrontation against the Kronos Magic Association in the upcoming school trip, where they will most likely strike as it will be held overseas. So no holds barred for the mercenaries. Abel still thinks it'll not be a problem for him, so Lilith shows the hidden motives of her excessive worries, which is to stay by the Grand Magician's side at all times during the educational tour. Seems like the demon princess is becoming more cunning and, at the same time, bold in showing her love to Abel, and this pubescent-looking boy can't do or won't do much about it. Meanwhile, in the mechanical clock, the tower approaches a familiar figure who immediately heads straight to the receptionist and receives his Roman numeral number 5 from the magic doll. After a long time, the Bardo of the Gale appears once again. This time, he heads to the association's midnight meeting. Bardo immediately heads to the room and hears his colleagues' heated yells before he can even enter it. The shouts themselves are not a surprise for him, but the words from the Roman numeral 9, the girl who will be called Canaria, shock him to the core after hearing that the Judgment Blade has been destroyed. Finally, Bardo enters the meeting room where the higher-ups, mainly the executives known as the Numbers, are gathering. Specifically, because he is late, Emerson greets Bardo before informing him that their problems regarding Abel are finally coming to the surface. Musson cuts into their conversation and reminisces about her unpleasant memories with Bardo during their utter humiliating defeat against the Grand Mage. And the meeting continues with Aaron summarizing the events before asking the opinions of their captain, whom we will call Rio. However, the mysterious girl is more curious about the censored appearance of the amber-eyed sword destroyer in the whole footage of the battle, so she asks first why it is that way. Thus, the genius professor explains that Abel temporarily takes over their surveillance system in the short amount of time he has. But Emerson still feels a tad bit of admiration for the Grand Magician's skills, leading Aaron to scold the hell out of him for looking so happy while talking to their captain. In response, the haughty prodigy reminds the vice captain that scolding and blaming him for their defeat is truly pointless, as he is the best magical engineer they can rely on. Aaron seems to be having the most stressful night of his life, because Rio is just staring blankly at the recorded video. After watching it for a few more minutes, the Kronos captain finally issues her orders to take custody of Abel at all costs. The story then brings us to the classroom, where Fadia announces the start of their preparations for the school trip, making everyone excited while wondering where this year's most awaited event will be held. Unfortunately, it is a disappointment for them when Fadia declares they will go to the eastern island of Amatsushi, which, according to the former hero, is an unprosperous place 200 years ago. However, the muscle brain teacher is confident they can learn in that now reputable country, so she urges them to form their group of 4. Ted and Abel assemble theirs almost instantly, so they are left with 2 slots of girls that Eliza definitely wants to fill up with Yukari, so she's finally making her move. But before Abel can accept it, a female student intervenes along with another one and fights over the Grand Magician, who's now too popular. He doesn't even know who those girls are. Furthermore, a bunch of spoiled nobles invite Eliza to join them instead of the inferior amber-eyed mage, but his efforts are so forced that Abel needs to intervene. Obviously, the 2 embodiments of idiocy prove that they are ignorant nobles, and Abel is not pleased by it anymore, so he scares his classmates with a single glare, reminding them that Eliza is already taken. Afterward, he submits the name of their group to Fadia and casually passes by the noble boys who think Abel has cast weird magic on them. In the classroom, only Fadia knows that the Grand Mage shows a simple glare full of malicious intent, but her mind strays from the right path again as she imagines Abel declaring that she is taken romantically by him. While Fadia is turning into a lost cause, the Grand Magician returns to his seat and feels relieved that his friends are in the same group, so he can protect them due to Lilith's hunch that Kronos will strike back on the school trip. His oblivious apprentice is still energetic as always, though, but perhaps it's for the better that the 4 of them can peacefully enjoy the educational tour. Unfortunately, the Kronos captain is still up to no good after knowing that their target will be at Amatsuchi. After skipping a few uneventful days, the group departs via a magical train on their school trip journey. A playful argument occurs inside, though, as the 2 gluttons are arguing about the cookies Yukari brings, but the Grand Magician isn't joining them as he is always on guard for upcoming attacks, keeping in mind the reminder of the demon princess. Eventually, he butts in when Ted wonders if Noel comes on the trip and reveals that the cute little puppy is too nervous to spend time with strangers and thus needs a treat in the form of a souvenir when they return. In the middle of their frivolous talk, the group catches sight of numerous airships, which turn out to be their next destination as it will bring them straight to Amatsuchi. As usual, Abel is more interested in the blimp's magical structure, but he's still excited compared to Ted, who is getting scared from worries if the airship could fly and carry them. It is unclear if the Grand Magician is concerned about his apprentice because he's informing him about crash and accident rates or whatever, but still refuses to let him escape and drags him along to their seat in the magically powered blimp. Fortunately, Ted returns to his usual cheerful self when they arrive at Amatsuchi, where their teachers eventually orient them before letting the students enjoy their first free time on the island. Abel and Lilith have their own world, however, and they are using eye contact to remind each other to be careful, as the demon princess can't just roam around and be with the Grand Mage, unfortunately for her. Afterward, Ted and the others head to the historic city of Hananomiya and enjoy the sightseeing while wandering around. However, Abel notices a peeping Tom watching from afar, and his group mates are unaware of it as they are discussing the local clothes that are very similar to one Yukari has. A few moments later, they reach a small bridge and see the famous brocaded carp swimming in the small pond. Yukari is fascinated by their appearance, but the two gluttons have bright eyes looking at the food instead, so she warns them that it's for fish. But it seems like Ted doesn't have a millimeter of care and straight up eats it. Abel is interested in having one too, but that's just his effort to hide that he knows the location of the enemy. That mercenary is irritated at the fact that he, Kronos number 12, known as the Ghost Water Dragon, Bruno, is doing all of this to finish off a mere kid. Eventually, Bruno remembers Bardo advising him to give everything he has so as not to fail the job, but this Ghost Water Dragon treats his advice as nothing and continues to recklessly form a water prison. Therefore, Bruno meets the Grand Mage's malicious intent, which stops him from moving, unaware that he basically gives off his location due to casting a spell. Still, Bruno is aware of his chances, so he waits for the opportunity, but as if Abel will hand him one when all he can give is fish food straight to his bamboo stalk ventilation. The free meal prevents the mercenary from breathing, but a totally unrelated topic is being discussed on the surface, which causes Ted and Eliza to throw their food to the carps, adding up to the suffering of a number from Kronos. Not long after, the group leaves the bridge, and Abel follows them after a short while, hoping that the mercenaries will give up after this humiliating defeat. After all, it seems to be too much for the Ghost Water Dragon. Nevertheless, Abel's group goes on with their town exploration, where they go to an outdoor restaurant to fill their roaring tummies and mental appetites. Unfortunately, it is not too enjoyable for the Grand Mage, who notices that there is another peeping Tom observing them from a building in the distance. True enough, Canaria, who's also known as the Hawkeye, is watching them from afar with her infamous bow, eyeing the back of her elimination target. Therefore, Canaria casts speed enhancement at her weapon, while Musen's words, reminding the girl to prioritize her safety in the mission, surface, but is still taken with a grain of salt by this Hawkeye. Without further ado, Canaria shoots the enchanted arrow all the way from the tall building up to the Grand Magician, but Abel catches it using a chopstick. Hawkeye immediately changes her location so as not to be spotted, while Ted, on the other hand, is just amazed at the cool-looking arrow and thinks that his mentor bought it as a souvenir somewhere. In contrast, the two ladies are too busy to even notice what's really happening, similar to Ted, although he's more focused on the arrow's quality. As a result, Abel is free to determine the opponent's strength and learns, thanks to the enchantment, that she is just an average fighter. Those thoughts are stopped by Ted, however, who wants to trade the badass arrow to his dragon sword keyholder. To the boys' disappointment, Abel refuses to get the highly popular keyholder and informs them of his 5-minute leave, which Ted assumes is a toilet break, and proudly informs Eliza about it. Meanwhile, Canaria leaps onto the gigantic trees and makes it to her new position for the incoming second attempt. Using her magically enhanced vision, Hawkeye looks at the restaurant again and finds out that Abel is not there anymore. She desperately looks for her elimination target everywhere within her sight, but the Grand Magician is the one who finds Canaria this time and peekaboos the Kronos archer. Regardless, the girl doesn't let the shock get the best of her and shoots the arrow of devastation at the amber-eyed mage, but still fails to devastate the target, who catches it barehanded this time around. Abel is disappointed at the prowess of one of the Kronos executives. Thus, he volunteers to show her how it is done by bringing back the two missed arrows to their original owners. Barely, though deliberately, the two fail to hit Canaria, but are successful in crushing the girl's will to fight, so he returns to the group and tells Ted that there's no arrow for him anymore. Finally, the first day ends, and all that's left for these students is to enjoy the cuisine of the Eastern country. Moreover, the Grand Magician now feels relieved that the mercenaries who are after his life are not somebody to be worried about, so he, along with Ted and his other classmates, are now helping themselves with the cuisine of Ametsuchi. Surprisingly, the former hero treats those seafood as delish and even wants to know its name upon returning to the capital. On the contrary, Cantor doesn't feel enjoyment and is irritated while reminding the students that illicit relationships are a large no-no in this training camp. Afterward, Abel hears his classmates gossiping about the sins of the seniors last year, which makes the rules between boys and girls more strict. The male students can't stop begging for the teacher's permission though, but Cantor is hell-bent on not permitting them, definitely not because of the fear that these boys will reach enlightenment on this trip. Meanwhile, in the West Building's public bath, we can see Eliza and Yukari talking about Ametsuchi's cuisine, which is very much to their liking. Out of the blue, Yukari asks her maiden-in-love friend if she's going to visit her amber-eyed crush after bathing. She also informs Eliza about students who started dating thanks to the school trip, but the red-eyed prodigy refrains about sneaking in the boys' room this time, especially when she remembers doing it in the past and sees Lilith and Abel kissing. Therefore, Eliza forces herself to believe it's just a siblings thing and decides not to confess her love, thinking she'll just be rejected in the end. Yukari notices her worries though, and invites Eliza to have a love talk in her room to lighten some burden from Eliza's mind. In spite of the wholesome talk on the girl's side, the opposite seems to be happening on the dark side of the spectrum where the teenage boys are. Unfortunately, Abel can't sleep with their inconsiderate romance talks echoing and the fact that his beloved apprentice isn't with him today. Eventually, these pubescent boys mention Eliza and Yukari in their discussion and discuss how cute these waifus are, and Abel is just listening, intrigued by the conversation that is new to his ears. However, one of these young boys, whom we will call Zyle, cannot stop his curiosity anymore and urges his two friends to go even further and go to the girls' rooms. Abel feels disappointed at these kids for planning to take the risk and thinks that their upcoming punishment won't be light considering the heaviness of their crime, but Zyle's sudden invitation takes him by surprise, and those thoughts run away. The boys' friends are against the idea though, and the former hero is obviously not pleased that someone of his stature is being invited to take part in their plan. Without an inch of hesitation, Abel refuses their invitation. But Zyle has already predicted those words, so he urges the Grand Magician to be cooperative this time, as if saying that sneaking into the girls' rooms will definitely make him exactly that. Now, there's no choice for the Grand Magician but to join the exploration of the innocent, curious boys for the sake of being cooperative, leading Zyle to act chummy as he introduces himself to the amber-eyed mage. The feeling of not being discriminated against by his classmates is still new for Abel, and Zyle's friends are powerless to prevent him from accompanying them. Furthermore, there's no stopping these young pervs anymore as they depart on their high-risk, high-reward journey. Amidst the deep night, the Grand Magician, along with the puberty boys, is having the most nerve-wracking moment of their lives. Fortunately, Abel is getting serious as he analyzes the positions and shifts of each lookout teacher, but still arrives at the conclusion that it will be hard for them to sneak out with all of the instructors roaming around. The bitterness gets into these adventurous students that they resort to talking garbage about Cantor and Phedia and call them jealous for not permitting their grand desire. Worse, Abel's mind might deteriorate from thinking that he can learn something by observing his new partners in crime. Sneakily, the group heads downstairs, where Zyle suddenly asks Abel if he currently has a girlfriend. The Grand Magician is so taken aback by the abrupt question that he gets confused as to what the hell his classmate is talking about. Even so, the former hero thinks carefully of his answer, so Lilith comes to his mind. But it turns out that he's not treating that demon princess as a lover, but rather a mere partner who shares the same goals as him. Suddenly, persons from his past surface in Abel's mind as they are greatly connected to the reason why Abel isn't committed to loving Lilith. Zyle notices their amber-eyed classmate spacing out, forcing Abel to return to reality and telling them he does not have a girlfriend but has someone who is close to being one. From delight by assuming that Abel is their ally, Zyle and the gang cry in jealousy after hearing the Grand Magician's revelation and bombard him with questions about the girl he is talking about. Of course, Abel doesn't inform them about Lilith and just tells them that his close to a lover woman isn't a student from their academy. Putting that aside, Zyle and the group arrive where Phedia and Cantor are and overhear their conversation, where the latter is warning the former that the boys are definitely up to something hideous. The puberty boys are mad about the betrayal of their PE instructor, but Cantor knows nothing about that and may not even care, as he is focusing on his own plan to remind the female students to be careful of the boys. Immediately, Fedia stops her shameless colleague from proceeding further on his uncultured, unforgivable, perverted scheme, but she finally senses the presence of Zyle and his fellow puberty boys and orders all of them to show themselves. Abel expects this to happen though, so he thinks of lending his companions a hand so they can run and hide. Therefore, the Grand Magician casts a magic spell that turns off the lights, immediately urging them to run to their room and abort their sneaky plan. It is too late when he realizes that his classmates have already fled the scene, but Abel eventually catches up and joins their advance toward the quote-unquote Garden of Maidens. At last, the former hero begins to regret helping the puberty boys, but there's literally no turning back now as the envious Cantor sprints with all his might to catch the young versions of himself. To make it worse, Fedia is waiting for them on the other side and is eager to punish the teenagers for going toward the path of their physical education instructor. As the situation gets hopeless for Zyle and his team, Abel forges a new way and urges them to follow his lead as he jumps through the window from the 3rd floor and cushions his fall with wind magic. However, it seems like these boys who are courageous enough to embark on a journey toward the Garden of Maidens are not brave enough to jump from the window like the former hero. Abel feels relieved that he escapes from the grasp of Cantor and Fedia, but it looks like it will be difficult for him this time around to flee from the new pursuer, Lilith. The demon princess reveals that she is tasked to guard the West Building while looking for the students who sneak out, but is quite surprised that her master is one of them. Therefore, Lilith teases the Grand Magician by letting him peek a bit if she's the reason for him going with Zyle, but her blushing onion face quickly turns into displeasure when she asks Abel if he's going to meet another girl instead. The Grand Magician is sneaky in his own way and informs Lilith that he wants to meet her to talk about Kronos, but it seems like the devil knows somebody is speaking of him as Abel, and the demon princess notices Emerson's regalia spying on them. Thus, the two head inside and discuss their plans regarding the Kronos mercenaries. But the Grand Magician doesn't want needless violence right now and tells Lilith to continue protecting the students, but refrain from disposing of the enemies for the time being. He starts going back to his room, but the demon princess wants them to do something similar to an illicit relationship that Cantor hates so much for students to have. However, Abel refuses it this time and plans to go back to his room to receive the teacher's scolding instead. Lilith won't compromise though and goes for a romantic kiss followed by an embrace, but her actions trigger Abel to contemplate Zyle's words earlier when he asks if this grand mage has a lover. Returning to reality, Abel pushes Lilith away to let go of the hug and walks toward his room while telling the demon princess to go back as well. His feelings of treating Lilith as close to a girlfriend still won't change, but it seems like the Grand Magician has a long way to go before he can finally move on from those he betrayed him in the past. Unfortunately, his inner apology won't reach Lilith, who is clearly devastated by what he did. When she goes outside, however, Fedia, who takes the sinful puberty boys along, asks her fellow teacher if she has seen Abel. Consequently, the gym-loving woman learns that the amber-eyed student is already in his room and orders Zyle to return as well, or they will have to submit 30 notes of apology and run the same number of laps with her. Obviously, these young boys don't want any of that, so Fedia just invites Lilith to head back to the building. However, the demon princess sees her master peeking in the window and waves at him with a smile, even though what happened earlier is absolutely crushing. Still, this demon princess is willing to wait for a romance to bloom, like what she's been doing for over 200 years, unbeknownst to the lover girl. Kronos is still spying on her and is watching the footage earlier, wherein she, Captain Rio, eventually focuses on Lilith alone and remembers that she has the same name as the Demon Lord's daughter. Meanwhile, we can see Eren in the Kronos headquarters munching a Japanese dumpling while looking at all the reports showing that their mercenaries have failed in their attempts to take down Abel. Eren is obviously displeased at the results, but a staff member interrupts his rage to give something that Bruno and Canaria want to hand to him. Unfortunately, it is not what he wants right now, as they turn out to be resignation letters from the two warriors whose spirits are clearly broken from their defeats. The vice captain can believe that sending Bruno and Canaria for the mission will turn out this way, but there's no point in mulling it over, so he thinks of their next plan, whether to continue or not. Out of nowhere, the voice of the captain echoes and tells Eren that there's no need to proceed further with the mission. That is strange, however, as Rio's figure is nowhere to be seen in the room until Eron's subordinate suddenly acts weird and a hole opens in his guts where a woman who's hiding shows herself. Unlike watching horror films, the vice captain can't scream and shriek because the person who appears from the man's belly is the numbers captain herself. Cleansing her body with magic, Rio informs Eren that Abel is harmless and by no means their enemy. However, the vice captain is not concerned by that right now, as all he is doing is wondering if the gut opener in front of him is the real enemy of humankind. In addition, Aaron starts to question if Rio is a human in the first place, as there are records that this teenager-looking lady has been part of Kronos for decades. Eventually, the captain notices that Aaron is too preoccupied, so she asks if there's something wrong, but as if the vice captain will risk voicing out his thoughts. Putting that aside, Rio returns to the main topic and shows Lilith's image on the laptop to Aaron, who thinks she's just an ordinary teacher. Therefore, Rio reveals that the woman in the picture is a powerful demon they immediately need to eliminate. The next day, Abel is lucky enough to start the second day of the trip without harsh punishment, given what happened last night. On top of that, there are no Kronos peeping toms this time around, so the group peacefully arrives in a famous archaic village. The culture and the artificial outfits are pleasing to the eyes of the Grand Magician, who shows a smile that is so rare you should take a screenshot of him. With his unusual happiness, Abel takes part in a photography session with the four of them. Yukari and Eliza grab their camera and plan to print the picture when they get home, but these two ladies have something in mind. Have the red-eyed girl take a picture with her crush. Ah, the pinnacle of youth. Therefore, Eliza invites the Grand Magician to a costume rental shop and excitedly leads the way after hearing the yes of the amber-eyed mage. But how peaceful it may seem, the former hero realizes it is good to be true, and his hunch might be correct after all, as strange creatures can be seen lurking around Lilith. Without further ado, the group arrives at the rental shop and browses through various traditional outfits to pick one and try. Abel has no intention of choosing clothes though, until he remembers what happened with Zyle, specifically his efforts to become a cooperative person, and decides to pick one among the collection of outfits after all. A few minutes later, the receptionist is impressed by the ninja cosplay of the Grand Magician and even compliments him for perfectly portraying a top-notch assassin, although Abel feels troubled being called like that. Shortly after, the ladies in Amatsuchi outfits present themselves and are definitely slaying it to impress the boys. That only applies to the red-eyed prodigy though, as she asks for the opinions of the Grand Mage and surprisingly receives non-generic praise from Abel for the first time. Afterward, Yukari urges the two to prepare, as she will take pictures of them while Ted isn't finished changing yet. Furthermore, she gives a scenario where Abel is protecting the princess, and the Grand Magician turned ninja is raring to show off his acting and modeling skills, leading Yukari to go out of control while capturing endless photos of the two. Unfortunately, Ted arrives and interrupts her fun with his smug top-knot hairstyle, but Yukari is displeased seeing his Shogun style for sure. Still, Ted is confident that Abel will like his outfit, and he is absolutely right about that, except there's sarcasm hiding in his compliment. Putting all of that aside, the receptionist takes a picture for the group, and the tour continues as time passes. While on their way back and talking about how fun the day is, the Grand Magician notices the most awaited presence of the threat from a dozen enemies from Kronos. Abel wishes to fight them without the three around though, and it seems like nature is helping him as the rain suddenly falls without any warning. Thanks to Abel's protection magic, the group doesn't turn into soaking chicks and safely arrives at the bus stop that seems otherworldly for this world filled with carriages. However, when all of them have entered the transportation, Abel refuses to go and lies that he forgot something in the village. Now that the bus has left and there's no one beside him in the middle of the rain, Abel orders the enemy to come out. Thus, the muddy creatures show themselves and surround their elimination target, only to get destroyed in a mere instant. However, the humanoid monsters keep regenerating and striking back at the Grand Magician, forcing Abel to turn these sludges into hardened rocks before crumbling them into pieces. In spite of that, the regeneration still continues, so Abel focuses on finding the caster instead. The claps of the vice captain save him from trouble though, as he finally shows himself with the small balls of stars floating on his palms to start the fight, and no more sending small fry subordinates. Without further ado, Aaron starts his revenge for Canaria and Bruno by gathering the 9 star balls, not to make a wish but to obliterate the Grand Magician by sending them all toward him. Abel instantly realizes that the weapons he is dodging are one of the made-to-order regalias that Emerson is talking about. However, his evasion does not faze the vice captain in the slightest, as he reveals his ace in the hole by activating his ultimate skill of Heaven's Judgment, emitting a blinding light of X shape, which eventually shoots the amber-eyed mage. Immediately, Abel forms a mud wall to prevent the mini-star balls from hitting him, but the sludge creature reappears and keeps Abel occupied in defending. As a result, Aaron manages to sneak behind his target using wind magic, which a green-eyed magician like him excels at. It complicates the situation, however, knowing that the muddy monsters aren't his doing, but someone else who must be a high-level black magician. Moreover, one more thing is bothering Abel, as he is wondering why Aaron is not emitting malicious intent, unlike the assassins he fought yesterday. Deflecting the star balls, Abel realizes that the Kronos vice captain is just stalling time, so he directly asks him his aim in their pointless clash. Instead of properly replying, Aaron answers it with another question, asking Abel who he really is and what's his goal for having immense powers. The Grand Magician doesn't like the vice captain's response and decides to hear it directly from the man's brain. This time, the dazzling shine comes from Abel as his figure disappears from leaping to the blind spot of the enemy. However, that just makes him an easy target for Aaron, who successfully hits Abel with his regalia, which forces him to land on the ground thanks to the injury he receives. The vice captain is finally gaining the upper hand, so he continues to snowball his lead by shooting Abel with the star balls, freaking confident that the victory is within his grasp. All of a sudden, Aaron remembers Rio telling him that the amber-eyed student is not their enemy. But of course, this vice captain, who suffers a lot from his hands, will not believe that woman's nonsense. Rage envelops him, and Aaron continues overwhelming Abel to emphasize their vast difference in strength until one of the 9 balls hits the former hero in the head. Not wasting the opportunity, Aaron slashes Abel with countless wind blades while laughing like a madman until he finally takes the all-powerful legendary magician down. Unfortunately, all this shooting, casting, and laughing takes a toll on the vice captain's face as it turns sour while he's celebrating the victory. However, this is where all the farce ends as Aaron senses something in his back and turns to see that it is part of a magic cast by Abel. The vice captain can't help but feel shocked after finding out that there is a clone of his enemy, which turns out to be a mere illusion the Grand Mage activates. As kind as he is, Abel ends Aaron's sweet dreams before asking once again what his objective is. The vice captain refuses to say a word, so Abel helps him speak, one by summoning a magical sword and pierces it in the man's hand, making him scream. It doesn't end with that, and Abel is raring to make Aaron's legs a Japanese dumpling like the one he ate in the Kronos office, so the vice captain surrenders and reveals that he's simply buying time for their captain to lure Lilith. With that, Abel concludes that the Kronos captain might be the caster of the muddy monsters, and then tells Aaron that he trusts Lilith regardless of her race. The vice captain kneels in resignation after hearing that, but Abel is not so evil after all as he undoes the pierced sword as thanks for revealing the information. Still, learning that the weapon is just an illusion crushes Aaron's fighting spirit. Well deserved. The story returns its focus to Abel, who contemplates his words earlier about believing in Lilith. His thoughts trigger a flashback of the Grand Magician's life of betrayals, starting when he is driven away by his mother after she finds out that Abel has demonic amber eyes. Moreover, the woman reveals he is her deceased sister's child and calls Abel quote-unquote wretched monster. After wandering in the freezing cold for days, the amber-eyed boy meets a man we will refer to as Garius, who eventually becomes his magic teacher. However, his newfound father turns out to be a vicious orphanage founder who sacrifices the children for magical experiments. Abel retaliates to stop his plans, but Garius proves to be superior in strength until the young amber-eyed reveals his trump card. To Garius's shock, Abel's figure disappears, and his stomp earlier turns out to be a mere illusion, the imperfect magic the magic teacher is developing. Learning that his adopted son hides his powers from him, Garius spouts the same words as Abel's mother, monster. In the end, the amber-eyed boy ends his life and eventually joins Chaos Raid after meeting Maria and Daytona. But another betrayal occurs from a senior in the organization, and Abel parts with Nameless. As days pass, the Grand Magician meets Lilith in the Demon Lord's castle after they defeat her father. The girl's trembling figure reminds Abel of his past terrified and pitiful self, leading him to defend the demon princess from being executed, and he eventually goes on a journey to find a safe place for her. Upon returning to Roy, however, the banishment begins, which leads him to resort to reincarnation after 200 years and reunite with Lilith, who voluntarily waits for him. Finally, the backstory ends, and the former hero is finally sorting his feelings for Lilith to answer her unreciprocated love. However, it seems like Abel needs to hurry as the demon princess is already caught in trouble. Eventually, Lilith stops running after finding a fitting place to take on the enemy far from where the students are. The magic power and the rain seem to be bitter pills for the demon princess, however, as they bring out unpleasant memories in the demon castle where she's hiding in fear while her father is fighting the heroes. Unfortunately, one of those human saviors, the hero of Ash, Cain, finds the girl and tells Lilith that he's her ally. Scared, the princess absolutely can't afford to believe the words of the notorious demon exterminator. Even now, Lilith can't handle thinking about it, but she doesn't have the luxury in the first place now that Rio finally arrives to face the demon princess she feels so disgusted at. Lilith asks about the objective of the Kronos captain and finds out that it is really the elimination of her existence, which, for Rio, is corrupting Abel. She doesn't say it directly though, but Lilith senses it and stops Rio from interfering if it is their relationship she wants to mess with. However, the Kronos captain replies to her request with a freaking flying kick that Lilith, fortunately, evades as she immediately maintains her distance. Rio's next words surprise the teacher as she calls her the Demon Lord of Dusk's daughter, so Lilith warns her for the first and last time to run away if she really knows her true identity. Nevertheless, the captain dives head-on into the demon princess, only to get slapped by her hands, which are turning into a non-human form. Even with the smack's impact, Rio gets up like a marionette and talks like the damage of the attack is just slightly better than a mosquito bite. Lilith concludes that Rio, like her, is not a human, and the magic she emits is very similar to Cain. But because Lilith is distracted in her own thoughts, the muddy tentacles have made their way to commence a sneak attack and continue marking her as their target despite being destroyed in their first attempt. In a span of mere seconds, the sludges catch the demon princess, and the laughing Rio is making it hard for Lilith to escape from the grasp of her pervy and unholy abilities. At last, the captain challenges the demon whom she calls the Witch of the Dusk to reveal her true form. Lilith knows it is the only way to turn the tides in her favor, but she refuses to do it and instead asks Rio her true goal because she can just strangle her now if she wants. Fair enough, the demon princess has a point, so Rio declares her true desire to expose Lilith's true form and show it to her beloved Abel to shower him with despair once he sees it. Furthermore, the jealous captain of Kronos reminds Lilith that it is only her face and body that the Grand Mage wants, as he is incapable of loving someone. A flash of lightning befalls the forest, and at this rate, Rio will win her war of love against the demon princess. Eventually, the rainfall turns into a thunderstorm while Abel is sprinting his way toward the location of the ominous magic power that even he, the former hero, didn't encounter 200 years ago. It doesn't take him too long to reach the destination where the Kronos captain is waiting along with Lilith, whose form turns into a black mist with a pair of horns. Literally, without anyone asking, Rio greets Abel with a long time no see and calls the amber-eyed mage Senpai. Her words and the state Lilith is in, enraging the hell out of Abel, causing him to tell Rio that he doesn't have a junior like her, but the captain of the Kronos' numbers changes her form and turns into a woman Abel is so familiar with. Thus, Ayane greets the senpai that she loves so much once again. There's still much more to uncover about how Ayane is still alive, but this is how this segment of the manga ends. If you like this story and want us to continue, please leave a comment down below with the name Abel. The story begins on the 98th floor of the Labyrinth in Fullbrown, a labyrinthine city full of dreams where Heidi Marie, whom we will give the nickname Marie, watches not a bright one, but a dark nightmare happening between a gigantic sea creature and her friend, who lets out a creepy yet intimidating laugh amidst all of this. A few months prior to this event, Wimmy Strauss, who we will call Wimmy, an adventurer with a non-combat grantor job, which is basically an enchanter, is in the labyrinth's middle-level floor, trembling as he faces a mighty opponent with all his party members lying unconscious on the ground, unsure if they can still regain their consciousness, or is it the end for them? Unfortunately, he may be the next one on the list, as the gigantic crocodile sets his eyes on Wimmy, growling to terrify the guy even more, and make him shake like a little pup, helpless in the presence of the predator. Wimmy remembers the tail whip, directed at his adventuring party members, that starts this whole hopeless situation, triggering the desire within him to survive, as he desperately comes up with ways to escape, but still concludes in the end that the only method is to brace himself for the upcoming battle. With a single chant, the aura around the grantor changes, and the thought of escaping alone enters his mind until he remembers the precious members of their group, Dragon's Wings, whom he feels very grateful for. Just then, Wimmy's creepy smile surfaces, and the giant crocodile feels the danger signs, which leads him to roar in false bravery to somehow threaten the once trembling enchanter. The story skips time a little bit, and we are then brought to the Dragon's Wings headquarters, where a small yet weird meeting is being held, now that Wimmy is becoming the center of unwanted attention as he questions the decision of his companion, who is threatening him with a dangerous weapon. The party leader, Kronos, tells the enchanter to quote-unquote get lost, and kicks him out of Dragon's Wings with the reason that, according to the mage, Melis, and the priest, Nikura, is because he stole the spotlight on their previous labyrinth exploration. They are upset that a mere non-combatant is acting like their hero, even though they're the ones who weakened the gigantic crocodile. It turns out that Wimmy miraculously defeated the floor boss and is actually expecting he'll get praised by his comrades. Unfortunately, the opposite is happening right in front of his eyes because the three are blaming him instead for casting insufficient, flimsy buffs. Witnessing all of that, Wimmy concludes that these three must have hated him since the beginning, so he apologizes for all the incompetence he has shown and tells them that their group is the only place that accepted him in this world where grantors aren't in demand in adventuring parties, begging the three to let him stay. Fortunately, Kronos considers the deal and ultimately proposes a solution in the form of a duel where Wimmy's off-chance victory will surely grant his wish. The grantor immediately deems it impossible, however, as he is a non-combatant after all, leading him to let out a laugh which for Kronos is too unpleasant that he lifts his now former companion in the air, reprimanding him for being a beginner enchanter who can't even obey his simple commands. Eventually, Nikura stops their leader from inflicting more unnecessary damage, so Kronos just throws Wimmy as the last part of his outburst, while showing a face painted with envy that he isn't the one who defeated the gigantic Croco. However, the emotional injury has already been inflicted, and Wimmy can't do anything about it, but contemplate his wasted efforts to repay the Dragon's Wings. Right when he's becoming a mess, the door opens, and a long-eared lady, Sophia, arrives and barges into the room. Kronos reveals she will be Wimmy's replacement, and a much greater asset of a teammate, so he doesn't waste more time and approaches their former grantor, banishing him out from their group with a mere 2 sentences that definitely destroy the guy's mental state. In the lively labyrinthine city of Fullbrown, where the gifts from the labyrinth and the hunters/collectors of those treasures are gathered, as well as the merchants who sell the gold, silvers, and the unique materials one can get in the dangerous dungeon. In this typical isekai setting where adventurers should be with their beloved companion, Wimmy is losing the will to carry on as he wanders in the streets, muttering self-deprecatory statements like there's no adventuring parties to hire him anymore, and even those who are E-ranked or the inferior F levels won't consider the likes of him. After mumbling similar statements here and there, Wimmy arrives at a tavern and decides to enter it with the little to no money he has in hand. The waitress and receptionist named Greta greets the unhappy adventurer and is all smiles, while praising the grantor for defeating a floor boss with his party, causing some middle-aged adventurers to sing congratulatory messages. On the other hand, Greta assumes that Wimmy wants to celebrate, given that the Dragon's Wings can be promoted to A rank because of their feat. However, the banished grantor orders the usual cheap sausage and spends his regular routine without the hint of a happy meal whatsoever, even though he lets out a habitual grin, which the guy hurriedly stops, thinking it's too disgusting, like what Kronos said. Seeing the lively group near him, Wimmy remembers the fun days when he was celebrating with his now former party members, spoiling the good taste of the afternoon lunch as the thought that there's no place for him anymore surfaces once more. Greta finally notices that Wimmy is acting strange, but her concerns are interrupted by Marie, who arrives in the tavern, panting as she calls for Wimmy. Meanwhile, in the Adventurer Guild, an ongoing report is occurring as the investigator named Dominic informs the guildmaster about their findings regarding the remains of the giant crocodile who was defeated by the dragon's wings. The guildmaster asks for more details about the subjugation, leading Dominic to reveal that the wounds of the floor boss aren't caused by sword slashes or magic, but instead by a machete, wherein the former has contributed a tiny amount to overwhelm the monster compared to the latter. With all this information, the guildmaster concludes the unthinkable thanks to Dominic's report and asks the investigator if this is what he's implying. A non-combatant grantor who owns that machete has managed to defeat a floor boss. Going back minutes prior to the tavern scene, Marie is looking at a detailed map where she sees the hidden tracker Wimmy unconsciously wears going from the Dragon's Wings headquarters to the inn. She immediately looks for her wiretap device and hears the conversation between Wimmy and Kronos, who she now hates to the very core, which leads to the current situation where Marie rushes to the tavern and looks for the expelled grantor despite panting from all the running she did. Therefore, Greta welcomes the girl, albeit her greeting is mixed with a mocking nickname, calling Marie quote-unquote S-chan, where the S stands for stalker. Of course, Marie won't let it end in her defeat, so she calls the receptionist a cowgirl, only to face the harsh reality that there's no chance of winning when it comes to a bosom war against this cowgirl. Finally, Stalker-chan wakes up from her senses and, out of the blue, asks Wimmy if he feels okay. The grantor then wonders if news about his banishment is already spreading like wildfire, but Marie is really proving that she's worthy of having such a strange nickname by revealing that the only one who knows it is her, and that's not all, as she's also aware of everything about the enchanter. Marie says it's because they come from the same village though, and Wimmy, fortunately, buys that excuse and eventually reveals he got fired from the Dragon's Wings for all of the adventurers in the pub to hear. When they hear this news, the drunkards sympathize with the young grantor and talk about his lack of achievement as someone who mainly does the group chores, assuming it may be the reason for the sudden expulsion, which also leads the atmosphere to go downhill from all the cheerfulness earlier. On the other hand, Marie and Wimmy are talking in more detail about the banishment and the replacement named Sophia, who looks like someone who can do the job better than the former member. S-chan thinks that the elf will just be an additional member of Kronos' woman, however, and even Wimmy is forced to treat the situation like that, especially after remembering how awkward it was to join their lovey-dovey conversation in the past. Thus, another creepy laugh lets out, and Marie can't help but point out to her friend his disability to fix his weird mannerism, leading Wimmy to once again assume that someone is feeling disgusted at him because of that smirk. However, it turns out that Marie thinks the complete opposite and actually likes Wimmy's smile, even though it is pretty revolting for someone else. As a result, a romantic assumption crosses the grantor's mind, and Miss Stalker lets him think that way without even acting all embarrassed and flustered, contrary to the young man who drinks his way out of the humiliation. Therefore, Marie yells the most awaited question, asking Wimmy why he got banished from the party when the one who defeated the gigantic crocodile is only him all along. In reply to the dumbfounded enchanter, the girl explains how the Dragon's Wings members beside him have nowhere enough strength to subdue the floor boss and continue disagreeing at Wimmy's idea that it is only the finishing blow he has delivered, declaring that the whole thing is basically the grantor's solo subjugation. Unfortunately, Wimmy treats her words as an overestimation and still credits the achievement to Kronos and the two girl members for their skills and talent. In contrast, he wonders why Marie thinks highly of him in the first place, but Greta intervenes before she can even answer, saying no one in history has emerged victorious against a boss monster alone. Moreover, this receptionist treats S-chan's words earlier as delusions, to which Miss Stalker defends herself by revealing she has listened to a wiretapped conversation, proving there's no lie in her words. While they're in the middle of their conversation, Wimmy informs them that it's his own fault he got banished, but Marie will, of course, scold the enchanter and order him to stop acting so wimpy. She then forces Greta to hand her a cup of drink, despite knowing it'll be bad later, as Marie can't handle them very well. But she still receives one in the end, given they cannot do much about it. Thus, S-chan gives Wimmy a passionate yet gibberish sermon about how conflicted his thoughts and decisions are until she fails to carry on and just passes out on the table. Fortunately, the stalker-turned-boozer still has the strength to argue with Greta and orders one more cup until Wimmy stops her once and for all, leading the girl to give her business card that shows the group name, Nacht Label. That adventuring party is the strongest A-ranked in the whole of Fullbrown, where Marie is part of and was recruited long ago, instantly making a name for herself as her career as an adventurer. That same Marie, however, is inviting Wimmy out of the blue to come to their base and try working to gain experience with her help, of course, as she will vouch for him. Turns out, Miss Stalker is not your run-of-the-mill adventurer, but the 74th Sage, and a candidate to be one of the top brass of Nacht Label, for sure. That information is not only for show, but the night arrives with that powerful sage being carried by the banished grantor, who thanks and bids temporary goodbye to Greta. The receptionist then warns him to be careful of drunk ruffians they may encounter on the streets, so Wimmy leaves, keeping that in mind while contemplating the offer from Marie, and wonders if it's really okay for someone like him to join, as he fears causing more trouble instead, and dear Eschan may come to hate him in the process. On their way home, however, some boozers are playing on the streets, throwing bottles at the target and talking about how they weren't able to precisely hit them. As they continue having fun, Wimmy sneaks in the background and continues walking away without saying a word until one of them notices him and ultimately asks what in the world he is carrying. Marie's hiccup rings a bell, and a bad one at that, however, as the boozer realizes that she's the thief from the other day, the one who hoarded the snowball sweets from a certain shop by buying all their stock, including the limited time only ones that they have been lining up for quite a long time. Wimmy feels apologetic, yet dumbfounded that Marie is being called a robber due to some petty reasons, so he ignores the men's demands to wake the girl up and force her to apologize. Fed up with being ignored, the drunkard proceeds to do it himself, until a sudden enhancement ensues, and the grantor's figure disappears along with Marie. Confused, they wonder where Wimmy goes, only to hear from a slightly distant place the voice of the boy apologizing on behalf of Marie, as he has also eaten the snowball snacks with her. Seeing their reactions leads the grantor to assume that the boozers become angrier, so he immediately takes his leave, unaware that they're actually surprised that the girl is the famous Marie from Nacht Libelle, and are amazed about Wimmy's quickness that they assume he's also a part of that A-ranked party. Eventually, the enchanter runs a far distance from those boozers and stops only when he determines it's safe enough from their threat. Marie also shows signs of waking up, but she still refuses to walk on her own and just savors the privilege of being carried in the back, leading Wimmy to go down memory lane of a few hours ago when he was reluctant to accept Marie's offer, afraid of causing more trouble to the twin-tailed stalker. Still, the young sage urges him to come to their headquarters and assures Wimmy that he'll realize his infinite possibilities after joining the Nacht Libelle. On top of that, the words reminding him to live life however he wants really hit right on the mark as the story returns to the present, where the grantor thanks his friend out of the blue for accompanying him during these hard times. Moreover, Wimmy returns the phrase to Marie and tells her to live freely and not be obligated to take care of him anymore, to which the sage replies and explains he gets it all wrong, and obligation is definitely not the word to describe her actions. The maiden-in-love's face flushes in pinkish red, and she refuses to explain any further, unaware that the confusion Wimmy feels thanks to that is slowly becoming that of horror, as he remembers Marie saying she knows everything about him. The next day, in the party house of Nacht Libelle, the largest and strongest A-ranked party with over 100 members, a suspicious person named Wimmy is wandering around walking in circles and taking glances at the guard, Abel, who senses something wrong in the weird-looking guy. He eventually asks the grantor if there's something he needs, so Wimmy, despite being clearly shaken up, grabs something from his pocket, which causes Abel to draw his weapon, thinking that the suspicious guy is raring for a battle until he sees the business card in Wimmy's hands. However, Abel still has a strange reaction upon knowing that Wimmy is the friend of Marie, whom he calls hers, rather than the proper pronoun her, which is too weird even for the banished grantor. Eventually, Marie arrives to guide Wimmy inside the sparkling and luxurious hall of the famous Nacht Libelle's headquarters, which leaves the banished enchanter totally flabbergasted, thinking how this establishment looks more like a mansion than a mere party house, which he is used to. While the guy is immersed, however, Abel apologizes for mistreating him mainly because his features don't match what he was told about. So Marie scolds Abel only to get counterattacked after the guard reveals her, saying that Wimmy is a gallant man. The red-faced sage immediately denies that she says those words, although her reaction screams the complete opposite, resorting to divert the grantor's attention onto the large door where the top brass and higher-ranking members are gathered. Without further ado, Marie introduces her friend to their party member, who we will refer to as Camilla, the woman dubbed as the Silver Hair. Camilla looks quite intrigued at the young man, who she then approaches casually in spite of her intimidating figure, only to comment that Wimmy is quote-unquote smaller than I've thought, emphasizing the tad bit of disappointment she feels due to Marie overhyping her friend by calling him a handsome and masculine man to everyone. Ignoring Eschan's desperate denial, Camilla welcomes Wimmy to their adventuring party, so the grantor introduces himself as a Dragon's Wings member, forgetting for a moment that he is, in fact, expelled. Afterward, Camilla assures the enchanter that anyone capable is absolutely welcome in Nacht Libelle, so she asks what Wimmy's job is at his former group, only to learn that he's a chores boy and someone who focuses on office work. Marie disagrees with him, saying only the boring parts though, while the party leader, on the other hand, assigns Wimmy to search the enemy's location for their upcoming dungeon dive. Unfortunately, the information is still new to the Grantor that he's making a commotion out of it, complaining as it is the first time he'll explore the dungeon alongside so many people. Thus, Marie tells him it'll be okay, but it is clearly evident that Wimmy is not buying any of that assurance. Eventually, the group arrives in the monster-filled dungeon thanks to a teleportation circle scattered at each level of the labyrinth. Turns out, multiple teleportation locations appear on each floor if a party defeats the boss-level monster, which varies from normal ones that can deliver a group to the next stage, and the special circles that can jump multiple floors. As Nacht Label continues marching, a man suddenly stops and signals something to Marie, which leads her to call Wimmy and hand him a blindfold, preventing the Grantor from seeing the exclusive teleportation line they'll be going to use as he is still an outsider after all. Wimmy instantly understands what that means and doesn't retaliate to their wish, perhaps because it means holding the hands of the young maiden. Of course, the awkward silence means it's not the case, but Miss Stalker is savoring every moment of it as she teases Wimmy for holding her hand so brazenly. Marie then tells him it's okay, however, but it becomes too late as the embarrassed Grantor chooses to hold onto the girl's shoulder instead. When they reach the notorious 97th floor, Wimmy is finally free from the shackles of the blindfold and can finally enjoy being impressed at the strongest A-rank party. Unfortunately, he's still suffering from the thought that someone like him will just be a heavy burden to the team, unaware that Camilla and Marie are talking about him, where the former finds out that the guy is an overly nervous and cautious person. Thus, she smacks the boy's back and reminds him not to be so tense, especially because he is one of the Dragon's Wings, the party who beats them first into defeating the gigantic crocodile boss of this floor. Furthermore, Camilla reveals that mapping is their primary objective and not some dangerous stuff, which relieves the non-combatant Grantor, and he's becoming sure that everyone in the party is a good person. However, the echoes of unfamiliar words destroy that fleeting peace of mind, turning that into alarm as Wimmy looks around for potential threats, but ultimately assumes it's just his imagination, as it turns out that he's the only one who can hear it. Thinking it might be an omen to some trap, Marie advises Wimmy to report it, but the Grantor delays it for now and extends the range of the search skill instead, and checks the interior of the floor just in case something terrible is happening. Wimmy is taken aback by the result, so Marie reminds him to inform Camilla about it, which he eventually does as the transmission magic activates, while their leader is on the front line leading their exploration. There's no beating around the bush, and the Grantor tells her about a rockfall trap 45 meters ahead on the upper left side, but tells Camilla he's only 90% sure about its existence. However, the probability is of no importance to the leader, and she orders Wimmy to use the public channel when communicating, leading the Grantor to alter the properties of the search magic despite how nervous he feels. In the minds of every Nacht Label member present, telepathy resounds and informs them not just of the type and location of the trap, but also of its estimated weight and shape. Therefore, the adventurers can't help but gasp in surprise after hearing the very detailed report, but the not-so-confident Grantor will, of course, assume that he did the presentation wrong. Putting all of that aside, Camilla assigns Abel to block the boulder himself, so the adventurer in knight's armor goes in the direction all alone until he finally steps onto the trap, emitting the typical blinding light that signals the activation. Immediately, the column-shaped pillar falls straight to Abel, but the large shield proves to be triumphant in the end as the rock ultimately turns into pieces of debris. Abel immediately reports his success in clearing the trap, but instead of celebratory noises, the adventurers are thrown into confusion and disbelief that it has been predicted so accurately that they come to think this is the real power of the Dragon's Wings. While Wimmy is under the assumption that he messed up badly, Marie, on the one hand, enjoys watching the dumbfounded faces of her party members. After a few more series of accurate trap detections, it seems like the higher-ups are spending their limited minutes of rest talking about how unbelievable Wimmy is performing. Thus, it is inevitable even for Camilla not to think about the Dragon's Wings, who speedrun to being B-ranked even with just 4 members in a span of a few years, wondering why in the world Wimmy was kicked out in spite of his advanced level abilities. She then hears another mind transmission from the Grantor, who informs her about the rising humidity and the strange rarity of low-level monsters, implying the possibility that they must be in a gigantic monster's territory, the great tortoise Zaratan, who is strong enough that avoiding the battle with some detours might be the best course. Once again, Wimmy is just 90% sure, so Camilla, who is a tad bit disappointed, reminds him to use public transmission when reporting dangers like this. Wimmy realizes that he has really messed it up this time, and the sudden reassigning of his position from the search unit to the battle team adds to that worry until Camilla reveals her plan to fight the Great Tortoise instead, telling Wimmy that she wants to witness his Grantor skills in real battle. The pressure of not failing gets into him, but Wimmy still assures the leader he'll do his best, albeit his current state of mind might not be the best fit, as all this Grantor can think is not to make a mistake. Noticing her friend's behavior, Marie asks Camilla's permission to let her accompany Wimmy, given that she's the one who's the most used to receiving the guy's buff among all present. Fortunately, Camilla is not so heartless as to reject the proposal, so Miss Stalker urges his sole and usual target to show them what he's made of. Time skips a little bit, and we can see Wimmy clearly troubled about his choices in life, doubting his motto to figure out what things he can do to help others in need. After all, the unappetizing sight in front of his eyes, depicting the great tortoise devouring raw seafood, is so much for him that his hands are trembling in fear. In contrast, Marie thinks it's a great opportunity to strike, while the monster is still distracted, and everyone is there to witness how great of an enchanter he is. Unfortunately, their stares are absolutely terrifying for Wimmy, and he's once again overwhelmed and pressured to do his best to make up for the mistakes he has committed. Ignoring the murmurs and self-deprecatory statements of the anxious Grantor, Marie calls her friend's name until he notices it and tells him to go with their usual routine using the ice spear plan. Wimmy is taken aback by the words, "as usual," and watching the girl's back brings him down memory lane, when the two of them are diving the dungeon all by themselves, giving him the courage needed to continue the subjugation plan without fear or hesitation whatsoever. The sage is pretty much the same, if not more motivated, as she assembles her weapon and tells the guy to show off what they're really made of. Before that, Marie brags about how great she is for modifying the magic stone of her weapon before finally generating vast magic power atop the gigantic tortoise. Thanks to the flashy display, the turtle notices the incoming attack, except that it's too late when he realizes that the magic has already been solidified into a Doombringer spear. Wimmy feels impressed witnessing his friend's ancient magic once again, as it turns out that this ability is only possible because she possesses the rare job of being a sage. With that said, a short infomercial ensues and shows the nature of the two types of magic, the basic ones that everyone can use, such as transmission and enemy search, and the so-called application magic that is unique for each job, whether they are a warrior, sorcerer, or a grantor, like Wimmy. Standing on top of all that is the sage, who is said to be the strongest, given that they can use all types of magic and ultimately create new ones. Thus, the commercial finally ends, and we are brought back to the extermination project, where Marie declares her approval to be bestowed buffs from none other than the grantor, who also agrees to grant the girl his enchantments. Now, the formalities are finished, and Wimmy switches gears to perform the solidifying enhancement, forming a visible line that gets attached to the magic circle of the ice spear to allow the buff to activate. At this point, Camilla and her subordinates are still bystanders, simply watching and analyzing every corner of the Grantor's skills, while the magical weapon, on the other hand, is utterly slaying the spotlight and is 100% raring to slay the high-level beast who is charging toward the two adventurers in a speed that is totally out of character, considering he's a large turtle. Their voices overlapping, Wimmy and Marie yell the chant that signals the ice spear to rain down the mystical beast, creating a massive and powerful impact that obliterates the great tortoise in one hit. Of course, this unprecedented situation leaves everyone except Camilla baffled, and with their jaws dropped, the group greets the aftermath of the collision as the rubbles fly toward them, with their leader the only one unfazed and seriously fixated on the figure of the advanced level dungeon monster lying lifeless on the ground due to the spear's damage. Due to the coldness, however, Wimmy apologizes for raising the ice's power output more than what's necessary, but that isn't a big deal for Marie in the first place, as she simply proceeds to ask Camilla her opinions about Wimmy's battle prowess. In reply, the adventuring party leader brushes off the icy dust in her armor, so it goes without saying that the guy assumes he made a mistake again, especially because Camilla doesn't bother to praise him and just orders Wimmy to grant buffs at the shield unit next, as they'll now head to a wyvern the search group leader found. She then leaves with vague words of wanting to see the guy's defensive enchantments, causing Wimmy to treat that one sentence as both a second chance and a warning to ensure good results the next time around. Marie can't stop letting out a sigh thanks to the overthinker, but that doesn't stop this proud Miss Stalker from taking delight in listening to the conversation of the bewildered adventurers who are talking about Wimmy's greatness until they decide to label the pitiful guy quote-unquote odd, of course. A few minutes later, Wimmy meets up with the SHIELD unit and does a bit of a self-introduction, mainly from Abel, who is revealed to be the squad's leader. The Grantor is initially pleased to meet him, but it eventually turns into discomfort as Wimmy stutters, having no idea how to talk with someone he's not familiar with. Therefore, the overly anxious enchanter imagines Abel feeling disgusted at his presence, like what happened with Kronos and the others, but the squad leader's gentle smile seems to ease those exaggerated worries, making Wimmy relieved that he's already blushing. Putting that aside, Abel inquires more about the defensive buffs they'll receive because they don't have that much experience with Grantors, as the one the Nacht Libelle had in the past is now a mere rumor for the current generations. As a result, Wimmy informs them that their declaration of approval is needed for the Grantor to freely give them buffs such as physical enhancements or weapon strengthening and the like. That said, a Grantor can only bestow them to those who are willing, which is definitely not like this man who suddenly interrupts to reveal his hate for receiving buffs. Fortunately, the guard squad member named Mark doesn't mean to be rude at all, and he just seems to dislike enhancements because of the physical changes he had experienced when dungeon diving with a Grantor before, where he lost control of his body and other bad, yet probably not so serious effects Mark has suffered. Wimmy assures him it won't happen, however, as he can only use beginner-level enchantments and a complex combination that renders those concerns useless. Unfortunately, Mark doesn't feel the slightest bit pleased with his explanations and views that basic knowledge as insults, urging Wimmy to dive into in-depth details. When the guy's anxiety attacks again, Abel reveals his desire to learn more about the Grant too, forcing Wimmy to realize he's facing experienced veterans who may possibly be already aware if it's just a job's common knowledge. Once again, he tells them not to worry about weird changes in their senses, but as if Mark will easily believe those unreliable words when he, in fact, questions the unbelievable possibility of buffs having no possible harmful effects whatsoever. Wimmy reveals it's just how his Grantor skill works though, and this guy is already enjoying this rare opportunity where he can talk freely about how his ability operates by explaining it in a long, complicated, and hard to understand way. Even though they're clearly troubled, the SHIELD squad desperately comes up with a reply about various physiques, strength, and whatever, which fortunately turns out to be correct according to the Grantor, who feels elated at this whole situation. This time, Wimmy is getting carried away, and continues to talk jibber-jabber about his Grantor abilities until he realizes that his speech has gone too far. The SHIELD squad tells him it's okay though, so they have themselves to blame for the enchanter carrying on with his gibberish teaching session. Eventually, Mark stops the young man from saying more about the topic, even though the price for it is an awkward mood between his group and the Grantor. Turns out, however, that he understands that Wimmy can grant dozens of buffs simultaneously with a clever application method due to his low mana reserves. As a final push, Mark asks if there'll be really no change in his senses, and learning that it'll improve, to say the least, convinces the man to declare his approval in receiving enchantments from Wimmy. Even the Grantor can't believe it, but Mark, who's supposed to be a tough nut to crack, has really put his trust in the young, knowledgeable enchanter who is on the verge of tears. Wasting time is not in Wimmy's vocabulary though, and he instantly grants a strengthening buff to Mark's body, so what awaits after the enchantment is the squad member's reaction. A few minutes have passed since then, and we can see Mark and Abel savoring the fresh feeling of the physical enchantment until the former leaps toward the latter to land 100% smash. Immediately after blocking, Abel counters with a kick, only for it to get deflected in the end, and their exchange of blows continues. Wimmy is getting impatient and worried while watching the sparring as he then asks for Mark's opinions and receives the much appreciated thank you from the warrior, who is getting exhilarated by the surreal physical boost. Like him, Abel senses the enhanced movements thanks to their lighter bodies, so they continue the mock duel while the remaining squad members, on the other hand, are practically begging, although in a good way, to be bestowed with buffs from the Grantor. Eventually, their squads get to know bonding ends, and the whole party members head to the Wyvern's lair, preparing for their subjugation plan against the winged monster. In spite of his noticeable trembling, Wimmy assures Camilla that he'll go as planned, and this nervousness is just something not out of the ordinary. While he's talking, the beast finally makes its appearance, so Camilla orders everyone to brace themselves now that the demonic wyvern enters the stage to, of course, annihilate these adventurers/dungeon intruders. The monster lets out a terrifying growl directed at Nacht Libelle, but Camilla knows he's just charging for a powerful breath attack, so she immediately warns the squad unit to prepare for the incoming danger. At last, the wyvern releases the fireball and sends it straight to the shield unit, which deflects it with a single yet enormous barrier that successfully defends them from the fire breath that ultimately returns to the wyvern in an unpleasant and surely painful reunion. It goes without saying that Wimmy is impressed upon witnessing the unit's flabbergasting performance, but it seems like even Mark and Abel are dumbfounded that they successfully reflect the attack and are in utter disbelief because this feat has never before seen, even for this group of elites. Therefore, Mark can't stop grinning in amazement even though the battle is not ending yet, and this time, Camilla gives the long-range troops time to shine. Afterward, a bunch of mages, including Marie, rain down an ice thunder spear to the winged beast, which hits the wyvern but still proves to be insufficient as a final blow, given that he is still alive and kicking. Seeing that triggers Wimmy to notice the peculiar features of the monster, leading him to assume it is a subspecies rather than a pure wyvern. Upon learning that the Grantor also sees it, Camilla smiles out of the blue before telling the shield unit via transmission to fall back, as she will handle the rest and defeat the winged monster. No questions are needed to ask, and Abel retreats with his squad, while Camilla is too distracted thinking about the shield unit's miraculous barrier earlier, which turns out to be a secret technique known as shield roll. Thus, it's becoming clear that all of that is thanks to Wimmy, who grants the defensive troops incredible buffs, making the previously serious party leader grin in excitement to also be showered by Wimmy's enchantments. Without further ado, Camilla uses the transmission skill to ask the Grantor to enhance her with physical buffs, saying that she wants to receive a full attack enchantment. She then finds out that Wimmy can increase one's strength 3 times using a maximum enhancement, which is already quite impressive, but is still not enough for the party leader, who wants him to go even further instead of playing it safe. Obviously, Wimmy refuses because of the underlying risk, but Camilla wants a 10-fold strength multiplier, which forces him to go out of his wits in worry and terror about the power-loving party leader. He informs Camilla that her wish is possible, but the potential drawback can become more and more unbearable, yet she's still willing to take the risk, assuring Wimmy that no one will blame him even if he fails. As Camilla declares her grant approval, the poor enhancer decides not to argue anymore and proceeds to analyze the leader's body structure first, wherein he learns that her muscles and bones are too extraordinary for a human. The amazement doesn't stop the Grantor from commencing his mini enhancements, and ultimately puts a combination of buffs to Camilla, emitting a magical light that activates the numerous boosts bestowed on the strongest war freak of Nacht Libel. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Camilla heads toward the enemy using her magical sword, Giant's Hunter. She faces the winged beast without fear whatsoever and leaps above at a height that is higher than where the flying monster is, thanks to her initial strength and the buffs layered inside and around the adventurer's figure. With a skill called duplication, Camilla's weapon grows in size in an intimidating yet eye-catching form, which amazes Wimmy and baffles the usual Nacht Libel members because they know that its largeness shouldn't be that way. Putting their reactions aside, Camilla goes into a fighting stance, wondering how strong her next attack will be because even she doesn't know what in the world will happen in the approaching collision. Without further delay, Camilla swings her enormous giant hunter to hunt the demonic wyvern, slamming the large magic sword onto the dungeon beast's head, which also destroys a part of the 97th floor, turning the pillars into rubble and the wyvern into nothing but eyes. Of course, dumbfounded reactions aren't something to miss, but seeing the rare, satisfied smile of their party leader causes the adventurers to let out dry laughs, which eventually become yells of celebration. On the contrary, Wimmy feels worried about the possible side effects of the risky buffs he grants, but Camilla replies to the boy's concerns with a compliment, showing her satisfaction in savoring high-level enchantments. Then she learns that the danger involved has only a 5% chance of occurring and is just slight discomfort in the form of muscle tears, shocking Camilla to a tremendous degree upon hearing that it's not a serious problem other than what the Grantor portrayed it to be. On top of that, she learns that even wounds are not doomed to happen, which leads her to burst into laughter while thinking about how odd and funny the skilled all-around Grantor is, awakening the desire within Camilla to hire the guy for their adventuring party at all costs. Unfortunately, Wimmy has no idea about this yet, and he's just confused about why Camilla can't stop laughing. At night in the Nacht Libel's mansion, the adventuring party celebrates the great success of their dungeon expedition as they, after all, improved their map on the 97th floor, subjugated high-level monsters, and discovered a gold vein to top it off. Therefore, a grand feast is being held inside the party house where everyone has smiles on their faces except Wimmy, who is clearly troubled by his bosom encounter with a party member who acts so chummy at him mainly because of her admiration. The mage, Monica, shows her amazement at the guy's skills, aware that it requires vast amounts of knowledge to pull off, and continues to shower Wimmy with genuine praises even though the Grantor can only give him nervous replies mixed with stuttering. While he's wondering how to reply to this girl who's practically a stranger, Simon, the search unit leader, and his squad member, Bettina, join the conversation to talk about the Grantor's intriguing search skills. Little do they know that their arrival is actually a godsend for this socially awkward boy who reveals how much he idolizes the famous Simon by reading his books. Hence, They discuss the trap the search unit leader is devising until Mark arrives to give them a word about talking about such things in the banquet when they should just drink instead. Unfortunately for Simon, the boozer absolutely ignores his displeasure and wants him to enjoy the beverages together. Mark then takes a seat, scoots closer to Wimmy, and compliments the enhancements he grants to them, which triggers the earlier reflective barrier. As usual, Wimmy credits it all to the own skills of the shield unit and makes it look like his assistance is just a little help, but Mark simply laughs it off, confident that the young enchanter will definitely go to places. Abel feels the same admiration too, leading him to apologize for the rudeness he has shown in their first meeting, to which Wimmy replies it's fine as he really is acting suspicious at that time. Worried that his actions are spoiling everyone's mood, Wimmy lets out his habitual laugh and the atmosphere turns silent because of that, so the Grantor decides to delete himself due to all this humiliation. Abel immediately stops Wimmy from doing dangerous things and tells him that Marie has already told them about the guy's hobby of immersing in his own world. And Mark tops that off with a "don't worry" while inviting the Grantor to officially join Nacht Libelle. Along with his desire to be part of the A-ranked adventuring party, Wimmy finds happiness from being praised by everybody and comes to think that this must be where he belongs, wishing that joining Nacht Libelle will be truly possible. Eventually, Marie appears while she's gobbling meat and exchanges greetings with her friend before taking a seat. The sage then shows how great she is by presenting the disappearance of meat, but eventually changes the topic to how popular Wimmy is becoming. The Grantor still doesn't appreciate his strength, however, and it is becoming troubling even for Marie as she wants Wimmy to know that his power captivates even their leader. Hearing Camilla's name, Wimmy remembers his business with her as he then leaves toward the office where the party leader is, according to Marie. With that said, the story brings us to Camilla, who is sorting the paperwork and reports about their whole dungeon dive, feeling problematic if she can finish all of that in a day. Thus, she takes a short break and contemplates the significant success of their team, along with the excellent performance Wimmy has shown them. Afterward, Camilla relives the physical and weapon enhancement she experiences and compares it to having a pair of wings, mainly because her state and abilities are in top shape at that time. Once again, Camilla shows a pretty satisfied look just by remembering the sensation of the buffs, and then stumbles into a bright idea to use those enchantments in training, hoping she can achieve greater heights with Wimmy's help. Speaking of the devil, the Grantor knocks on the door and enters it after getting Camilla's permission, as he then hands over the report to be presented to the guild. The leader is confused about what it is all about though, so Wimmy explains doing paperwork on his own as he's still not an official member after all, and it's his responsibility as an outsider. When she reads the report, Camilla finds out that combining it with the one she made will definitely not be a problem, and will be in fact a helping hand to allow her to finish the documents in time. With that sorted out, Camilla asks Wimmy what the odd jobs he did in the Dragon's Wings are, causing the Grantor boy to reveal he's doing everything, including accounting, except for having a big role in major battles. However, hearing that leads Camilla to think that Wimmy is already starting their negotiations because he's showing off his worth by giving the report and talking about how valuable his abilities are after all. Moreover, this warrior lady assumes that Wimmy is a calculating person deep inside, which also makes her excited to continue the bargaining, unaware that Wimmy is nothing like what she thinks he is. Camilla will of course continue the business talks and offer the Grantor 500 melk, their world's currency, which is more or less $20 for every coin. Even now, Wimmy has absolutely zero idea about what in the world is occurring, while Camilla, on the other hand, goes on with her tempting offers that will turn the guy into an instant millionaire. She also thinks that Wimmy's dumbfounded face is a mere act to hide his cards and play them right at the moment when the proposed selling price becomes the highest. Even how absurd she assumes the situation is, Camilla refuses to let go of Wimmy and desires to hire him right here and then, forcing her to offer a total of 3,700 mercs for today's dungeon dive reward and a special allowance just for joining. On top of that, there's a 600 monthly salary, so Wimmy is undoubtedly getting the miracle job proposal he deserves, and yet the Grantor is in disbelief, thinking that this whole thing is some kind of prank. In contrast, Camilla is still under the assumption that Wimmy is a calculating person, so she proposes to double the guy's salary in Dragon's Wings. When Camilla's guess about Wimmy's former wage is getting crazier and crazier, the banished Grantor reveals that he's getting a mere 20 mercs per month in his ex-adventuring party. The shock is evident in Nacht Libelle's leader, to the point that she gets up from her seat, thinking it's a meager salary for an adventurer who's risking his life. Unfortunately, none of it is a joke from what she can see on Wimmy's face. And in reality, the Grantor doesn't force Camilla to give his share of the reward, even though he'll surely appreciate it. Wimmy then runs away without even accepting the job offer and leaves Camilla dumbfounded as she ponders why Wimmy is being paid 20 mercs when his value is definitely more than that. In the end, it boils down to the harsh treatment of the members of the Dragon's Wings because Camilla is now wondering what kind of B-ranked party they are. On the 35th floor of the labyrinth, the shadows of adventurers can be seen running away from a horde of goblins. It turns out that one of them is Kronos, who contemplates this unexpected hardship, even though he initially thinks that their lives as Dragon's Wings will be much easier now that Wimmy has been kicked out and an additional combatant has been added to their group. Thanks to that, Kronos is sure they'll be promoted to A rank and will be able to go to the dungeon's deepest part. Yet the current situation where he is full of wounds and the healing is not keeping up, unlike the usual, is bringing this arrogant leader at his wit's end. He then checks if Melissa's magical chant has been completed, and learns that he still needs to wait for a few more seconds before the mage finally casts the middle-level flame veil. With the flames blocking the path for the goblins, the dragon's wings hurriedly sprint away from the monster's territory until they reach a somewhat safe place. Kronos' irritation still lingers, however, as he complains to Nikur about the slow treatment of his wounds, to which the priest apologizes and reveals she's not feeling well. Thankfully, Kronos calms down when he hears that and says sorry for being overly irritable before thanking the girl for her healing spells, inviting the whole party to take a short rest and recover for the time being. Like the leader he is, Kronos urges his team to head back and fight the goblins again, but tells them to confirm their position first by finding a landmark. Therefore, Melis asks what kind of landmark they are specifically looking for, but even Kronos is speechless for a moment before revealing that he also has zero knowledge when it comes to location and mapping. Nikur also shakes her head to inform them that she's also uneducated, while Sophia, on the other hand, says she's the same. Although that is not the elf's main concern because behind her lies a corner within the walls, meaning there's no place for them to run away anymore. There's no speech or words of assurance from Kronos anymore, and only despair is painted on his face as they listen to the noises of the approaching goblins. Time skips a bit, and the story transitions into the Dragon's Wings party house, where we can see Melis taking care of Nikur, who lies on the bed sick and injured. Hearing the cough the priest emits after drinking a glass of water, Kronos barges into the lady's room unannounced with a plate full of apples in his hand, except that those fruits are sliced by Sophia and not him. After spoon-feeding Nikure, he discusses their next plan, which is to take another rest, thinking that their wounds from the battle with the crocodile are still not fully healed. Kronos blames himself for their failures, but the girls will, of course, refuse to resent their crush just because of his mistake. Therefore, Kronos gives those girls, who are head over heels for him, a friendly embrace, while also encouraging those two to work hard together again and return to the labyrinth when they're fully recovered, to which they reply with a shouting, "Yes!" But while their lovey-dovey protagonist harem moments over there, Sophia isn't the slightest hopeful as she laments their previous dungeon dive and thinks how clumsy, messy, and chaotic their strategy is. She remembers resorting to a flashbang skill to blind the goblins and secure their escape route without engaging in a battle they will definitely lose, and feels disappointed about the performance of a B-rank adventuring party who is rumored to have defeated a powerful floor boss. In addition, the piled-up documents prove to be overwhelming for Sophia, who is confident that she can finish organizing them, albeit in a very long time, as it is just impossible to sort them out. Turns out, Kronos asks her to arrange all that paperwork, and blames Wimmy for leaving them like that, and even goes so far as calling him quote-unquote useless. He also acts all-important, and offers a helping hand if the task is too much for her. But it seems like Sophia is actually thinking the opposite this whole time, because the documents are already organized and categorized from reports, supply delivery, and house repair plans, and even maps of all charted floors, as well as monster descriptions. Finally, Sophia is becoming aware that the one she has replaced was a valuable asset for the team and a helpful grantor, contrary to what he is portrayed by his now former companions. Thus, this elf begins to question whether their leader, Kronos, is useful to the Dragon's Wings or just a simpleton womanizer. The story goes back in time, and we can see Wimmy engaging in a sparring match against Kronos. With his swordsmanship, the party leader wins the duel one-sidedly, and he continues to do so until a slash hits the grantor's wrist, and Wimmy sits down in pain and defeat. Kronos feels disappointed, but he still orders Nikur to do her thing, which leads the priest-type adventurer to heal the guy's wounds, although she's doing it only for the sake of their leader, and tells Wimmy to change and be useful for Kronos even once. Ignoring the enhancer's apology, Melis orders him to get up, and Wimmy does as the girl says as he prepares himself for another sparring. But instead of being thankful, this conceited narcissist reminds the grantor that there's no one who'll hire him other than them. Unaware it's not the case in the present, so he opens his irritating mouth and threatens to fire the guy from Dragon's Wings if he doesn't become useful. Unfortunately, Kronos' threat proves to be fatal as they echo inside Wimmy's ears countless times and engrave the words, "Get out!" and "Fired." in the boy's mind. The flashback in the form of a nightmare wakes Wimmy up amidst the deep night, which makes Miss Stalker, who is at her unlawful hobby, again worried as she watches over her friend with a binocular telescope. Fortunately, the Grantor had moved into the Nacht Libel's guest house as he is, after all, a provisional member, so Eschan's routine has become easier now compared to when Wimmy was living in the Dragon's Wings, and she's sneaking inside the room to make sure the guy is safe. Little does Marie know that it is she and her stalking tools, such as the tracker crest and eavesdropping stones, who are dangerous for Wimmy in many ways. Moreover, Miss Stalker is already on the 105th volume of her book, Wimmy's Diary, where she is taking notes of the guy's daily activities, like this morning when Wimmy runs outside the mansion before eating breakfast at Nacht Libel's restaurant, which consists of sausage, bacon, and steamed potatoes. That afternoon, he practices magic and studies monster biology until night arrives, and Wimmy can finally rest as he doesn't have a ton of tasks, unlike in his days in the Dragon's Wings. Eschan is weirdly yet not surprisingly in the room, however, recording her estimated weight of Wimmy and their conversation early that morning before leaving with satisfaction, happy she's getting closer, literally, to Wimmy again after all these years. The next morning, Marie can be seen in her study room rather than Wimmy's, but she still monitors the guy's routine thanks to the tracking device she has secretly installed at the Grantor, leading Miss Stalker to discover that Wimmy is strangely in their party house's courtyard. She assumes that Abel is the one accompanying the Grantor, but this stalker can't afford to be careless, so she activates the eavesdropping stone and hears a woman's voice on the other side of the line, causing Marie to jitter in fear of a thieving cat. In the training grounds, Wimmy faces a woman who turns out to be Camilla and maintains a fair distance for their training session. Eschan, on the other hand, is relieved that the voice is just from their leader and decides to watch their practice, where Camilla seems to be trying a new method using the Grantor's enchantment. By applying Wimmy's weaker buffs and moving as fast as she can while also letting the body learn the movements, Camilla will then reproduce those exact maneuvers with the enchantments released until she gets used to them. Time passes while Marie is watching their training, which leads her to witness the next few moments as Camilla leaps with tremendous power while unsheathing her sword and releasing an undoubtedly powerful slash. While Wimmy is just staring dumbfoundedly at the monstrous display of strength, Marie sweats up in both amazement and intimidation that Camilla has already reproduced the motion of the weakened enchantment within just an hour. The leader seems delighted about it too, but she also thinks that improvement is necessary, which leads Wimmy to voice out his opinions and suggests a way for Camilla to get closer to her ideal result. This time, the Grantor uses reverse enhancement to the Nacht Libel's leader instead of the usual buffs, so Camilla tries to recreate the movements once more, causing Wimmy to ask if the party leader is satisfied with it now. In response, Camilla hugs the young boy out of the blue, without warning or anything of the sort, and Marie, aka Miss Stalker, is definitely not pleased by what she'll write in today's stalking expedition diary entry. While the two are in the middle of their embrace, Marie is going out of control as she screams in disagreement regarding Camilla's actions regarding her beloved Wimmy, even though none of those yells will reach those two's ears. Eventually, she calms herself down and thinks that the hug happens only because Camilla is so moved by their training results, but the maiden's face the party leader shows says something else, and Marie can't do anything but come to terms with it. When the embrace ends, Camilla invites Wimmy to join her morning exercises every day and offers payment for his assistance, while in the afternoon Mark invites the young Grantor for a drink. All of these seem natural on the outside, but Marie knows that it's their leader's plan to create personal relationships with Wimmy to keep his connection with their adventuring party. Regardless, evening greets them in the blink of an eye, and we can see Miss Stalker in her room talking to herself about the little to no shred of common sense and respect for privacy she has because this girl is taking a break on her 24/7 unlawful hobby to let the teenage Grantor enjoy his nightlife. In the busy district somewhere in Fullbrown, Hans, Nacht Libel's vice commander, is starting the cheers to welcome their new provisional member to the party. Inside the pub, however, are waitresses in sailor uniforms entertaining these middle-aged men, while infuriating Eschan, who is at it again despite initially choosing not to creep up on her beloved Wimmy. That same guy seems to enjoy glancing at some thighs though, so Marie's displeasure just skyrockets, and continues to do so because Miss Stalker here can't properly use her eavesdropping stones. Meanwhile, Hans strikes up a conversation with Wimmy and mentions the rumor that he's from the same city as Marie, which turns out to be true, according to the Grantor, who reveals they're both from the faraway town of Riorifeld because he has dreamed of becoming an adventurer in this labyrinthine city for a long time. Hans laughs upon hearing that because he too was reading hero tales, which leads him to this dream job, causing Mark to join their discussion as he mentions hearing from Monica that Wimmy wants to be a mage. Thus, the man concludes that this Grantor wishes to be a magician from a fairy tale rather than an epic hero, so Wimmy progresses the conversation into a certain fairy tale whose name he can't remember until Hans tells it to them, hinting that this vice commander is an avid reader. Thanks to that, their conversation heads in a good way, with all their laughing and smiling, and Wimmy is definitely enjoying this more than those thighs, making Marie genuinely proud as she ends her stalking spree for tonight. The party eventually ends, and the group is splitting up when Mark suddenly urges Wimmy to come with them, as they are classified as singles among the men, of course. Only when you ignore the fact that Mark is a married person. Unfortunately, inviting Wimmy to their next nightlife destination becomes a bad idea when they realize that this grantor already has Marie, so Wimmy clears the misunderstanding by revealing that they're just friends. Furthermore, he tells the two that the sage just feels responsible for taking care of him, so they are quite taken aback by those words. But that will not compare to their shock when the girl in question appears out of thin air right behind them. She surprises the whole crowd of thirsty men by saying that this sudden meeting is all a coincidence, although it's clear as day that it is not, leading her to ask Mark where in the Full Brown they are planning to bring Wimmy. Afterward, Marie drags her friend out of the company of Mark and the others and heads home with just the two of them, causing the grantor to express how happy he is by all of today's events, which make him feel that Nacht Libel is welcoming. Wimmy also treats this experience like being in a circle of friends for the first time, to which Miss Stalker replies with a compliment and tells the confused guy that she knows everything about him, as usual. The next day, in the Nacht Libel leader's office, Dominic makes his appearance once again as an Adventurers Guild investigator, asking for Camilla's assistance for the secret investigation they are conducting. The adventurer immediately asks about the current situation, or rather the topic of the guild's inspection, leading Camilla to learn that this whole thing will be about the former member of the Dragon's Wings, the banished grantor, Wimmy. In a span of a few minutes, Dominic reveals all the details, only for it to get laughed at by Camilla, who can't believe that Wimmy is the one who defeated the 97th floor boss, the enormous King Crocodile, all by himself. Even so, Dominic is aware of all evidence regarding the monster's wounds that are caused by a machete, whether Wimmy, the owner, is the one who used it or Kronos borrowed the weapon. There are possibilities and no flaws in Wimmy's submitted report, but Dominic regrets their disability of conducting an open investigation, claiming it as an incident called the Secrets of the Labyrinth, which, according to Camilla, is a situation where the claims of both parties will be considered as the truth, given that only physical evidence is present, such as the crocodile's wounds. Turns out, this Dominic guy and the Adventurer Guild are delaying the promotion approval of Dragon's Wings to prevent the three who can't even inflict damage on a floor boss from being treated as heroes. Solo defeating a high-level floor boss is also unprecedented, however, so only Dominic believes that Wimmy is the boss exterminator. But the investigator is also bothered about the fact that the grantor deliberately doesn't include his own achievements in the report. When she hears that, Camilla agrees specifically to the last part about omitting details and decides to give their cooperation, as she now wants to assess the compatibility of their provisional member. With that said, Camilla dives into the labyrinth with some Nacht Libel members, and it goes without saying that Wimmy is coming along in their exploration. In the middle of their march, he casts transmission magic and informs the whole adventuring party about the pitfall trap near them, causing Camilla to change their course to prevent getting caught in danger. It is then revealed that this grantor is already spending a few months in the Nacht Libel, and is now used to his role of conducting searches and providing support to both the vanguards and rearguards. Moreover, the group is no longer hiding the teleportation circle due to their trust, and that, for Wimmy, is something that he feels very grateful for. Suddenly, Camilla talks to the grantor via telepathy and asks him to show them his fighting skills, even mentioning the guy's ability to grant enhancement on himself and his history of battling small fry monsters. Wimmy isn't confident, however, so Camilla tells him that she needs to see his fighting prowess for their next massive dive, and that determining the enhancer's capabilities will lessen her worries, or so she says. While this pretense is proving to be effective, Simon reports the golem clay doll he spots, leading Camilla to use the monster for Wimmy's test, while assuring him that Marie and the others will lend a hand after he fights it a little bit. Left with no other choice, Wimmy prepares himself for the upcoming duel, breathing deeply before the out-of-character glare directed at the gigantic golem who, for now, isn't paying him any attention yet. But perhaps Marie knows how wimpy her friend is, as she then smacks the guy's back and urges him to go and fight the enemy, assuring Wimmy that nothing serious will happen to his precious life. Thus, the grantor braces himself and grabs the machete before going into an enhancer's special battle stance. The higher-ranking members are watching in the front row seats, but Hans can't help but comment about this impossible task of defeating a clay doll, which even B-ranked warriors will have difficulty dealing with. In response, Camilla talks about Wimmy's enchantments, revealing they are a bunch of weak buffs combined together to make an overall enhancement that is incomparable to any grantors. Camilla believes that their provisional member will do as she expects, but Hans' opinions are unclear at this point, and Wimmy's exam finally starts. Along with that, however, are running thoughts, revealing the rituals of adventurers to obtain a specific profession, which will then force a transformation in their bodies, making them tenfold stronger than ordinary humans. Unfortunately, Grantors are an exception to that rule, and their strength boost is much lesser than other jobs, not to mention that learning enchantment and using it is definitely no joke. Therefore, applying buffs to himself will not make Wimmy as strong as other combatant professions, but this Grantor bets on the only possibility that will allow him to take on the giant. Suddenly, a stone smash heads into Wimmy at a speed that is basically unexpected for a monster of its size. But the jittering scaredy cat earlier turns into an intimidating Grantor as he enhances himself with 2-time physical boosts. Evading the golem's destructive punch with a single leap, Wimmy reveals the omitted details about a Grantor enchanting himself, freely applying the buffs without the need for a declaration of approval. On top of that, the enchanter can now adjust the enchantments in real time and puts them twice on any body part, different from when he's applying them on other people, which will make him stronger than run-of-the-mill Grantors. Wimmy knows that his mana reserves are not that impressive though, so he is planning to turn this fight into a short-term decisive battle, leading him to pummel different parts of the clay doll quickly to the point that his figure can't be seen anymore. Even Camilla and Hans seem not to expect this kind of development, and the next they see the Grantor is when he's using the pillar as a foothold to commence his next attack, albeit worried that the recoil of the continuous enchantments will be unbearable for his weak body. To his surprise, the kickback is not coming, even though a few seconds have already passed, so Wimmy thinks of many reasons, wondering if he has really improved or the after effects are just delayed. But regardless of the logic behind it, the Grantor grants himself a triple boost. Without further delay, Wimmy charges straight at the gigantic clay doll and strikes him away. Although he's still unsuccessful in bringing him down, the Grantor continues bulldozing his way to defeat the golem using his notorious machete. After a few more slashes, the short-term decisive battle is nearing its end, as Wimmy finally sees the core of the titanic monster. Thus, he immediately obliterates the clay doll, whose enormous stature falls to the ground. While everyone in the Nacht Label is speechless as they wait, and only Marie has a proud, delightful smile, Wimmy lands from his mid-air maneuver, with the end result pretty much evident as the golem crumbles now that its core is broken into pieces. Naturally, this bunch of veteran adventurers are so bewildered that even Hans, the vice commander, doesn't catch the whole happenings of the battle. Same to the other members who think that it ends in the blink of an eye, which also means that Wimmy's speed is top-notch and will not pale in comparison to those who are currently the top when it comes to quickness. Speaking of the devil, Wimmer returns and apologizes for taking too long to bring the golem down, only to be told that his words sound sarcastic because the squad is absolutely amazed by his performance. That same shock can also be seen in Camilla, who asks Marie who in the world her friend really is, but Miss Stalker only tells the basic details such as the guy's name, specified job, and that they're from the same hometown, before giving an obvious answer saying he's strong. Eventually, Wimmy runs to his friend to tell her how good he's currently feeling in the latest battle, but this guy's overexcitement makes Camilla compare him to a novice adventurer who just defeated a monster for the very first time, which also leads the party leader to ponder about the crocodile floor boss incident and the strange low self-esteem Wimmy has despite the possibility that he's the one who defeated that monster. Based on the current situation, Camilla concludes that Wimmy is not intentionally hiding his strength, but that doesn't change the fact that the Grantor's inconsistency is still a mystery. The guy's babbles end, however, when Marie informs him that he's getting too excited and it's soaring at an abnormal rate, causing Wimmy to let out intelligible noises in embarrassment. Still, Marie praises her friend for taking down a gigantic clay doll all by himself, so Wimmy hopes that he at least manages to ease his companion's worries even a little bit. The Grantor then presents his body ache until he finds out it is non-existent, and there's no such thing as recoil despite using triple boost enchantment earlier. Then, Wimmy tries using magic and learns he still has mana left, which is strange too, and the only plausible reason is that this Grantor's strength has improved. Unfortunately, his thoughts are interrupted by the shield unit, who decides to carry the provisional member and throw him in the air to celebrate his great feat, making Miss Stalker happy and proud that everyone is beginning to realize how potent her beloved Wimmy is. A few days later, we are brought to a tower near the courtyard, where Hans sees Monica watching something from the window. In response to his curious question, the mage points toward the training grounds, where Camilla and Abel can be seen engaging in a mock duel, with Wimmy watching from the sidelines. Turns out, Monica feels quite impressed at their training, so Hans advises her to join them, only to hear that it's quite a bother for Monica to join such a tiresome exercise. Thus, the story brings us to Nacht Label's training grounds, where Camilla ends their morning exercises, while Abel, who is kneeling on the floor, refuses to finish it while he's dissatisfied. Therefore, Camilla reminds him to rest to be in perfect shape for their upcoming and first ever large-scale exploration of the 98th floor tomorrow. But Wimmy interrupts their conversation by asking their opinions about the enhancements. Their voices overlapping, Camilla and Abel praise it, with the former saying it's wonderful and the latter thinking it's awesome. Furthermore, they express how grateful they are for being able to train with Wimmy while improving to an explosive degree in the process. But the grantor is as humble as always and tells the two that it is he who's learning a lot from their training sessions. Even so, Camilla will still be very thankful for the grantor's assistance to the point that she can't stop herself from feeling excited to give it her all for tomorrow's dungeon dive and see the results of her training, making the innocent young grantor flustered. In preparation for tomorrow, Camilla advises the two to take a break and invites them to have a meal at a delicious restaurant. But while Abel is raring to go and gobble some meat, the opposite can be seen in the troubled Wimmy, who then informs them about a study session he needs to attend with the reconnaissance team. Fortunately, Camilla understands that it needs to be prioritized rather than their meals, so she lets Wimmy leave the scene and heads to the search unit, while letting out a short chuckle upon getting rejected. Putting that aside, Abel asks Camilla if it's possible to continue their morning training even for a little bit longer, to which the party leader responds with a slightly reluctant yes. When all of that's finished, Camilla walks down the hall of their mansion until she catches sight of her subordinate's study session, where Simon is getting excited while discussing Wimmy's method in using search, which is different yet worthwhile to learn for accuracy improvement purposes. Watching the scene fills Camilla's heart with delight and satisfaction about Wimmy's good influence in making everyone pursue self-progress. Right when she's thinking that, however, Camilla hears someone gossiping about the grantor and calling him creepy. It turns out that some lower-ranking members are wondering why those who are joining the dungeon dive, unlike them, have high opinions of that provisional member. That adventurer eventually stops gossiping after his friend warns him, but he still can't brush away the thought that something weird is happening behind the curtains. Instead of scolding them, Camilla tries to understand this not-so-surprising effect, given that their adventuring party consists of Magic Academy students and elite nobles, so their competition should be fierce, the polar opposite of what the banished grantor experienced, easily joining them without an official evaluation. In the end, Camilla can only hope that their opinions will change during the expedition tomorrow. But while she thinks that, a telepathic message informs her about the arrival of a guild representative, which leads Camilla to give her permission for the man's visit in a voice that the gossiping members can hear. Inside the office, Dominic has just finished reading the report about Wimmy defeating a mud golem all by himself, causing him to ask Camilla about her assessment regarding the banished grantors soloing the crocodile floor boss, only to get a blatant no as a response for Dominic's question. The investigator doesn't want to believe it, however, so Camilla reveals her honest opinions and admits that Wimmy is a strong and quick combatant as well as a one-of-a-kind grantor, which also means that he possesses skills equal to, and not surpassing that of a Nacht Libel's candidate core members. But before Dominic gives up on his theory, Camilla reveals that this current situation, as well as her opinions, will change if Wimmy is still hiding his full battle prowess. Dominic's demeanor turns cold after knowing that Wimmy's uniqueness makes that possible, so he gets up, mentioning Nacht Libel's 98th floor exploration and asking Camilla to let him know if she discovers Wimmy's hidden abilities during that expedition. At night in the tavern, Marie is gleefully gobbling some meat while talking about how happy she is upon seeing Wimmy's sleeping face again these recent nights. Eschan also reveals the guy's embarrassing sleep talks, but Greta doesn't seem a bit amused by her stalking stories, so Marie will, of course, ask this receptionist, whom she still calls a cowgirl, why her energy is a bit lesser than usual. The one who answers that is a fellow customer, however, who informs the sage about a group of the regulars in this pub that ventured to the 98th floor last week and haven't returned since last week. At this point, Marie is not surprised anymore because small groups investigating a dungeon floor before a large-scale exploration from parties like Nacht Libel is commonplace, in spite of the risks attached and the big possibility that they won't come back alive. With that said, Marie reminds them that these kinds of things ought to happen to adventurers, and the only thing they can do is to accept it. Unfortunately, her words fail to comfort Greta, and it is troubling for the sage who resorts to yelling her dissatisfaction while ordering the cowwoman not to be so gloomy as she will treat her with a drink. Of course, this rare occurrence is surprising even for Greta, but Marie is firmly determined to give the girl something, so she savors it till the last flavor and gets a glass of drink almost half her size. Marie immediately stops her from drinking a larger and more expensive 5 times the price beverage, making the sage infuriated rather than delighted in cheering up an acquaintance. On the other hand, the other customers are tearing up from laughing at Greta's enormous container, contrary to Marie, who suffers from being called by her notorious nickname after a long time. However, Greta is just worried about Miss Stalker, who'll join Nacht Lebel's dungeon dive tomorrow, as she then cries and reminds Marie to come back safely and go to the tavern with Wimmy. Once again, Marie is so speechless by the genuine concerns of the cowwoman that she averts eye contact before assuring Greta in an embarrassed, shy manner. On the labyrinth's 98th floor, a small group of adventurers are wandering in the dungeon and are regretting their life decisions, mainly their recklessness to venture into this dangerous level, which forces the party leader to retreat before they end up deeper in the water. Not wasting time, the group heads back to safety, running in the shallow river that devoids any monster whatsoever, until screams suddenly reverberate to signal the disappearance of the two adventurers. The commander immediately knows that it is the end for them, and he will be next on the list thanks to the shadow lurking in the water, forcing him into accepting his fate, holding onto a necklace, and apologizing to his daughter, Ilya. Afterward, the adventurer shouts his war cry and provokes the monster to fight, making it too late for him to realize that the sea creature has its mouth wide opened, just waiting for its raw dinner to be crushed. The following day, the Nacht Lebel is doing a march around the labyrinthine city of Fullbrown, and the citizens are as much as excited as they cheer on the strongest A-rank party who is on their way for a grand dungeon dive. As Wimmy watches this festival-like commotion, however, he wonders if everyone in the Dragon's Wings is included in the crowd, but instantly regrets thinking about them like comrades, and even worrying if their wounds back then are fully healed because there's no news about them recently. Brushing away those thoughts, Wimmy continues the march as he is now a part of Nacht Lebel and not Dragon's Wings, albeit temporarily. Among the crowd, two minor characters are talking about the 122 people participating, consisting of all the adventuring party members. Another citizen then joins their conversation to mention the rumored provisional member of Nacht Lebel, who's also a banished grantor from Dragon's Wings, and tells them how capable this famous boy, whose name is challenging for him to remember, is. Their story ends there, though, as the A-ranked adventuring party begins their dangerous dungeon dive on an uncharted floor where high-level beasts and boss-class monsters are waiting, with a powerful speech by Camilla in front of her subordinates in the hall of the Adventurer Guild. With the Nacht Lebel members all eyes on their leader, Camilla encourages them all to leave their fears behind and use the precious lives they have to protect honor, treasure, and comrades while making a triumphant return without a single casualty. Yelling their party's name, Camilla finishes the speech, and the Nacht Lebel is filled with vigor and confidence as their roars howl loudly, except the Grantor, who is awkward at times like this. Marie cannot help but mention the embarrassing display she's seeing, but these two's light and cheerful mood comes to an end almost immediately, tensed up about the upcoming exploration. Soon after, Nacht Lebel heads to the first floor, proceeds to the shortest and safest route they know, and ultimately reaches the place shredded with mysteries, the 98th floor. In this area where the ceiling is too dark for them to see, Wimmy reviews his current role in this expedition, which is to enhance the units on the front line while assisting in scouting and searching traps as side tasks. The pressure is really getting there, and Abel notices that, but Wimmy seems to be in denial of his nervousness until he throws up from all those anxieties piling up. Desperate, this poor guy tries to calm himself down by dividing his tasks into two phases, the movement and combat. But that too is overwhelming that Wimmy mutters them in a whole paragraph with too many sentences. Still, Abel believes that this grantor will not fail no matter what, causing him to put his trust in Wimmy in exchange for the enchanter's faith to also rely on them. Furthermore, Abel declares that he will protect the grantor even against a floor boss, which moves Wimmy emotionally, feeling assured by the words of the warrior, who then realizes he just did something cheesy. But while he's suffering from the aftermath of the embarrassment, Wimmy, on the other hand, is wondering if he's now qualified to call Abel a friend, as they have already spent a reasonable amount of time together in morning training and casual conversations. Therefore, Wimmy gets Abel's attention to invite him to a meal when they return, only to get stopped, not just by his stutterings, but also by the voice suddenly echoing in his head, welcoming Wimmy into the labyrinth. The guy yells in surprise, and it turns out he's the only one who heard the message, because Abel is confused about why Wimmy is acting that way. Moreover, it is revealed that the welcome is always ringing every time the grantor visits the dungeon, but it looks like there's no time to think about that right now because the two just received an order to form a particular battle formation with the whole forefront team. Eventually, Nacht Lebel reaches a cave and enters it with the lead of the vanguards, not even bothering to eliminate the low-level monsters who are amicable enough not to block their way. In contrast, the search unit spots the presence of an enemy Hydra, causing Wimmy to assume, thanks to the sea creature and the semi-aquatic monsters, that they may be surrounded by water veins around their location. Therefore, Wimmy asks Bettina to cover the left and front areas while he scouts the right and underground parts, telling them to be careful of the descending path when creating the map. Afterward, the grantor chants something while manually putting the directions on the map he's building, which takes Abel aback, bewildered by Wimmy's job overperformance and the precise details he's putting on that will absolutely double or even triple its selling price. Even with that, however, Wimmy still panics upon a little mistake and ultimately vomits for the second time this day, so Abel hands him a small bag of water and reminds Wimmy to stay hydrated. Suddenly, Hans arrives to inform the two that Camilla is looking for them and urges them to talk about a large haul that they'll eventually reach based on Wimmy's calculations. Noct Lebel immediately holds a meeting regarding that and the possibility of a lake and river up ahead due to the scent of water they can smell. With that in mind, Hans wonders if they can replenish their supplies, so Wimmy informs them that a butterfly that only grows in clean water can be seen nearby, so they should be fine in that area. Thus, to end the meeting, Camilla asks if there's still something they want to add, and Wimmy seems to do exactly that, though he's too nervous to open his mouth, so Abel and Camilla put pressure on the grantor, where the latter even starts a countdown. Finally, Wimmy informs them about the odd style of the slope that is strangely turning from downhill to uphill, meaning that they might have been lured to a water trap, or rocks may come rolling down to crush them. Either way leads to their end. On top of that, Wimmy fears that the uphill direction will continue and the rear will be wholly submerged in the good chance that water may rain down, along with the floor boss, who'll use that to its advantage. Silence envelops the meeting, however, so the boy, whose confidence is almost non-existent, apologizes for his report and assures them that it's all what-ifs. Of course, Camilla is quite displeased, not because of the unsure assumptions, but due to the grantor's lack of confidence, causing her to remind Wimmy not to hold back in saying his introspections and tell the guy that he's allowed to live life however he likes. Those words hit pretty hard on Wimmy's mentality in a good way, which leads him to thank Camilla. Afterward, the expedition continues without a hitch, and the group discovers numerous gold veins, securing their profits for this whole dungeon dive. However, their smooth sailing feels too strange for Wimmy, who starts to suspect that the labyrinth is luring them in, but as usual, is too anxious to say it to the party. Fortunately, Camilla takes a moment to discuss their next plans, as they have already produced significant results, even though their dive is still a week long. Therefore, she decides to march on, despite the concerns about the slope to which Simon and Mark agree for the sake of their party's reputation and the prevention of the so-called dark maps from sprouting. Known as Fullbrown's dark side, those illegal maps are formed by sending adventurers to dangerous territories and forcing them to send information outside via transmission magic to create maps until their lives come to an end. To prevent that from happening, Camilla refuses to leave their investigation incomplete and decides to form a small advance team to minimize the risks. Wimmy agrees that it's the best course of action due to the underlying dangers, so he then wonders who the lucky adventurers will be, assuming it'll consist of Noct Lebel's top elites. Without further delay, Camilla announces the final 6 who will be formed: Hans, Abel, Monica, Bettina, Miss Stalker, and Wimmy. The last member proves to be a surprise for the guy himself, and he immediately asks Marie why his name is included on the list. Even now, Wimmy is panicking like crazy, but he can do nothing to stop the leader's decision, and this grantor will, once again, throw up while wondering what to do. After all, their important yet dangerous mission of securing a water source for this large-scale investigation should be handed to known veterans, and definitely not to an overly anxious grantor who might be up to the task after all of what's said. No questions asked, and Wimmy immediately enchants the 5 with physical buffs, which is fortunately to their liking too, especially Abel, who just suppresses the urge to grin ear to ear. Even Monica is jumping for joy, so Wimmy reveals the speed buffs he put on them, and that's only the start of more boosts that are also becoming the beginning of a flowery romance because this girl mage is getting way too close with the protagonist. It goes without saying that Marie sinks the ship before it can even sail by going between the two, making Monica pout in displeasure while calling Marie with a cutesy honorific that Eschan doesn't like, along with the fact that this mage is acting chummy with his beloved Wimmy. Thus, Monica talks about how she treats Marie as a friend, but her chest is so unfriendly to Marie that she gives the girl a fitting nickname, Cowwoman B. Eventually, Hans intervenes for the sake of peace of their team, but they go on with their argument, so they discuss their route in Bettina's lead, while Wimmy is also asked by Hans to aid support if he still has the room to do so. Unfortunately, the grantor vomits as a response to the request, leading Hans to realize that he's basically babysitting kids, given that he's the oldest among them. In a route full of erupting volcanoes, Hans is leading the way to their quick sprint toward the predicted haul, feeling he's in perfect shape thanks to Wimmy's enhancement, and that they can reach the destination sooner than expected. However, Bettina suddenly tells him to change course, not because of a monster, but due to a trap she has found. Turns out, Noct Lebel's improved trap spotting method is one they have improvised thanks to the mountain of data Wimmy gives free of charge. Among the contents are new trap types theory, as well as trends and patterns, which are being put to good use even now when they see a salamander blocking their way. It's not a threat, however, as Hans instantly draws his blade and charges straight at the monster to obliterate it with a few clean slashes. Unfortunately, the salamander's scales are too tough for Hans to destroy, so the battle still continues, this time with Monica's magical spell. She starts charging the magic power and glances at the Grantor to tell him about the enchantment, which leads Wimmy to have Monica keep the attack on hold for the time being. Without second thoughts, the mage does as the Grantor requests and declares her approval of the enchantment, allowing the string of boosts to get attached in the bunch of smiling supernatural sparks, ultimately granting them speed reduction and range adjustment before finalizing the Grantor's enhancement. There's no further delay, as Monica releases the electric shots she's been holding on for a while and sends them straight to the injured salamander, hitting the beast with each of her attacks. Due to Monica's surprise, Wimmy explains casually what he just did and tells Hans that enchanting weapons are also possible with his abilities. Therefore, the Vice Commander approves the enhancement technique of the Grantor and takes his turn once more, this time with a boosted blade emitting a light that screams its strength. Standing before the enormous beast, Hans leaps and slashes the monster using his unique swordsman skill, Najigiri, finally defeating the beast, but also baffling the Vice Commander as he lands from the mid-air movement, unable to say a word. Dumbfounded, Hans stares at his sword, amazed by the otherworldly sharpness, which forces him to realize why Camilla likes Wimney's enchantment in the first place. However, the danger still lingers, as Bettina hurriedly informs them of a sea dragon lurking above and is very close to devouring Monica and Wimmy. The enchanter immediately boosts his strength 3 times and jumps toward the sea creature before Monica can even cast her spell, utilizing the machete's sharpness to bring down the gigantic seafood. Because everyone is impressed, they praise Wimmy for his achievement, only to hear from the humble yet ignorant boy that it's just a small fry for him. Of course, hearing those words will make Hans wonder if the new species of labyrinth water dragon is really a weakling like Wimmy says. Putting that aside, Hans sees an image pendant from the monster's mouth that seems to be from a deceased adventurer, causing him to urge the start of prayer to pay respect to those who pass away. Wimmy, on the other hand, is thinking about how fortunate he is that their group cooperation is going smoothly so far, a thing that he didn't achieve in his days in the Dragon's Wings. After the silent prayers, the advanced team forges ahead with their mission by going through narrow spaces until they finally reach the vast hall, a wide area abundant in nothing but large boulders, with air creatures flying here and there. Just like they predicted, the Great Hall consists of a lake that has a water quality suitable for drinking, so Hans praises Wimmy for finding this place through search, as it'll be valuable for the party. Abel does the same and commends the Grantor with a job well done, only to receive an overly modest reply from the Grantor, who eventually gets scolded by his stalker of a friend who advises Wimmy to just take the compliment without engaging in another session of self-deprecation. To defend himself, Wimmy makes it clear that putting himself down is by no means enjoyable, but Marie knows that this guy is thinking that he's abusing her authority while tarnishing the adventuring party just by being at Nacht Label. That hits right on the mark, but fortunately, Abel is there to ease Wimmy's worries with a handshake and a single thank you, making Miss Stalker proud as she watches her secret crush making a new male friend. A few minutes after that, the area's safety is confirmed, so the main force reunites with the advanced team, allowing Camilla to verify that the place is appropriate to be their water source, so she will of course praise the whole squad. With that said, Nacht Label designates the place as a relay point and packs their things, as it will also be their base for tonight. Even though it's that time of the day to rest, Wimmy refuses to sleep and decides to analyze the data and records about today's exploration first. There, he reviews the weird slope earlier, along with the Great Hall, which seems to be a wasteland with a ceiling that stretches endlessly. In the end, Wimmy still worries about being submerged in the off chance that a large amount of water floods their night base, so he racks his brain for a potential escape path to prepare for the worst situation, and concludes that he just doesn't have an idea on what to do when that happens. After all of that overthinking and worrying, Wimmy resigns and heads to sleep, especially after remembering that there are no water-related traps that will flood them in the first place. While all are asleep, however, rainfall pours down on the adventurers, including Wimmy, who eventually wakes up only to see the unforeseen predicament, the rain that is getting more intense every second. With all the panicking and yelling, Wimmy laments how unexpected this grave situation is for him. Due to the strong rainfall, Nacht Label is in a state of confusion as they desperately think about what in the world is happening that even the cautious Wimmy, who fails to predict and prepare for this kind of situation, is having his composure crushed as he then learns that this continuous downpour affects their visibility in the worst way possible. On the other hand, the warriors find out that their escape route is unavailable to use thanks to the water flooding their path, pushing them away with its current. They immediately report this to the party leader, who tells them to calm down, and then yells about their grave problem of having no way to escape from this labyrinth floor, whose boss may come at any second and turn the situation from worse to worse. However, that roar is devoid of despair, and Camille urges her subordinates instead to brace themselves and prove their worth, turning the speechless and panicking adventurers into calm and cheerful high-morale warriors. This amazes the dumbfounded Wimmy, and he, along with Marie, joins their crusade against the absurdity of the dungeon, assessing the situation on all sides and looking for anomalies to report to each other. Fortunately, there's no monster sighting so far, but that ends when Bettina senses something on her radar and informs the party about an approaching creature in the North Passage. She also reveals the possibility of it becoming the floor boss, so Camilla gives the rearguards an order to shoot after Wimmy's enchantment, which they unquestionably do, chanting their magic spells until the Grantor grants them enhancements, hardening and vibration, allowing the magicians to shoot the unknown creature, whose enormous tentacles appear thanks to the mage's efforts. Unfortunately, that's not enough to bring the monster down, or to at least see its whole figure, so Camilla asks the mages to release a more powerful attack, leading Wimmy to improve the enchantments for each of the rearguards to boost the joint thunderstorm spear the magicians cast. The hardened, pointy weapon quickly pierces the notorious tentacles, creating a destructive collision that causes the tentacles to vanish in a split second. It doesn't seem to be the end, however, as Bettina reports to them about the signs of life of not just one, but countless tentacles of the yet-to-be-revealed creature. The counterattack instantly arrives, so the shield squad hurriedly forms a formation and blocks the whips with a reflected barrier enchanted by Wimmy. Thanks to that, the good old Mark is getting fired up, so the offensive operation continues, this time with Marie illuminating the target with a blinding flash, which enables the Nacht Lebel and its leader to witness the monster's true form, an unexpectedly enormous sea creature much larger than anything they have fought so far. In the presence of the labyrinth beast, Nacht Lebel adventurers can only show a wry smile, while Wimmy, on the other hand, tells Camilla his opinions that this adversary, whom he refers to as a sea cow, doesn't resemble the floor masters he has encountered so far, even though it is most likely 98 the floor boss. Camilla devises a plan to make use of fire magic, assuming it'll be effective, so the magicians do as their leader says, and cast each of their own scorching flames, ultimately sending it to the gigantic sea cow's way. Hearing the creature's scream lights hope for Nacht Lebel, and Camilla won't let this opportunity go to waste, as she then gives precise commands for each of the squads to go onto a defensive and offensive spree. While the adventurers are gung-ho on obeying those orders, Camilla gives another and tells Wimmy to focus the enchantments on the shield unit. Therefore, Abel and Mark are brimming with vigor to show off what they have with the provisional grantor on their side. From there on, it turns into smooth sailing for the combatants of the Nacht Lebel, who resort to a hit-and-run strategy for the duration of the battle, slowly but surely wearing down the gigantic floor master. Like watching a chess match, this calculated battle between the adventurers and the sea creature that the latter reigns despite being in the enemy territory is so amazing for Wimmy that he becomes overly impressed at the full potential of the strongest A-ranked party. Suddenly, Camilla calls Wimmy's name, unsheathing her sword before asking the grantor to go all out and put enchantments on her. The smile of the party leader saying, "I'm counting on you," gives confidence to the enchanter, allowing Camilla to declare her approval to Wimmy's buffs while walking toward the adversary. Immediately, the subordinates make way for their leader to approach the floor boss without interruptions. So Wimmy enhances Camilla's physical prowess by granting boosts. It is not just the body, but also the weapon of Nacht Lebel's leader that is enchanted enough for everyone to hurry and fall back so as not to interfere with their captain. Finally, Camilla arrives at where the monster lies and faces him one-on-one, while Wimmy is watching on the sidelines, prepared to witness the commander's absolute stop, planning to end the combat with a single strike to prevent the dungeon boss from showing his hidden trump card. Camilla smiles in exhilaration to test the results of all those morning training sessions in real battle at long last. The battle is interrupted by a flashback going back to a few years ago, where we can see Camilla in the courtyard struggling to train and reach greater heights. Unfortunately, her magic mastery and physical skill level are already too high to begin with, and the training eventually comes to the point where Camilla's strength gives up as she lies her exhausted body on the floor after swinging the heavy weapon 1,022 times. In spite of that great amount, Camilla fills herself with frustration because there's no progress in her physical training anymore, forcing the leader to accept the harsh reality that she should focus on giving orders as the commander instead. With that, the story returns to the present, when Camilla is still walking toward the enemy alone, while contemplating the effects of the enchantment repetition training with Wemi, which ultimately gives this adventurer hope that she hasn't reached her limits after all. Camilla smiles, feeling grateful to Wemi, who is the main reason for her exponential battle growth, and realizes just now that their first battle experience together is the trigger of the revival of her exhilaration as a warrior. Without further delay, Camilla activates the giant hunter, turning the not-so-large magical blade into a light sword larger than the size of the enemy monster. Moreover, according to Hans, Camilla's ability won't be restricted thanks to the endless sky in this deep part of the dungeon, and that premonition is turning into truth, as the giant hunter can be seen stretching in the pitch-black, non-existent roof, while Camilla is maintaining her battle stance mid-air, prepared to release the large swing of the gigantic magical sword. After all, this commander finally senses the lightness of her physique as she then shows a blushingly satisfied smile due to the blissful physical state where she can strike with all her might. Unfortunately, that also means that the adventurers need to run as far as they can because there's no holding back for their leader, who faces the sea creature's tentacles head-on. In response to the monster's desperate efforts, Camilla mercilessly showcases the infamous ability of the giant hunter and splits the colossal sea creature's body in half with a single yet overpowered slash. It goes without saying that the impact of the 100% sword swing makes a mess out of the floor boss and utterly divides him into two, with the other half eventually falling to the ground. As they witness Camilla's utter stomp, the adventurers of Nacht Libel yell in celebration of their complete victory, but that won't last long as Wemi senses a lingering danger for their party. Simon, who also notices the same thing, reports that there's still a biological response from the sea cow, despite it's not in its complete form anymore, so Camilla rushes to do the countermeasure. And so are Marie and other combatants, who shower the floor boss with continuous magic spells. After a few more shots and chants, Simon announces their triumph against the floor master, and the adventurers will once again roar a louder cry of victory because they just defeated a high-level dungeon boss in just their first dive, an unprecedented event that is worthy of being a historical moment not just for Nacht Libel. But while they are celebrating at their heart's content, Wemi doesn't have an inch of happiness in his face and is instead doubting that the boss battle is over. Eventually, he contemplates how easy it is for them to beat the monster, which is strange considering that they're on the 98th floor, until Wemi just forces himself to believe that Nacht Libel is strong enough to pull it off. Abel then runs toward the Granter, so Wemi turns to meet him until he goes out of balance due to the rising water level. Turns out, this small incident leads Wemi to realize that the rain that is still not disappearing despite the defeat of the floor master is too suspicious. However, Wemi decides not to jump to baseless conclusions and proceeds to contact Camilla instead, informing her about the current advantage of semi-aquatic monsters in the area due to the rising water level thanks to the rain, which, on the one hand, is decreasing their speed. Therefore, Camilla apologizes for carelessly celebrating in the middle of an underlying risk and is now planning for them to retreat by asking the Grantor if he has an escape plan devised. Fortunately, Wemi has something in mind, so he informs the leader about the difficult, time-consuming, but worthy-to-try method, only to come face-to-face with fear as he realizes that his body is trembling for unknown reasons. The mystery will be revealed quicker than he expects, though, when another creature splashes out of the water and takes them by surprise. Along with that is a large rumble somewhere, and the adventurers of Nacht Libel still have entirely no idea what it is until they see a creature emitting a black mist, causing them to turn around and catch sight of a gigantic sea monster, a creature similar to the one they fought earlier, but is more colossus and not to mention terrifying than that deceased mob. Everyone instantly realizes the nightmare awaiting them, and they can only stare in despair at the titanic aquatic beast, which the adventuring party thinks is the real floor master. However, that thought is also dismissed by a series of thunderous rumbles echoing, and the appearance of more gigantic sea creatures that are the same, if not stronger, than the second sea cow who arrives. Once again, despair envelops the adventurers of Nacht Libel, including the Grantor, who looks clearly devastated, contrary to their leader, who still has the will to fight despite all of these not-so-desirable revelations on the 98th floor. In addition, the black smoke worsens the fear of the adventurers, who, at this critical time, are oblivious of what to do to win, escape, or live in the presence of their fearsome adversaries, who are giving them no chance of winning. That much is evident even for Simon, who assumes that the rain is one of their enemy's abilities, as it is making it hard for him to see or hear clearly and accurately analyze the whole area. With their desperate efforts, Nacht Libel members discover that there are 2 colossal monsters on each of the east and west sides, while the southern part, on the other hand, has a total of 5 lurking beasts. As he listens to the ongoing reports saying that they're surrounded on all sides, Wemi's mind is undergoing chaos, the same as their dire situation where almost everyone is panicking. Amidst all of that, Camilla still has her composure as she orders the whole party to gather and form a defensive position, leading Wimmy to regain his calmness, and he hurries to obey the command of his leader. Thankfully, the shield unit makes it in time to surround the whole team and defend them from the incoming attacks of the absurd-level monsters. Still, it doesn't change the fact that they have little to no power to fight back, and the Grantor is aware of that because he's just looking down and wondering if they can really push through against the floor boss and its intimidatingly large subordinates. Thus, the guy receives a smack in the back from Mark, who tells him not to look down and instead glance around the faces of their companions. Wimmy finds out that everyone is still willing to fight to survive, and he's the only one panicking this time around. Finally, the Grantor gains the motivation to look ahead, reflecting on his actions, and comes to think that they have the power and strength needed to turn the situation around and make it back alive. Therefore, Wimmy assesses everything on the battlefield and ponders a way to execute the methods he can do to help, in spite of the threatening tentacles coming their way. Immediately after seeing the incoming attack, Camilla urges her subordinates to defend, as they still have the morale to do so, despite the all-tentacled joint offensive of those sea monsters. Wimmy spares no time in enchanting the shield unit with protective buffs, allowing Abel and his teammates to yell and endure in unison while listening to Camilla's plan to commence a counterattack to the real floor boss upon the successful defense. However, the great numbers of the pitch-black tentacles are too overwhelming after all, that some members are beginning to cower in fear, even though they can't do anything now except to listen to the desperate yet mighty roar of their leader right before those life-ending and countless limbs come raining down on them. Fortunately, the adventurers of the Nacht Libelle manage to stand their ground against the fierce strikes from the sea creatures, but that doesn't last long because, one by one, the people around Wimmy fail to endure the endless tentacle whips. As the one-sided stomp goes on, the Grantor is the only one near his area who continues to handle the excruciating pain until Camilla's voice, encouraging them to put up with the attacks, fortunately raises Wimmy and everyone's spirit. Or so they thought, as the nightmare ends, with the adventuring party of Nacht Libelle partially annihilated. As the story continues, most of the adventurers are now lying on the ground, and even though the tentacle whips that seem to last forever ends, only the higher-leveled warriors are still standing to face their adversary. However, this scenario, no matter how worse it is still within Wimmy's expectations, as he and the party know the irrationality of the labyrinth, where returning with everyone is absolutely out of the question no matter how much they prepare for it. Furthermore, it is given that adventuring parties who are first to dive into a dungeon floor will face expected tragic results. But because Wimmy is just a provisional member, Camilla advises him to escape alone, assuming everyone will understand the Grantor's circumstances. With that said, Camilla asks for a favor, telling the reluctant Wimmy that they can't possibly escape with everyone now, and orders the Grantor to give her all the enhancements he can so she can defeat the monster. Wimmy knows what his leader is thinking, which proves to be right when Camilla issues the command: form squads of 3 and disperse when the opportunity comes, while Wimmy leads them to the escape route when he finds some leeway on his hands. Unfortunately, the Grantor's refusal won't be heard this time, as Camilla is determined to take responsibility for the lives of her subordinates. Hearing his leader talk about a future where she doesn't exist, and only the young talents such as Marie, Abel, and even him running Nacht Libelle saddens Wimmy, but perhaps he can do nothing now but accept Camilla's declaration of approval to his enchantment. With a bitterly sorrowful face, the Grantor faces his inner dilemma and ultimately gives buffs to the party leader despite how much he hates to resign to such conditions. Brimming with the enhancements from the Grantor, Camilla activates the transmission magic and informs the whole adventuring party of her order, which may possibly also be this Nidus's final words. Without further ado, Camilla tells the adventurers to form groups of 3 after helping the wounded and immediately escape when the time comes. She then thanks everyone for everything, yet they don't even want to reply "you're welcome" to their party leader, who is basically saying goodbye. After all, it's impossible to say those words to their precious comrade, who eventually cuts the communication channel between her and the adventurers. After a long, deep breath, Camilla feels a strange load off her shoulders, followed by the bravery to face the gigantic floor boss, no matter how hopeless their grave situation currently is. Therefore, she introduces herself to the monster like a noble knight, acknowledging him as the floor master, and, with all due respect, swears to bring him down. The aquatic beast seems to understand the leader's hostility, and rains the tentacles down on her, allowing Camilla to leap above to execute her own attack, slashing through the hindrances to make her way toward the baffled sea beast and charging the power of the giant hunter. In a matter of seconds, the magic sword enlarges and changes its shape to something else before cutting down the next batch of the notorious anime tentacles coming from the floor master, who doesn't seem to phase, albeit facing the powerful adventurer. Camilla complains about the continuous attacks she receives, but this too is something not rare in anime and manga battles, as she, in fact, finishes the shape-shifting of giant hunter that ultimately becomes a Reaper Scythe. With this weapon, the Nidus slices slices the large tentacle in half and charges toward the floor boss, eliminating the obstacles easier than when she's using the sword. As the exchanges of blows go on, Camilla feels her body strangely becoming lighter, and this adventuring party leader starts to ignore the fatigue, sensing strength that causes her to think and shout, "Is it really me now?" Yeah, I think the next event answers that question as Camilla reaps the tentacles using her enormous scythe, which makes the monster finally shriek in pain, contrary to the party leader, who is grinning in excitement upon thinking that she can now fight the floor boss on equal terms. The next moments become clear in Camilla's mind as the knightess imagines her next moves while swinging the blade, thirsty to inflict more wounds on the sea beast. Meanwhile, Wimmy watches the fierce battle from the ground and feels quite amazed at the prowess of his leader, even comparing it to a duel between a mythical hero and a fearsome monster. This is also as expected, but this Grantor is still mentally troubled by Camilla's orders, although he then runs not to waste the stalled time and prepares himself to escape with the adventurers while abandoning the knight. Somewhere on the battlefield, Marie is healing Mark's wounds when Wimmy eventually arrives at her location, where he then finds out that almost everyone there is safe from the monster's attack. Marie informs him that Hans is also fine, but that doesn't seem to be the case at the reconnaissance team too, which leads the sage to urge Wimmy to leave with her. With a sorrowful yes, the Grantor follows Marie, but he stops his feet after walking just a few steps, unable to go on any further. Question marks appear on Marie's head as she wonders why her friend and stalking target suddenly halts. Unfortunately, Eschan has no notorious spying tool to know what is inside Wimmy's mind, so she's not aware that the Grantor is once again being hunted by the words and insults of his former leader from the dragon's wings, Kronos, telling him he's useless. Turns out, the sensation he feels when hearing those from the narcissistic typical snob is the same as what Wimmy is feeling right now. Worried, Marie repeatedly calls the Grantor's name, but the boy is too preoccupied thinking about his interactions with Camilla that he can't shake these thoughts, making it more difficult for Wimmy to move on with their leader's orders. Eventually, more memories pop into the Grantor's head, yet there's no time for shipping jokes from the writer as Wimmy's dilemma is more important to focus on. Our boy forces himself to concentrate and continue the retreat mission, but even moving his feet seems to be a difficult task for this Grantor. In the middle of his mental hardships, it is Miss Stalker who wakes him up with a shoulder grab and a "look at me dum-dum," ultimately describing what his face looks like right now. Frozen in place, Wimmy smirks in fear, which, according to Marie, is the same expression he has when being humiliated by the quote-unquote trash, which obviously refers to Kronos. Is there anyone else besides him? Enraged, Marie tells Wimmy not to run away and think things through instead, confusing the Grantor as to what on earth this stalker is stalking about, although it turns out that Eschan is the one who has a point right now, as she confirms that Wimmy is doubting. In fact, the melancholic Grantor can't say a word upon hearing that harsh reality. But while they're exchanging words, it is the blows and slashes that are being traded on the battlefield, where Camilla is revealed to possess the absolute upper hand as she continues decreasing the monster's body parts. Therefore, the adventurers of Nacht Libel regain their morale, hoping they can reign victorious in this fight for survival with the help of their leader. To answer those cries of hope, Camilla slices the tentacles using the magical Reaper, slashing and maneuvering midair until she notices that the sea creature's attack finally stops. The party leader sees this as a perfect opportunity to stop defending and strike back, turning Giant Hunter into a sword once more, and a much larger and obviously more powerful one at that. With everything she has, Camilla swings the gigantic blade at the Floormaster, activating the human hunt skill at the aquatic beast, ultimately delivering the final blow and stealing the victory. Or so you and they thought, until a speech bubble appeared on the boss's head, saying good while dodging the life-ending slash from Camilla. It is not just the leader of Nacht Libel who feels shocked, although she's the most, and one can't deny that, but also her subordinates who gasp in fear while watching Camilla receive a direct hit from the Floormaster's large tentacles. The figure of the party leader getting struck away can be seen by all the adventurers, including Wimmy and Marie, of course, where the former immediately activates an enchantment on himself and rushes toward Camilla, who is close to falling on the floor. He instantly signals Abel to help them, which he understands, allowing Wimmy to focus on saving their party leader from the dangerous fall. As soon as he catches her, the Grantor hurriedly checks if Camilla is conscious, but behind them are the tentacles of the Floormaster that follow the knight to ensure she meets the underworld. Fortunately, Abel makes it in time and shields the two from the threat using the reflecting barrier, assuring the Grantor to let him handle the defense. Camilla then wakes up after coughing due to the severe damage in her body, which is revealed to be broken bones and organs, but thankfully she's still conscious after all of that and even has the strength to ask who is left in the dungeon floor. Thus, Wimmy informs her that they failed to escape, But given that no one has actually perished, the Grantor urges the leader to retreat with everyone together. Camila doesn't want to, however, and advises him to leave her instead. She then gets up despite the severe injuries and reassures the enchanter that she can at least act as a meat barrier for them. It goes without saying that Vime disagrees with that proposal, and the adventurers of Noct Libel aren't giving up in the first place, so Camila maintains her fighting will and declares her approval to be bestowed by enchantments. There's no time to hesitate for Wimmy, but he's already aware of it, as well as the undeniable fact that sacrificing others won't surely cut it. Besides, it is these people who accepted him, even though it's not uncommon that this Grantor doesn't fit in a good adventuring party. He deepens his thoughts and shows a glare unbefitting his usual wimpy demeanor, thinking about how not normal he is based on the standard norms, which actually makes Wimmy someone deserving to be banished. Okay, I know you disagree, but it is all for the Grantor to conclude that everyone in Fullbrown City, including Noct Libel, must be protected, although I'm 100% sure Dragon's Wings shouldn't be on that list. Still, Wimmy desires to pay back the kindness of Camila and the others, so he uses the transmission magic and apologizes to everyone, informing them that he will disobey their leader's orders. Even Abel, who's just near him, can't believe what he's hearing, but Wimmy is firmly determined to continue the best option he can think of right now, to beat the Floormaster while giving his companions the time to execute their retreat. Therefore, Camila asks what in the world is happening, though Wimmy just switches places with her in a sense. Unfortunately, the knight's question is answered by the activation of the debuff that steals her enhanced strength. Once again, Wimmy declares that he will defeat the dungeon floor boss, making Camila conclude that this Grantor is really hiding something up his sleeve. She's completely right, as Wimmy then forms his to-be signature hand signal and smiles upon remembering Marie and Camilla's advice to live his life how he wants. There's no more delay, and finally Wimmy transitions to the skill of Puppet Master. Camila asks once more what he is doing, but it is pure confusion that the Grantor, who faces the Floormaster and the other not-so-small fries, replies with a statement filled with the responsibility to defeat their adversary. In the raining battlefield where Wimmy approaches the boss, Marie interrupts not to stop him, but to see her friend off with a smile. Same with the Grantor, who's already bidding Miss Stalker goodbye. Marie thinks that Wimmy will win though, yet the guy's lack of self-confidence surfaces. Or not, because the Grantor thinks he's much stronger than the boss of the previous floor, which is, by the way, the infamous Croco if you happen to forget. I hope you're not. Anyway, Wimmy realizes that he's overly excited and assumes it must be because the situation is so fearsome that he begins to tremble at the thought of having his life at stake. In contrast, Marie thinks that there isn't a pinch of fear visible in her friend, and the sage begins to contemplate that she knows Wimmy more than he is aware of himself. Even so, Miss Stalker believes that the day will come when the situation reverses, and the things she's unaware of will be answered by none other than Wimmy. One of those plethoras of questions, however, is regarding why the Grantor is still laughing amidst their situation. Along with the rain dance that should be from a different pocket, and Monsters Anime is the regeneration of the water-type Floormaster's tentacles that renders Camila's efforts to cut them down all useless. Full potion? Okay, they don't exist in this manga. Still, it looks like not just the viewers, but also the adventurers of Noct Libel don't appreciate the joke, as well as the current state of things where the water level has risen considerably. Wimmy is walking down that very path, aware that he needs to resolve their problem quickly, or it will be more difficult for them as time passes. Finally, he reaches the Floormaster, who strangely didn't attack him on his way, even though it can surely bypass the plot hole. Well, thanks to that, Wimmy closes their distance safely as he clenches his fist, raring to try his best and defeat the dungeon boss. Before that, the Grantor explains his ability as an enchanter, revealing that he can reinforce different parts of the human body, which is a great shocker actually. Yeah, as if. However, the real deal comes next, as it turns out that physically enhancing the bones and muscles of someone is just the easiest and the first level of the process. Meanwhile, at levels 4 to 5 is the more complex yet powerful heart strengthening that is revealed to be an invisible realm performed by only a few sorcerers. What goes even further than that, however, is the absurdly high difficulty of enhancing the brain, a forbidden technique that has an unknown number of levels. Oh, and also it seems like we won't have your most awaited battle soon, at least for a few minutes, as we will embark on a short flashback first. Wimmy is in his room studying brain strengthening only to get stuck after learning that there's a scarcity of descriptions about the said technique and no success recorded among all 3 attempts based on history. However, this Grantor knows that the enormous leap of combat ability it can provide is bound with a tremendous degree of danger, not to mention that it's basically impossible to strengthen another's brain, and a non-combatant Grantor doing it on him or herself is practically useless. He's complaining about the lack of volunteers for this dangerous experiment, even though it's natural that no one will risk their lives for this, leading his thoughts to wander and remember the time when Kronos tells him to back off in a certain battle in the dungeon, emphasizing the uselessness of the enchanter. Tempted with the desire to gain strength, Wimmy does the unthinkable and activates his first ever puppet master on the brain, increasing its processing speed in a frightening number as the scene then returns to the present, showing the same situation when Wimmy activates the ability, and the recent events of his days in Nacht Libel rolls in his mind like a film. The surge of information brings excruciating pain, and he's running the risk of falling unconscious as well as the overload of data inside his head, which forces Wimmy to become aware of his consciousness to surpass the dangers. By repeating questions and answers to himself, tuning his senses, and adjusting the multipliers at the right limit, Wimmy conquers the overburden by setting the number to 1.00001 times. With this, the Grantor will suffer brain damage in the worst-case scenario, yet it is more than enough to make the mind acceleration that is supposed to be impossible feasible. For the second time this day, the Floor Master flinches in fear, this time after seeing the Puppet Master who runs toward him with a creepy demonic laugh, gripping the machete firmly to bring down the notorious tentacles of the Floor Master that come raining down on him for how many times today. Unfortunately, the lower-level aquatic monsters also join the fray, and I don't know about you, but I think one of them is smirking at our protagonist. No, don't think about her that way. That beast won't turn into an aquatic Nekomimi anytime soon. Putting those impure wishes aside, the attacks of the Floor Master quickly approach, but all Wimmy can think of is the question as to whether he has already perished. After all, the landscape feels somehow slow for this enchanted Grantor, who easily evades the tentacles as if they are nothing, casually entering the field of range of the sea creature. He catches sight of those threats shifting their direction as if following him, so Wimmy dodges the series of thrusts and makes them footholds for further evasions. The action just won't take a rest, as the Puppet Master then sprints using the large tentacle, all eyes wide open, while making his way at the floor boss, who showers him with life-ending blows. Immediately, Wimmy jumps to prevent them from hitting him and instead forces the monster to self-inflict damage on his body. Of course, seeing this out-of-the-world duel bewilders the adventurers of Nacht Libel, as they simply watch the unprecedented movements of their provisional member, which is much more surprising than the one they saw in Camilla's fight. Eventually, Wimmy lands on a tentacle that looks more like a branch of the divine tree somewhere, and it seems like he's getting tired of mostly evading as the Grantor then strengthens his speed by 20 times. All of a sudden, his view of the surroundings turns dizzyingly weird, but that is purely because Wimmy accelerates his mind and body in an absurd amount of multipliers that are not humane, no matter how you look at it. However, thanks to that, Wimmy's speed increases, allowing him to see the optical method and understand the perfect timing of each and every maneuver. Thinking that he's still weak compared to others, Wimmy bets on the 1 in 100,000th chance not to achieve success, but to make it happen, as he once again leaps toward the enemy. Unfortunately, the situation remains almost the same in terms of outcome, and Wimmy still continues dodging the upcoming fierce blows, strengthening the elasticity of his ligaments, which allows him to land a strike while preventing close contact with the tentacles. That is just the start, however, as more limbs go straight at the Grantor, who still laughs amidst the life-ending danger and spins his body, looking for that miracle that will turn the situation around. Using the impact of a machete strike, Wimmy cancels the momentum of his jump and successfully escapes from having a one-way ticket to the afterlife while laughing in excitement. Meanwhile, Marie is treating Camilla's wounds with magic, but the party leader is clearly distracted in watching the fierce battle, although she's baffled at the otherworldly movements of the Grantor. Thus, Marie explains to the best of her ability the dangerous moves Wimmy just made, which leads Camilla to think that it's not in any way the movement of a human. On the other hand, witnessing the battle of her friend and yes, stalking target, Marie yells the words "live as you want" toward the grinning Wimmy. It is unclear if the Grantor hears the motivational quote from the young sage, but it is evident that he's getting exhilarated after seeing an example of one out of many miracles. Despite that, Wimmy knows that this is far from enough, and he might get obliterated, ultimately receiving a merciless punishment even with just one mistake. Strange enough, the Puppet Master still has his creepy yet hair-raising smile, confident that he is superior when it comes to speed. To his surprise, however, the Floor Master creates a magic circle, and without even chanting, it lets out a magical spell, a wave that is too quick for the Grantor to to survive. However, the smiling puppet master is already aware of that, and he moves his feet to avoid the attack, which leads the monster to slice its own tentacles instead. Wemi has evaded the magic spell, but he thinks that what the sea creature did is too strange, yet there's no time for him to think about that right now as the floor master releases more and seems to have no intention to give him any break at all. To the aquatic beast's disappointment, the Grantor dodges the second batch of his unwanted water slice delivery and is raring to evade all of what it throws. With that said, Wemi sprints at a tremendous speed and slashes the tentacles while dodging the magic spells and moving his body like that of a puppet. Man, this boy stays true to his skill's name. In a matter of mere seconds, the puppet master has avoided a series of blows, all while laughing in a creepy way which sends shivers down the spine of the audience, who feel bewildered yet seem to be shockingly afraid at the sight, including Abel. In the end, however, the figure of the Grantor fighting for them is purely impressive for the adventurers. After all, the enormous aquatic beast is forming a larger-scale magic circle, and Wemi, with his machete, conquers all of them by slashing the magical waves and deflecting them toward the smaller yet still colossal sea creatures. The small fry enemies fall almost at the same time, so Wemi continues his charge by dashing with the tentacles as footholds, eventually reaching his closest distance from the monster since the battle started. In spite of that, it is not yet time for the Grantor to celebrate, as he then remembers that the floor master can jump and move through water jets like what it did in the confrontation against Camilla. True enough, Wemi develops a trust issue regarding colossal creatures thanks to the floor master, who moves away from the puppet master, maintaining a safe distance by floating its giant body in the air. Thankfully, it's not the same case with that Berthold guy, but let's put that aside as Wemi goes under the large body of the monster and jumps backward with his face facing the beast. At this moment, the Grantor feels a disconnection between his consciousness and mind, despite being aware that the movements of the floor master are ultra-high speed and that it has executed numerous maneuvers within an instant. Wemi doesn't fail to surprise his enemy, however, as he leaps upward with the machete leading the way, making efforts to split the monster's body in half. Albeit aware that he will be crushed as soon as the floor master lands, Wemi feels thrilled on top of knowing that he keeps picking up that miracle this guy has been looking for since the beginning, thinking that being on the verge of demise doesn't mean he has perished yet. As the boss's painful shriek resounds, Wemi continues his offensive as he strangely doesn't feel Puppet Master's side effects yet until a black mist appears out of thin air and hinders him. Wemi desperately deflects the threat the strange smog brings, but it proves to be way more complicated than he expects, and time is running out, pressuring the urge to escape. Therefore, Wemi goes out of the monster's body and lets himself float mid-air thanks to the impact, while the floor master, on the other hand, looks like it is complaining about the hole in its shell. Maybe make it bigger next time? Still, everything is just the Grantor imagined, and there are no flaws in his actions, at least for now, although the boy's body is burning from all those maneuvers. His grin screams that his mind is calm though, but that disappears quickly when this guy realizes that, yeah, he's getting a tad bit too excited. As a result, Wemi reminds himself to focus on the mission and not to spend time on enjoyment, as the lives of the adventurers depend on him now. Those thoughts cause the Grantor to realize that he's having fun the more dangerous and life-threatening the situation is, and that he's unconsciously waiting for this moment the whole time. All of a sudden, the enchanter's sad eyes turn into pure delight and excitement upon finding out that the floor master is still alive. Don't turn into a war freak, young man. Oh, I guess it's more interesting for the sake of the story, huh? Mysteriously enough, the floor master's tentacles spread widely and slowly cover themselves, while the small fries gather around their boss, crawling above the shell of the enormous monster because no one is trying to interrupt and just letting them do their thing. Anime logic? The adventurers of Nacht Label are dumbfounded at what in the world the master is doing until Hans realizes that it could be in the middle of a transformation. Stop them before they finish, man. As a result, the shape and form of the dungeon floor boss and its underlings turn magically weird, yet it's not the end of the breathtaking spectacle as a circle made from the small fries floats above the larva-like state of the beast. The principle behind this? Even Wemi isn't even sure if it's magic. One thing's for sure, however, this is the ace up the aquatic beast's sleeve. Something that every floor master, even the previous crocodile, shows when they are backed into the corner. It doesn't take too long for the transformation to finish, and the colossal enemy evolves into its final form, which is too bright to even call terrifying. As you've expected, Wemi is grinning ear to ear from excitement as he faces the adversary. Meanwhile, on the ground, or should I say watery ground, Mark urges the youngsters of their squad to evacuate while he and the others handle the defense and tell Abel, their commander, to leave too. The young man will, of course, refuse and inform inform the concerned Mark that he will join them for the reason that this commander is stuttering to say. But after saying the word "and" for a total of 4 times, Abel declares that there is now a glimmer of hope, to which Mark agrees with a smile. Trust 100. Hopefully, it won't be a flag this time around. Unfortunately, the evolved form of the Floor Master is actually troublesome even for Wimmy, specifically the floating support organs in its head, which will make it more difficult for him to dodge in a mid-air confrontation. Therefore, the Grantor enhances his physical and mental prowess by 50 times more, allowing him to expand his vision even further. As he stores the information in his memory, however, Wimmy senses an intense sensation that is making him close to fainting as long as he successfully processes all the data coming into his head. On top of that, the Floor Master gains a batch of new abilities thanks to its transformation, as it then creates countless magic circles with arrows materializing in each of them. This time, the tentacles aren't alone in their attempt to destroy Wimmy, but the Puppet Master is prepared to face their absurd cheat-like abilities and, as usual, dodges all of them while spinning his body like some kind of a superhuman. No, I won't give an example. More importantly, Wimmy manages to avoid the attacks without having himself get scratched so far, exciting this guy even more as he then smiles from the exhilaration of the battle. And you still think he's wimpy? Nah, I'm sure you don't. The arrows, blades, lances, and tentacles come raining down on Wimmy at a tremendous speed, but the enhanced Grantor can see and even count all of them, including what's outside his field of vision. Unfortunately, one of the enormous arrows manages to appear right at his face, but this is still within Wimmy's expectations as he can now predict their trajectories. Or should I say, all according to calculations. Just imagine the scary, shiny glasses meme, please. Afterward, Wimmy evades the projectiles while destroying them in the process, laughing as he enjoys their exchange because this Grantor feels omnipotent and satisfied that everything is working in his favor. Instead of getting scared by the risk of perishing with just one mistake, Wimmy is getting more and more thrilled each millisecond, and even treats this exchange with his life at stake as a mere negotiation with the floor boss. Finally, Wimmy admits that he really is feeling joy in the middle of the skirmish and seems to have accepted it, given that he's at maximum performance all in all. While he's evading the monster's attacks with an excited yet terrifying grin, Marie, on the other hand, has just finished healing the injuries of the party leader, which allows Camilla to ask Hans via transmission magic the state of the evacuation. Therefore, the swordsman informs her that he's busy protecting the wounded and asks the female knight what they can do to support Wimmy. That question lingers on the leader's mind for just a few seconds, but watching the confrontation between the Grantor and the Floor Master causes her to conclude they will only be nuisances for their provisional member. Thus, Camilla orders Hans to stay away from the fight as much as possible, while she, on the other hand, will focus on defense. Using the giant hunter as a shield, Camilla protects herself from the bullet that suddenly goes her way, all while contemplating Wimmy's declaration that he will bring down the Floor Master, which for Camilla sounds like an arrogant boast at first. Of course, this female knight thinks about it differently now, mainly because the Grantor has cornered the enemy to this extent, and all she can do now is put her trust in the boy. Thus, we are brought back to the battle where Wimmy just can't stop smiling in extreme delight while deflecting the water blades and smiling at the sea creature as if mocking it. But summarizing all the events so far, Wimmy isn't able to strike even once the true body of the Floor Master and not the tentacles that keep regenerating. At this rate, the duel will turn into a battle of attrition, and winning will be a far-off dream in that case. So Wimmy desperately thinks of a solution until the black mist suddenly surfaces in his mind. The Grantor remembers a shell-like object inside it, instantly assuming it's the monster's weak points and breaking it will lead to victory. In the middle of his maneuver, Wimmy then sees the direction toward his desire for destruction, and despite being confused as to how he came up with this, the Grantor immediately knows that it's the shortest route to the Floor Master. Wimmy will, of course, treat this as a series of inspirations or whatever suitable solutions they may be when, in simpler words, this is the path toward victory. He trembles like the ones he showed in the past when scared or nervous and realizes that those continuous trembling might be due to premonitions of triumph, the emergence of similar paths that lay out a miracle among possibilities. That's why even with the 99.9% chance of perishing, Wimmy's exhilaration isn't diminishing even a little bit, and he proceeds, dashing toward the aquatic beast with a face that will surely get bashed by fans or make a meme out of it if it's an anime. Little do they know that it's all because of the ultra-speed maneuver Wim executes like it's natural while avoiding the projectiles from the Floor Master. Eventually, the Grantor leaps above, causing his figure to disappear, at least for the adventurers on the ground. The next we see Wimmy is when he's in the clear sky, which is ironic for an underground dungeon, and there's absolutely no rain falling down on him. As gravity pulls him down, Wimmy notices that it's because he has jumped above the clouds as the boy quickly lands toward the countless tentacles that are lying in wait. It's not a problem, however, and more like they're not even worthy of the enhancer's attention, as he simply focuses on the offensive by taking advantage of the fall's acceleration to speed up his charge toward the colossal enemy. Soon after, the sound disappears, and Wimmy can only hear silence, making him feel like he's the only one in the world and the ruler of that space. Yes, this guy is surprisingly Chunabu. Well, thanks to that, Wimmy reaches the strange mark on the monster's forehead only to find out that the floor master still has one trick up his sleeve, a barrier. Wimmy hurriedly shatters the protective shield of the aquatic beast, which actually puts a large question mark on the boss's head. Using all his remaining strength, Wimmy hardens his body to the maximum level while maintaining the acceleration and infiltrates the floor master's body, making a hole out of it. Due to the impact, the Grantor continues descending until he reaches the black mist, not wasting even a millisecond, and immediately swings the machete at the elimination target. Suddenly, the surroundings turn into pure white with some black glitches, although I'm not sure of the color because it is, a black and white manga. Wimmy is thrown into confusion by the puzzling turn of events, but he then sees a messy-looking egg cracking with some black yolk appearing out of it. Mysteriously, the ominous aura disappears, and the egg that clearly isn't for breakfast turns cleaner, although it's not the time to mind its appearance anymore as someone's hands come out from it. When the full form of the alien-like creature shows itself, unintelligible voices enter the Grantor's ear, making Wimmy speechless as he simply stares at the terrifying entity, who then tells him something using an unfamiliar language. Neither Wimmy nor the manga's translator fails to understand the words of the mysterious creature, yet the protagonist feels nothing bad upon hearing those as he then replies with a yes. After some glitches, Wimmy returns to the original realm, where he suffers from exhaustion and pants while catching his breath. Upon turning around, however, the Grantor sees the floor master on its last legs, though I'm unsure if you can call the tentacles legs or arm. Just correct me if I'm wrong. More importantly, it means that the battle finally ends, meaning that Wimmy's eyes aren't filled with excitement anymore. Fortunately, seeing the figures of Camilla and the adventurers of Nacht Libel running toward him with a smile relieves the Grantor. And yes, there are no ninjas cutting onions for this touching scene, but oh well. Unfortunately, the fatigue gets into Wimmy as his vision blurs even without the editor's help, and he eventually passes out with his head facing the water. Hearing the continuous yells of his name wakes the Grantor, though, which leads him to see the concerned looks of all his companions, along with the disappearance of the rainfall that confirms their victory. The end results? Discovery of 3 gold veins, confirmation of 28 new monster species, a total of 106 wounded members, 12 severely wounded, and most of all, 0 fatalities. Meanwhile, on the dungeon's 50th floor, a frog monster who can weirdly stand like a human is attacking Kronos with his tongue, although it misses the attack, which is undeniably unfortunate. Okay, calm down. I know you're fed up with derogatory jokes. Kronos then signals Nikure to do her thing, which the priest eventually does as she casts the spell Break in Order and hits the humanoid frog. Then, binding magic befalls the monster thanks to Sophia, so Kronos orders the mage to deal the finishing blow. Therefore, Melis lets out a magical flame membrane and pushes their enemy away while the party leader embeds magic in his sword, because he'll be the one who'll finish it, of course. After a single stab, Kronos follows it with numerous slashes and swiftly defeats the humanoid frog while looking back at it like he's some kind of a cool hero. After a humph, Kronos then wipes off the stain on his face while the 2 girls immediately fawn over their crush. Fortunately, Sophia isn't developing some romantic feelings for their party leader and is just purely impressed at their battle prowess. Moreover, she thinks that their coordination has improved considerably, along with the expansion of her skills, which now consist of minor tasks like reading maps, which was also Wimmy's duty before. It turns out, however, that Lady Elf is doubtful if their achievements are really remarkable despite the abilities and talents of her 3 companions. Sophia concludes that a successful future is not within her sight, and dragon's wings can no longer return to their once famous reputation as vanguards. To put it simply, Sophia is immune from Kronos' non-existent charm, and she doesn't believe that defeating floor masters is physically possible even with their group's recovered state. Of course, she doesn't voice out her opinions, so we are then brought to their headquarters, where the group is happily enjoying dinner. In fact, their delight is so much to handle that everyone is not saying a word and are all wearing troubled faces. Okay. They're clearly not happy. The one who breaks the ice is Melis, who suddenly talks about Nikure's cooked meal, which has some carrot stems on it, which leads Kronos to tell the girl, "You're always a bit clumsy," and makes fun of Melis afterward. As a result, the group finally shares some laughs, yet it turns into silence once again for the reason that, according to Sophia, is the lingering, heavy atmosphere, given they're not the adventuring party they used to be after all. Eventually, Kronos suggests a solution and, with all smiles, tells them that they should expand their party, which makes his hardcore fans feel a tad bit troubled. They absolutely don't want it. However, their leader is firmly determined to commence this recruiting plan, thinking it's the best way they can return to being on the front lines, as they could attract more members after all. Therefore, Nikure asks how many they are planning to add, so Kronos reveals his desire to hire dozens of adventurers, or even more. Now, that's more troubling for these three ladies, who are all speechless, harboring each of their own reasons. As for the selection, Kronos indirectly says he wants to increase the members of his harem. The exact words are different, of course, but you know the meaning. He then asks Melissa's opinion, but seeing the mage averting eye contact forces the manipulative smile of the Dragon's Wings leader to show. This is no longer new for Sophia, as well as the response of Melissa, who ultimately agrees that recruiting girls rather than men is the absolute way to go, which for the elf is one of the problems of their group. After all, Nikura and Melissa undeniably have feelings for Kronos, which the latter also reciprocates, meaning he'll do the same if not focus more on the new women joining Dragon's Wings. This is already stressful enough for the sighing Sophia, so she musters the courage to advise Kronos to be more cautious in expanding their party, as they don't have the money and experience in that field in the first place. After a minute of silence, Kronos replies with a disagreement because he wants to bet on their current strength and abilities, so Sophia yells her complaints only to be stopped by the enraged glare of the Dragon's Wings leader. Man, poor elf just wants your team to prosper. Unfortunately, Kronos 100% believes that they could somehow manage the funds by defeating a floor master, but that makes it more problematic for Sophia because this elf knows that there's no way they can do that. On top of that, Kronos smugly tells Sophia to tell more of his concerns in his room later. You can hit him if you like. Miss Elf must be protected from this guy. In response, Sophia informs the whole party that they haven't obtained the authorization for a floor master hunt based on the records from none other than Wimmy. Oops, it might be too late when Sophia realizes that saying the name is taboo, as Kronos is already enraged while reminding her not to say that Grantor's name. Well, understood, I guess? Nah, Wimmy. Unfortunately, the elf is so frightened that she apologizes and refers to the guy as predecessor instead, while revealing that based on Wimmy's records, all the necessary items are present for the authorization. That's why it's strange that it hasn't been granted yet, as there are no visible mistakes from Wimmy's side, and it should be okay now under normal circumstances. However, learning that their funds need to wait longer angers Kronos as he smashes the bottle on the table and lashes out while complaining as to why Wimmy hinders them even now. Watching the scene, Sophia comes to think that their meetings lately are all to put the blame on the Grantor and make him a villain. Meanwhile, Wimmy wakes up only to see an unfamiliar ceiling with a chandelier, a typical sign that the protagonist has transferred into another world, but this is definitely not the case in this series. Instead, Wimmy is greeted by his beloved friend Marie, who prompts him to say, "Good morning," causing pain to befall the Grantor as he hasn't fully recovered yet. Don't force yourself, young man viewers are concerned. He still tries hard to remember all the events though, and panics after recalling them while asking Marie where everyone else is. Therefore, the Grantor gets punished for overexerting himself even though we and Miss Stalker reminded him not to, but thankfully Marie is there to calm him down by revealing that all of Nachtly Bell survives despite the injuries. Turns out, Wimmy has been sleeping for 5 whole days, according to the young sage, who suddenly smiles to tell her friend, "You really did well." The Grantor is speechless for a second, but he eventually lies his exhausted body in the bed again, relieved and satisfied that his efforts aren't in vain after all. Afterward, Marie asks if it's okay to tell Camilla about the news, and of course that's fine for Wimmy, so the female sage then starts to leave, but not until she asks her friend if he had fun in the battle. Despite being taken aback by the question, Wimmy averts his eyes in embarrassment and says it is a bit enjoyable, to which Marie replies with a delightful grin. When she leaves, it doesn't take too long for someone to rush at the door, open it, and make Wimmy panic as he yells the party leader's name. After all, Camilla stands before him and bows her head to show how grateful she is, which is actually troubling for the Grantor, given his personality. Still, Camilla feels so grateful to the point that she doesn't know how to repay the Grantor for saving Nachtly Bell from their demise. The party leader shouts aloud, "Thank you," but Wimmy doesn't know how to reply, so Eschan is showing a mischievous smile while watching. Thus, the boy calms down and says he's glad that everyone is safe, moving Camilla and making her happier as she then hugs Wimmy and buries his face into her armored chest. "Please restrain yourself, ma'am. Our boy can't handle that much pressure and is already going out of breath." Unfortunately, Marie is getting envious as it turns out she stopped herself from doing it since the beginning. Come on, dear author, give them their moment. Afterward, Mark arrives with Monica, Hans, Abel, who is crying, and basically everyone at the adventuring party. Seeing Wimmy being strangled by Camilla is a sign for Abel to do the same though, and he ultimately rushes to the Grantor while the poor sage is getting more and more jealous each second. Then, Marie turns into full defensive mode when Monica says she'll hug Wimmy too and calls her names along the lines of dummy, while Hans, on the other hand, calms their leader because their benefactor is already suffering. Therefore, Camilla turns serious and gets everyone's attention before reminding them not to put more burden on Wimmy's body, so they should make the greetings quick. Doesn't that contradict you, Camilla-san? Well, the adventurers think so too, but they're too scared to argue with their leader. Soon after, the ceremony starts and they all form a line while eagerly waiting for the person in front to finish. Unfortunately, the man's gratitude ends with just 2 sentences because Camilla declares it's the end of his time, and like him, she wants to express her thanks more profoundly yet is unable to do so due to the restrictions. Thus, the event continues as we spot a rare human species effortlessly disguising himself to no avail because Camilla sees him and scolds Abel for attempting to join the line. It's the second time for you, right? That's considered null. Put simply, that's the conversation between the 2 comrades because, as you already know, Camilla wants to do it too. Mark plans to do something illegal if that happens in reality though, while Hans, on the one hand, intervenes to drag their party leader away, reminding her to rest as she is also a patient, after all. Witnessing all those comedic exchanges, Wimmy lets out a dry laugh, and the ceremony ends after a few more hours, leaving him and Marie in the hospital room. Despite how exhausting the day is, Wimmy plays the scenes in his head where everyone is thanking him, mixed with impressed at the battle performance he has shown. Even though the expression on his face is like this, Wimmy actually feels proud and confident that he can join Nachtliebel in the future, not to mention grateful that his companions managed to keep away the troublesome interviewers. However, it seems like this banished Grantor still can't recover from his trauma and thinks that some of them don't mean what they say. Therefore, he forces himself to believe that they're genuine kindness and that he doesn't really harbor all those bad thoughts, but it proves to be too hard in the end, so the Grantor just sleeps them all. No, it is not stalking this time, and Marie is simply worried as she stands outside the room. In the Adventurer Guild, Dominic reports the awakening of the banished Grantor to the Guildmaster and asks him if Nachtliebel has submitted their report because their victory against the boss of Floor 98 is already the talk of the city. Moreover, the rumors about a provisional member defeating the Floormaster alone are already circulating, so there's a need for them to verify that information. Dominic notices that the Guildmaster is strangely happy though, and the man whose face is taking too long to be revealed says he personally wants to visit the rumored boy and investigate the case regarding the subjugation of the Dungeon's 97th floor boss. The next moment, we are brought to the next arc's prologue, where Wimmy and Marie are finally having another touching moment, although it seems like there's no happy mood at all when the female sage tears out as she makes the Grantor promises to remember and think of her at least once a day. Unfortunately, Wimmy has no idea what she's trying to say, and the scene ends, which is then replaced by a question. Who can prove that the labyrinth is really there? Turns out that this comes from a book written by a doctor named Heinke, who questions the belief that the labyrinth extends downward, given that teleportation portals are used to progress from one floor to another. Of course, the one who's reading it is none other than Wimmy, who feels quite amazed about the contents, and the author himself, who this Grantor believes is a sympathetic person. He's wondering why Dr. Heinke's hypothesis can't be seen in academic journals, though, to the point he doesn't immediately hear Camilla if she happens not to louden her voice. As a result, Wimmy sees the party leader's irritated smile, leading the boy to apologize for ignoring her. Fortunately, it's just a joke, so Wimmy then talks about how happy he is for obtaining the book Labyrinth Madness through some connections, which seems to refer to Camilla because she knows that its distribution is mysterious. It turns out to be accurate, according to the hospitalized Grantor, who prattles about how true it is with a very long dialogue, basically saying that the books are mainly put in unofficial places. Thus, Wimmy feels happy that the members of Nachtliebel might have the same interest as him regarding scientific journals. After that, Camilla informs the Grantor about a certain visitor who will meet them in the living room, so Wimmy gets up with the help of a walking aid, and of course, Camilla, although he's close to crashing without her. According to a doctor, Wimmy has pushed the limits of his body in the previous battle, so he needs to rest, which makes it weird why the visitor can't come into the hospital room instead. Yep, it's really strange. Therefore, Wimmy asks Camilla what she means by the word visitor, causing the party leader to reveal that it is the Guildmaster. In a fountain on the way to the hospital, a large, terrifying-looking man approaches a father and son tandem along with a puppy who barks at the stranger. Turns out Dominic is also there to remind his superior not to intimidate others, because the said stranger is none other than the Guildmaster/priest Gotthelfa Nothauer Wait. Too long. Let's call him Got. The pup is trembling in fear, yet the guildmaster seems to be purely irritated when a reporter suddenly approaches him to talk about the matter with Wimmy. Of course, Got will pay the man no mind, but as if the reporter will give up that easily when he can just pester the priest. However, seeing he isn't the slightest bit interested prompts the reporter to resort to his next plan, an offering of a quote-unquote donation to the guild. Needless to say, this man has messed up 100% because Got treats that as a temptation for bribe money and is clearly enraged that Dominic can only go, oh, he knows what'll happen next. As the guy expects, the reporter is enveloped with fear as he literally looks up at the guildmaster who is ready to gift some smash. Dominic hurriedly stops him from hurting the newsman, but it turns out that Got simply claps his hand right in the face of the reporter. The wind pressure is already enough for him to fall on the ground though, while having excessive question marks on his head and with some nosebleeds as a bonus. You never mess with a principled man, no-name character. See? The enraged guildmaster then reminds the reporter that he was a priest before becoming the head of the guild, so tolerating this indecent behavior is absolutely out of the question. While the man trembles in fear, Got approaches and advises him to show more determination, chasing after the quote-unquote the sunset owl, or the fox. Please, if you have any idea what they are, just throw it down in the comments. TIAA putting that aside, Dominic informs the guildmaster that his reputation is also doomed from hurting the reporter, leading Got to threaten the man to not write this news and even offers to heal the wound, although the guy refuses. You know what that means? The reporter just got a scoop and he'll publish it. So much for the threat, Guildmaster-san. Eventually, Got arrives at his destination and apologizes to Wimmy for the inconvenience, yet the grantor looks more terrified than concerned, especially because the man in front of him is the guildmaster himself. Wimmy tries his very best to introduce himself, but Got is just too intimidating as it turns out that he was a legendary adventurer who paved the way in the labyrinth with a giant warhammer. Also, thanks to priests being the second job with the highest physical enhancement, Got basically becomes a warrior who can self-heal, which is why he's also known as the Diamond, a surprisingly not chuny nickname. His presence is scary enough for Wimmy to shriek though, and permit the guildmaster to call him by first name, so Got lightens up the mood with a laugh and reveals that he's there to celebrate, along with some little verification. Kronos should be scared. Before that, Got praises the grantor for solo defeating the floormaster, which leads them to surpass level 98. Unfortunately, Wimmy is so confused as to what this living legend means and tells him that their victory is thanks to all of Nacht Lebel's efforts and by no means solo. Got bursts into laughter upon hearing that and informs the grantor that provoking the floormaster to its final form and obliterating it is practically his victory alone. Moreover, Camilla has plans to support it by speaking on behalf of Nacht Lebel, so what's left is the grantor's consent. On top of that, Wimmy is invited to the Victory Festival ceremony and will receive a staggering cash reward, an honorable event for Wimme, as the event is the largest celebration that occurs every time a floormaster is defeated. Furthermore, the festival this time is a never-before-seen one, given that the conquest of floors 97 and 98 will be celebrated at the same time, making it the biggest celebration in the whole history of Full Brown. With the Guildmaster's glare, the conversation